Chapter 1 The soldier returns after 4 years off marriage. Vitha Sidi in the countryside, amidst Thedel reads. Chingning, im in such pain just give ao yourself tome. The man gasped, his voice thick with a nasal tone, Hishin secretly rooking beneath woman's clothing. Director Liao, pleased and doth sim already married. The woman's voice trembled, her hands instinctively shielding her chest. Yoris Bandas been away for 4 years, serving in the military, neglecting you completely, he may have already found some O'Neills. Themoncius were refilled with desire she continued, you're such a delicate floor, left alone everyday in an empty house. It pains Medosio like these. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Hulun forward. Bang! With a dulcet, woman Hinaka down struck her head against a protruding tree stump, instant lilas in consciousness. Ina Hayes, Xia Qingning slowly opened her eyes, only to find a man pressing down on her, his shirt button sundown, the collar brushing against their neck. His gaze fell upon her chest, where a striking liard birthmark marked her wise as now white skin, exuding an alluring charm. The man, unable to withstand such a stimulus, pulled his throat up and leaned down to kiss her. Xia Qingning Xiar traced in panic without a moment to think, she instinctively kicked him away and shouted, get off. Caught off guard, Theman stumbled backward, quickly raising a hand to cover Xia Qingning's mouth. Before he could reach her, Xia Qingning sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Pushing through the outer layer of reeds, she was met with the sight of a vast driver. Glancing back at Theman pursuing her, Xia Qingning steeled Harazelvi and jumped into water with a splash. Though she was a capable swimmer, as soon as she hit water, her legs fell to Shivia's lead, rendering her immobilis increpidly beneath the surface. The man, witnessing this turn of events, frozen shock after a moment's hesitation, Hekasinato saved her and fled instead. Help, someone, a person has fallen into the Iver. It took each cementum forpusers but not as Xia Qingning struggle in Jinthwater, and they begin to shout for help. Soon a crowd gathered on the Iver bank, but no net red to jump in to save her, Ike was no your prize the Iver was swollen and treacherous, and the risk of droning wash I. At that moment, Adelman Carey and Gebeg approached, Heglan Sadathariver, swiftly shed his military uniform, and Devane, swimming towards Xia Qingning. When she was finally pulled ashore, Xia Qingning slowly regained consciousness. In her blurred vision, she saw office that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Theman before her was extraordinarily handsome, with deep-set features and a cool gaze, clearly not the lecherous man from Therides. Their eyes met for a brief moment, but Theman's expression suddenly shifted to enough discomfort. He quickly looked away, saying nothing, and stradef. Unless did Xia Qingning realize that her clothing was open, exposing a considerably expansive air fair skin. The synthetic fabric of her dress had become transparent when wet, clinging to her form and failing to conceal her curves. With such an unexpected display, Ike was no wonder the man had reacted so awkwardly. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Xia Qingning instinctively curled her legs and wrapped her arms around herself, attempting to minimize her exposure. Theman walked a short distance away and removed the soaked undershirt. Xia Qingning said of Irin noticed the defined muscle sophister so particularly his well-defined abs, a testament to his rigorous training. The visual impact of his physique left Xia Qingning blushing, and Shekwa clattered her head away. Confused about their current predicament, she recalled that she had been sleeping in her dormitory just moments ago, and now she found herself in this strange situation. Suddenly a sharpened pyre at her head, and a flood of memorious hat did not belong to her surged forth. As Heb sorbed these memories, it dawned on her that she had traversed into a novel written by her university classmate, Mo Chuan-xiao, and had become the unfortunate ex-wife of the male protagonist, as simpleton how was ultimately betrayed and met up regisend. In the history, Themoleli led Lu Jingzhe returned from military leave, intoxicated, and was discovered the next day in bed with his brother Sunapi Olingfians, who had just come from the countryside. Despite knowing he had done nothing wrong, the perception of others led him to reluctantly agree to marry her. Half a month later, he returned to Thearmy, and when he came back 4 years later, the original owner of this body had already lost her virtue at Uthworks op director and was pregnant with his child. The original owner concealed her pregnancy and followed Lu Jingzhe to the military. There she encountered the storage heroine, Mo Xiaoxiu, feature Mingan talented Otero to deputy chief of staff, who was adored by nearly all the married men in the military. Yet the Mosaic affections were fixate on the already married Lu Jingzhe, as her assisted numerous suitors while harboring a secret love for him. Eventually, the original owner gave a birth to a child with disabilities and mental challenges, leading her to spiral into madness, believing she had brought this upon herself. Even so, Lu Jing's headed not abandon him. However, when the child's true heritage was revealed, the original owner, overwhelmed with shame, ultimately took her own life being pinned to Thelic with her child. Without his ex-wife hindrance, Emoza Oxyocentenslavy eventually won over Lu Jingja, and they lived happily ever after. This novel had been discovered by Xia Qingning's roommate, Hole of Dreading, and Ditwasia Seto Didu Sethatatwas Bened by Mochuin Show, a classmate. Mo Chungxiao had come from a poor mountain village, her family troubled, with a father wo drang con gamblet while her mother struggled to support the family by snacks. Despite her excellent academic performance, Mo Chungxiao was sensitive, insecure, and had a peculiar temperament, making her unpopular among her classmates. Xia Qingning and she did not share a dormitory but had little interaction. Mo Chungxia's animosity towards Xia Qingning was likely fueled by rumors that the compassionate throb Lu Jingjia favored Xia Qingning, who happened to be object of Mo Chungxia's secret affections. While Mo Chungxiao daydreamed about their own love story with her crush, Xia Qingning had no say in the matter. However, be casting herself as evil and naming the foolish ex-wife after herself, depicting her as dim-witted and pathetic, it was nothing short of malicious. Fortunately, Xia Qingning had arrived just in time to prevent workshop director from taking advantage of her. Otherwise, according to Theplet, she would have lost her virtue and become a victim. Having certa through her storyline, a crowd began to gather around her. Amit bot Yura still alive, what a fright. A familiar aunt claimed, her concern avoidant as he continued, Midir Yari alright, look at you, so beautiful. If anything were to happen, your parents would be devastated. Indeed, you're lucky to have encountered Sumiono who can swim. Otherwise, you might have a Mediaur and Hieri. Others skimmadin. Achu just as Xia Qingning was about to speak, she sneezed. The wind bethiver was strong and she was only wearing a thindrast that was no so could throw Thichel made her shiver involuntarily. A kind-hearted aunt noticed at her discomfort and quickly sighed, you're completely drenched, you should go home and change, you might catch a cold. Shemoved to assist her. Xia Qingning felt their clothing was no inadequate, she was too embarrassed to stand up. Before long, everyone noticed at her predicament, yet knew not for it her aspera garment. It was no surperceived old Nuni had brought extra clothing, and even if they had during Thizera, food required ration tickets, and fabric needed purchase order swallowed beginnerous enough to be stranger rapis of clothing? Just as Xia Qingning felt awkward and helpless, a larger coat was draped over her shoulders. Looking up, she met him Barisoftim and Hoha just saved her. Before she could express her gratitude, Hesto Dond walked away. Through a Stalin Longland, taking stride as that quickly took him far away, leaving behind a slender silhouette. The soldier esquit remarkable first saving the life, then a fringiscoat. Indeed, such a fine garment it's clear it's not cheap, how generous of him to just give it away. Yetha didn't evenisk for an amy or strategiclas that squitarare. Amidst that praises, Xia Qingning gazed thoughtfully at the retreating military figure, now under he seemed both familiar and strange at first glance. Heberi striking resemblancy to Lujins from her own world, yet as a fictional character, his features and physique were even more striking. However, Ikeway evident the Thurn was band did not recognize her. Upon reflection, it was understandable Lu Jingji had spent less than half a month with the original owner before departing for 4 years. At the time, the original owner had just come from the countryside, barely 16, malnourished and frail, with a waxy complexion and small stature, lacking any semblance of maturity. Hertam had naturaled her to avoid eye contact with him, and had scarcely seen her face. After Lu Jingse left, the original owner's life intensity had improved significantly. She had accessed opture food and housing on Deven secured Jobina Station factory, learning how to dress present herself. She had grown taller, fairer, and her figure had developed into a more curvaceous shape. In essence, she had undergone a transformation, becoming the complete a different person. Xia Qingning wondered what expression Lu Jingj would wear when he saw her now. Chapter 2 Mine. Once Lu Jing's head walked away, Xia Qingning refocused at her thoughts and adjusted the oversized coat that enveloped her slender frame. She stood and addressed the crowd, thank you all for your kindness today. It's nothing gatal, you should head home no, the Kindant replied, be more careful walking in the future wouldn't 20 out of a lint the iver again. Xia Qingning nodded, expressing her gratitude on some more, seeing that she was no longer in danger, the crowd began to disperse. Following the original owner's memories, she set off toward what was Norfored Toashome. Her expression was umbrin her current life. She was a third-year fashion design student. Fien lido tirof while lof parents wo excellent in she had been do dupons and sekelhood, a quintessential rich girl. Suddenly thrust from alefod material abundance into the scarcity of 1970s, any own woodfile sens melancholy. However, she was inherently optimistic and quick like amado terms with her situation, since she was sherry and had no means of returning. She might as well make the best of this body and live well in this world. Perhaps it was just a dream, and Denidish would wake up back in her own life. Having settled Hertz, Xia Qingning begin topi sataga the background of her story. In the novel, the intellectual Lu Baichuan, who had returned from studying abroad, wasn't to the countryside for education due to his inappropriate earmarks during the political movement. His then wife, Wang Mingfang, fearing repercussions, divorced him upon hearing the news, even leaving Thironi Earl's son, Lu Lidong, behind to Severdes. While taking his son back to the village for re-education, Lu Baichuan met a beautiful Su with they shared similar interests and quickly fell in love, marrying shortly thereafter and having female elite Lu Jingjia. The original owner's father was the village head where Lu Baichuan wasn't, having helped Ethlo during their hardship. Tragically, he later lost this life while attempting to save Lu Lidong from drowning. Years later, Lu Baichuan had his political status restored and returned to the city with his family. Torpade Zaya family for their kindness. He arranged a marriage between Lu Lidong and the original owner. Upon returning to the city, Su gave birth to a daughter, but her health deteriorated from overwork, and she passed away in a few years. When the original owner was nearly 16, Lu Baichuan brought her to the city, hoping to cultivate a relationship between her and Lu Lidong before they married at the appropriate age. The original owner, having just come from the countryside and being unattractive and clumsy, was naturally looked down upon by Lu Lidong, how a secret lidating Simeonil CT time. Not wanting to marry her brutal son and wishing to break off the engagement and belabel it ungrateful, his mother, Wang Mingfang, devised a plan to get Lu Jingjedrung during his visit home, leading to the original owner sleeping with him. Upon awakening from his drunken stupor, Lu Jingjia found the original owner beside a hymen, assuming she had taken advantage of him, was left with no choice but to agree to marry her when she cried uncontrollably, unable to explain. Though furious, Hequaclire turned into Thermi, and when the original owner turned 18, he submitted an application to marry her. Having certified his details and considering her current situation, she realized that the college entrance exam had not yet resumed, preventing her from attending university, remaining at the factory where her supervisor ulterior motives was not an option, and starting business was risky, particularly with the crackdown in speculation. If she divorced Lu Jing's Huno, her only option would be to return to her impoverished family in the countryside. The situation at her family home was even more dire: a deceased father, a frail mother, a disabled brother, and a young sibling. In this fragile body, returning to the countryside means she would be unable to shoulder rainy burdens, and relying on labor points for sustenance would likely lead to starvation. After my contemplation, it seemed that Theron Levu Blepeth Wastok linked to Themel protagonist, Lu Jingjia. After all, Huezel Redi a brigade commander at such an engage, with connections to the military district commander as an uncle, ensuring a promising fear. If she could accompany him in the military, she might secure a clerical position, and in the reformsman she could earn some money and improve her circumstances. With this plan in mind, Xia Qingning felt a sense of peace as he continued on her way, soon nearing home. As she walked, she felt the curious and scrutinizing gazes of those around her in Thesera. Igways and Didunajul for reading woman to be dressed in a man's clothing while walking the streets. However, Xia Qingning paid Litiman to their stairs, having already done at tire. She preferred to carry herself confidently rather than she let them look she couldn't possibly shield her appearance from their eyes. Turning down an alley, she entered the courtyard where the original owner lived. As dinner time approached, every one was busy preparing meals, and Nuna paid her any mind. Just as he was about to head home, a woman's voice rang out from the water basin, laced with reproach. "Oh, he's a daughter-in-law wolf le family, watery wearing?" The woman in her 40s stood by the faucet, washing vegetables while casting a scrutinizing glance at Xia Qingning. "You wrote for this quite trendy, isn't it?" Xia Qingning turned to Sijatsuilan, a sales woman at the department store, whose husband also worked at a station factory. They lived comfortably with Ones and any daughter. Her loud voice quickly attracted the attention of those nearby. Hofoku said Thurgazis and Xia Qingning. These was precisely the fic Jacqueline desired see in Jeverion's attention. She continued, "Oh, is that man's clothing, quitty in a style haven't seen anything like it at the department store. Where did you be it?" Jacqueline was a superficial person looking down on those from the countryside, since if the original owner was the only one from the countryside in the courtyard, she often mocked her. Ironically, the original owner had grown increasingly beautiful since moving to the city, having secured a position at a station textile factory. Jacqueline's daughter had failed to gain employment through a despite numerous connections, making her increasingly resentful of the original owner. Given the original owner's timid and submissive nature, Jacqueline's bullying had become a routine. Xiaoqingning glanced at Jacqueline's malicious gaze but chose to near her that clothing clung uncomfortably to her skin, and she simply when Teddy returned to her room to change and take a warm bath. Hey, don't walk away. Zhao Zuilan, seeing her attempt to leave, quickly grabbed the vegetable she had just washed and blocked Xiaoqingning's path. Oh, your hair is still wet, she exclaimed, suddenly laughing with a gnawing look. Haha, you didn't just go swimming with Zomion, did you? Her loud remarks drew the attention of others from inside the house. And Chao don't speak so reckless lively family is made up of decent people, why would they engage in such scandalous behavior? And Wu holovedner thintrans, Shinden why leading frico alto stove. Their stoffle family may be respectable, Boother Jacqueline trailed off, sneering as heel at tater rice of em. Faced with Jacqueline's insult, Xiaoqingning's expression gradually lighter Ned cold as he looked Avern asked, what's wrong with him? Jacqueline was taken aback by Xiaoqingning's gaze. The girl who had always been Mikan submissive suddenly seemed transformed. Surprised but undeterred, Jacqueline retorted Wiskoff, what's wrong, what respectable daughter-in-law would wear men's clothing and wander around the streets? Enough, Jacqueline you should say less, interjected Li Julian, women's director who lived in semi-courtyard, canty asisha soaked, what's wrong with borrowing a man's clothing, it's not illegal what do you caress so much? Xiaoqingning was surprised that Li Kaiulian would speak up for her, given that she had always served off the original owner's relationship with Lu Jingjia, they had hardly interacted over the years. Director Lice Raitan Zhao, please don't say anything more. Let Kingning Gakain Sha might catch a cold. And twatted in support. Shadura Stoirman's clothing in broad daylight, yet Shado isn't wanting to comment. Zhao Zuilan feeling embarrassed Bethesda then shifting attention, retorted angrily, Watman, I see nothing but her wild lover. Though Xiaoqingning was gentle by nature, she was not weak. Seeing Jacqueline slenderer without basis, she boldly replied, wild lover, did you see him with our own eyes, or did he outcatch him? You must have evidence for such claims, Sari, and not afraid to report you for defaming my character? Caught off guard, Jacqueline had merely spoken out of spite, having no actual evidence. She had always bullied the original owner without fear of retaliation. Now, suddenly challenged by Xiaoqingning, she found herself a telash for words. Theti D had turned Tian Luker swore astonished to see the usual item mid Xiaoqingning standing her ground. Li Kaiulian regarded her with newfound respect. Zhao Zuilan, who had never faced a defeated the original owner Shens, couldn't bear the humiliation. Recovering, she spat, you shameless girl, after just a few days in the city, you've lost all sense of direction, haven't you? You want evidence? That outfit you're wearing is evidence. Seizing the moment, she taunted, that outfit can't belong to your husband while Lendu clothes when has been away for over 4 years? Just as Xiaoqingning was about to respond, she caught sight of a familiar military figure stand in Jin Thicrode, having bent her for some time without Tanyan noticing. Everyone's attention was in her confrontation with Zhao Zuilan, leaving Lu Jing's unitist. Anadi struck Xiaoqingning since she had decided to cling to him for support. She needed to evoke his protective instincts, thus she fell silent, refusing to explain herself. Zhao Zuilan, sensing her silence, grew more emboldened. Oh, why so quiet? Where did your confidence go? Ash spoke, she reached out Tata Gatha fabric off Xiaoqingning's clothing, inspecting it with Amakinja expression, such fine clothing Dantal Mayo found it on the street. Hearing Jacqueline's swords, Thicro turned to Xiaoqingning, she lowered her head, biting her lip, appearing both helpless and drawn, yet she offered no explanation. Seeing her Lakithus Li Julian, who had dressed and Livy Guntav were more favorably, felt a pang of disappointment and asked, whose clothing injus it, you should speak up Dantal to their slander yo without cause. Indeed, second author-in-law wa Flu family, where did this clothing come from, and Tuchi Medin, standing beside her. Jacqueline smirked at the original owner, who had reverted to her usual submissive demeanor, and said, yes, do tell don't let be plething Kim slander you, whose clothing injus it, what's the name of the owner? Surrounded by questioning glances, Xiaoqingning appeared vulnerable and aggrieved just as she was about to break, a cold, stern voice go through the air. It's mine. Chapter 3, Who doesn't know how to put on an act? Everyone turned towards the sound, and there stood a tall figure, over 6 feet in height, at the alley's entrance, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. He wore a deep green military uniform that accentuated his upright and composed demeanor. It was none other than Lu Jingjie, the second son of the Lu family, who had been absent for 4 years. After rescuing someone, Lu Jingjie had gone to a department store to purchase a few items and changed out of his wet clothes before returning home. To his astonishment, as he approached the courtyard gate, he spotted the woman he had just saved from the river. Even more surprising was the realization that she was his wife, Xia Qingning, whom he had not seen for 4 years. Upon recognizing her, he felt a genuine shock. His memories of Xia Qingning were frozen in time from 4 years ago, when she was short and frail, with a sallow complexion and sparse hair, always walking with her head down, devoid of any vitality, nothing like the delicate and fair woman before him now. He harbored resentment towards the woman who had forced him into marriage, making him feel inferior before his elder brother. Yet, upon witnessing her surrounded and questioned by a group of people, her head bowed in distress, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Jingjie stepped forward to stand before Xia Qingning, then turned to Zhao Zuilan with a cold expression, stating, "The clothing is mine." With that, he grasped Xia Qingning's right hand and continued, "A button has come loose here." After saying this, he let down her rolled-up sleeve, and indeed, the cuff was missing a button, as everyone looked on. With their eyes fixed upon him, he reached into the pocket of the garment draped over Xia Qingning and produced a button, the very one that had fallen from the cuff. Xia Qingning looked at Lu Jingjie, understanding that if he merely claimed the clothing was his without any tangible evidence, it would lead others to believe he was shielding her. Now, with such clear evidence, the matter was unmistakably clarified. "Do you know what crime it is to slander a military family?" Lu Jingjie directed his icy gaze at Zhao Zuilan, his voice steady and resolute. "If you are unaware, I can take you to the police station right now." Having spent an extended period in a disciplined military environment, Lu Jingjie exuded an imposing air of authority, and his chilling tone carried a palpable sense of pressure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zuilan paled, her earlier bravado evaporating. She had not anticipated Lu Jingjie's sudden return, nor that the clothing would indeed belong to him. The prospect of being taken to the police left her in a state of panic. No matter how much she looked down on Xia Qingning, the fact that she was a military spouse was indisputable. "That was not my intention, it was all a misunderstanding." Zhao Zuilan quickly backtracked with a forced smile, turning to Xia Qingning to justify herself. "Qingning, dear, it wouldn't have hurt to mention that the clothing belongs to your husband. Look at the misunderstanding this has caused." Xia Qingning regarded her with cold disdain, realizing the hypocrisy of her words. Even at this juncture, Zhao Zuilan could not resist the urge to blame Xia Qingning. At that moment, the door of the Lu residence swung open, and a well-dressed woman with a chic bob emerged. She bent slightly to peer into the crowd and exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Oh, Jingjie is back." She then called into the house, "Xiaoxue, come out quickly. Your second brother has returned." Afterward, she made her way towards the gathering. Xia Qingning eyed the beaming woman with a slight frown. This was Wang Mingfang, the cunning ex-wife of Lu Baichuan, adept at capitalizing on circumstances. After her divorce from Lu Baichuan, she had remarried a director of a revolutionary committee and lived quite well, even having a daughter. However, her fortunes took a turn when her husband was reported for a careless remark and subsequently died unexpectedly during an investigation. Following the death of Lu Jingjie's mother, Su Hui, she had begun to consider remarrying Lu Baichuan. Wang Mingfang was skilled at reading the room and adept at navigating complex dynamics. Aware of Lu Baichuan's emotional entanglements, she understood he would not easily reconcile with her. Thus, adopting a more indirect approach, she first sought to regain her estranged son, Lu Lidong, and then, under the pretext of caring for her granddaughter, moved back into the Lu household. To outsiders, she appeared to be a devoted ex-wife, tirelessly managing the household and graciously taking on the responsibility of looking after her ex-husband's youngest daughter, Lu Xiaoxue, with remarkable generosity. However, Xia Qingning knew that Wang Mingfang's benevolence was merely a fade for public consumption, and the tragic fate of the original owner was largely of her making. To ensure her daughter, He Shanshan, secured a position at a state-owned factory. She tricked the original owner into an affair with the workshop director. When the original owner became pregnant, she urged her to accompany the troops, arranging for her niece to care for her, which was merely a ruse to seduce Lu Jingjie and extract the last vestiges of value from the original owner, ultimately revealing the child's true parentage and driving the original owner to suicide. Wang Mingfang's apparent kindness towards Lu Xiaoxue was solely to cultivate her image as a good ex-wife. under her indulgence, Lu Xiaoxua became utterly spoiled, growing up competitive and self-serving, associating with a group of delinquents, and ultimately becoming pregnant by the age of 17, dying in childbirth. One could say that Wang Mingfang was a serpent cloaked in the guise of virtue, venomous to the core. Just as Zhao Zuelan had publicly humiliated Xia Qingning moments ago, Wang Mingfang had heard it all but chose to remain aloof, closing the door firmly to avoid offending Zhao Zuelan while maintaining her reputation as a disinterested party. How adept she was at manipulation! In the midst of Xia Qingning's contemptuous gaze, Wang Mingfang approached the group. Upon seeing her, Zhao Zuelan seized the opportunity like a lifeline, hastily explaining, "Aunt Mingfang, you have arrived. I was merely joking with Qingning. I didn't expect these younger ones to take it seriously, threatening to go to the police. You're the most understanding one, please, talk some sense into them." Joking? You think it's a joke to trifle with someone else's reputation? Before Wang Mingfang could respond, Lu Jingjia interjected sharply, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. "Zhao Zuelan, listen to the nonsense you speak. As a woman, can you truly treat someone's dignity as a jest?" Li Qiulian, a nearby women's director, could no longer contain her outrage and chimed in. No, Zhao Zuelan hastily waved her hands, "that was not my intention." At a loss for words, she turned to Wang Mingfang with a pleading look. As long as her own interests were not at stake, Wang Mingfang would play the role of the Good Samaritan. She smiled warmly at Lu Jingjia, saying, "Jingjia, we are all neighbors. I believe Aunt Zuelan meant no harm and merely spoke thoughtlessly." Turning to Xia Qingning, she added soothingly, "Our Qingning is the most understanding and would not let such trivial matters come between her and Aunt Zuelan, would she?" Had the original owner been present, she would have meekly accepted Wang Mingfang's words, lowering her head in submission. But standing here was not the original owner. Xia Qingning would not suffer such indignities nor allow Wang Mingfang to play the role of the benevolent mediator. She lifted her head, meeting Wang Mingfang's gaze with a look of hurt, and said, "Does being understanding mean I should endure humiliation? If today she had spoken of your own daughter, He Shanshan, would you still consider it trivial or be magnanimous enough to overlook it?" Chapter 4. She was pulled into an embrace. Her voice was soft yet laden with grievance, and her eyes were misty, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Upon hearing her words, all gazes converged upon Wang Mingfang, whose expression clearly conveyed the sentiment. Indeed, she is not a true daughter-in-law and thus lacks genuine concern. Wang Mingfang was evidently taken aback by the fact that the usually obedient and simple-minded Xia Qingning would defy her, digging a pit for herself. Once she regained her composure, she hastily replied, "What are you talking about, child? Everyone in the courtyard can see how I treat you. You mustn't utter such ungrateful words." After saying this, she turned to Zhao Zuelan and said with an air of righteousness, "Oh, Aunt Zuelan, you are a good person, but your mouth is your downfall. Look at the ruckus today, hurry and apologize to Qingning." Wang Mingfang was indeed shrewd, deftly shifting the blame back onto Zhao Zuelan with just a few words. The thought of having to apologize to this unremarkable country girl filled Zhao Zuelan with reluctance, but fearing that Lu's second son would truly drag her to the police station, she begrudgingly said to Xia Qingning, "Today it is my fault, I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. I apologize on behalf of myself, please don't hold it against me." Although Xia Qingning could discern the insincerity in her words, she felt somewhat satisfied that Zhao Zuelan had publicly lowered her head in acknowledgement of her fault. Precisely. From now on, you must refrain from making careless remarks. Those who know you may see it as a kind reminder, but those unaware might think you are intentionally bullying the younger generation, Wang Mingfang added with a smile. Seemingly casual, her words subtly admonished Zhao Zuelan. Unsurprisingly, in the next moment, Zhao Zuelan took the bait and began to defend herself. Indeed, it was merely out of goodwill that I wished to remind Qingning not to do anything inappropriate toward the Lu family. After all, everyone knows how she managed to ensnare you into marrying her." At this utterance, Lu Jingjia's countenance instantly darkened, his brow furrowed, and his fists clenched involuntarily, clearly striving to suppress his anger. Regardless of the underlying circumstances surrounding his relationship with Xia Qingning, as a younger brother marrying his unwed sister-in-law, it was undeniably an unseemly affair. This was precisely why he had refrained from returning home for 4 years. The scandal, which was already a family disgrace, was brazenly brought to light by an outsider, and anyone with a shred of dignity would feel humiliated. Wang Mingfang had intentionally set the stage for this conversation, aiming to make Xia Qingning uncomfortable through Zhao Zuelan's words, especially since Xia Qingning had just been defiant and had pressured her. At that moment, the onlookers gazed at Xia Qingning with barely concealed disdain. Liu Jingjia's expression was particularly grim, his fury palpable. Sensing that her objective had been achieved, Wang Mingfang feigned benevolence and attempted to smooth over the situation. Oh dear, why revisit this? So many years have passed. My family's Li Dong is now grown with children. We've long forgotten these matters. Let us not speak of them again to avoid straining the bond between the brothers. Truly cunning. Xia Qingning thought to herself, recognizing that her words were artfully crafted, reminding Liu Jingjia of his past transgression while simultaneously indicating that they would not hold it against him, thereby portraying themselves as magnanimous. However, Xia Qingning was no longer the voiceless original self. She would not allow herself to suffer in silence. She fixed her gaze on Wang Mingfang and retorted with a mixture of anger and certainty. Aunt, were you not the one who suggested to your son, Liu Lidong, to get me drunk and send me to Jingjia's bed? The weight of this revelation silenced the crowd, all eyes swiftly turning toward Wang Mingfang, their expressions a blend of skepticism and curiosity. A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Jingjia's eyes, and he regarded Xia Qingning with a scrutinizing gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Wang Mingfang's complexion abruptly shifted. She had not anticipated that the usually submissive and dim-witted Xia Qingning would suddenly unveil the truth of that past incident. Yet, aware that they had covered their tracks meticulously, she realized Xia Qingning could not possibly produce evidence. Quickly regaining her composure, she snapped back, "Oh, Qingning, I understand you wish to salvage your image in Jingjia's eyes now that he has returned, but how can you cast such a filthy accusation upon me? When you first arrived, Li Dong and I treated you with such kindness, never once looking down upon you for coming from the countryside. We merely awaited the day you reached the proper age to marry. Who could have foreseen that you would develop such feelings for Jingjia and act in such a manner, causing the brothers and the entire Liu family to be ridiculed? Even after Jingjia married you, we never blamed you. Over the years, I have never held it against you, and now you claim it was I who led Li Dong to harm you. Oh, Qingning, one must not be so ungrateful." Wang Mingfang's words grew increasingly sorrowful, culminating in tears. The surrounding onlookers began to murmur, casting judgment upon Xia Qingning, branding her as ungrateful. Xia Qingning had anticipated such a reaction before revealing the truth. After all, the original self had never provided an explanation, and with 4 years having elapsed, no one would believe her now. However, her intention was not for immediate belief but merely to plant a seed of doubt within their minds. Seeing public opinion sway in her favor, Wang Mingfang became emboldened, knowing Xia Qingning had no evidence. She provocatively stated, "Qingning, if you insist we have wronged you, please present your proof. Should you be able to substantiate your claims, not only can you call the police to apprehend us, but Li Dong and I shall also kneel to apologize." At present, Xia Qingning indeed lacked evidence. She could not simply state that the original text supported her claims. Nevertheless, she had devised a plan. If she could not convince them, then let them draw their own conclusions. "You know better than anyone what you have done. Rest assured, evidence will soon emerge, and aunt, you must remember what you have said today," Xia Qingning replied, her gaze steady as she sought to pierce through Wang Mingfang's facade of hypocrisy. For reasons unknown, despite knowing Xia Qingning lacked evidence, Wang Mingfang felt a twinge of guilt under her unwavering gaze and feigned composure, replying, "Well, let us wait until you have your evidence." As Xia Qingning spoke with such conviction, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, casting doubt on the bed-hopping incident and suggesting there might be more to the story. Those who commit wrongful deeds are often plagued by guilt. Wang Mingfang, unwilling to let the situation escalate, glanced at the crowd and urged, "All right, everyone, hurry back to your kitchens." Seeing that there was no longer any excitement to witness, the crowd gradually dispersed. Liu Jingjia's gaze flickered between Xia Qingning and Wang Mingfang. Becoming enigmatic, Wang Mingfang seemed to sense something amiss and, feeling guilty, turned to Liu Jingjia, quickly adopting a solicitous demeanor. "Jingjia, it must have been tough on the road. Come, let us return home." She raised her hand, ready to assist him with his bag. "No need," Liu Jingjia replied coldly, evading Wang Mingfang's touch and offering her no courtesy. Her hand fell empty, and for a moment, her smile faltered before she quickly masked it with her usual demeanor. Liu Jingjia chose not to engage with her further, instead directing his attention to the still present Li Qiulian, inquiring, "Aunt Li, how have you and uncle been?" Good, we are all well," Li Qiulian replied, her gaze fixed on the long-absent Liu Jingjia, whose face bore a resemblance to her deceased close friend Su Hui, stirring a wave of nostalgia that caught in her throat. Once her emotions settled, she asked Liu Jingjia, "How is my Yajun performing in the army? He hasn't been misbehaving or ignoring orders, has he?" No, he has been doing quite well, Lu Jingjia responded, then continued, I will come by to visit you when I have time. That would be wonderful. Please take care of yourself, Li Qiulian nodded fervently. After bidding farewell to her, Lu Jingjia turned to head home, with Wang Mingfang eagerly trailing behind him, saying, You child, why didn't you send a telegram before coming home? Look, there is hardly any decent food prepared, and your father is away on business. Her words implied a sense of entitlement, as if she were the mistress of the house. Suddenly, Lu Jingjia turned to interrupt her, his tone brusque. What are you doing here? Wang Mingfang was taken aback by his directness, momentarily stunned before forcing a smile. Oh, your elder brother and sister-in-law are both working and can't manage, so I came to help with the children. Your father is busy too and cannot attend to Xiaoxue. When are you leaving? Lu Jingjia inquired, clearly unwilling to let her continue, offering her no semblance of courtesy. Xia Qingning silently applauded Lu Jingjia's forthrightness. He was not deceived by Wang Mingfang's false benevolence and was remarkably perceptive. Wang Mingfang, taken aback by Lu Jingjia's abrupt dismissal, struggled to maintain her smile. However, her usual diplomatic nature kicked in, and she immediately clarified her stance. I will leave once the children are a bit older. Jingjia, I know my presence here is not quite appropriate. If you understand it's inappropriate, then leave sooner, Lu Jingjia shot back, leaving Wang Mingfang at a loss for words. Xia Qingning once again mentally commended Lu Jingjia. He did not afford her further opportunity to speak, directly issuing an eviction order before striding into the house. Inside, a plump little girl of around 10 was seated on a small stool, intently listening to the radio, occasionally bursting into laughter. Xiaoxue, your second brother is back. He just called for you. Why didn't you come out? Wang Mingfang said as she entered, seemingly forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Ugh, stop it, I can't hear Neza conquers the Dragon King, the girl responded impatiently. This child. Your own brother is more important than your stories? Wang Mingfang lightly scolded, adopting a maternal tone. Irritated by the interruption, Lu Xiaoxue turned around, just in time to see Lu Jingjia placing his bag on the table. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the bulging bag. Second brother, what goodies did you bring back? Is there anything to eat? She exclaimed, rushing over. In her haste, she failed to notice Xia Qingning entering and collided directly with her. Lu Xiaoxue, sturdy in build, collided forcefully with the delicate Xia Qingning, who was knocked off balance. As she stumbled backward, her instinct kicked in, and she reached out for something to grasp. Before she could catch hold of anything, a long, strong arm reached out effortlessly, gently pulling her into an embrace. Chapter 5. While taking a bath, the door suddenly swung open on its own. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not arise. As Xia Qingning regained her composure, she found herself enveloped in Lu Jingjia's embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. His rough, large palm rested on her waist, nearly encasing her slender figure entirely. The two were in such proximity that a soft sensation emanating from his chest was almost overwhelming. Upon realizing what it was, his expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly released her. The instinctive action of pulling her toward him had been a reflexive response born from his military training, yet he had not expected to draw her into such an intimate embrace. It was hardly his fault. Surrounded by rugged men in the army, he had seldom interacted with women, unaware of their fragility and lightness. Feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of a man she barely knew, Xia Qingning hesitated before murmuring a polite thank you. Her courteousness left Lu Jingjia somewhat taken aback, and he nodded stiffly in acknowledgement. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the woman's delicate frame before him, her waist seemingly devoid of flesh. Has she ever had a proper meal? He pondered silently. In this brief interval, Lu Xiaoxue had already rummaged through Lu Jingjia's bag and soon triumphantly held up a packet of milk candies. Wow, White Rabbit, she exclaimed, before darting outside, calling out, Look, my Guzi, I have milk candies. Such a big bag, want some? Ha, not giving you even one. By the time everyone comprehended what had transpired, Lu Xiaoxue had vanished with the sweets. Lu Jingjia furrowed his brow, battling the impulse to chase after her for a good scolding. This child is good in every way, just a tad mischievous. I suppose I've spoiled her too much, Wang Mingfang remarked as she approached the table, pouring water with a smile. On the surface, her words seemed like self-reproach, yet they subtly reminded Lu Jingjia of the kindness he owed his sister. Ah, poor child without a mother. If I don't care for him, who will? Wang Mingfang placed the freshly poured water in front of Lu Jingjia, her tone sincere. However, Lu Jingjia did not spare her even a glance. This woman should be on stage. She is truly wasting her talents, Xia Qingning mused inwardly, yet, she had no time to regard her performance of the virtuous wife and mother. She needed to change out of her damp clothes to avoid catching a cold. Just as she prepared to return to her room, a girl of about 18 or 19 entered, carrying 2 thermoses. From her memories, Xia Qingning recognized this girl as Mai Miao, the daughter of Li Qiulian. Upon entering, Mai Miao set the thermoses down at Xia Qingning's feet and curtly stated, "My mother sent these for you. She says to take a hot bath, and don't forget to return the thermoses once you're done." She then addressed Lu Jingjie with a casual brother, her tone markedly warmer than that directed at Xia Qingning. Lu Jingjie nodded in response. Mai Miao sported 2 thick braids, her round face lacked conventional beauty, and her eyes were somewhat small, yet she exuded a certain charm. However, Xia Qingning felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed no one here had shown her any courtesy. After expressing her gratitude, Mai Miao did not linger at the Lu household and quickly departed, carrying the thermoses back to her room. Xia Qingning felt a surge of gratitude toward Li Qiulian. The woman had treated her decently, otherwise, she would not have sent her daughter to deliver water. Setting the thermoses down, Xia Qingning turned to close the door, only to discover that the latch was somewhat faulty, barely securing the door. Nevertheless, she had no time to concern herself with such matters. As long as it could be shut. On a bedside table lay a mirror, and upon gazing into it, she found the reflection bore an uncanny resemblance to her own face in the present world. With a standard oval visage, fair and delicate skin, and finely crafted features, the only noticeable difference was in the eyes. The original owner's outer corners drooped slightly, lending her an air of innocence and vulnerability. Xia Qingning poured the water from the 2 thermoses into a wooden basin, added some cold water, and began to disrobe. She placed Lu Jingjie's jacket on the bed, then removed her dress and undergarments, laying them on a chair. Grabbing a towel, she stepped into the basin. Unable to wash her hair simultaneously, she gathered it atop her head in a simple bun and began wiping down her body with the damp towel. Lacking a shower, she had to make do with this arrangement. As the water glided over her cool skin, Xia Qingning felt a warmth envelop her, a welcome comfort. She noticed that although this body was somewhat frail, it had developed quite favorably. One could say it was curvaceous and well-proportioned, particularly the birthmark on her chest, which resembled a splash of crimson against white porcelain, imbuing her with an alluring charm. Perhaps it was the original owner's beauty coupled with her meek disposition that emboldened Director Liao to act so brazenly toward her in broad daylight. Reflecting on Director Liao, Xia Qingning suddenly comprehended that the reason the original owner had found herself alone with him by the river today, nearly falling prey to his advances, was due to Wang Mingfang's incitement. 2 years ago, the original owner had stood out among numerous female workers and secured a position in the factory largely due to her striking looks. Many men in the factory were enamored with her, yet upon learning that her husband served in the military with a respectable rank, they dared not make any moves. The man named Liao Chang had only recently joined the factory this year, rumored to have influential connections. After being appointed workshop director, he frequently harassed the original owner, captivated by her beauty and the fact that her husband had not returned home for several years. The original owner, timid and conflict-averse, confided in Wang Mingfang about her predicament, only to find that the latter harbored ulterior motives. Wang Mingfang had a daughter, He Shanshan, aged 21, who worked temporarily at a supply and marketing agency and had long desired a position in a state-owned factory. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Mingfang not only failed to assist the original owner but also threatened her, insisting that if she did not cultivate a good relationship with the director, she would lose her job. The original owner, frightened and unable to withstand Wang Mingfang's intimidation, feared losing such a good position and could only endure Liao Chang's harassment in silence. Wang Mingfang waited for the two to engage in an illicit affair, intending to use it as leverage against Liao Chang to secure a position for her daughter in the factory. This woman truly possessed a benevolent facade while harboring a venomous heart. Xia Qingning recognized that this was not the first time Wang Mingfang had schemed against the original owner. When the original owner had first moved to the city, her son, Lu Lidong, had looked down upon her and was on the verge of breaking off their engagement. Yet, Wang Mingfang had insisted that her son remain patient, advising him not only to refrain from mentioning the annulment but also to treat the original owner with exceptional kindness. Later, when Lu Jingjie returned home on leave, she orchestrated a scheme to get her son intoxicated, then drugged the unsuspecting original owner and placed her in Lu Jingjie's bed while she feigned illness to create an alibi for her son. The following day, when Lu Lidong returned home, he found the original owner and Lu Jingjie caught in a compromising position, leading him to erupt in anger and destruction, while the original owner could only cry, confused and unaware of what had transpired. Lu Jingjie, who had grown up alongside his brother and had always been kind to him, could not fathom that he was being schemed against and mistakenly believed that the original owner had seduced him, feeling a sense of guilt toward his brother. From that point onward, the original owner's scandalous liaison with her brother-in-law became an indelible stain, bringing shame upon the Lu family, with others deriding and looking down upon her. Lu Jingjie, filled with humiliation and rage, did not return for 4 long years. Xia Qingning's expression darkened. If the matter of the scandal was not clarified, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lu Jingjie to overcome this emotional hurdle, and outsiders would undoubtedly continue to mock and belittle her. Yet, given the time that had elapsed and her recent revelation of the truth, no one seemed inclined to believe her. This was hardly surprising, as in the eyes of all, Wang Mingfang was an exceptionally virtuous woman, someone whose words and actions were beyond reproach. The current situation appeared to be a stalemate, yet Xia Qingning had never been one to concede easily, nor would she, like the original owner, allow herself to be bullied. She would gradually unveil Wang Mingfang's insidious nature, ensuring she received the punishment she deserved. Did she not relish scheming against others? Then let her taste the bitterness of being outmaneuvered herself. Did she not wish to reconcile with Lu Baichuan? Then Xia Qingning would ensure that her aspirations were thoroughly dashed. At that moment, Lu Jingjie was approaching his room, unaware that Xia Qingning was residing in his quarters. This house had been allocated by the unit in the second year after returning to the city and comprised 4 rooms, with the 3 men of the household each occupying one. After the original owner had moved from the countryside, she had shared a room with Lu Xiaoxue. Even after the incident between him and the original owner, they had continued to live separately, as she had not yet turned 16, and they had not obtained a marriage certificate, making cohabitation impossible. Thus, when he noticed that the door to his room was closed, he paid it no mind and simply pushed it open. The door had been latched, but the latch was loose. After a couple of pushes, it swung open of its own accord. Chapter 6. The moment the door swung open, Lu Jingjie found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a woman freshly emerged from her bath, her head bowed as she fastened the buttons of her shirt. She wore nothing but a loose-fitting shirt, her hair styled in a casual bun, with several strands of dark hair cascading down her fair, slender neck. The shirt barely covered her hips, revealing a pair of long, straight legs that were exposed before Lu Jingjie, their whiteness almost blinding. The combination of her damp hair, the pristine white shirt, and her elongated legs painted a scene brimming with youthful vitality, evoking boundless imagination. Heat rushed to Lu Jingjie's face in an instant. Inside, Xia Qingning was equally unprepared for the door to open on its own. As their eyes met, she exhibited a momentary fluster but did not lose her composure by shouting. Realizing the situation, Lu Jingjie stepped forward and swiftly closed the door. Almost immediately, Xia Qingning heard the sound of hurried and disordered footsteps retreating. She continued fastening her buttons, feeling no particular embarrassment. After all, she was not entirely unclothed. The clothing of this era was long enough to cover what needed to be concealed, and it was not uncommon for people to stroll the streets in shirts and shorts. What surprised her was Lu Jingjie's unexpectedly innocent demeanor, as he seemed to flee the scene moments ago. After dressing, Xia Qingning selected a light green skirt from the wardrobe. The skirt was long, made of cotton, nearly reaching her ankles, and paired with the white shirt, it exuded a fresh and elegant simplicity. The wardrobe held a limited selection of clothing. Aside from 2 sets of dark blue work attire, there were only 2 or 3 outfits suitable for summer, with the recently discarded dress and her current ensemble being the finest. The room held little of value, with only a box of clam oil serving as her skincare product. In truth, the original owner worked at a state-owned factory, earning a decent salary. Each month, in addition to her salary of 24 yuan and 5 jiao, she received 6 jin of grain tickets and 3 jin of oil tickets. This amount was sufficient for a comfortable life, yet she was easily influenced and lacked decisiveness. Wang Mingfang told her that at her young age, she should not squander her money and should save it instead, and she believed her. Every month, upon receiving her salary, Wang Mingfang would take 20 yuan, leaving her with just 4 yuan and 5 jiao. Xia Qingning calculated that over the course of more than 2 years, this amounted to nearly 500 yuan. Although it was claimed to be saved for her, it had all gone into Wang Mingfang's own pocket. Xia Qingning knew that even if she demanded the money now, Wang Mingfang would conjure countless excuses to evade her. However, it mattered little, since that money rightfully belonged to the original owner. Xia Qingning was determined to find a way to reclaim it from Wang Mingfang. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Xia Qingning approached and opened it, revealing Lu Jingjie standing there with a bag in hand. She stepped aside to allow him entry. Once inside, Lu Jingzhe placed the bag down and hesitated momentarily before apologizing for the earlier incident. "I'm sorry about what just happened." "It's all right," Xia Qingning replied softly, conveying no reproach. Although he had expressed regret for his impetuosity, it did not imply that he was not displeased to find her in his room. After a brief pause, he asked in a tone tinged with annoyance, "Why are you staying in my room?" Clearly, he was not pleased. It appeared that Lu Jingzhe was unaware that shortly after his departure, Wang Mingfang had moved into the Lu household under the pretense of caring for her granddaughter. Before long, she shamelessly brought her daughter over as well. With insufficient rooms available, they had partitioned the former living room into an additional space, resulting in a crowded household. Lu Baichuan occupied one room, Lu Lidong and his family shared another, while Wang Mingfang and Lu Xiaoxue had their own. Wang Mingfang's daughter, He Shanshan, had a room too, leaving Xia Qingning and Lu Jingzhe's. "Well, all the rooms in the house are occupied," Xia Qingning explained, recounting the situation to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingzhe's expression darkened further. A wave of apprehension washed over Xia Qingning as she feared he might demand her to leave. After all, she had just witnessed his unyielding confrontation with Wang Mingfang. His disdain for the original owner likely rivaled his feelings for her, and it wouldn't be surprising if he uttered something harsh. However, she was not keen on moving out. She understood that Lu Jingzhe's attitude towards her directly influenced how the family and the entire courtyard perceived her. If she were expelled from the room, it would unequivocally signal to everyone that Lu Jingzhe had no intention of acknowledging her identity. Consequently, the contempt from Wang Mingfang and her son, as well as from others in the courtyard, would only escalate. Lu Jingzhe's silence left Xia Qingning unsettled. She could not afford to remain passive. She needed a strategy to stay. Just then, he broke the silence. "How long is my dad away on business? When will he be back?" He had ceased to dwell on her residing in his room, which provided Xia Qingning with some relief as she answered, "He has been gone for several days, saying he would be away for a week. He should be back in a day or two." Lu Baichuan worked at a research institute and often traveled for work. After listening, Lu Jingzhe did not inquire further, but instead looked at her and instructed, "Clear out a cupboard for me to store my things." Xia Qingning was taken aback. Did this imply he had tacitly accepted her presence? Initially, she had planned to invoke sympathy should he demand she leave, but now that was unnecessary. "Oh, all right," she replied eagerly, fearing he would change his mind. She smiled at him, adding, "I'll help you tidy it up right now." As she busied herself, Lu Jingzhe felt an indescribable sensation stirring within him. She seemed so different from the girl he had known 4 years ago, not merely in appearance but in the aura she emanated. Previously, she had always kept her head down, exuding a defeated demeanor. Now, despite her delicate appearance, there was a newfound confidence in her actions and speech. Particularly when she smiled a moment ago, he found himself thinking she was not as unbearable as he had once believed. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingning, Lu Jingzhe's internal transformation was profound. She remained focused on her task and soon cleared out a cupboard, turning to him and saying, "You can put your things here." As Lu Jingzhe organized his belongings, Xia Qingning took a wooden basin of water outside and used the remaining water in a jug to wash her hair, feeling much refreshed. When she returned to the room for a towel to dry her hair, Lu Jingzhe had already finished unpacking. Still adjusting to the presence of a woman in the same room, he was about to step outside when his gaze fell upon Xia Qingning. There she was, leaning against the headboard, brushing her damp hair to one side, her slender, fair fingers weaving through her locks. She appeared so petite, turned away from him, with only a glimpse of her delicate face visible. She sat in serene stillness, bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the window, radiating an irresistible beauty that held his gaze captive. For a fleeting moment, Lu Jingzhe found himself questioning if this truly was the unattractive girl from 4 years prior. After a brief pause, he exited the room, feeling an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat and a tightness in his chest. As he stepped into the living room, the sound of a bicycle bell chimed, and soon after, a woman in her 20s dismounted, pushing her bicycle into the courtyard. Dressed in a vibrant magenta coat, her hair styled with a fringe and expertly permed, secured with 2 yellow hair ties at her ears, she adorned her neck with a trendy silk scarf. This woman was He Shanshan, Wang Mingfang's daughter. Though her features were quite pleasing, her skin was somewhat dark, and her penchant for bright clothing often gave her an air of flamboyance, blending a sense of fashion with a touch of the rustic. However, her well-endowed figure conformed to the era's standard of being good for childbearing, which attracted many suitors to their home. Yet, she had high standards, seeking not only good family background and employment but also good looks in her prospective partners. As a result, despite numerous introductions, she had remained unattached. Passing into her 20s upon entering the courtyard, she placed her bicycle aside and skillfully retrieved a small comb and mirror from her pocket, deftly adjusting her wind-tousled bangs as she made her way inside. The moment her leg crossed the threshold, she spotted Lu Jingjia seated nearby, stunned for an instant, her face flushed crimson, yet she could not suppress the smile that crept onto her lips. Just yesterday, her mother had mentioned that someone had been introduced to her, suggesting he would come to visit soon, and she had never anticipated such a swift arrival, nor did she expect him to be so strikingly handsome in military attire. She was instantly captivated. Chapter 7. Are you trying to seduce my man? Shan, feeling bashful, shyly stowed away her small comb and mirror into her pocket, nervously grasping the hem of her clothing as she took a seat beside Lu Jingjia. With her head bowed in embarrassment, she soon found herself unable to resist glancing up at him. Upon catching sight of his strikingly cold and handsome face, she instinctively lowered her gaze again. Though she had been on numerous blind dates before and was accustomed to the process, this time was exceptionally daunting. She felt an involuntary wave of anxiety, fearing that he might not find her appealing. Noticing his disinterest in initiating conversation, she instinctively curled her fingers, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, and softly inquired, "You've arrived?" From her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Wang Mingfang's, Lu Jingjia had already deduced her identity. Observing her awkward demeanor, he felt a flicker of distaste, and her seemingly nonsensical remark only deepened his frown. Realizing he might not recognize her, Shan hurriedly introduced herself. "Oh, I am Shan." "And so?" Lu Jingjia replied in a low tone. It was rather absurd. Did she expect him to extend a warm welcome for invading his home, leaving him without a room? Shan was momentarily taken aback by his frigid demeanor. Had any of her previous suitors treated her so coldly, she would have stormed away, perhaps even hurled a few insults, yet, in the presence of Lu Jingjia's captivating visage, she found herself incapable of feeling any anger. "I thank you." Shan lifted her gaze towards him, pausing briefly, her lips curving into a slight smile before she lowered her head again and murmured, "Are quite good." Lu Jingjia, initially finding her pretentiousness irksome, was taken aback by her rather peculiar words, which only served to intensify his disdain. At that moment, Wang Mingfang emerged from the kitchen, having just expressed her feelings to Lu Jingjia. Shan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Upon seeing her mother, she quickly rose from her chair and declared, "Mom, I'll help you with dinner." With that, she bashfully averted her gaze and headed into the kitchen. Wang Mingfang, slightly bewildered by her usually lazy daughter's sudden eagerness to cook, didn't dwell on it. With a smile, she addressed Lu Jingjia. "Jingjia, are you hungry? I'll call your brother from the restaurant and grab some meat dishes to bring back for dinner." Seated at the table, Lu Jingjia merely lifted his eyes, offering no response. Undeterred by his indifference, Wang Mingfang cheerfully departed inside. Xia Qingning had already dried her hair. Lacking a hairdryer, she was fortunate that the weather allowed it to dry relatively quickly. She opened the window to let in the breeze and was immediately greeted by a teasing voice. "I say, Mingfang, isn't Jingjia back? Why aren't you cooking, yet you're running off?" "I am cooking, oh dear, he came back without a word, and the house lacks decent dishes. I thought I'd go to the state-run restaurant to pack some good food for him," Wang Mingfang replied, her ever-present maternal smile gracing her face as she waved the takeout container. "You have such a good heart," the aunt praised, continuing, "you take care of the whole family so well. It's truly commendable." "Don't mention it, it's just a helping hand," Wang Mingfang humbly responded. This aunt certainly knew how to play the role of a good person, garnering admiration from everyone, and it was no wonder the original owner had been completely unsuspecting and compliant with her. Xia Qingning returned to the table, sorting through a small notebook she had discovered while tidying the cabinet. It detailed the monthly wages the original owner had handed over to Wang Mingfang, alongside some urgent funds Wang Mingfang had occasionally provided. The two amounts offset each other, leaving Wang Mingfang with 478 yuan still owed to the original owner. Flipping to the back of the notebook, Xia Qingning discovered records of the fabric coupons Shan had borrowed from the original owner over the past 2 years, totaling 28 feet. This mother-daughter duo, one taking money and the other demanding coupons, had effectively drained the original owner's monthly salary. A smirk graced Xia Qingning's lips. She would never again relinquish her wages. The 478 yuan and 28 feet of fabric coupons would be reclaimed in full. Once her hair had dried, Xia Qingning tidied up the little notebook and began to braid her hair in front of the mirror. The original owner's hair was quite fine, with a slight natural volume, and rather than styling it in the usual two stiff braids, Xia Qingning gathered all the hair to one side and fashioned a 5-strand braid. After completing the braid, she gently tugged at each strand, quickly creating a voluminous side braid that was neither messy nor lacking in grace, accentuating her delicate features. It would be even better if she could secure the end of the braid with a hair tie, she mused, rummaging through her belongings only to find a few rubber bands and no decorative accessories. As a student in fashion design, Xia Qingning had always taken care to present herself well. After all, what girl does not appreciate beauty? Moreover, she needed to look her best to win over Lu Jingjia. Although she had nothing at present, it mattered not. She was skilled in sewing, and with the sewing machine readily available at home, she could easily buy some fabric to craft numerous hair ties and a few outfits for herself. She was determined to look splendid and would not settle for being a pitiful figure. The room required some rearrangement as well. The dark curtains cast a dreary shadow, necessitating a change. She needed to purchase a few vases for fresh flowers, a table lamp, and some skincare products. Glancing at the meager 50 cents in her box, Xia Qingning felt a slight smile tug at her lips. Money was currently scarce, yet she was confident that soon Wang Mingfang would willingly deliver funds into her hands. Having tidied herself up, Xia Qingning exited her room. As she approached the kitchen to fetch a basin of water for washing her recently changed clothes, she found Yi Shan, flustered as she fussed with her hair, repeatedly tying and untying it, seemingly dissatisfied. Noticing someone enter, Yi Shan immediately turned and asked, "Mom, what is the man's family background?" Upon seeing that it was Xia Qingning, she swallowed the rest of her question, casting her a disdainful glance and muttering, "Why are you here?" Xia Qingning ignored her, filled a basin, and began scooping water. Yi Shan observed Xia Qingning's hairstyle, which was notably different and rather attractive, and noticed her white top paired with a green skirt, clearly indicating she had put in effort to look presentable. This only served to worsen Yi Shan's mood. Why was Xia Qingning trying to look so good for her blind date? Did she intend to steal her thunder? Yi Shan thought to herself as she approached Xia Qingning, yanking at her braid and demanding, "Your hair looks nice. Let me see how you did it." As she spoke, she had already yanked off the rubber band, tugging at her hair. Xia Qingning understood that this was a deliberate provocation and refused to back down, promptly tipping over the basin in front of her. Ah! With a loud crash, the basin hit the ground, coinciding with Yi Shan's shriek. Water spilled forth, and despite Yi Shan's frantic attempts to evade it, it was too late. Her pants and shoes were drenched. She had never expected Xia Qingning, who usually acquiesced to her whims, to retaliate. Momentarily taken aback, she glared in fury, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Gazing at Yi Shan's disheveled state, Xia Qingning calmly picked up the basin, feigning innocence as she replied, "I didn't do anything. I just accidentally knocked over the basin." After a brief pause, she continued, "Just like you carelessly messed up my hair a moment ago." Yi Shan's little trick had been exposed, yet instead of feeling ashamed, she became even more haughty, retorting, "So what if I did it on purpose? Who told you to dress up like that to attract attention?" Attracting whom? Xia Qingning was puzzled by her words, but after a moment, it dawned on her, and she incisively remarked, "Could it be that you're jealous?" "Haha, jealous? Jealous of whom, you?" After having her intentions laid bare, Yi Shan resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furiously demanding, "What could I possibly be jealous of?" "Jealous that your man hasn't come home for years. Jealous that no one wants you?" After delivering this barb, she seemed to strike a nerve with Xia Qingning and continued to gloat, "I maintain that you shouldn't have come here in the first place. You could have found someone to marry in the countryside, and then you wouldn't have to wait day after day. How pitiful! But don't lose heart, just wait patiently. Perhaps in another 30 or 40 years, he might return." With those words, she strutted out of the kitchen like a victorious hen, only to find her blind date standing at the door, watching her with a cold gaze. Chapter 8. Wasn't he here to meet me for a blind date? Yi Shan felt a surge of panic, uncertain whether he had overheard her recent sharp words. The thought of leaving a negative impression gnawed at her mind. As she indulged in her anxious musings, she noticed that Lu Jingjia stood there, impassive and silent. He must not have heard, she reassured herself before hastily declaring, "I'm going to change into another outfit." With that, she maneuvered around Lu Jingjia and swiftly retreated to her room. When Xia Qingning emerged with a pitcher of water, she found Lu Jingjie already seated in the living room. Having resumed his place in the chair, she carried the water into her room, soaked the clothes that needed washing, tidied her hair, and then stepped out with 2 thermoses. She filled them with water from the aluminum kettle atop the coal stove in the yard and returned to Li Qiulian's home. Upon receiving the thermoses, Li Qiulian noticed they were filled to the brim and inquired with curiosity, "Did you not use the water?" "I did," Xia Qingning replied. "I thought you might need hot water too, so I filled them up before bringing them back." Li Qiulian was pleasantly surprised by her thoughtfulness, feeling that the water had not been given in vain. "Thank you, Aunt Li. I'll be heading back now." Xia Qingning expressed her genuine gratitude to Ai in this courtyard. Li Qiulian was among the few who treated her well. As she prepared to leave, Li Qiulian's daughter, Mai Miao, appeared hesitant, as if she had something to say but was holding back. Ultimately, she could not resist asking, "Did you do your hair yourself?" "Indeed," Xia Qingning responded with poise, having long since noticed Mai Miao's furtive glances at her hairstyle. Mai Miao hesitated, a bit shy, before inquiring, "Would you be able to teach me?" Acknowledging her past unkindness towards Xia Qingning, she felt awkward asking for help, yet the allure of Xia Qingning's hairstyle overshadowed her reservations. "Of course. Besides this style, I can teach you many others as well," Xia Qingning replied generously, without holding a grudge against her previous demeanor. "Really?" Mai Miao's eyes lit up, surprised by Xia Qingning's willingness to set aside past grievances, which only increased her fondness for her. "How about this? I'll come over to your house to teach you after work tomorrow," Xia Qingning suggested after a moment's thought. "Great, I'll wait for you." Mai Miao nodded eagerly. After they made their plans, Xia Qingning waved goodbye. Once she had left, Mai Miao suddenly turned to Li Qiulian and remarked, "Mom, don't you think she seems a bit different from before?" In truth, Li Qiulian had also noticed the change. Although she had always believed Xia Qingning was unworthy of Lu Jingjie and disapproved of her past actions, the couple had obtained their marriage certificate, making them family. She still hoped they could build a happy life together. After delivering the thermoses, Xia Qingning returned home to find Lu Jingjie resting with his eyes closed in the chair. The discipline instilled in him from military life was evident, his posture impeccable despite his apparent fatigue from the long train journey. Recognizing that she had occupied his room and deprived him of a place to rest, Xia Qingning felt a pang of guilt. She approached him gently, tapping his shoulder and softly saying, "I changed the sheets. You should go rest in the room for a while." Awakened by her touch, Lu Jingjie opened his eyes to see Xia Qingning's delicate and beautiful face, momentarily bewildered, unable to discern whether he was in reality or a dream. "Go lie down for a bit," she reiterated, her voice soft yet confident, devoid of any shyness. "All right," Lu Jingjie replied, now fully awake, and did not refuse her suggestion. At that moment, He Shanshan emerged from her room, having finally chosen her outfit. To her astonishment, she saw Xia Qingning reaching out to touch her prospective suitor, speaking to him with her head bowed. Anger flared within her. Initially intending to confront Xia Qingning, she hesitated, fearing it would leave a poor impression on the man. However, her restraint faltered when she saw him stand up and head directly towards Xia Qingning's room. Unable to contain herself, she strode up to him, blocking his path, and demanded furiously, "What are you doing going to her room?" Before he could respond, she turned her ire on Xia Qingning, unleashing a barrage of accusations. "How dare you, Xia Qingning? Since your own man has abandoned you, you're trying to seduce someone else. I wondered why you dressed so provocatively today. It was to lure my man, wasn't he it? How shameless." Lu Jingjie frowned in distaste at He Shanshan's uncouth behavior and responded coldly, "If you cannot speak properly, then be quiet. If you cannot keep your mouth shut, then go back to your own home." At this moment, Xia Qingning comprehended the misunderstanding. He Shanshan was unaware of Lu Jingjie's identity and mistook him for her blind date. Stunned by the reprimand, He Shanshan stood frozen, having never been humiliated in such a manner, especially by someone she admired. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pointed at Lu Jingjie and Xia Qingning, stammering, You both." Just then, Wang Mingfang entered with several food containers, followed closely by her son Lu Lidong and her daughter-in-law Yao Hongmei, who cradled a child in her arms. Upon seeing her mother, He Shanshan felt a surge of confidence and seized Wang Mingfang's arm, exclaiming, "Mom, you're back. They are ganging up on me. Just now, Xia Qingning was openly flirting with him in front of me. If I hadn't intervened, they would have gone to her room together." In her fury, He Shanshan continued her accusations, oblivious to the awkward expressions on the faces of the newcomers. You child, they are a married couple. What's wrong with going into the same room? Wang Mingfang quickly pulled the irate He Shanshan aside, attempting to defuse the situation. A married couple? He Shanshan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Lu Jingjia before exclaiming, "Isn't he here for a blind date with me?" Chapter 9 This is your brother. What kind of kinship do you have with him? As these words escaped her lips, all eyes turned towards her. Wang Mingfang and her son wore expressions of embarrassment, while Lu Jingjia displayed his disdain without any attempt to conceal it. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Mingfang forced a smile, pulling He Shanshan aside and shooting her a glare, whispering, "This is your brother Jingjia, what kind of kinship do you think you share?" Brother Jingjia, He Shanshan echoed, as if awakening from a dream, before incredulously asking Wang Mingfang, "How did he come back?" Lu Jingjia coldly regarded He Shanshan, his gaze piercing with an icy sharpness, and asked in a low voice, "Do I need to report to you before returning?" Sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Lu Jingjia, and hearing her daughter's foolish remarks, Wang Mingfang felt her frustration rising. She shot a warning look at He Shanshan to silence her, while attempting to placate Lu Jingjia, saying, "Why can't he come back? This is originally Jingjia's home." He Shanshan finally accepted this reality, and as she recalled her recent actions, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, Xia Qingning timely leaned in to whisper to He Shanshan, "I'm afraid I've disappointed you, it seems I won't have to wait another 30 or 40 years. He Shanshan shot her a glare, feeling a mix of anger and humiliation, trapped in a suffocating silence. Not wanting to witness his sister's continued embarrassment, Lu Lidong stepped forward and patted Lu Jingjia on the shoulder, saying, "You finally decided to come home." He then took his daughter from Yao Hongmei's arms and presented her to Lu Jingjia, saying, "Ying, this is your little uncle. Be sure to greet him." "Little uncle," the 3-year-old girl chirped in her sweet voice, with her big, round eyes and 2 little pigtails on her head. She was utterly adorable. Lu Jingjia responded with a rare smile as he lifted the little girl into his arms. At this moment, Lu Lidong turned to Wang Mingfang and said, "Mom, let us prepare for dinner." Upon hearing the word mom, Lu Jingjia's previously warm expression visibly chilled. The mother and son noticed the shift in Lu Jingjia's demeanor, their faces becoming awkward. Once Wang Mingfang grasped the situation, she hurriedly said, "All right, I'll get dinner ready right away." Turning to Xia Qingning, she added, "Qingning, please go and fetch Xiaoxua. Oh dear, once she gets caught up in play, she tends to lose track of time." Before long, the table was lavishly spread with dishes. Braised pork belly, stir-fried celery with shredded meat, marinated chicken feet, and even a roasted chicken. Wang Mingfang invited everyone to take their seats and knocked on He Shanshan's door, urging her to come out for dinner. Despite the recent embarrassment, a meal must be had, especially with such a feast laid out. Reluctantly, He Shanshan emerged from her room. "Ying, come to mommy, your little uncle is ready to eat," Yao Hongmei said, taking the child from Lu Jingjia's arms. Lu Jingjia produced a crisp bill and placed it in Ying's hand, saying, "A welcome red envelope." In this day and age, it was customary to give children a few dimes for New Year's, but a $10 bill was indeed a rarity. Everyone in the room was taken aback, especially He Shanshan, whose eyes widened. It was nearly half a month's worth of her salary. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could such a handsome and wealthy man end up with Xia Qingning? Wang Mingfang was the first to recover, nudging her daughter with her shoulder. Yao Hongmei quickly instructed Ying, "Thank your little uncle for his generous gift. A child should be given a few dimes just as a token. How can one give so much?" Wang Mingfang chimed in with false modesty. Just then, Xia Qingning returned with Lu Xiaoxua in tow. The moment Lu Xiaoxua entered the room, her eyes lit up at the sight of the roasted chicken. "Wow, roasted chicken," she exclaimed, racing to the table and reaching for it. Xia Qingning, quick on her feet, caught her and said, "Wash your hands first." Lu Xiaoxua disregarded the advice, her hands sticky with sugar and dirt, looking unkempt. All she could think about was the chicken. She shot a resentful glance at Xia Qingning and retorted, "Why do you care? Go wash up." Lu Jingjia shot her a sidelong glance, his voice low but firm. Perhaps due to Lu Jingjia's military attire, his commanding presence intimidated even the normally fearless Lu Xiaoxua, who reluctantly trudged toward the kitchen, muttering defiantly, "Fine, I'll wash." She made a token effort to wash her hands and quickly dashed back to the table, unabashedly tearing off 2 chicken legs, one in each hand, alternating bites. Lu Jingzhe observed his sister's lack of decorum, his expression darkening as he said sternly, "Lu Xiaoxue, share one with Yingying." "Why should I? They're all mine." Lu Xiaoxue protested loudly, clearly unamused. Let her eat, let her eat." "There is plenty of chicken left for Yingying," Wang Mingfang interjected hastily, attempting to smooth things over. Lu Xiaoxue made a face while holding the chicken leg and swiftly darted away to her room. "Second brother, just eat your meal and ignore her," Lu Lidong remarked, seemingly accustomed to the chaos. Xia Qingning thought to herself that one was indulged, while the other was ignored. It was no wonder the child was spoiled. Lu Jingzhe pondered for a moment but chose not to say anything further. As the meal drew to a close and the women began to clear the table, Lu Lidong continued to drink with Lu Jingzhe, appearing slightly inebriated as he slurred, "Second brother, I know it must be uncomfortable for you to see her living here, but I truly have no choice. Yingying is still young and needs care. Your sister-in-law and I have jobs and simply cannot devote the time. After all, she gave birth to me and has worked tirelessly for years in this family, caring for Xiaoxue as if she were her own daughter. One cannot deny the warmth of the human heart. I cannot just ignore her forever." Earlier that afternoon, Wang Mingfang had relayed her thoughts to her son while picking up takeout from the state-run restaurant, which is why Lu Lidong, now fueled by alcohol, chose to express these sentiments. Seeing that Lu Jingzhe remained unresponsive, Lu Lidong suddenly became choked with emotion, saying, "If only Mom hadn't left us so soon. Sometimes I still dream of her, and she is as kind as ever, always asking if I'm eating well and staying warm." His mom referred, of course, to the deceased Su Hui. It was a poignant moment, as men often become emotional when intoxicated. Xia Qingning, listening to these heartfelt words from the other room, mused that Lu Lidong was indeed his mother's son. He had clearly inherited her manipulative tactics, likely from the womb. If he truly felt such brotherly affection for Lu Jingzhe, he wouldn't have schemed against him by placing his unwanted former partner in his bed. Faced with Lu Lidong's emotional ploys, Lu Jingzhe chose silence, merely patting him on the back. Xia Qingning found the situation dull and decided not to linger, sitting on the bed. She reached for the jacket Lu Jingzhe had draped over her earlier, intending to place it on the chair. When a thought struck her, she opened the drawer and retrieved a needle and thread. With plenty of time to spare, and without the distractions of modern technology, she figured she might as well sew the button that had fallen off, as a token of gratitude for all the help Lu Jingzhe had given her today. For someone studying fashion design, sewing on a button was a trivial task. She rummaged through the box for black thread that matched the color of the jacket, threaded the needle, placed the button at the cuff, and quickly secured it with a few stitches. After a moment's contemplation, she also reinforced the loose buttons. Just as she was finishing up, Lu Jingzhe unexpectedly entered the room. Chapter 10. Don't cry, I'm here to sleep. Upon entering the room, Lu Jingzhe immediately spotted Xia Qingning seated on a chair, her head slightly bowed as she diligently stitched something. As he approached, he realized it was his own garment. The soft light illuminated her fair, delicate profile, casting a gentle glow that rendered her exquisite and tender. Since Xia Qingning had not accompanied the troops, he had not applied for family quarters and had been residing in the collective dormitory with the other men, a rather coarse living environment. Thus, encountering a petite woman quietly mending his clothes in the room was an adjustment for him. Noticing Lu Jingzhe's arrival, Xia Qingning continued her task in silence, and soon she had sewn all the buttons back on. She neatly folded the clothing and handed it to him, saying, "The buttons came off, so I stitched them back for you." Lu Jingzhe accepted the garment with a polite thank you and placed it in the wardrobe, hesitating for a moment before glancing at Xia Qingning and asking, "Do they often bully you?" Her awareness of his concern suggested that perhaps their relationship could still be salvaged. "Not really," Xia Qingning replied softly. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Jingzhe felt a momentary sense of relief, only for her to continue, "It happens a few times a day, though." Lu Jingzhe, after a long pause, he finally inquired, "Did you accidentally fall into the river today?" He hadn't initially considered that possibility, but upon returning and witnessing numerous people mistreating her, humiliating her, he thought perhaps her gentle nature might lead her to make a rash decision. What could Xia Qingning possibly say in response? Should she confess that a man had attempted to assault her, prompting her to leap into the river in desperation? Reflecting on her past encounter with Director Liao, where they had gone out for a meal and seen a film, she realized that if this matter were to escalate and the full story were to be uncovered, it would only complicate her situation further. Yes, I accidentally fell in, Xiao Qingning nodded. Seeing her hesitance, Lu Jingjie remained skeptical, though he felt a twinge of anger towards her. He had never wished for her to come to harm. If anyone bullies you again, stand up for yourself and don't be so submissive, Lu Jingjie advised, continuing, and if someone lays a hand on you, just run. He had intended to suggest that she fight back, but upon observing her frail stature, he reconsidered. Xiao Qingning chuckled softly, having expected him to impart some profound wisdom, only to be advised to flee. After laughing, she nodded in agreement, saying, I understand. In that moment, Lu Jingjie realized that her smile was particularly enchanting, her eyes sparkling with vitality, reminiscent of a small sun rising after a morning training session. If he were training soldiers in the army, he would instruct them to keep practicing until they could win, yet, facing a slight young woman with hardly any flesh on her bones, how could she possibly train? He soon recognized that his suggestion to run was rather imprudent. If she couldn't win a fight, could she truly outrun her adversaries? Suddenly, he began to comprehend why Xiao Qingning's disposition was so gentle. If one could neither retaliate nor defend themselves and lacked support, what choice did they have but to remain soft? Lu Jingjie chose not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, is there an extra blanket? Xiao Qingning assumed he was reluctant to share a blanket with her, which suited her just fine as she had no desire to share with an unfamiliar man. It would be rather awkward. Yes, there is, she replied, promptly turning to retrieve a blanket from the wooden chest. This era favored large cotton quilts adorned with peony patterns, and she had just the right one. As she was about to place it on the bed, Lu Jingjie took it from her hands, stating firmly, tonight, I will sleep in my father's room. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingning's heart raced in alarm. He still intended to sleep elsewhere. The next day, if he refused to share a room with her, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the compound, leading to mockery from Yi Shanshan, Zhao Zuilan, and the others. She could not allow that to happen. Clutching the blanket tightly, she refused to let go, desperately trying to summon tears, yet despite recalling all her sorrowful thoughts, she remained dry-eyed. It seemed she still needed practice in her acting skills. Could you please sleep here, she implored, striving to make her voice sound feeble, and quickly added, I mean just sleeping, we can each have our own blanket, and nothing else. Seeing her unwilling to relent, Lu Jingjie did not forcibly tear the blanket from her grasp, but he had no intention of staying. They remained locked in this standoff. After a considerable pause, Xiao Qingning decided to lay her cards on the table. You saw how they treated me today. If they find out we're not sharing a room tonight, who knows what rumors they will spread. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingjie's demeanor softened noticeably, yet considering her past, he still refrained from conceding. Realizing that her attempts at appearing weak and pitiful were futile, Xiao Qingning began to analyze the situation for him. If you sleep in your father's room tonight, where will you stay tomorrow when he returns? After her analysis, she quickly reassured him, don't worry, I'm very well behaved when I sleep. Well behaved? Lu Jingjie's old grievances flared up instantaneously, and he couldn't help but retort sarcastically, is it being well behaved to end up in someone else's bed in the middle of the night? His words were indeed hurtful, and Xiao Qingning felt genuinely aggrieved. As a university student, she had done nothing wrong yet found herself embroiled in a scandal. All she wished was to navigate this world a little better, but she had been subjected to repeated humiliation regarding the bed-hopping incident. Unfortunately, she had no way to clarify her situation. After all, the original her had been discovered on Lu Jingjie's bed, and Wang Mingfang and the others had covered their tracks flawlessly. When she had previously revealed the truth, no one had believed her, and now, with Lu Jingjie's complete lack of trust, restating her case would only lead him to think she was lying, seeking sympathy, and would cause him to despise her even more. Just when she had been unable to cry earlier, tears now flowed freely, and as they fell, she inadvertently loosened her grip, sensing that Xiao Qingning had released her hold. Lu Jingjie, clutching the blanket, was about to step outside when he turned to see her wiping her tears. Though she made no sound, large droplets streamed down her cheeks, painting a truly pitiable picture. Witnessing her distress, Lu Jingjie found himself unable to move forward, realizing his words had been as cruel as those who tormented her. After a moment of hesitation, he turned back and placed the blanket back on the bed, his voice steady as he said, all right, stop crying now, I will sleep here. Chapter 11 of the Fiery Body presses close. Lu Jingjie's sudden capitulation took Xiao Qingning by surprise. Could it be that her tears had wrought such an effect? Indeed, in the presence of a virtuous man, tears serve as a potent weapon for women. From his perspective, she could comprehend his actions. After all, being schemed against, bearing an unjust stigma, and being compelled by duty to marry someone she despised would stir anyone's resistance. Seeing that he was willing to stay, Xia Qingning ceased to be coy, swiftly wiping her tears away and looking at him sincerely as she declared, "Rest assured, I shall not impose anything upon you." It was only after speaking that she realized she had uttered a line synonymous with notorious philanderers. Lu Jingjie, observing her earnest self-assurance, felt somewhat vexed, as though he were a blushing maiden. In truth, his reluctance to sleep in the same space stemmed not from fear of her intentions, but rather from an innate discomfort with sharing a bed with a woman. Did he truly believe that even if she were to act upon some impulse, he, a towering figure nearly 6 feet tall, could not easily subdue her slender frame? After they reached an understanding, the two retreated to their respective washrooms before returning to their room and shutting the door. He Shanshan, who had been keenly monitoring their movements, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing them enter the room and close the door. Stealthily, she approached and pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Just then, Wang Mingfang emerged from the restroom and caught He Shanshan in the act of spying. She swiftly pulled her back into their room and, in a hushed tone, demanded, "What are you doing lurking outside their door? Are they sharing a room?" He Shanshan asked, her face a portrait of astonishment. "They've already acquired their marriage certificate." "If they aren't sharing a room, would they be residing in separate ones?" Wang Mingfang replied. "But wasn't Lu Jingjie not fond of her? Why is he now sleeping with her?" He Shanshan pouted, displaying her displeasure. For years ago, he may not have liked her, but now, with her looking like that, what man could resist? Wang Mingfang observed with clarity. "What does she look like, other than being a tad fairer than me?" He Shanshan retorted, her tone laced with envy. "So skinny, I doubt she could bear a child." All right, you're beautiful, the most beautiful," Wang Mingfang soothed, knowing her daughter's temperament, and then added with earnestness, "Do not set your sights on Lu Jingjie. Your uncle Lu and I will inevitably remarry, and you shall be siblings henceforth." "Understood," He Shanshan replied, her face a mask of reluctance. It's truly unfair to Xia Qingning. The moment Lu Jingjie returned, she became the center of his attention. Had I known this would happen, I would have ensured she ended up with a cripple, a scoundrel, or a leper. Silence. Wang Mingfang interrupted, her voice low but firm. "How many times have I told you that this matter is not to be mentioned? If Lu Jingjie were to find out, would our family have any peaceful days ahead?" Seeing her usually indulgent mother in a fit of anger, He Shanshan immediately fell silent, realizing that her ire towards Xia Qingning had clouded her judgment. To ensure her daughter grasped the gravity of the situation, Wang Mingfang reiterated, "Lu Jingjie's uncles are high-ranking officials in the military, and his own position is not insignificant. Although his wife has only borne him a daughter thus far, she is bound to have sons in the future. Your nephew will inevitably rely on him. Do you think I treat him with such courtesy for no reason, while that insufferable Lu Xiaoxue receives my kindness?" "Yes, I understand. I will not speak of it again," He Shanshan nodded. Seeing her daughter concede, Wang Mingfang's expression softened, and she consoled her, "Do not be disheartened, the matchmaker has introduced you to a suitable prospect, an only child from a wealthy family, employed at a state-owned factory, and quite handsome as well." He Shanshan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? When will he come? Look at how eager you are, it will be in just a few days," Wang Mingfang teased, giving her daughter a gentle tap on the head. "In that case, you must buy me a new dress. Yesterday, I saw a stunning skirt at the department store made of fine fabric. It was simply beautiful," He Shanshan coaxed, linking her arm through Wang Mingfang's. "You just bought a dress this month. Look at how many clothes you have in your wardrobe," Wang Mingfang replied. "Oh, but this is for a blind date. The dress is truly lovely, a vibrant red, perfect for such an occasion." He Shanshan insisted, tugging at her mother's arm in a playful manner. All right, I shall buy it for you," Wang Mingfang relented with a smile. "Just in time, Xia Qingning will receive her salary soon, and then we can get it for you." Unbeknownst to them, Xia Qingning had already had her salary this month advanced to the neighboring mother-daughter duo. Now, she lay in bed with Lu Jingjie, each covered by a single blanket. Sharing a bed, with two blankets, rendered the space rather cramped. She made every effort to cling to the edge of the bed to avoid any contact with the person beside her. Perhaps due to the day's overwhelming events, fatigue soon overtook them, and they both drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, amidst a haze of sleep, Lu Jingjie felt someone burrowing into his embrace, murmuring softly. Awakening, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a second person had nestled into his bedding. She was pressed so closely that her lips nearly brushed against his skin, and the warmth of her breath danced along his neck. The heat of her body, the touch of her skin, and the soft gasps filled the air. A flush crept rapidly across Lu Jingjie's cheeks. He was both angry and flustered, his voice low and stern as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chapter 12. As he reprimanded her, Xia Qingning groggily opened her eyes, feeling an intense heat enveloping her body. Her limbs felt as heavy as lead, and though she wished to speak, her throat ached, rendering her mute. Dazed by fever, she sensed the coolness of the person beside her and found it immensely comforting to be close. She emitted a soft moan, struggling to catch her breath, murmuring, "I feel so unwell." After uttering this, she instinctively began to cling to him. The suggestive sounds, reckless words, and brazen actions made it clear to Lu Jingjie, despite his usual dullness, what her discomfort implied. This woman truly lacked shame, attempting to employ the same tactics again. He should have never placed his trust in her. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Jingjie swung out of bed, flipped on the light, yanked the covers off Xia Qingning, and fought the impulse to toss her from the bed, shouting, "Get out!" Xia Qingning, devoid of any strength, lay there limply. Noticing her immobility, Lu Jingjie's patience waned, and he decided against coddling her. He reached to pull her up, but upon making contact with her skin, he quickly realized something was amiss. She was burning hot. Reacting swiftly, he placed his hand on her forehead and discovered she was running a high fever. Xia Qingning, he attempted to rouse her, yet she remained unresponsive, her small face flushed, eyes still shut, clearly lost in feverish delirium. Her frail body could not withstand this heat. A hospital visit was imperative. Lu Jingjie hastily donned his jacket from the chair, grabbed some money from the cabinet, and retrieved the garments Xia Qingning had sewn the previous night to cover her. He then opened the door, lifted her into his arms, and proceeded out. The commotion in the room had already attracted the attention of others. Wang Mingfang, draped in a robe, opened the door and was taken aback to see Lu Jingjie carrying Xia Qingning, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what has happened?" Shortly thereafter, Lu Lidong emerged from the room, his expression puzzled as he observed the unconscious Xia Qingning, asking, "What is wrong with her?" "She has a fever. I'm taking her to the hospital," Lu Jingjie replied calmly, devoid of any visible concern or anxiety. "Should we accompany you? She appears to be in quite a serious condition," Lu Lidong inquired. "If only as a formality. No need, I can manage," Lu Jingjie stated curtly, continuing on his way with Xia Qingning in his arms. "Do send back a message," Wang Mingfang called after his retreating figure, her voice filled with earnestness. At that moment, He Shanshan was also awakened by the noise. Yawning and visibly displeased, she watched Lu Jingjie exit with Xia Qingning, asking, "What are they making such a fuss about in the middle of the night?" "It seems Xia Qingning has fallen ill. She is being taken to the hospital," Lu Jingjie replied. He Shanshan rolled her eyes and remarked, "She is always causing trouble." In her hazy state, Xia Qingning sensed herself being carried forward, the strength of the person holding her enveloping her securely. Despite the burden, he walked steadily, without a hint of jostling. Her head rested against his shoulder, and perhaps due to her fever, she felt that shoulder was firm yet cool, providing immense relief. Yearning for that coolness, she instinctively rubbed her head closer, brushing against his clothing until her face was fully pressed against his skin, at which point she finally felt satisfied and ceased her movements. The moment their skin made contact, Lu Jingjie's pupils involuntarily constricted, perhaps scorched by her feverish warmth. Her illness rendered her breathing rapid and heated, her scalding breath swirling around Lu Jingjie's neck. He had always been averse to physical contact, yet here he was, intimately close to a woman he found somewhat distasteful, causing him to furrow his brow. However, given her current state, he could not afford to unleash his irritation upon someone unconscious. After a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his hold, cradling Xia Qingning with one arm while using the other to secure his clothing, creating a barrier between her face and his. Finding the coolness absent, she protested, shifting against his clothing once more, even wrapping her arms around his neck. The icy sensation brought her considerable comfort, and as she opened her bleary eyes, she beheld Lu Jingjie's handsome visage. From her vantage point, she noted the sharpness of his jawline, the length and strength of his neck, which, due to the act of carrying her, showcased taut muscles. For a moment, she was unable to distinguish between reality and dream, her voice husky with confusion as she whispered, "Lu Jingjie?" Seeing her awaken, Lu Jingjie assumed she was calling for him and remained silent. Just as he was about to caution her against moving around, he heard her murmur, "How could I dream of you?" Realizing she was still not fully conscious, Lu Jingjie deemed further conversation futile and chose to remain quiet, continuing on his path. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. When Xia Qingning stirred, it was already the following day. Slowly opening her eyes, she noticed a glass 4 drip suspended above her, with a thick yellow tube steadily dispensing liquid. Realizing she was in a hospital, she couldn't help but lament the frailty of her body. Thankfully, she had chosen to cling to Lu Jingzhe. Had she divorced him, with this weak physique, returning to the countryside to farm would surely lead to either exhaustion or starvation. After this reflection, she turned her head and spotted Lu Jingzhe resting against the head of her bed. Perhaps due to fatigue, he had fallen asleep in the chair, his head slightly tilted back, lashes lowered, and his breathing steady. In slumber, the cold aura he usually exuded had diminished significantly. Gazing at him from such a close distance, Xia Qingning couldn't help but marvel at his striking features. They say that a buzz cut is the ultimate test of one's looks, yet his face could effortlessly command attention, devoid of any hairstyle, accentuating his well-defined features. A face such as his would be exceptional in any era, perhaps due to a soldier's innate sensitivity. Lu Jingzhe, aware of her gaze upon him, quickly awakened. Their eyes met, and Xia Qingning, caught in the act of staring, hurriedly averted her gaze, intending to feign sleep. But the deep timbre of his voice interrupted her thoughts, asking, "Are you awake?" Xia Qingning replied softly, realizing her pretense was futile. "Are you hungry?" Lu Jingzhe inquired, his tone devoid of any intent to expose her. At his prompting, Xia Qingning suddenly felt her stomach rumble. Nodding in response, "I am hungry. I'll fetch you something to eat," Lu Jingzhe said, standing up and heading toward the door. As he reached the threshold, he encountered a female doctor. Stepping aside to let her pass, the doctor paused momentarily, her gaze locking onto him in surprise, quickly replaced by unmistakable delight as she called out his name, Lu Jingzhe. Chapter 13. To her astonishment, he was feeding her. Lu Jingzhe gazed at her in confusion, and it was only then that the female doctor realized something. Swiftly, she removed her mask, revealing a face adorned with a smile, her features relatively delicate, though marred by a small black mole the size of a grain of rice at the corner of her lips, disrupting the harmony of her countenance. She looked at Lu Jingzhe, excitement evident in her voice as she exclaimed, "It's me, Puyu." Perhaps due to the mole's distinctive nature, Lu Jingzhe quickly recognized the woman. In contrast to her enthusiasm, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "When did you return?" Puyu stepped aside from the doorway, eager to continue their conversation. "Just got back," Lu Jingzhe replied. "Are you still stationed with the original military district's guard unit?" "Yes, still there," he confirmed. Suddenly, Puyu's expression shifted, her demeanor turning tense as she inquired, "Have you been injured? Why are you in the hospital?" "No," Lu Jingzhe replied, his expression calm and unruffled, continuing, "It's a family member who is ill." "Oh," Puyu exhaled, clearly relieved, and then asked, "Who is sick?" "Is it serious?" Lu Jingzhe turned his gaze toward Xia Qingning and said to Puyu, "It's nothing, just caught a chill yesterday and has a slight fever." Following his line of sight, Puyu spotted Xia Qingning, who had propped herself up in bed. Although she bore the pallor of illness, she remained strikingly beautiful, her frail appearance invoking a sense of tenderness. Upon seeing Xia Qingning, Puyu's eyes dimmed slightly, and she remarked, "Oh, it's her." It was evident that Puyu recognized Xia Qingning, yet she refrained from addressing her as sister-in-law, opting instead for the impersonal her, clearly reluctant to acknowledge her status. Xia Qingning, unperturbed by Puyu's gaze, met it with grace, offering a warm smile. Puyu's lips curved slightly in response, before she turned to Lu Jingzhe, saying, "I am working here as a doctor now. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask." "Thank you," Lu Jingzhe replied, his tone as consistently cold as ever. "Why be so polite with me? We are quite familiar with each other." "Don't forget, we fought together on the battlefield. This bond of revolutionary camaraderie will last a lifetime," Puyu declared passionately. "Yes," Lu Jingzhe replied, then added, "You should get back to your duties." "All right, we can talk later," Puyu said with a smile. Once Lu Jingzhe departed, Puyu donned her mask and entered the ward, beginning her routine inquiries about the patient's condition and promptly taking notes. As she approached Xia Qingning, her gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, as if scrutinizing her. "You were admitted last night? What seems to be the problem?" Puyu asked in a neutral tone. Xia Qingning, aware of Puyu's assessment, met her gaze without flinching, responding candidly, "Yes, my throat feels a bit uncomfortable, but otherwise, I'm fine." Puyu acknowledged her response with a nod and inquired further, "What is your temperature now?" "I haven't taken it, so I'm not sure," Xia Qingning replied. Then let us check it shortly. From Puyu's demeanor, Xia Qingning discerned that she harbored a dislike for her, even displaying a hint of disdain and hostility. In contrast to her attitude towards Lu Jingjie, which was markedly warmer, it was clear that Puyu held some affection for him. As expected, Puyu then said, "You and Lu Jingjie." She seemed poised to ask something but abruptly halted, concluding after a moment, "Never mind," before turning and exiting the ward. Xia Qingning was not surprised. After all, Lu Jingjie was the male lead, and it was only natural for women who admired him to be present. However, she occupied the role of the original partner, and as long as these women did not deliberately provoke her, she felt no need for concern. After a lengthy wait, her stomach began to protest from hunger when Lu Jingjie finally returned, carrying an aluminum food container. He sat down and opened it, revealing overcooked noodles drizzled with a hint of sesame oil, which soon emitted a delightful aroma. In this era, hospital wards lacked small tables by the beds, so Lu Jingjie placed the food container in front of Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning accepted the chopsticks he offered, but since her right hand was occupied with an fork, she could only use her left hand to eat. The slippery noodles proved difficult to grasp. Her inexperience caused them to slide away repeatedly, frustrating her efforts. Just then, a large hand reached over, taking the chopsticks from her grasp, skillfully lifting the noodles and offering them to her lips. "Open your mouth," came his deep voice beside her. Xia Qingning was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Jingjie would feed her. Looking up at him, she noted his stern expression, furrowed brow, and lack of gentleness. Of this man, who was indifferent towards her, was now feeding her, which was quite the paradox. Recognizing the opportunity to bridge the gap between them, she graciously said, "Thank you," before opening her mouth to accept the noodles. "Ow," she gasped as the noodles entered her mouth, too hot to bear. She wanted to spit them out, but the bowl was not in her hands, leaving her to endure the scalding sensation, fanning her mouth with her hand, her eyes welling with tears. Lu Jingjie, having never fed anyone before, was unaware of the need to check the temperature. Seeing Xia Qingning's tear-filled eyes and her struggle to endure, he felt a pang of guilt and asked, "Are you all right?" Finally regaining her composure, with her tongue still tingling from the heat, she managed to reply, "I'm fine, really." She held no grudge against him. After all, the noodles had not been steaming, and he had no way of knowing they would be so hot. Observing Xia Qingning's misty eyes, Lu Jingjie noted her insistence that she was fine despite the evident discomfort, which only deepened his sense of guilt. He said nothing further, but, when he picked up another bite, he blew on it before offering it to her. As Xia Qingning consumed the noodles he fed her, she reflected internally. Despite the lingering resentment he felt towards her, his willingness to go this far was indeed commendable. At that moment, Puyu entered the ward, holding a thermometer. Such a trivial task could have been assigned to a nurse, yet she chose to come herself, driven by the presence of someone she wished to see. Upon entering, she was met with a scene that filled her with both sorrow and disbelief. The composed, unyielding man was feeding a woman, even taking the care to blow on the noodles to cool them. She stood there, frozen in shock at the sight before her. Chapter 14 Love Rival. How is it that she is not only not ugly but also remarkably beautiful? Puyu had known Lu Jingjie for such a long time, yet she had never realized he possessed such a tender side. Standing tall and handsome, he was already a regimental officer at a young age, and many female soldiers in the army were infatuated with him. However, he had never engaged in any private interactions, which left them both frustrated and hopeful. Later, a new deputy chief of staff was assigned to the military district, and his daughter, Mo Xiaoxiao, was not only lovely but also possessed a gentle nature and was talented in singing and dancing, which caused the hearts of the male soldiers to flutter. Shortly after her arrival, Mo Xiaoxiao fell head over heels for Lu Jingjie. Though everyone was reluctant to accept it, they had to admit that the two were indeed a perfect match, destined to be together sooner or later. However, no one anticipated that 2 years prior, Lu Jingjie had suddenly submitted a marriage application to the army and swiftly obtained a marriage certificate, leaving them clueless about the identity of the woman involved. It was only when Ma Yajun, who lived in the same compound as Lu Jingjie back home, was transferred to the military that they learned from him that the woman was from the countryside, lacking in background and education, and, in fact, was not attractive at all. According to Ma Yajun, Lu Jingjie had married her out of necessity. The personnel in the army believed Ma Yajun's words without question, for such a significant matter as marriage had only been reported by Lu Jingjie without him even returning home. If he had genuinely wished to marry her, how could he not have gone home at all? Last year, Puyu was reassigned to work here and made inquiries about the woman, even feigning coincidence to bump into her. However, to her surprise, Xia Qingning was not as unattractive as Ma Yajun had claimed. In fact, She was quite beautiful, rivaling the female soldiers in the army. Puyu felt a pang of defeat and, upon learning the reasons behind Lu Jingjia's marriage, a sense of unwillingness washed over her. With such unscrupulous means, she had effortlessly extinguished everyone else's hopes. Her affection for Lu Jingjia had, over time, gradually faded, yet upon seeing him again today, an uncontrollable flutter surged within her, and she found herself yearning to draw near him. She had initially thought, as she had heard, that Lu Jingjia did not like this woman, perhaps even detested her, yet, to her astonishment, she was wrong. How could he be so gentle with her, even feeding her? A mixture of bitterness and envy swirled in Puyu's heart, but she approached the pair with a smile and said to Lu Jingjia, "Are you feeding your sister-in-law?" This time, she referred to herself as sister-in-law, catching Xia Qingning off guard. Lu Jingjia turned to look, and upon seeing Puyu, he did not feel awkward about feeding Xia Qingning, responding naturally, "Yes, her hands are inconvenient." Originally, she had called Xia Qingning's sister-in-law to test the waters, but she was taken aback that Lu Jingjia did not deny the title, which added to her sorrow. She tried to maintain a casual tone, stating, "I came to check sister-in-law's temperature." At that moment, the noodles in the lunchbox had been finished, and Lu Jingjia stood up, saying, "All right." Puyu took out a thermometer, shook it, inspected it briefly, and handed it to Xia Qingning, instructing, "Place it under your armpit, and take it out in 5 minutes." Xia Qingning accepted it, replying, "Okay," and followed her instructions. Puyu refrained from further inquiries and turned to Lu Jingjia, asking, "Have you eaten?" "No," he replied, "I will eat downstairs later." Hearing this, Puyu felt a flutter of excitement and quickly offered, "We have a dedicated window for staff meals, or it's less. Let me take you down to eat." "No need," Lu Jingjia declined, his expression stern and serious. "It's against regulations." Initially hoping to share a meal with him, Puyu, understanding his character, did not press the matter further. After a moment, she continued, "When I visited Principal Gua, he often mentioned you. Now that you're back, would you like to visit him?" Principal Gui was Lu Jingjia's teacher and also the father of his deceased comrade. Naturally, upon his return, he should visit him, to which he responded, "Yes, I will go." "I haven't visited them in a while either. When do you plan to go? Let us arrange to go together," Puyu suggested, trying to sound casual. Before her eyes, with the invitations to dinner and visits, Dr. Pu truly seemed to disregard Xia Qingning. Lu Jingjia was not accustomed to being in the company of those he was not familiar with and was about to refuse when suddenly Xia Qingning spoke up, agreeing on his behalf. "Sure." He frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Xia Qingning's impulsive agreement, but the next moment, he heard her add, "However, he will be accompanying me to my family home in the next few days, so he might not have time." She then turned the conversation, saying, "If Dr. Pu is in a hurry, you may go first." Thinking she had made it abundantly clear that she was helping Lu Jingjia decline, Puyu seemed oblivious, responding, "I'm not in a hurry. I can wait until Jingjia is free." How could this person be so oblivious? Xia Qingning felt a twinge of irritation but maintained her smile, stating, "We have other matters to attend to, so it might be difficult to set a time for visiting the principal." With Xia Qingning's words so pointed, and with Lu Jingjia not denying them, Puyu, being a person of pride, had no reason to press further, simply saying, "Oh, that is fine then. My apologies, Dr. Pu." With her objective achieved, Xia Qingning did not forget to feign politeness with an apology. It's nothing," Puyu replied, her smile faltering. This was hardly the unsophisticated rural girl that Ma Yajun had described. She appeared quite formidable. "You can take the thermometer out now," Puyu said after a while. Xia Qingning retrieved the thermometer from her clothing and handed it to Puyu, who examined it and stated, "The fever has subsided. Drink plenty of water and stick to light meals for the next few days." She then glanced at Xia Qingning, advising, "You seem a bit malnourished and have low blood sugar. Make sure to eat more and don't starve yourself in pursuit of a slim figure." This remark, though unfounded, was pointed, clearly suggesting to Lu Jingjia that her slenderness was a result of intentional dieting. Xia Qingning did not contest but nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Dr. Pu, I will remember that." Puyu was somewhat taken aback, internally mocking her for being too obtuse to grasp the underlying implications. Just then, Xia Qingning suddenly turned to Lu Jingjia, looking innocent and aggrieved, saying, "Then I will eat more from now on and stop being frugal." Chapter 15. No need to save. by more after finishing. Lu Jingjie was still unaware that Xia Qingning was working at the state-owned factory. Upon hearing this remark, he suddenly realized that her frail condition stemmed from a lack of money, leaving her often hungry. This realization filled him with a sense of guilt. For many years, he had neglected her, never sending her any financial support, while she endured bullying alone, struggling to make ends meet. Last night, when he had held her in his arms en route to the hospital, she had nestled against him like a delicate kitten, evoking his sympathy. Although he did not harbor any fondness for her, she was, after all, his wife, and he bore a certain responsibility towards her. "From now on, you needn't save any money," Lu Jingjie declared earnestly, as if making a solemn promise. Xia Qingning was taken aback by his unexpected cooperation, a smile instinctively blossoming on her face. Puyu had initially intended to embarrass her with her words, but instead found herself witnessing an affectionate exchange, prompting her to interject. "If you don't have a fever this afternoon, you can go home." After a moment's thought, she added, "If you're still concerned, you may opt for another couple of days of nutritional four." "Yes, let us do that," Lu Jingjie replied without a second thought. Observing his evident concern for Xia Qingning stirred a sense of discomfort within Puyu, and she decided to make her exit, saying, "All right, I'll go prepare the discharge paperwork." As Puyu left the room, Xia Qingning felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to Lu Jingjie, she began to apologize. "I'm sorry about earlier." "What do you mean?" Lu Jingjie asked, puzzled. "I took the liberty of declining Dr. Pu's invitation on your behalf," Xia Qingning explained, quickly adding, "I sensed that you didn't wish to accompany her and feared you might feel awkward refusing her directly." "It's nothing," Lu Jingjie assured her. He had indeed intended to decline. "That's a relief," Xia Qingning said, feeling comforted by his nonchalance. Lu Jingjie was her protector now, and she had no desire to incite his displeasure. The two fell into silence as Lu Jingjie washed the meal container and then turned to head downstairs for dinner. Subsequently, Xia Qingning received 2 more days of nutritional IVs, and once she felt sufficiently recovered, she prepared to return home. During this time, Wang Mingfang visited twice, bringing chicken soup, a gesture of her consistent thoughtfulness regarding appearances. Xia Qingning graciously accepted the nourishment, recognizing her body's need for replenishment. It would be foolish to refuse such a gift. In the afternoon, after tidying up and settling the bills, they departed the hospital. Xia Qingning assumed they would head straight home, but to her surprise, Lu Jingjie took her to a department store, where he purchased 2 cans of 800 grams of malt milk powder. Though he did not explicitly state it, Xia Qingning understood that he had bought it specifically for her health. In this era, malt milk powder was considered a luxury item, costing over 10 yuan per can. Lu Jingjie paid without hesitation, treating her, whom he typically regarded with indifference, indicating his considerable wealth. Indeed, not only was he affluent, but he was also generous, having other matters to attend to. Lu Jingjie placed the items on the living room table before departing. Xia Qingning entered her room to organize her belongings. Just then, He Shanshan returned home from work and immediately noticed the malt milk powder on the table, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She hurried into the kitchen, retrieved her special small white porcelain bowl, filled it with hot water, and then approached the table to open the malt milk powder can. Once the lid was removed, a rich blend of malt, cream, and milk wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. Working at the supply and marketing cooperative, she often saw her superiors enjoying small cups of malt milk powder at noon. The alluring aroma filled the room, causing her colleagues to involuntarily swallow. After returning home, she had begged Wang Mingfang to buy some, but at 10 yuan a can, it was far too expensive. Aside from Xia Qingning, who appeared frail, the rest of the family was robust and had no need for supplements. Thus, they had never purchased it until now, and the sight of 2 large cans on the table left her bubbling with excitement. Without even washing her hands, she reached for a spoon to scoop some into her bowl when an irked voice interrupted her. "What do you think you're doing?" Startled, He Shanshan turned to find Xia Qingning watching her with a composed gaze. Xia Qingning hadn't anticipated that in the brief moment of arranging her sheets, He Shanshan would almost consume her malt milk powder. Though not inherently stingy, she wasn't inclined to generously share such an extravagant treat with someone like He Shanshan. "What business is it of yours?" He Shanshan retorted dismissively, seizing the spoon to continue her endeavor. "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see?" Seeing her brazen attitude, Xia Qingning refused to back down. She stepped forward, snatching the can from He Shanshan's grasp, stating firmly, "This wasn't bought for you. If you want some, you must buy it yourself." With the malt milk powder snatched from her grasp, He Shanshan was instantly infuriated. She had no regard for ownership. Now that it was in their home and she had seen it, it was hers. Glaring at Xia Qingning, hands on her hips, she bellowed, "What's yours is mine too, you little brat. Hand it over." With that, she lunged to reclaim it. Xia Qingning, with her petite frame, stood no chance against He Shanshan's brute strength. The can was swiftly wrested from her, and He Shanshan, clutching it triumphantly, boasted, "What's wrong with enjoying a bit of your stuff?" Not yet satisfied, she pushed Xia Qingning forcefully. With a strength like that of an ox, Xia Qingning stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance, when Lu Jingjie entered the room and swiftly steadied her shoulder. Once Xia Qingning regained her footing, Lu Jingjie's expression darkened. His cold gaze swept over He Shanshan's face. Feeling the weight of his stare, He Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of intimidation whenever she met Lu Jingjie's eyes, not due to his appearance, but rather because of the formidable aura he exuded, making it impossible to disregard him. I didn't mean to," He Shanshan stammered, her voice trembling as she instinctively placed the can of malt milk powder on the table. "If you dare lay a hand on her again," Lu Jingjie warned, suppressing his anger, "I won't hesitate to ensure your arm is rendered useless." Upon hearing this, He Shanshan's face drained of color, clearly shaken by his threat. Lu Jingjie said nothing further and retreated to his room. After he left, Xia Qingning approached the table, deliberately sealing the lid of the malt milk powder and carrying both cans away. Watching helplessly as Xia Qingning took the malt milk powder into her room, He Shanshan felt a mix of shame, resentment, and jealousy, yet dared not voice her feelings. Once inside her room, Xia Qingning placed the 2 cans of malt milk powder on the table, still feeling a bit rattled. Although she had grown bolder in her mindset, her fragile body left her vulnerable in the face of overwhelming physical strength. Fortunately, Lu Jingjie's presence deterred any further audacity from He Shanshan, and she resolved to cling tightly to this protective figure. She proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving 2 bowls, scooping 2 generous spoonfuls into each, watching as the malt milk powder dissolved instantly upon contact with the water. Stirring with a spoon, the rich, intoxicating aroma filled the air. She placed 1 bowl before Lu Jingjie, who, instead of drinking, simply instructed, "You don't need to worry about me, just drink it yourself." His robust health rendered such nourishment unnecessary for him, while it was imperative for her, whose malnourished state led to frequent illnesses. Initially, he had doubted her fragility, suspecting she might be overly picky with her food. However, upon hearing her mention her financial constraints and witnessing He Shanshan's tyranny, he finally grasped the underlying truth. "It's all ready. You should have some too," Xia Qingning encouraged, lifting her bowl and savoring a sip. At her small face, nearly obscured by the bowl, exuded an air of delicate grace. She was always polite while eating and continued to sip gently. Yet, to Lu Jingjie, her demeanor conveyed a reluctance to consume the precious malt milk powder. Without hesitation, he placed his bowl in front of her, his voice steady, "Don't hold back. Finish it and then buy more." Xia Qingning responded with a soft okay, and as she leaned over the bowl, a smudge of milk residue adorned the corner of her lips, making her appear both exquisite and endearing. Unbeknownst to himself, Lu Jingjie's lips curled slightly upward as he observed her. Chapter 16. What are your intentions regarding Qingning? In the evening, Lu Baichuan returned from his business trip, and upon seeing his long-absent son, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After dinner, the family dispersed from the table. Lu Jingjie went to his room to fetch the wine he had brought back for Lu Baichuan. The moment he left, He Shanshan immediately pushed the bowls and chopsticks towards Xia Qingning, instructing her to wash them promptly. Having been ill and absent from home for the past few days, Xia Qingning was well aware that He Shanshan had taken it upon herself to wash the dishes in her absence. Now that she had returned, it was only natural that Shanshan would no longer be inclined to do so. Xia Qingning understood that these chores had always been assigned to her previous incarnation, and He Shanshan had grown accustomed to delegating all tasks to her. However, she was no longer that person, and she would not allow herself to be ordered about any longer. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and wash," He Shanshan urged when she noticed Xia Qingning's inaction, adding a pointed reminder, "Oh, and don't forget, my bowls must be washed separately." Xia Qingning glanced over and noticed a beautiful little white porcelain bowl in front of He Shanshan, which was distinctly different from the coarse bowls adorned with auspicious characters and mandarin ducks used by the others. If she wanted her to wash it, very well, she would oblige. A barely perceptible smile graced Xia Qingning's lips as she appeared to comply, rising to begin tidying up the dishes. However, as she reached for the bowl in front of He Shanshan, her hand slipped, and the bowl fell to the ground with a resounding crash. The two bowls collided, leaving the coarse bowl unscathed while He Shanshan's cherished little white porcelain bowl shattered into several pieces. "Ah, my bowl!" He Shanshan exclaimed, her fury igniting at the sight of her beloved dish in ruins. She immediately stood up and shouted at Xia Qingning, "Have you lost your grip? You can't even hold a bowl steady." Just as Xia Qingning was about to respond, Lu Jingjie emerged from his room. She suddenly raised her hand to her forehead, swaying slightly as if she might topple over. Sensing her precarious state, Lu Jingjie stepped forward to steady her. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy." "I lost my grip and dropped the bowl," Xia Qingning replied, straightening herself while still holding her head. At that moment, Wang Mingfang, having heard the commotion, emerged from her room. Upon seeing Lu Jingjie supporting Xia Qingning, she rushed over with a concerned expression, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what has happened?" Lu Jingjie ignored her, focusing instead on Xia Qingning. Noticing her pallor, he spoke in a composed tone, "If you're feeling dizzy, you should return to your room to rest." But Xia Qingning's face displayed a conflicted expression as she said, "The dishes still need to be washed." Lu Jingjie furrowed his brow slightly before responding, "Is there truly no one else in the house? Must it be you who washes the dishes?" Xia Qingning maintained her troubled demeanor, seemingly nonchalant as she remarked, "But I've always done the cooking, washing dishes, laundry, all the household chores." Wasn't this rather blatant tattling? Wang Mingfang's expression turned awkward and displeased as she quickly interjected, "Oh, Qingning, we all live under the same roof. Household chores can hardly be divided so clearly. It's simply a matter of who has the time to do them." "Oh, so it turns out that for the past few years, my aunt and Shanshan have been too busy, leaving it all to me." Xia Qingning's voice was soft, devoid of any accusatory tone, as if she were merely stating a fact. She then obediently added, "Then I shall wash them." "Leave it." Lu Jingjie raised his voice, his cold gaze sweeping over Wang Mingfang and He Shanshan as he declared, "If no one else is willing, I shall wash them myself." Upon hearing this, Wang Mingfang quickly put on a smile, looking at Lu Jingjie with an ingratiating demeanor. "Oh, that's not necessary. How could we let you do the washing?" She then turned to He Shanshan, saying, "Shanshan, dear, how can you be so oblivious? Why aren't you off to wash the dishes?" He Shanshan glared at the feeble Xia Qingning, her face contorted in anger. In the past, whether she was sick or injured, as long as she could breathe, these chores had always fallen to her. Why was it that now, with Lu Jingjie back, she was no longer obliged to do them? "Then I shall trouble you, Shanshan." Xia Qingning seized the opportunity to offer an apologetic smile, adding insincerely, "I'm sorry for accidentally breaking your bowl just now." Her intention was unmistakably to further aggravate He Shanshan. The latter's face darkened with resentment, and just as she was about to unleash her anger, Wang Mingfang intervened, pulling her back. "Oh, it's just a bowl, we can always buy another," Wang Mingfang said generously. "Then I shall return to my room to rest." With He Shanshan's spiteful gaze upon her, Xia Qingning elegantly turned and made her way back to her room. Lu Jingjie said nothing further as he carried the wine into Lu Baichuan's room. "She is just pretending, she's definitely pretending," He Shanshan seethed, the words lodged in her throat. Once Lu Jingjie had left, she felt emboldened to vent her frustrations to Wang Mingfang. The astute Wang Mingfang could see through Xia Qingning's act of feigning dizziness. However, as long as Lu Jingjie was convinced, it became a reality. How had she not noticed before that Xia Qingning was so adept at feigning weakness and eloquence? Hadn't she always been the foolish and easily deceived one? Had she perhaps consumed some miraculous elixir that suddenly sharpened her wits? And furthermore, Lu Jingjie brought her 2 cans of malt milk today. When I asked for a bit, he refused, saying it was all for her. He Shanshan continued, feeling aggrieved. She deliberately broke my bowl. Since Lu Jingjie's return, she has become insufferably confident, daring to disregard my authority and deliberately oppose me. Seeing her daughter so wronged, Wang Mingfang comforted her with a pat on the back. "Mother understands your grievances. Rest assured, Lu Jingjie won't be staying here for long for now, just endure a little longer, and once he returns to the army, we shall deal with her properly." Though He Shanshan's heart brimmed with unwillingness, she complied, begrudgingly washing the dishes. As she gazed at the shards of her beloved white porcelain bowl, a flicker of hatred crossed her eyes, and she vowed silently, "Once Lu Jingjie leaves, we shall see how she flaunts her superiority. The entire conversation between mother and daughter was overheard by Xia Qingning, hidden in the corner. Humph, they think they can deal with her. A faint smile played at the corners of Xia Qingning's lips as she mused, let us see who truly gets dealt with. Lu Jingjie entered Lu Baichuan's room, carrying a bottle of wine that he placed it on the table and said to Lu Baichuan, Father, I brought you a bottle of wine. Lu Baichuan looked at his son approaching and remarked, after 4 years away, you think a bottle of wine will suffice to placate your father? As he picked up the bottle and examined it, a surprised smile spread across his face, and he said with satisfaction, Oh, Huaguo Mao Tai. This is good wine, very good. Lu Baichuan was known for his open-hearted and optimistic disposition. Despite enduring many injustices and hardships throughout his life, he had never wallowed in self-pity or succumbed to despair. After his rehabilitation and return to work, he remained diligent and without complaint. His life had seen its share of ups and downs, yet he maintained an unwavering equanimity. Moreover, he was a man of deep feelings and firm commitments. Otherwise, he would not have brought Xia Qingning's previous incarnation to the city in the first place. I knew you would like it, Lu Jingjie replied, feeling relaxed in his father's presence. The two shared a bond that felt more like friendship than that of father and son. How has your health been these past few years? Lu Jingjie inquired with concern. Not bad, not bad. I eat well and sleep soundly, Lu Baichuan replied with a smile before asking, what about your two uncles? The injuries they sustained on the battlefield, have they left any lasting effects? For the most part, they are fine. Only the second uncle's leg aches occasionally on rainy days, Lu Jingjie responded in a solemn tone. Lu Baichuan sighed lightly, a steel plate embedded in the bone is bound to cause some discomfort. He then continued, how long are you back for this time? A month, Lu Jingjie replied. That's good, Lu Baichuan nodded approvingly. After a moment of silence, he turned to Lu Jingjie and asked, what are your intentions regarding Qingning? Chapter 17 A great commotion, she fell from the bed. Lu Jingjie did not respond immediately. His gaze lowered in silence, as if deep in contemplation. In the past, he would have said, I have no particular plans, but I will take responsibility for her daily expenses, limited to that. However, during the past few days, he had witnessed her fragility, her grievances, her heartache, and her helplessness, realizing that he could no longer utter such dismissive words. Seeing his son silent, Lu Baichuan refrained from pressing him, as if granting him the time he needed to ponder. After a considerable pause, Lu Jingjie finally lifted his head and looked at Lu Baichuan, appearing to have made a decision as he earnestly stated, I will endeavor to coexist with her amicably and respect her choices. Lu Baichuan nodded, patting Lu Jingjie's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I understand that you feel wronged regarding this matter, but we are men. Having taken on the responsibility of marriage, we must fulfill our duties. Yes, I comprehend, Lu Jingjie replied solemnly. Lu Baichuan was aware that his son was principled and had his own opinions. He believed there was no need for overly explicit discussions, trusting that Lu Jingjie would manage the situation appropriately. After a moment, he continued, now that you have returned, find some time to visit Qingning's family. When you were in the countryside, Aunt Yumei cared for you greatly. Your uncle is no longer with us, and you are considered half a son to their family. It is only right that you show filial piety. All right, Lu Jingjie responded quietly. He regarded Lu Baichuan, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, Dad, do you have any intentions of remarrying? This was the crucial question he had hoped to address during his visit to Lu Baichuan. He had refrained from hastily sending Wang Mingfang away because he was uncertain of his father's current feelings towards her. Lu Baichuan paused momentarily, his expression instantly turning serious as he firmly declared, Of course not. He then looked at Lu Jingjie and added, She is your elder brother's mother. We share a blood connection, and I cannot prevent your brother from recognizing her, as that would be contrary to familial norms. However, as for my personal relationship with her, it is forever impossible. Lu Baichuan spoke with resolute seriousness, leaving no room for negotiation in his words. He gazed at his son and reiterated, I made this abundantly clear to her when she moved in. Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Jingjie felt a sense of calm settle within him. His disdain for Wang Mingfang stemmed not only from her status as Lu Baichuan's ex-wife but also from her past actions, her insistence on humiliating Su Hui to reclaim her son and her slanderous accusations when Su Hui fell ill, causing her to leave in distress. These memories were indelible, unforgivable, and made any notion of becoming a family with her utterly impossible. Exiting his father's room, Lu Jingjie felt considerably uplifted. After freshening up and returning to his own room, he found Xia Qingning had already made the bed, the two blankets laid out separately, neither interfering with the other. As he gazed at the bedding, he pondered. He knew he had married her and bore a responsibility, yet he had not yet accepted her in his heart. Thus, he found it impossible to fulfill his marital duties. Fortunately, she seemed reasonable, having refrained from making any excessive demands apart from allowing him to sleep there. Lu Jingjie sat on the bed and noticed a porcelain cup filled with water on the table. He inquired, "Did you pour this?" "Yes, you can drink it if you feel thirsty tonight," Xia Qingning replied. She had taken the liberty of pouring a cup for him while filling her own. Having someone make the bed and pour hot water felt unfamiliar to Lu Jingjie, who had always lived alone in the military and taken care of himself. After a brief hesitation, he expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days," Xia Qingning replied promptly. Their mutual politeness was indicative of their unfamiliarity as a couple. After drinking the water, Lu Jingjie approached the wardrobe, retrieved a bundle of money from his bag, counted out 10 bills, and turned to hand them to Xia Qingning. "Here is 100 yuan. Please take it for now." Xia Qingning was taken aback by his sudden generosity, hesitating before accepting it with, "Thank you." She had no desire to feign humility, especially given her limited financial means. It was impractical to be proud in her circumstances. If circumstances changed in the future, she would repay him with both principal and interest. "Moving forward, I will send you 30 yuan each month. Do not skimp on meals," Lu Jingjie stated as he stood by the bed. In this era, 30 yuan a month was quite substantial and sufficient for an individual to live comfortably. Xia Qingning had not anticipated that she would fortuitously gain an additional 30 yuan per month, further solidifying her decision to align herself with him. Although he was somewhat aloof, he was indeed generous. She nodded, refraining from any further politeness. Moments later, she walked to the cabinet and retrieved a small notebook she used for accounting, writing as she spoke, "I will keep a record of the money you give me, and once I start earning, I will repay you." Given her current circumstances, she had no choice but to rely on Lu Jingjie. However, once the winds of reform began to blow and prosperity returned to the country, it would be easy for someone with her modern sensibilities to earn a living. Noticing her diligently recording the transaction, Lu Jingjie frowned slightly and said firmly, "There is no need to keep track. You need not repay me." Xia Qingning interpreted his words as a sign of wealth and indifference towards money, but whether he cared or not was his business. She was determined to repay him in the future. She continued writing, not only noting the 100 yuan given but also the 80 yuan spent on malted milk and the 11 yuan for medical expenses. After finishing her entries, she turned off the light and climbed into bed. Both of them donned long sleeves and pants, unsure if it was due to embarrassment or a desire to maintain distance from each other. That night, Xia Qingning continued to sleep on the outer edge of the bed, leaving more space for Lu Jingjie. She vaguely recalled that night when she had leaned against him while feeling unwell, only to be met with his anger as he threw off the covers and ordered her to get out. Given his strong aversion to physical contact, it was wise for her to keep her distance. Otherwise, she might inadvertently end up leaning against him again while asleep, and he might very well push her away once more. And now that she was no longer sick, she had no excuses. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her diminutive form as she lay there, the blanket barely rising above her. Lu Jingjie observed the slight mound of the blanket, contemplating it seemed she was intentionally maintaining distance from him. He should have felt pleased, as she was clearly self-aware, harboring no inappropriate intentions towards him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not experience the anticipated joy. That moment, Xia Qingning had already fallen into a deep slumber. After several uncomfortable nights on the small hospital bed, she finally slept soundly, awakening only when daylight broke. Unconsciously, she turned in her sleep, forgetting how close she was to the edge of the bed. With a sudden motion, she tumbled to the floor. With her body rolling off the bed, Xia Qingning involuntarily let out a startled cry. Chapter 18. Did I disturb you? We'll keep it quieter next time. The old wooden bed was somewhat high off the ground, and when Xia Qingning fell, she landed hard on her bottom, causing her considerable pain. She grimaced, rubbing her rear while muttering, "That hurts." Her commotion roused Lu Jingjie, who opened his eyes and turned to look, only to find the bed empty. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly spotted a hand emerging from beneath the bed, followed by Xia Qingning crawling out from below. It was evident she had tumbled off the bed. Seeing Lu Jingjia staring at her, Xia Qingning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, it was rather humiliating to fall out of bed at her age. "I'm sorry for waking you," she said, forcing a smile to mask her discomfort, though she knew the smile must look worse than tears. "Are you all right?" Lu Jingjia inquired, observing her supporting her waist, her expression a mix of a smile and a near cry. "I'm fine, really." Xia Qingning quickly waved her hand, glancing at the wall clock before adding, "You should sleep a bit longer." "I need to head to work." "Work?" Lu Jingjia asked, perplexed, unaware that she was employed at the state-run textile factory. "Yes, I start at 7:30, Xia Qingning replied. Lu Jingjia did not press further as Xia Qingning retrieved a muted gray work uniform from the wardrobe, consisting of long sleeves and trousers. The drab color made her appear somewhat lackluster, yet her beauty shone through, rendering even the plain attire unable to conceal her charm. Once dressed, she opened the door and stepped out, only to bump into He Shanshan, who was carrying a basin. He Shanshan regarded Xia Qingning with a glum expression, clearly displeased. Xia Qingning, indifferent to her discontent, was about to head to the kitchen when He Shanshan rolled her eyes and remarked, "Making all that noise so early in the morning, what are you trying to hide? Do you think no one knows what you two are up to? How shameless?" The mere thought of their intimacy infuriated He Shanshan. How could a country girl like Xia Qingning be so fortunate as to have both a good job and a good man? Realizing that He Shanshan must have heard her fall and mistakenly assumed she and Lu Jingjia were engaged in something inappropriate, Xia Qingning felt a surge of amusement. It seemed He Shanshan was quite envious, perhaps to the point of madness. Feigning surprise, Xia Qingning replied, "Oh, you heard that?" Then, with a bashful demeanor, she added, "We'll be quieter next time, you." He Shanshan was taken aback by Xia Qingning's brazen attitude, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she managed to spit out, "Shameless." With that, she stormed off, carrying her basin with indignation. Watching He Shanshan's angry retreat, Xia Qingning couldn't help but smile, then stepped into the kitchen to grab a basin before returning to her room. She sat at the table, took a comb, and parted her hair into two sections from the crown of her head, not creating a distinct parting like others but instead allowing it to flow in a gentle zigzag. She took two strands from one side, twisting them together as she added more hair from beneath, continuing until she reached the end, securing it with an elastic band, and then replicated the process on the other side. Before long, she had fashioned a fluffy little crown braid that, despite lacking any embellishments, looked incredibly lovely. After arranging her hair, Xia Qingning placed her toothbrush and towel into the basin, opened the door, and walked towards the sink. At this hour, everyone was already awake, and several individuals were gathered at the sink washing up. He Shanshan, donned in a vibrant pink outfit, approached, drawing everyone's attention due to its striking color. "Our department store's clothes are simply stunning," Zhao Cuilan, standing at the front, commented, "Just look at how well it fits He Shanshan, and the color is so bright." "Oh dear, Shanshan has a new outfit again." "Your mother certainly knows how to spoil her daughter," Aunt Wu chimed in. "This isn't new, I've worn it 2 or 3 times, He Shanshan replied, placing her basin down. "I just love bright colors. Those dull, gray outfits have no life in them." Ma Miao, clad in gray attire, felt offended and couldn't resist making a remark, "With skin that dark, you love bright colors? You look like a lump of coal." He Shanshan detested being called dark-skinned and, upon hearing Ma Miao's words, lost her composure, retorting with a barrage of insults, "Humph. What's wrong with being coal-colored? At least I look better than you. Just take a look at your eyes, you shouldn't smile, it makes you look even worse." "You're the one who can't see," Ma Miao shot back, refusing to back down. "With your complexion, if you stood still, people would mistake you for a piece of coal to be burned. Who are you calling dark? Who's the coal?" Their argument escalated, and just as it seemed they might resort to physical confrontation, a voice interrupted, "Wow, Lu's second wife, your braid is truly beautiful." This remark successfully diverted everyone's attention to Xia Qingning, instantly silencing the quarrel. Although Xia Qingning wore a gray work uniform, her striking face and stylish hairstyle stood out, rendering the coarse fabric inconsequential. The two young men still washing up couldn't help but stare. As Xia Qingning approached, she found herself standing beside He Shanshan, both of them with their hair in braids. He Shanshan's braids, adorned with red ribbons, appeared flat and lifeless, clinging tightly to her scalp, resembling 2 bloodied fish. In contrast, Xia Qingning's voluminous crown braid, intricately styled, framed her face beautifully, exuding both grace and gentleness. The term Dongshi Xiaopin aptly described He Shanshan's predicament at that moment. It was one thing to be less attractive than Xia Qingning, but her hairstyle paled in comparison as well. As she observed Xia Qingning's lovely braid and then glanced at her own, He Shanshan's expression fell, huffing in frustration. Clearly, Xia Qingning had come to make her feel inferior. "How did you braid it? Your hands are so skillful. I've never seen you do this before." Several young wives expressed their curiosity, unable to contain their admiration for Xia Qingning's braid. "I just learned it a few days ago at the factory," Xia Qingning casually offered, smiling graciously. Her beauty was accentuated by her radiant smile, capturing everyone's attention entirely, leaving none for He Shanshan. "What's the point of looking good if it's so loose it falls apart with a little movement?" He Shanshan pouted, feigning disdain. "I think it looks quite sturdy." "It shouldn't fall apart," a nearby young wife countered, inspecting it closely. "Don't mind her, she's just jealous," Ma Miao stated bluntly, not holding back her words, then turned to Xia Qingning and said, "Weren't you going to teach me how to braid last time? Did you forget?" "I haven't forgotten, come find me after work, and I'll teach you," Xia Qingning replied. "Then I'll come by tonight," Ma Miao said, her eyes filled with envy as she admired Xia Qingning's braid. "Sure," Xia Qingning nodded. "Ma Miao, if you learn, don't forget to teach us," the other young wives chimed in eagerly. "Absolutely," Ma Miao agreed, then shot a sideways glance at He Shanshan. Some people were just looking down on this. "I think they shouldn't learn at all." "I had no intention of learning anyway," He Shanshan rolled her eyes, her words contradicting her true feelings. "Who cares?" With that, she stormed off, her pride still intact as she carried her basin. "Let us not teach her. It'll drive her mad," Ma Miao said triumphantly, then turned back to Xia Qingning. "Don't worry about her, if she bullies you again, I'll stand up for you." Xia Qingning smiled and nodded, finding Ma Miao's spirited nature quite endearing. After washing up, Xia Qingning returned home with her basin, only to find Lu Jingjia already awake. He was dressed in a white shirt and military trousers, a brown leather belt accentuating his lean waist. Xia Qingning couldn't help but marvel internally. Not only was he handsome, but his physique was also extraordinary, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He epitomized the ideal figure. As he emerged from the room, rolling up his shirt sleeves, his toned arms gradually revealed themselves beneath the fabric. He approached Xia Qingning, took the basin from her hand, and prepared to wash up himself. As if recalling something, he asked, "When do you have a day off?" Xia Qingning snapped back to reality, responding, "Sunday." "All right," Lu Jingjia replied, "then let's visit your family this Sunday." It took Xia Qingning a moment to comprehend his intent. He was suggesting accompanying her to her hometown. She was taken aback, as everyone in her village believed she had married Lu Lidong. Now, with him, her little uncle, accompanying her, speculation would surely abound. Had he yielded, was he now prepared to acknowledge their relationship? Surprised yet elated, Xia Qingning nodded vigorously, saying, "Okay." After Lu Jingjia left, Xia Qingning tidied up, ready to go to work. She grabbed a small cloth bag and stepped out of her room, only to collide with Lu Xiaoxue, who came rushing out of He Shanshan's room. The force of the impact nearly sent her fragile body tumbling to the ground, and just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of the terror in Lu Xiaoxue's eyes. From her evasive gaze, Xia Qingning knew she was up to no good. Sure enough, in the next instant, she saw Lu Xiaoxue hastily hiding something behind her back. Though her movements were quick, Xia Qingning still caught sight of the wad of cash clutched in her hand. "What are you staring at? Get lost!" Lu Xiaoxue pushed her away nervously and fled. Xia Qingning watched her retreating figure, contemplating a plan. Today, she would ensure that Wang Mingfang and He Shanshan returned all the money and tickets they had taken from the original owner. Chapter 19. The director came knocking. Xia Qingning feigned ignorance, nonchalantly turning back to her room. She retrieved the money Lu Jingjia had given her the previous night and made her way outside. Time was of the essence. Without a bicycle, the journey from home to the state-owned factory would take nearly half an hour. As she passed the wash basin, she spotted Lu Jingjia grooming himself. After a moment's hesitation, she called out, "I'm off to work." As Xia Qingning approached the alley, a bicycle suddenly sped past her from behind, nearly brushing against her hem. Startled, she almost stumbled, only to see He Shanshan riding confidently, her legs pedaling vigorously and leaving her with an air of superiority. In truth, He Shanshan's workplace at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was closer than Xia Qingning's factory, yet she brazenly commandeered a bicycle. This very bicycle had been purchased second-hand on the black market by Wang Mingfang, using the money originally entrusted to her. Now, He Shanshan flaunted it in front of her, displaying an audacious sense of entitlement. With time slipping away, Xia Qingning quickened her pace, contemplating the necessity of learning to ride a bicycle. After all, in this era, bicycles served as the primary means of transportation. Mastering this skill would undoubtedly enhance her mobility. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Sister Qingning." She turned to see a young boy approaching on a bicycle. In the blink of an eye, he had halted before her. The boy's slightly curly hair appeared tousled, and his face was adorned with a bright, sunny smile. Through the memories of her predecessor, she recognized him as Wu Xiaodong, the youngest son of Aunt Wu, nearly 15 years old, who had exaggerated his age to secure a position in the same factory as her. Having been taught some textile techniques by her predecessor upon his entry into the factory, he held her in high regard. "Sister Qingning, hop on, I'll give you a ride," Wu Xiaodong warmly offered. Xia Qingning hesitated momentarily. She understood that in this era, riding with a male was generally frowned upon. However, he was just a child, and surely, even the most conservative of thoughts would not wander that far. "Then I shall trouble you," she replied, taking a seat on the back of the bicycle. After all, walking for nearly half an hour was unnecessary when she could ride. Wu Xiaodong, surprised that she had accepted, recalled that she would have previously declined such an offer. "Hold on tight," he reminded her, before pedaling away with vigor. At the wash basin, Lu Jingjia, observing Xia Qingning on Wu Xiaodong's bicycle as it turned right, noticed her instinctively clutching the hem of Wu Xiaodong's shirt. In that moment, he felt a shadow of displeasure cross his face, though he was unaware of it himself. He not only witnessed Xia Qingning riding with Wu Xiaodong but also recalled He Shanshan's intentional maneuver to cut her off. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the basin and headed home. The rear seat of the bicycle was quite rigid, and Xia Qingning, unaccustomed to it, struggled to maintain her balance. Suddenly, she heard Wu Xiaodong exclaim, "Sister Qingning, hold on tight." Before she could process his words, he pedaled with all his might, rapidly gaining speed until they caught up to He Shanshan and brushed past her. "Whoa!" Wu Xiaodong shouted gleefully. Startled by the near collision and his loud outburst, He Shanshan lost control of her handlebars and tumbled off, rubbing her sore backside. She furiously yelled at Wu Xiaodong, "Are you blind? Can't you see?" "Yes, I'm blind, I learned it from you," Wu Xiaodong retorted, his back turned to her, waving dismissively. It was only then that He Shanshan noticed Xia Qingning seated behind Wu Xiaodong and quickly understood that he was deliberately standing up for her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, hurling accusations at Xia Qingning's back. "Is it you who instructed him to do this? Have you now learned to incite children to mischief? You've really grown bold, just wait until I deal with you tonight." By then, Wu Xiaodong had already ridden far ahead, oblivious to her tirade. Satisfied with having chastised He Shanshan, he felt a surge of joy, his face beaming with a smile. Let her bully others. Let her show off. Seeing the youthful exuberance radiating from him, Xia Qingning couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ha, she is probably fuming right now." Taken aback by her response, Wu Xiaodong paused for a moment, incredulous, and asked, "Sister Qingning, you're not angry with me? You're helping me. Why would I be upset with you?" Xia Qingning replied, her expression one of genuine confusion. How could she be so ungrateful? Weren't you afraid of her before? Wu Xiaodong couldn't help but comment. In his eyes, Xia Qingning was kind-hearted and beautiful but overly timid, often enduring mistreatment. He feared that his recent actions might displease her. "Not anymore," Xia Qingning declared, raising her chin defiantly. "I will never be afraid again." "Exactly. If she dares to bully you again, I'll help you teach her a lesson," Wu Xiaodong proclaimed boldly. As they continued riding, both felt buoyed by their spirits. Approaching the factory, Wu Xiaodong hesitated but ultimately felt compelled to caution her, "Sister Qingning, don't get too close to that Liao fellow. He is not a good person." Xia Qingning was touched by his concern. This younger brother genuinely cared for her predecessor's well-being. Noticing her silence, Wu Xiaodong worried she might be upset with him for meddling. As he parked the bicycle, he hastened to clarify, Sister Qingning, don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about you, I'm just saying that Liao is unscrupulous, and I fear you might get hurt. I understand, Xia Qingning replied, jumping off the bicycle and nodding. Rest assured, I'm aware of what I'm doing. With that, she waved goodbye, saying, I'll head in first. Thank you for today. Don't mention it, it's not out of my way, Wu Xiaodong grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. After bidding farewell to Wu Xiaodong, Xia Qingning entered the factory. She had never worked in a factory before, but fortunately, she was already skilled in operating a sewing machine and had the memories of her predecessor to guide her, making the task relatively effortless. However, shortly after she began, a woman in her 50s approached, gently patting her shoulder. Qingning, how is your health? The woman, surnamed Xin, was the leader of their group, with a kind and approachable demeanor. Aware that Xia Qingning had taken sick leave for the past couple of days, she came to inquire after her well-being. I'm better now, thank you, team leader, Xia Qingning replied softly. Make sure to take care of yourself, eat well, and you'll recover fully, team leader Qin advised, then seemed to recall something. Oh, by the way, Director Liao came looking for you a couple of days ago. I told him you were on sick leave, and he asked you to come to the factory and visit his office. Xia Qingning understood that Liao Chang must be feeling guilty about the incident at the Reed Marsh, prompting his urgent request to see her. All right, I'll go now, she said, her expression remaining unchanged as she stood up and made her way to Liao Chang's office. Chapter 20. My man has returned. After Xia Qingning departed, a girl with a square face and a prominent nose gazed at Sister Qin with curiosity, inquiring, what does Director Liao want with her? Sister Qin playfully tapped her on the head and replied with a smile, Xiao Fong, if only your gossiping fervor could translate into your work ethic. Of course, Director Liao summoned her for matters pertaining to work, what else could it be? That may not necessarily be the case, interjected a voice nearby the speaker. A strikingly beautiful woman in her early 20s, dressed in a fashionable manner, smirked and said in a languid tone, hasn't Director Liao always been quite fond of her? Look at how well she is dressed today, perhaps he is calling her to the office to set her up with someone. Xiao Hong, you ought not to speak so recklessly, Sister Qin admonished the woman, her tone turning serious. Qingning is already married. What business does she have with courting anyone? Marriage is what she claims, yet we've never laid eyes on her husband, Xiao Hong scoffed, continuing, besides, can't one be married and still seek companionship? I see her and the director getting along quite well. The more you talk, the more you stray from reason, Sister Qin reprimanded, giving her another tap. Now, get back to work. While the two were conversing, Xia Qingning had already reached the office door. Liao Chang was pouring water into an enamel cup when he spotted her and waved enthusiastically, Qingning, you've arrived, come in, come in. Xia Qingning walked in, her demeanor calm, and feigned ignorance as she asked, what does Director Liao want with me? Liao Chang approached the door, peered around, then closed it behind him. Lowering his voice, he said, Qingning, now that I see you're alright, I can breathe easy. I heard you've been unwell these past couple of days, you have no idea how worried I was. That day, I was just momentarily dazed, please don't take it to heart. I can overlook past grievances, but I would appreciate it if Director Liao could exercise some restraint in the future, Xia Qingning replied, meeting his gaze with a cold indifference that clearly conveyed her stance. Liao Chang had never encountered such a frosty demeanor from Xia Qingning before. Assuming she was still upset about the previous incident, he hastily continued to placate her, oh, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to leave you in a lurch, I was just startled, you know, if something were to happen to you while you were jumping into a river, I would be heartbroken. You know I genuinely care for you. Xia Qingning regarded Liao Chang, who stood less than 5 feet 7, his receding hairline nearly reaching the back of his head, looking at her lecherously, and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. With a stern expression, she stated, it would be best if Director Liao refrained from such declarations, such behavior can lead to severe consequences. Consequences? Liao Chang chuckled, clearly dismissing her words. He leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance from her long, fair neck, and with a look of rapture, declared, for you, I would gladly face any consequences. After 2 days apart, you are even more beautiful and enchanting. As he spoke, his hand began to rise inappropriately, preparing to encircle Xia Qingning's waist. She deftly sidestepped, evading his grasp, then swiftly raised her arm and delivered a resounding slap to his face before he could react. The sound echoed, and Liao Chang, caught off guard, stared at Xia Qingning in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded that he could scarcely fathom that the girl who had once spoken to him with timidity was now bold enough to strike him. It took him a moment to sputter, "You little brat, have you lost your mind?" Gently massaging her aching wrist, Xia Qingning reflected on the frailty of her own body. Locking eyes with Liao Chang, she displayed no hint of fear and declared, "I already warned you to maintain your decorum. Since you chose to ignore it, I had no choice but to teach you a lesson. How dare you strike me?" Liao Chang, regaining his composure, glared menacingly at her, stepping closer, ready to retaliate with a slap of his own. "Director Liao," Xia Qingning raised her voice, halting his advance, then coolly continued, "You may not be aware, but my husband has returned." The moment those words left her lips, Liao Chang froze, his hands suspended in the air, unable to move. He had never witnessed such a resolute expression on Xia Qingning's face, calm yet unwavering. Everything had unfolded according to Xia Qingning's expectations. Liao Chang was merely a fade of bravado. She continued to threaten, "It would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. He is now a commander, with military rank and a firearm at his disposal. Should he learn of your actions that day, what do you suppose he would do to you?" Liao Chang, rendered speechless, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xia Qingning's soldier husband would actually return, let alone hold such a high rank. As a mere workshop manager, provoking the wife of a commander was tantamount to courting death. Seeing the terror in Liao Chang's eyes and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Xia Qingning felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the influence of a commander's husband proved effective. Exiting Liao Chang's office, Xia Qingning felt elated. She understood that dealing with someone like Liao Chang required swiftness, precision, and decisiveness. Weakness would only encourage him to push further, incessantly harassing her. Today, she had taught him a lesson. Henceforth, he would think twice before acting so brazenly. Having worked the early shift this month, Xia Qingning finished at 5:30 in the afternoon. As she slung her bag over her shoulder and approached the factory gate, she encountered Wu Xiaodong. Upon spotting her, he called out, "Sister Qingning, why not ride back with me?" After a day of sewing, her feet ached, and adhering to the principle of taking a ride when offered, she gladly accepted. As the vehicle moved forward, the gentle breeze brushed against her face, and she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, alleviating much of her fatigue. Wu Xiaodong, pedaling ahead, suddenly burst into laughter. Xia Qingning, puzzled, heard him say, "Sister Qingning, do you know that the guy named Liao got beaten up today? His face is all swollen. He was too embarrassed to go to the cafeteria for lunch and didn't he manage to eat anything? When he left just now, he was covering his face with his bag, afraid of being seen. Ha ha. Oh, is that so?" Xia Qingning feigned ignorance, playing along. "Ha, I wonder who the brave soul was that struck him. It's quite satisfying." Wu Xiaodong remained immersed in his amusement, a look of excitement on his face. Xia Qingning pondered whether he would be shocked to learn that the valiant figure he spoke of was currently seated in the rear of his vehicle. "Indeed, well done," she nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the vehicle sped along. Midway through their journey, Xia Qingning suddenly remembered a pressing matter and addressed Wu Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, if it's convenient, could you take me to the supply and marketing cooperative first? I need to buy a few things." "Of course, no problem at all. I'll take you there right away," Wu Xiaodong replied, turning the bicycle toward the cooperative. Before long, they arrived at the cooperative. As Xia Qingning prepared to enter, she took out a 10 yuan bill and specifically asked Wu Xiaodong to exchange it for change. While he exchanged the money, Wu Xiaodong curiously asked, "Sister Qingning, can't you get change inside?" Xia Qingning smiled, offering no elaborate explanation, simply stating, "I have my reasons." Though Wu Xiaodong was puzzled, he did not press further and followed her inside. While the cooperative may not have offered as extensive a selection as a department store, it stocked all the essentials of daily necessities, vegetables, meats, everything one might require. The store was not particularly crowded, and as soon as Xia Qingning stepped in, He Shanshan behind the counter spotted her and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Chapter 21 Inch Quick, Qingning, see what good thing Jingjia has bought for you. What do you mean by that? Of course I came to shop. Am I here just to see you? Wu Xiaodong, who was following closely behind Xia Qingning, retorted directly upon hearing that she was there to shop. He Shanshan's displeasure deepened, her face growing long as she inquired, "What are you buying?" "Mind your own business. I'm certainly not purchasing your pig intestines," Wu Xiaodong shot back at her once more. A salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative had become pregnant, which led to Yi Shanshan being hired as a temporary worker, assigned to the section selling pig entrails. She found the smell revolting but felt compelled to endure it. After all, this was a hard-won job opportunity. She was aware that Wu Xiaodong's comment was mocking her, yet she had no retort, merely shooting him an annoyed glance. Xia Qingning ignored her and proceeded to the daily necessities section, addressing a salesperson inside. "Comrade, please fetch me an enamel basin." "What do you need an enamel basin for?" Before she could finish, Yi Shanshan interrupted her, boldly asserting, "You're not allowed to buy one since we already have a basin at home." While it was true they had a basin, it was constantly in use for washing vegetables, dishes, and even her face. Each time Xia Qingning washed her face, she had to clean the basin several times beforehand. Yi Shanshan had her own separate basin for washing her face, but the original owner did not, and now she was being forbidden to buy one. Xia Qingning's delicate brows furrowed slightly in irritation as she coldly replied, "I am spending my money to buy my basin. What does it have to do with you?" Turning back to the salesperson, she added, "Please get me the best quality one." As soon as she finished speaking, another thought struck her. "Oh no, make it two." Yi Shanshan was taken aback, not expecting the typically timid Xia Qingning to dare to retort. For a moment, she was so enraged she couldn't find her words, and just as she was about to explode, she heard Xia Qingning instruct the salesperson, "Please also get me some snowflake cream, shampoo, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and 2 bars of soap." Seeing her purchase so many items at once nearly turned Yi Shanshan's face green with rage. In front of the other salespeople, she dared not refuse to sell anything. Fuming, she suddenly realized wait, where did she get the money to buy all these things? After pondering for a considerable time, she finally reacted, her eyes widening as she anxiously asked Xia Qingning, "Did you get paid?" "Whether I got paid or not is none of your business." Xia Qingning shot her a glance and disregarded her, walking over to the fabric counter instead. There, a dazzling array of fabrics was displayed, showcasing various materials and patterns, all neatly arranged. Although Xia Qingning had some money, she only possessed 2 fabric coupons, which wouldn't even buy her a meter of cloth. After a moment's hesitation, she addressed the salesperson, "Please get me 1 foot of the blue floral and 1 foot of the light purple floral." The fabric was vibrant in color and soft in texture, perfect for making hair accessories. Yi Shanshan could no longer maintain her composure upon seeing Xia Qingning purchase such expensive fabric. Her mother, Wang Mingfang, had promised her that once Xia Qingning received her salary this month, she would buy her a red dress made of the same fabric from the department store. Now that Xia Qingning had bought these items, spending all her money, what would happen to her red dress? She had intended to wear that dress for her blind date. With this thought in mind, she disregarded everything else and rushed from the counter to Xia Qingning, shouting loudly, "You're not allowed to buy anything, you can't buy anything." Xia Qingning glanced at the furious Yi Shanshan, choosing not to argue. Instead, she turned to a middle-aged woman at the counter and said, "What is going on with your salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative? Are they not intending to sell to customers?" The woman appeared astute and capable, clearly someone with a leadership role. Ever since Yi Shanshan had obstructed Xia Qingning from purchasing the enamel basin, the woman's expression had soured. It now, witnessing her rudeness towards the customer, she reprimanded, "Yi Shanshan, what is wrong with you? Even as a temporary worker, you should possess some professional decorum. If you don't want to work, you need not come tomorrow." It's not that, Yi Shanshan blurted out in a moment of panic, "This is my sister-in-law. Her salary cannot be used to buy these things." "Why can't it be used to buy these things?" Xia Qingning appeared amused by her words, retorting, "If it's my salary, why shouldn't I spend it on what I desire instead of what you want?" Having her thoughts exposed, Yi Shanshan became infuriated, shouting at Xia Qingning, "You shut your mouth. You should be the one to shut your mouth." The woman immediately chastised Yi Shanshan, her gaze filled with warning, her expression extremely displeased, coldly stating, "Stop causing a ruckus here and go sell your pig entrails." As a people's store, it was their duty to serve the public. Under her watch, how could a temporary worker run amok? Under the woman's authority, Yi Shanshan reluctantly fell silent, returning to her counter in a huff. "You wanted 2 feet, right?" The woman turned to Xia Qingning and asked. "Yes, 1 foot of blue floral and 1 foot of light purple floral," Xia Qingning replied. "This fabric is significantly more expensive than cotton. Making a garment requires at least 4 feet. 2 feet isn't sufficient," the woman kindly reminded her. Qingning, do you not have fabric coupons? I have some here, Wu Xiaodong interjected, eager to offer his fabric coupons to Xia Qingning. No need, I'm not making any clothes, Xia Qingning waved her hand, declining. Alright, it's $1.50 per foot, so 2 feet will be $3. The woman measured with a ruler, skillfully picked up scissors, and efficiently cut 2 pieces of fabric, wrapping them up. He Shanshan watched from a distance, her heart aching at the thought of $3 disappearing just like that. She felt as though she could bore a hole into Xia Qingning with her glare. That was her money for the red dress. Comrade, do you need anything else? The woman inquired, looking at Xia Qingning. Just as Xia Qingning was about to say no, she paused and thought, let us get 2 ice pops as well. We have 3 flavors of ice pops. Banana for 3 cents, mung bean for 4 cents, and milk for 5 cents, which one would you like? The woman asked. Xia Qingning knew He Shanshan was certainly watching her now. She had come here intentionally to make purchases in front of her. Smiling, she generously replied, then I'll take the most expensive one. She actually dared to order the most expensive. He Shanshan gazed at Xia Qingning, her fists clenched so tightly her nails nearly pierced her skin. The 2 enamel basins cost $4.60, daily toiletries $1.80, snowflake cream and shampoo $1.40, fabric $3, and the ice pop 10 cents, totaling $10.90. After tallying the bill, the woman continued, here is your receipt. Please go over there to settle the payment, and then come back to collect all your items. Xia Qingning acknowledged with a good, then walked to the cashier, pulling out a handful of change and 2 fabric coupons, handing them to the cashier. He Shanshan watched as she handed over the money, struggling to suppress the impulse to snatch it back. After all, this was her money for buying clothes. How could she be so extravagant and spend over $10 in one go? Once they returned, she would certainly inform Wang Mingfang to confiscate all of Xia Qingning's salary, leaving her not a single cent. After completing her transaction, Xia Qingning collected her purchased items, placing everything into a net bag, and handed an ice pop to Wu Xiaodong, saying, here you go, brother Xiaodong, I'm treating you. Wu Xiaodong was taken aback that he also received something, grinning widely as he said, thank you, Sister Qingning. After accepting the ice pop, he unwrapped it right before He Shanshan and began to enjoy it, shaking his head and swaying as he savored the treat. He Shanshan watched this scene, her teeth almost grinding down in frustration. She could barely afford the milk-flavored ice pop on a usual day, yet Xia Qingning had the audacity to treat someone in her presence. It was infuriating. Observing He Shanshan's furious and suppressed expression, Xia Qingning felt a sense of satisfaction. With her goal achieved, she and Wu Xiaodong exited the cooperative. Wu Xiaodong rode ahead on his bike, their purchases hanging from the handlebars. Xia Qingning sat on the back seat, tearing open the packaging of her ice pop, which emitted a cool mist as she took a gentle bite. The icy chill paired with the creamy sweetness of the milk was utterly delightful. Qingning, you seem different from before, Wu Xiaodong suddenly remarked as he pedaled, finding today's Xia Qingning quite unusual, often leaving him questioning if she was indeed the same Qingning he once knew. Is that so? How am I different? Xia Qingning casually replied, fully aware of her transformation. After all, she was not the same person as the original owner. Everything is different, Wu Xiaodong stated, pausing before adding, but you truly look wonderful now. Xia Qingning smiled, feeling a little guilty, not wanting to delve further into that topic. After a moment, she said, Brother Xiaodong, I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it, Sister Qingning? Could I ride with you to and from work from now on? I'll pay you for the fare, Xia Qingning proposed. The distance from home to the textile factory was not short. After a long day of labor, returning home was both time-consuming and tiring. She had considered purchasing a bicycle, but if all went well, she would only be working there for another month before joining the army, making the purchase impractical. Moreover, she didn't know how to ride a bike, and learning would take additional time. After weighing her options, riding with Wu Xiaodong seemed the most economical choice. Of course, you can. Wu Xiaodong readily agreed. You don't need to pay. Just treat me to an ice pop each week, preferably from the supply and marketing cooperative, right in front of He Shanshan. Xia Qingning chuckled at his playful banter, finding herself increasingly fond of this cheerful little brother. Before long, the two returned to their residence. Xia Qingning jumped off the bike, thanked Wu Xiaodong, and headed home. After walking a short distance, she saw Mai Miao rushing toward her, excitement evident on her face as she pulled her along, exclaiming, Qingning, hurry home and see what good thing Jingjia has bought for you. Chapter 22. A little extra effort in the evening. Xia Qingning was filled with confusion as she carried the items she had purchased, being pulled along by my Miao towards her home. Upon entering her yard, she was greeted by the sight of a brand new bicycle parked there. A circle of women surrounded the bike, each eye glimmering with envy as they exclaimed, "Lu Er's wife, you are truly fortunate. Your man returned and bought you such a splendid bicycle. Indeed, it's a Phoenix model, costing over 100 yuan. I would have to forego food and drink for half a year just to afford one," another chimed in. "Look at the saddle. It's made of cowhide. It must be incredibly comfortable to ride," said another. "How enviable. If you're so lucky, why not have your man buy you one too? Such an expensive bike, he wouldn't even sell me a second-hand one." Among the envious, there were also those who were jealous. Zhao Zuilan stood at a distance, murmuring discontentedly, "Being able to climb into bed certainly has its perks. Men are willing to buy anything, no matter the price." Before her stood the bicycle, its glossy black paint shining, the colorful Phoenix emblem on the handlebars strikingly noticeable. Even the seat bore the embossed letters Phoenix, making it an eye-catching sight. Gazing at the bicycle and listening to the envious chatter, Xia Qingning felt utterly dazed. Once the crowd had dispersed, my Miao, with an expression of envy, remarked to Xia Qingning, "Jingjia is truly good to you." She then tugged at Xia Qingning's sleeve, adding, "If you ever find it unnecessary, may I borrow it for a ride?" Coming back to her senses, Xia Qingning felt a bit awkward at the thought of lending the bike. "It's not that I wouldn't lend it to you, but this bicycle may not have been bought for me." "You silly! This is a 26-inch bike, specifically for women, and besides you, who else could Jingjia possibly buy it for?" My Miao looked at Xia Qingning as if she were slow-witted. With this reminder from my Miao, Xia Qingning noticed that the bike was indeed smaller than the 28-inch bikes ridden by Wu Xiaodong and the others. If Lu Jingjia were to ride it himself, considering his long limbs, he would never purchase a 26-inch bike. Could it truly be meant for her? With lingering doubt, Xia Qingning entered the house, placing her purchases on the table, only to find that Lu Jingjia was not home. She turned to my Miao and asked, "Aren't you supposed to learn how to braid hair? The bike, can I borrow it sometime?" My Miao still hadn't forgotten about the bicycle. "Of course," Xia Qingning replied with a smile upon seeing her eager expression, "but only if it truly belongs to me." "Of course it's yours," my Miao replied confidently, then asked, "What hairstyle shall we learn today? I am quite clumsy with my hands, so please don't be too critical of me." After a moment of thought, Xia Qingning said, "Let us try the diagonal braid I showed you last time. Something simpler." Xia Qingning fetched a comb and a mirror from her room and began to teach my Miao. Gradually, she realized that my Miao's claim of being clumsy was not mere modesty. However, she did not show any impatience and continued to instruct her with care. Xia Qingning's patience made my Miao feel embarrassed, prompting her to exclaim, "I thought it would be easy, but it's actually quite difficult. Why does your hair behave so well in your hands? Take your time. Once you master one braid style, you can create many different variations. The principles remain the same," Xia Qingning reassured her. After repeated instruction, my Miao finally grasped the technique. Although her braiding was not perfect, she managed to learn it well enough. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she felt as if she had transformed, delighting in her newfound beauty. Suddenly, she leaned in close to Xia Qingning and whispered, "I heard you and Jingjia are sharing a room." Xia Qingning was taken aback by the unexpected personal question and found herself at a loss for words. All men are the same. They claim to dislike something, yet their actions betray them, my Miao said with an expression that suggested she knew everything. Xia Qingning, they did share a room, but they slept separately, without disturbing one another. Just as Xia Qingning felt awkward, she overheard my Miao continue, "Today he came to my house to see my parents, and I heard my mother ask him if he intended to have children. He said." Just then, a pair of long legs stepped into the room, causing my Miao to abruptly swallow her words. Following her gaze, Xia Qingning instinctively looked towards the door, where Lu Jingjia entered, dressed in a crisp military uniform. "I'm heading home," my Miao announced as she stood up. Before leaving, she leaned in close to Xia Qingning and winked, "Make an effort tonight." With that, she laughed and dashed out. Xia Qingning stared after her, bewildered. What had Lu Jingjia said, and why was she expected to make an effort? At that moment, Lu Jingjia had already taken a seat. Xia Qingning hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "About the bike outside, it's for you," Lu Jingjia replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He continued, "You can ride it to work from now on. Xia Qingning felt a twinge of confusion. She couldn't comprehend why he was suddenly being so considerate. After reflecting briefly, she surmised that he was simply a kind-hearted man who, seeing her frail condition, had decided to buy a means of transport to ease her burdens. Truly, he was deserving of being a male lead, broad-minded and generous. Although she had agreed with Wu Xiaodong to ride in his vehicle in the future, now that a bike had been purchased, it would be rather disheartening to ask him to return it. "Thank you," Xia Qingning said, then inquired, "How much did the bike cost?" Upon hearing this, and recalling Xia Qingning's small accounting book from the previous day, Lu Jingzhe's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Why do you want to know?" "Just curious," Xia Qingning replied, blinking her eyes innocently. In truth, she intended to keep track of it, but having noticed Lu Jingzhe's displeasure the day before when he saw her accounting, she decided against revealing her intentions. Hearing her response, Lu Jingzhe's expression softened as he replied in a low voice, 158. In this era, 158 yuan was indeed a substantial amount, and purchasing a bicycle required a ticket, which was even harder to come by. Xia Qingning was taken aback by Lu Jingzhe's generosity. Feeling grateful that she had aligned herself with such a benefactor given his lavishness, she wondered if she should reciprocate in some way. As her gaze fell upon the net bag on the table, she remembered and reached inside to retrieve a porcelain basin and a towel, handing them to Lu Jingzhe. "I just visited the supply and marketing cooperative and bought some toiletries. I brought you a set as well. It's more hygienic to use your own." Though these items paled in comparison to the bicycle he had gifted her, and were purchased with his money, they nonetheless represented her small gesture of goodwill. Lu Jingzhe accepted the items without hesitation. He had a slight aversion to uncleanliness, and these would be quite useful. The two sat there, an awkward silence enveloping them. Xia Qingning glanced at the fabric in the net bag and said to Lu Jingzhe, "I'll go make something." With that, she took the net bag and headed into the house, placing her purchases on the cabinet. She then retrieved the fabric and headbands, as well as a few rubber bands from her original box. When she emerged from her room, she discovered that Lu Jingzhe had already left, and the bicycle had been moved to a corner. She took a pair of scissors from the wall. The synthetic fabric of this era was indeed more vibrant and visually appealing than cotton, making it perfect for hair accessories. She cut the fabric into strips of varying sizes and lengths, then approached the sewing machine outside He Shanshan's room and began her work, patiently awaiting He Shanshan's return to confront her. Chapter 23. At the design to retrieve their money after work, He Shanshan rode her bike at breakneck speed, her face a mask of fury. All she wished for was the ability to soar home immediately and deliver a proper reprimand to Xia Qingning. Shanshan, at that moment, Wang Mingfang, returning home, spotted her daughter on the bike and called out to her. He Shanshan slammed the brakes, halting right in front of Wang Mingfang, her heart brimming with grievance and anger. As if she had found a confidant, she unleashed a torrent of words at her mother. "Mom, you won't believe how arrogant that wretched Xia Qingning was today. It drove me insane. She came to our supply and marketing cooperative and bought a mountain of things, towels, toothbrushes, soaps, and even 2 enamel basins made of polyester." As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, her eyes wide with indignation, continuing, "And she treated Wu Xiaodong to ice pops at 5 cents each, spending over 10 yuan in total." Upon hearing about the 10 yuan, Wang Mingfang could no longer remain composed, staring at her daughter for confirmation. "She truly spent over 10 yuan? Are you certain?" "I saw it clearly. She was so generous when she paid, not a hint of hesitation, boasting that she was buying her own things with her salary, as if it were any of my concern." The more He Shanshan thought about it, the angrier she became, her face flushed with rage. "But that is impossible," Wang Mingfang responded, realizing she hasn't received her salary yet. Over the past 2 years, every time Xia Qingning got paid, she would promptly collect her money, so Wang Mingfang was well aware of when Xia Qingning received her wages. Then where did she get so much money? He Shanshan asked, astonished, then urged Wang Mingfang, "Mom, let us hurry back and confront her." The two swiftly rode home, and by the time they arrived, Xia Qingning had already completed all her hair accessories and tidied up the scraps of fabric before stepping outside. A fuming He Shanshan stormed into the courtyard and headed straight for the house, only to see Xia Qingning emerging with something in her hands. Since the sewing machine was just outside her room, seeing Xia Qingning come from that direction led He Shanshan to assume she had emerged from her own room. She charged over, scolding, "Xia Qingning, what were you doing in my room?" Oh, how quickly she returned. The show was about to begin. "Who went into your room?" Xia Qingning looked at He Shanshan, her eyes betraying no fear. "You still deny it?" I saw you. He Shanshan asserted confidently, then shifted her gaze to what Xia Qingning held, fiercely interrogating, what do you have in your hands? After asking, as if struck by a sudden thought, she dashed into her own room, snatched her pillow from the bed, and began rummaging through it with great care. After a lengthy search, she found nothing. In a panic, she tore the entire pillow out, discovering that the pillowcase was empty, all her money was gone. She discarded the pillow she was holding and, with fury radiating from her, marched up to Xia Qingning, pointing an accusatory finger at her nose. So it's you, Xia Qingning. I wondered how you could afford so many things today. It turns out you stole from me, you little thief. You used to steal from others, and now you steal money, utterly shameless. On what grounds do you accuse me? Xia Qingning's gentle eyes were filled with anger. It was the first time in her life she had been subjected to such vile accusations, and she retorted defiantly, who stole your things? Speak clearly. Seeing the usually timid Xia Qingning standing up to her time and again only served to provoke He Shanshan's sense of authority. She erupted, you shameless wretch, if you didn't steal, what were you doing in my room? If you didn't take my money, how could it have vanished? Does it have legs and run away on its own? Her voice was loud, piercing, and soon drew the attention of the neighbors, who began to converge toward the Lu household. It wasn't Tini who took the money, nor did I enter your room. Let us ask everyone to judge, is it right to wrongfully accuse someone and hurl insults? Xia Qingning retorted with righteous indignation, appearing as though she wished to clarify the matter. Hearing Xia Qingning's words and noticing the gathering crowd, He Shanshan became even more emboldened, certain that Xia Qingning had indeed taken the money. Not wanting anyone to be unaware of her accusations, she dragged Xia Qingning into the courtyard, shouting, everyone, come see. Xia Qingning is a thief who stole over 10 yuan from me, and I just caught her in the act. Xia Qingning, fully aware of the scene she was creating, pretended to struggle against He Shanshan's grip. It cooperated remarkably well as she was pulled outside. Given her naturally frail physique, her feigned resistance only made it appear as though the robust He Shanshan was forcefully dragging her along. Is there some misunderstanding? Shanshan, Lu Er's daughter, has always been honest. How could she steal money? A neighbor, Wu's aunt, spoke up, unable to bear the sight of the injustice. I'm not wronging her. Ask Wu Xiaodong if she didn't come to our shop today and buy a ton of things, treating him to ice pops, all without having received her salary. If she didn't steal from me, where did she get the money? He Shanshan's anger flared as she recalled the afternoon's events, disregarding any semblance of decorum as she shouted like a shrew. Isn't Qingning working at the textile factory? Her salary isn't low. Even if she hasn't been paid this month, she must have some savings from before. How can you be so sure she stole your money? Mai Mao, who had just arrived, seized upon the crux of the matter, countering. Her previous salary, He Shanshan began to explain but was interrupted as Wang Mingfang bumped into her shoulder, causing her to quickly retort, regardless, she couldn't possibly have so much money. I just got home and discovered my money missing, and she conveniently emerged from my room, clutching something in her hands. At this point, she glanced at Xia Qingning's hands, as if she had found incriminating evidence. What did you just steal from my room? Let me see. Before Xia Qingning could respond, He Shanshan lunged to snatch it away. Faced with the brutish and volatile He Shanshan, Xia Qingning deliberately tightened her fist, pretending to fear having something taken from her, exclaiming loudly, let go of me. The more she resisted, the more convinced He Shanshan became, forcefully prying open her hand, and in that instant, hair ties and bands spilled across the ground. Seeing that the items were not her own, He Shanshan felt somewhat embarrassed. On noticing this, Mai Mao immediately remarked, look, Qingning didn't take your money at all, you're just slandering her. She is the thief. She has already used it today. He Shanshan's voice became shrill and piercing, agitatedly pushing Xia Qingning away with all her might. The frail body of Xia Qingning struggled to maintain balance but ultimately toppled sideways. Just then, a pair of strong hands reached out and securely caught her, and in the next moment, she found herself nestled in Lu Jingjia's embrace. Lu Jingjia steadied her, ensuring she was unharmed, and then protectively positioned her behind him, his expression icy as he turned to glare at He Shanshan, demanding, what are you doing? His imposing stature, cold demeanor, and voice laced with anger radiated a powerful aura, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. He Shanshan was taken aback by his formidable presence, momentarily at a loss for words until she eventually stammered, she stole my money. Witnessing Lu Jingjia's intervention, the ever-compassionate Wang Mingfang approached Xia Qingning, refraining from reproach and instead gently advising, Qingning, if you took it, just admit it. We're all family here, you don't need to return the money to it's okay to make mistakes, we can simply move on. With everyone gathered, Xia Qingning recognized that the moment to retaliate had arrived, and resolutely declared, I didn't take it. She then looked steadfastly at He Shanshan, challenging her, you claim I took your money, but what proof do you have? The items you bought today are proof. If you didn't steal, then explain where the money for your purchases came from. He Shanshan boasted triumphantly, knowing Xia Qingning had not received her salary and could not possibly have that much money. Just as she relished her victory, a cold, resonant voice cut through the air, I gave it to her. Chapter 24 And not a penny less. With Lu Jingjia's utterance of this phrase, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. You gave it to her? He Shanshan gazed at Lu Jingjia in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. If he truly had given her the money, then why had Xia Qingning not mentioned it earlier? It was evident that he was attempting to shield her. She quickly added, she spent 10 yuan today, and I happen to lose 10 yuan as well, what are the odds? Who said I only had 10 yuan on me? Xia Qingning cast a cold glance at He Shanshan and confidently strode into the room. She retrieved her cloth bag and, in front of the onlookers, pulled out a substantial handful of 10 yuan notes, then turned to He Shanshan and inquired, are these funds also yours? Upon witnessing Xia Qingning produce such a large sum of money, He Shanshan was momentarily rendered speechless, her earlier aggressive demeanor dissipating entirely. Observing the sudden turn of events, the cunning Wang Mingfang swiftly interjected, Qingning, my dear child, why didn't you mention that Jingjia had given you money? You've caused quite a misunderstanding. It was undeniably their mistake, yet now that the truth had emerged, they were attempting to shift the blame onto Xia Qingning. It seemed they believed they could bully her due to her lack of support. Liu Jingjia narrowed his eyes, a frigid glint emanating from them, as he retorted calmly, what, I give her money, and I must report it to you as well. Finally, the crux of the matter was addressed, and Xia Qingning recognized it was her moment to step forward. She turned to Wang Mingfang, her voice laced with grievance and helplessness, stating, perhaps Auntie thinks that the money you give me should be handed over to you just like my monthly salary. Upon hearing this, those gathered began to comprehend the situation. He Shanshan's unwavering certainty that Xia Qingning was penniless stemmed from the fact that Wang Mingfang had been appropriating her monthly wages to in the ensuing silence, Wu Xiaodong, who had only just arrived, suddenly spoke up, no wonder Sister Qingning has worked in the textile city for years yet has so few decent clothes. She has been living frugally because her money has been siphoned away. Exactly, to take away someone's wages and then treat them like a thief is utterly despicable. McMiao chimed in, defending Xia Qingning. Hearing the words of the two, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. He Shanshan has only been at the supply and marketing cooperative for a few months, and her salary isn't high, yet she dresses so extravagantly. It turns out she is leeching off her daughter-in-law to support her own daughter. She is not really a daughter-in-law, Jingjia isn't her son. That makes it even worse. I've always thought Wang Mingfang was quite amiable. How could she? As Wang Mingfang observed the peculiar glances directed her way, she realized the truth could no longer be concealed. She quickly switched to another narrative, Jingjia, you mustn't misunderstand. It is not just Qingning's wages that I safeguard, but those of your elder brother and sister-in-law as well, including Shanshan. Shanshan was merely flustered after losing her money and inadvertently accused Qingning. With that, she seized her daughter and thrust her towards Xia Qingning, insisting, Shanshan, you little brat, hurry up and apologize to Qingning. He Shanshan, lacking her mother's cunning and tact, had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. She stubbornly argued, just because she has money doesn't mean she didn't steal mine. My money is genuinely missing, if she didn't take it, then who did? How dare you continue with such nonsense? Wang Mingfang, vexed by her daughter's foolishness, wished she could silence her. After scolding her daughter, she immediately donned a conciliatory expression towards Xia Qingning, saying, Qingning, please don't hold it against Shanshan today, we were in the wrong and shouldn't have wrongfully accused you. I sincerely apologize. She bent down, intending to bow to Xia Qingning. Quick-witted, Xia Qingning swiftly supported her, refusing to allow her to make such a superficial gesture. Instead, she earnestly remarked, Auntie, you needn't do that. Today's incident cannot be solely blamed on Shanshan. Upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, the onlookers were left speechless. The second daughter-in-law of Lu's was remarkably accommodating. Having been wronged to such an extent, she was still defending others. One couldn't help but wonder whether to label her as foolish or naive. Lu Jingzhe instinctively frowned, while Wu Xiaodong and McMiao exchanged puzzled glances. Regarding Xia Qingning, upon hearing Xia Qingning relent, Wang Mingfang was elated, eager to seize her hand and shower her with praise for her understanding. However, in the next moment, Xia Qingning sincerely stated, "It's also my fault for not having any money on me. Buying anything results in being treated like a thief." With that, she suddenly shifted her tone. "To prevent such incidents from recurring, I shall manage my own wages from now on. I will no longer entrust them to you." The moment those words escaped her lips, Wang Mingfang was left standing in stunned silence. Just moments ago, she had publicly declared her custody of their monthly salaries, and now, by claiming that she would not relinquish her wages any longer, Xia Qingning had effectively laid bare the truth. With so many witnesses present, there was no way to conceal the reality any longer. Wang Mingfang was baffled. When had this girl become so astute and calculating? That's out of the question. Before Wang Mingfang could respond, He Shanshan erupted, unable to contain herself any longer. If Xia Qingning stopped handing over her wages, how would she afford beautiful clothes, shoes, and delectable treats? What's wrong with that? Lu Jingzhe interjected, his expression icy, radiating an aura of formidable authority. His voice was powerful and resonant, laced with indignation and an unyielding force. He Shanshan was immediately cowed by his formidable presence, silenced and casting a pleading glance at her mother, Wang Mingfang. Seizing the moment, Xia Qingning pressed on, looking at Wang Mingfang with feigned innocence. "Auntie, is there something wrong with my desire to reclaim the wages I earned through hard work?" After a brief pause, she sincerely added, "Rest assured, I won't demand a single extra cent. I have meticulously recorded every payment I've entrusted to you in this ledger. It totals 478 yuan, the dates and amounts are all clearly documented. Please, take a look." With that, she retrieved the ledger from her bag and presented it to Wang Mingfang. Chapter 25 Pursuing Victory Relentlessly. How is it that Lu Er's daughter-in-law seems like a completely different person? This thought crossed everyone's mind. Although she still appeared delicate and demure on the outside, her methodical and well-reasoned approach to handling matters bore no resemblance to her former self. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Wang Mingfang reluctantly accepted the ledger handed to her by Xia Qingning but refrained from opening it. How could she bear to regurgitate the meat that had already been savored? She began to play the emotional card with Xia Qingning. "Qingning, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you the money. Look at our family as sewing machine, radio, and bicycle. Each of these costs several hundred yuan." As anticipated, Xia Qingning had already foreseen her attempts to obfuscate. Knowing full well that she would not easily return the funds, Wang Mingfang stepped forward and grasped Xia Qingning's hand. "You use these things regularly, don't you?" "We are family, there is no need to." "We are not family." Lu Jingzhe interjected, casting a sharp glance at Wang Mingfang. He spoke decisively, as if both a reminder and a warning. "Understand this. You and my father have been divorced for years, and he has never intended to remarry you. We can never be a family." Wang Mingfang was taken aback by Lu Jingzhe's merciless public rebuke, feeling a mixture of anger and humiliation. However, these words provided her with an opportunity to launch into her lament. In the next moment, tears streamed down her face as she spoke with heartfelt sorrow. "Jingzhe, you mustn't say such ungrateful things. Regardless of anything, I am your brother's biological mother. For these years, I have toiled tirelessly in the Lu household, caring for this family and your sister, ensuring she had the best of everything, treating her even better than my own granddaughter. When your wife first came to the Lu family, she was pale and emaciated. Look at her now, radiant and beautiful. If I were truly harsh with her, heaven itself would not allow it. I was the one who advised your brother not to hold grudges against her. After all, we are all family. I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Lu family, yet now I find myself outcast. Woe is me." After her heartfelt speech, murmurs of sympathy rippled through the crowd. "They say being a stepmother is difficult. It seems being an ex-wife is no easier. It's no small feat to manage as Wang Mingfang has. To be fair, she has genuinely cared for the Lu girl. We all have witnessed it." When Xia Qingning married Lu Jingzhe, Wang Mingfang indeed said nothing. Amidst Wang Mingfang's accusations and the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Jingzhe's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Before him stood a cunning woman, one with deep machinations, he could hardly engage in a public altercation with her. Xia Qingning today experienced firsthand the art of eloquence. Wang Mingfang was certainly no ordinary adversary, each word designed to showcase her own sacrifices. Not a single mention was made of the unsavory deeds she had committed against the original owner of this body, and in the end, she did not hesitate to drag her brother-in-law's past indiscretions into the fray, a truly malicious tactic. Since Wang Mingfang sought to craft the image of a virtuous ex-wife, Xia Qingning would tear away her facade, revealing to all the true nature of her character. Xia Qingning approached Wang Mingfang with an air of calm assurance and spoke, "Aunt, I believe Jingjie is correct. You and Dad have been divorced for many years, and both have remarried. It is indeed inappropriate to consider ourselves a family." She paused momentarily before earnestly adding, "As for the matter of Dad never intending to remarry you, I believe you are more aware of the reasons behind it than anyone else." With this, Xia Qingning intentionally left her statement unfinished, and the onlookers regarded her with puzzled expressions. Since the Lu family had only moved into the courtyard after Lu Baichuan resumed work, the crowd was largely unfamiliar with their prior circumstances and now listened with great curiosity as Xia Qingning spoke. Upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, the ever-cunning Wang Mingfang visibly tensed, yet she continually reassured herself, she could not possibly know. How could she? Sensing the crowd's growing curiosity, Xia Qingning continued, "Before Dad was sent to the countryside, you caught wind of the situation and took the initiative to file for divorce, did you not? You know nothing." "Don T, speak out of turn," Wang Mingfang interjected, her tone frantic and urgent. "You know full well whether I am speaking truth or fiction, and you divorced without even taking your 1-year-old child, did you not? Moreover, you wrote a letter severing ties with us, and shortly thereafter, married the head of the Revolutionary Committee who was overseeing your ex-husband." Xia Qingning offered Wang Mingfang no respite, continuing, "That letter remains with Dad. The fact that you married the committee head is also irrefutable. While Dad suffered in the countryside, you enjoyed a comfortable life in the city. For someone like you, it is hardly surprising that Jingjie does not consider you family." At this revelation, murmurs of incredulity arose from the crowd, finally understanding why, despite Wang Mingfang's attempts to ingratiate herself with Lu Baichuan over the years, he had remained distant. Such a heartless and disloyal woman, one who abandoned her husband and child, which man would dare take her in again? Dad has refrained from discussing this matter out of consideration for your dignity. Your presence here has always been awkward, now you demand Jingjie treat you as family, is that not too much to ask? Xia Qingning pressed on, confronting Wang Mingfang with pointed questions. With her true nature laid bare, Wang Mingfang felt a mixture of shame and anger. Although Xia Qingning's words were all true, she still sought to justify herself. Under those circumstances, I acted out of self-preservation. My intention was to improve my own life and bring my child to my side, sparing him from hardship. Have I done anything wrong? Besides, that was a matter between me and your father. I have never wronged you younger generations. When you and Lu Jingjie engaged in that affair, my son suffered great humiliation, and I never once reproached you. Now you both conspire to humiliate me. Do you have no conscience? Am I not aware of the reasons I ended up in Lu Jingjie's bed? Surely, you understand better than anyone, Xia Qingning countered, unable to contain herself any longer. The crowd was once again taken aback. Previously, Xia Qingning had claimed that she was manipulated into ending up in Lu Jingjie's bed by Wang Mingfang and her son. Did this imply that there was more to the story? Lu Jingjie also found himself instinctively glancing at Xia Qingning, deep in thought. What do I know? I know nothing. Are you suggesting I tied you to his bed? Wang Mingfang vehemently denied. Xia Qingning recognized that without evidence, her truth would not be believed, so she refrained from further justification and instead stated, "You constantly bring this up to make Jingjie feel guilty, but what has he done wrong?" At that time, he was already a battalion commander in the army, with ample opportunities before him. There were many women from good families who admired him. Would he truly harbor any inappropriate thoughts about a country girl like me? He was compelled to marry me out of necessity, so how could he possibly owe you anything? Upon hearing this, even the indifferent Lu Jingjie could not help but feel moved. She belittled herself to safeguard his reputation. At this juncture, Xia Qingning shifted her focus back to Wang Mingfang, fixing her gaze intently. As for why I found myself in his bed, you know as well as I do. Let us not forget that my father sacrificed his life to save your son. With how you treat me, are you not afraid he will haunt you in the afterlife? You speak nonsense. We have done nothing wrong. I, Wang Mingfang, live with integrity and fear no specters. Wang Mingfang protested loudly, yet her voice lacked conviction, and she appeared increasingly agitated. Just then, she caught sight of her son, Lu Lidong, entering the courtyard, as if he were her last bastion of support. With a dramatic exclamation, she resumed her weeping. Upon hearing the cries, Lu Lidong's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to Wang Mingfang's side, grasping her arm and asking, "Mom, what's wrong? Lidong, you've returned. All I wanted was to help lighten your burden by caring for the child, yet I find myself so wronged and bullied. I can no longer stay in this house. I'm packing my things and leaving," she declared, feigning to head inside. Despite the earlier uproar, she had not once indicated a desire to leave. Now, upon her son's return, she was suddenly weak and pitiable, claiming she would depart, a blatant act of theatrics. Lu Lidong immediately grasped her firmly, raising his voice, "Mom, this is your son's home. You can stay as long as you wish. And no one can drive you out. I will only be a source of resentment. No matter how well I care for Xiuxua, I will always be an outsider. People will say what they will, and I cannot bear to put you in a difficult position, so I shall leave," Wang Mingfang continued to wail. Wang Mingfang employed this strategy of tears and theatrics to elicit sympathy, believing that Lu Jingjie would have to give her face in front of Lu Lidong. As she had anticipated, she heard Lu Jingjie's voice, low yet firm. "Wait." Wang Mingfang's heart soared with hope, expecting him to plead for her to stay, but instead, she heard him coldly utter, "Before you leave, return the wages." Chapter 26. The evidence has arrived. Were it not for the multitude gathered around, Xia Qingning would have applauded the man before her, for he truly was remarkable. "What salary?" Lu Lidong asked, his expression one of confusion. "Oh dear, Lidong, your brother truly fails to appreciate my contributions to this family. All he thinks about is money." Wang Mingfang began her moral coercion upon realizing that Lu Jingjie expected her to repay him. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, arguments, cries, and discussions intertwined in a relentless din. Amidst the uproar in the courtyard, a steady male voice resonated, "What is all this commotion?" As the sound faded, Lu Baichuan entered the yard. He was an erudite intellectual, whose demeanor lacked intimidation, yet as the head of the household, his words carried weight. The one in charge had finally returned, and Xia Qingning felt a wave of relief. Wang Mingfang could no longer deny the wages owed to the original owner. Observing the crowd and the weeping Wang Mingfang, Lu Baichuan frowned and inquired, "What is the matter?" Xia Qingning stepped forward to recount the events. After grasping the situation's context, Lu Baichuan turned to Wang Mingfang and said, "Show me Qingning's ledger." Reluctantly, Wang Mingfang surrendered the ledger she had clutched for so long. Lu Baichuan perused the pages, and only upon reaching the last page did he speak. "In the past 2 years, Qingning has saved a total of 478 yuan with you. Since she wishes to manage her own funds now, retrieve the money and return it to her." Wang Mingfang was taken aback. To part with such a sum felt akin to a death sentence. She hastily defended herself, "No, old Lu, you don't understand. The children's money is all pooled together for household expenses. Look at the sewing machine, the radio, and the bicycle, all purchased with that money. Auntie, are you mistaken? The radio was part of my sister-in-law's dowry, and the sewing machine was a reward for being recognized as an outstanding worker last year," Xia Qingning interjected, dismantling her deceit with reason and evidence. "And what about the bicycle?" "I surely paid for that, which cost several hundred yuan." Wang Mingfang seized on her last opportunity to counter. Xia Qingning regarded her with feigned confusion and asked, "But I've never even ridden the bicycle. Am I expected to pay for it? The bike merely sits there. I never said you couldn't ride it. How about this? From now on, it's yours to use," Wang Mingfang retorted, turning to Yi Shanshan. "Shanshan, quickly hand the keys to Qingning." A sardonic smile curved Xia Qingning's lips. How shameless could one be to tout a dilapidated second-hand bicycle as worth hundreds, now attempting to silence her with it. At that moment, Yi Shanshan approached, reluctantly presenting the keys to Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning did not accept them, instead casting a light smile at Wang Mingfang and saying, "Auntie, I believe I shall pass." "You see, it's not that Auntie refuses to let you ride. It's you who chooses not to." Wang Mingfang quickly seized the moment. Xia Qingning pointed to a corner of the courtyard and turned to Wang Mingfang. "Jingjie bought me a new bicycle, so I want to be riding yours." Both Wang Mingfang and Yi Shanshan followed her gesture, only to discover a brand new bicycle nestled in the corner, the colorful phoenix logo gleaming brilliantly in the sunset. Wang Mingfang's expression turned to one of astonishment, while Li Shanshan's eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Liu Jingjia had actually bought her a bicycle, and a phoenix at that. Enough of this, go and retrieve the money to return to Qingning, Lu Baichuan reiterated. With no plausible reason left to withhold the original owner's funds, Wang Mingfang reluctantly retreated into the house. After what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged, dragging her feet and holding a stack of cash, presenting it to Xia Qingning with a facade of amiability. Qingning, dear, this is all I have on me. Take it for now, and I shall bring the remainder later. Xia Qingning's gaze swept over the meager sum in her hands. The 10 yuan notes stacked together appeared thin, likely amounting to little more than 100 yuan. Did she think this paltry sum would suffice to placate her? This cunning woman, indeed, would not easily return what was owed. Her mention of later suggested there would be no later. If she were not made to repay in full today, there might be no opportunity in the future. Xia Qingning concealed her smile and feigned puzzlement. Auntie, weren't the keys around your neck? How could you be short of money? Then, as if struck by inspiration, she feigned anxiety. Oh no, could it be that your money box was stolen? Let me help you retrieve it. Why not open it and take a look? She began to stride toward the house. Wang Mingfang, whose thoughts were particularly calculating, had never developed the habit of depositing money in the bank. She preferred to keep it close at hand for her peace of mind. Each time the original owner entrusted her with money, she stored it in a small wooden box in her wardrobe, confident that the original owner would not harbor any ulterior motives. Wang Mingfang's heart raced at the thought of Xia Qingning retrieving her money box, and she quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget this matter?" She did not wish for anyone to know how much savings she possessed, and with that, she hurried into the house. After a considerable time, Wang Mingfang finally reappeared, carefully managing her expression, smiling as she handed the money to Xia Qingning. "Qingning, I never intended to keep your money, it was all out of goodwill. I feared you might recklessly spend your youth, so I kept it safe for you. Look, 478 yuan, not a penny less, all here." Indeed, Wang Mingfang was adept at adjusting her sails with the wind. The situation had left no room for negotiation, and she donned a guise of generosity and magnanimity. Xia Qingning reached for the stack of money, but Wang Mingfang, her eyes trained on her, wore a maternal smile while subtly resisting, unwilling to relinquish the cash, revealing just how reluctant she was to part with it. Xia Qingning maintained her smile, thanking her aunt while firmly pulling the money toward herself. Holding the heavy stack of cash, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Qingning, your salary has been calculated and returned to you. Be sure to safeguard it, lest it be taken from you like Shanshan's," Wang Mingfang remarked with a veiled tone of sarcasm. After all, today she had lost both face and fortune. If she did not vent her dissatisfaction, how could she swallow that resentment? "As long as Auntie doesn't covet it, it shall not be lost," Xia Qingning replied, not allowing Wang Mingfang to have the upper hand. Hearing her mother mention her lost money, He Shanshan approached Xia Qingning, declaring, "Now that you have so much money, you should return the 10 yuan you took from me." She was not about to relent. After all, 10 yuan was no small sum. It represented over a month of her hard-earned savings. Xia Qingning's expression hardened. She had not anticipated He Shanshan would continue to wrongfully accuse her. In a cold voice, she stated, "I have already proven that the money I used for purchases was given to me by Jingjia. With so many witnesses present, how can you unjustly accuse and slander me without offering an apology? My money was stolen. Why should I apologize to you?" He Shanshan retorted dismissively. "If you want my apology, you must produce evidence. If you can prove that you didn't steal the money, I won't just apologize. I'll even kneel before you." She was certain that Xia Qingning had no evidence to present. If she did, she would have shown it by now instead of quietly enduring this humiliation. "I do not require you to kneel," Xia Qingning replied softly, her bright eyes shimmering with determination. "All I ask is that you return the 28 yards of fabric coupons you took from me over these past 2 years. To demand a kneeling apology would yield no benefit, and it would only tarnish her reputation. A more tangible resolution was preferable. With money in hand, she lacked only the fabric coupons, which He Shanshan had stockpiled from the black market due to her monthly clothing purchases. "Fine, I'll return them," He Shanshan replied without hesitation, then added with a defiant tone, "but if you can't provide evidence, it means you did steal it, and you must return my 10 yuan. She concluded with, "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't have evidence by then, you owe me Just as He Shanshan finished speaking, a woman's voice called from outside the gate, "Excuse me, is Professor Lu at home?" Xiao Qingning turned to glance back, a faint smile gracing her lips as she confidently declared, "No need to wait a day. The evidence has arrived." Chapter 27. He does not want it, but I do. Everyone turned their gaze towards the sound and beheld a woman in her 40s, clad in a shirt dress, leading Lu Xiaoxue into the courtyard. The woman was Lin Xiaoying, Lu Xiaoxue's homeroom teacher. Upon seeing so many people in the yard, Lin Xiaoying appeared somewhat taken aback. Liu Baichuan approached her and greeted her politely. "Hello, Teacher Lin." "Hello, Professor Lu. I have a matter to discuss with you. Would it be convenient to speak inside?" Lin Xiaoying inquired, as if harboring some reservations. At that moment, a little boy trailing behind them could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly, "Lu Xiaoxue brought a lot of money to school today and treated many classmates to snacks. Teacher Lin is here to inquire about it." "My erga, shut your mouth." Lu Xiaoxue glared at the boy furiously. After hearing the exchange, He Shanshan was the first to react. She darted towards Lu Xiaoxue, seized her shoulder, and urgently demanded, "Did you steal my 10 yuan?" "I did not steal it," Lu Xiaoxue retorted, her face a mask of displeasure as she wriggled free from Shanshan's grip, unrepentant and defiantly asserting, "You misplaced it." "I merely found it." "You're talking nonsense. I left it on my pillow. Where is the misplacement in that?" He Shanshan fumed, her eyes wide with rage as she shouted, "How much is left? Hand it over." She reached for Lu Xiaoxue's pockets. Lu Xiaoxue rolled her eyes in exasperation and pushed her away, pouting, "It's not with me." At this juncture, Lin Xiaoying reached into her pocket and produced a wad of cash, extending it towards He Shanshan. "There are 6 yuan and 90 cents here. You may count it." She had initially intended to speak to Lu Baichuan privately, but the oblivious My Ergu had blurted it out. He Shanshan snatched the money, counting it twice, and upon confirming that it was indeed short by over 3 yuan, her anger flared. "You actually spent that much? Stealing at such a young age, what will you do when you grow up, Rob?" "I told you, I didn't steal it, I found it. Are you deaf? Can't you understand?" Lu Xiaoxue showed no sign of contrition, pushing back against her. "Found it? Go find another 10 yuan for me to see." He Shanshan, already seething with anger over her stolen money, could no longer contain her rage as Lu Xiaoxue's brazen attitude ignited her fury, and she lashed out, "You little wretch, born of a mother but raised without one." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Mingfang stepped forward and covered her mouth forcefully. The expressions on Lu Baichuan and Lu Jingzhe's faces turned icy, their anger palpable. "You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Before Lu Baichuan could voice his anger, Wang Mingfang began to scold, "Xiaoxue is your sister. What's wrong with using a little of your money?" Afterward, she squatted down and embraced Lu Xiaoxue, saying, "If you ever run out of money, just tell your aunt, and she will help you. Aunt is the best to me." Lu Xiaoxue shot a provocative glance at He Shanshan and even stuck out her tongue, making a face. "Lu Xiaoxue." Lu Baichuan glared at his rebellious daughter, blood boiling. "Go inside and stand there." Usually composed and gentle, Lu Baichuan's sudden outburst startled Lu Xiaoxue, who hesitated for a moment before promptly turning and fleeing into the house. "Professor Lu, I happened to come by at the right time. I would like to discuss Xiaoxue's education with you," Lin Xiaoying said, looking at Lu Baichuan. "Of course, please come in, I will join you shortly," Lu Baichuan replied, ushering Lin Xiaoying into the house. The situation had become abundantly clear. The money He Shanshan had lost was taken by Lu Xiaoxue. Just moments ago, she had adamantly claimed that the money was stolen by Xiao Qingning, asserting that she would kneel to apologize if it could be proven that Xiao Qingning had not taken it. She never anticipated that the slap to her face would come so swiftly. Lu Baichuan reached into his clothing pocket and retrieved 4 yuan, handing it to He Shanshan. "This is the money Xiaoxue used." "Oh dear, Lu, what are you doing?" "I just said the money doesn't need to be returned. It's no big deal to buy Xiaoxue some snacks," Wang Mingfang interjected, attempting to appear generous. "We are 2 families, the accounts must be settled." Lu Baichuan maintained a stoic expression as he pressed the money into Wang Mingfang's hands, stating firmly, "From now on, you are only responsible for taking care of the eldest child. Xiaoxue is no longer your concern." Wang Mingfang was taken aback by his words, realizing that the situation she had painstakingly built over 4 years was crumbling in a single day. Dad, you can't do this. Mom has treated Xiaoxue like her own daughter all these years. Lu Lidong immediately stepped forward to defend his mother. Be quiet. Lu Baichuan scolded, then turned to Yi Shanshan. Now you go and return the cloth tickets borrowed from Qingning. Yi Shanshan, who had been contemplating skirting her promise regarding the cloth tickets, found herself taken aback by Lu Baichuan's direct command. Having spoken in front of so many people, she could not backtrack and reluctantly entered the room to retrieve the tickets, handing them to Xia Qingning. These tickets had been painstakingly saved for, and now they were all given to Xia Qingning, leaving her seething with anger yet powerless to protest. Xia Qingning took the tickets from Yi Shanshan's hand without a hint of hesitation, stuffing them into her bag. If I ever learn that you are taking advantage of Qingning or bullying her again, do not think you can remain here. Go back to your own home, Lu Baichuan warned Wang Mingfang and Yi Shanshan in a low voice, then turned to Lu Lidong. If you are dissatisfied with my handling of this matter today, you are welcome to separate from the family right now. Upon hearing the words separate from the family, Wang Mingfang and her children fell silent. Over the years, Lu Baichuan had supported the Lu Lidong family considerably. A true separation would benefit them not at all. Having said all that, Lu Baichuan did not look back at them and strode into the house. As the onlookers began to disperse, having witnessed the family affair being resolved, Xia Qingning prepared to enter the house when suddenly Lu Jingzhe's cold voice rang out. The tickets have been returned, but the apology has yet to be made. Xia Qingning turned towards the voice and found Lu Jingzhe's icy gaze fixed upon Yi Shanshan, the words clearly directed at her. Yi Shanshan felt a tremor of fear at his piercing stare and muttered softly, "She said I don't have to apologize." "She does not want to, but I do." Lu Jingzhe replied in a frigid tone, his certainty leaving no room for negotiation. Having just been forced to return so many cloth tickets and publicly reprimanded by Lu Baichuan, Yi Shanshan was now compelled by Lu Jingzhe to apologize to Xia Qingning, whom she had always looked down upon. Having been pampered for so long, she could hardly bear such indignities. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more upset she became, ultimately bursting into tears. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully and feeling so wronged, Wang Mingfang immediately rushed over to comfort her, patting her back and feigning distress before the crowd. Shanshan has already returned the tickets to Qingning, and Qingning said she doesn't want her to apologize. Jingzhe, can't you let it go just this once? We are all alone, with no one to support us, only to be bullied. As she spoke, she began to wipe her own tears. Chapter 28. She felt a flicker of emotion. The art of turning the tables is truly unparalleled. One might mistakenly believe they have suffered immense grievances. Observing Lu Jingzhe valiantly stand up for her, Xia Qingning was determined not to be a hindrance. Approaching Wang Mingfang, she stated, "Over the years, it is clear to all who has bullied whom." She then turned to Yi Shanshan, adding, "I only said you need not kneel, not that you should refrain from apologizing. You have wrongfully accused me of theft and publicly insulted me. Should you not offer an apology?" Witnessing the usually meek Xia Qingning confront her mother and sister with such audacity, Lu Lidong was incensed. He rebuked, "Xia Qingning, do not overstep your bounds." "Where is the overstepping?" Lu Jingzhe retorted coldly, unwavering in his defense of Xia Qingning despite the fact that Lidong was his brother. The protectiveness he felt for her was evident. At that moment, Wu Xiaodong stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Wang Mingfang and her children. "The truth has come to light. The money was not taken by Sister Qingning. Yi Shanshan's actions have been excessive and warrant an apology. Indeed, it is only right to apologize when one has erred. How can one blame Qingning for being unreasonable?" Mai Miao chimed in. Seeing the support Xia Qingning received and realizing her daughter was in the wrong, Wang Mingfang quickly signaled to Yi Shanshan to avoid further humiliation. She then turned to Xia Qingning and said, "Today, both your aunt and Shanshan were in the wrong, and you have been wronged." Understanding her mother's intent, Yi Shanshan begrudgingly muttered, "I'm sorry." Thus, the farce concluded with Wang Mingfang and her children utterly defeated. Back in her room, Xia Qingning gathered the money and fabric tickets. Not only had she reclaimed what belonged to her, but she had also caused Wang Mingfang and her family to lose face, which was a satisfying reprieve. From the moment she saw Lu Xiaoxue with the money that morning, everything had unfolded according to her plan. She was acutely aware that coaxing the cunning Wang Mingfang to relinquish the original owner's money would be nearly impossible unless the matter was brought to the forefront. Hence, she had deliberately gone to Shanshan's supply store after work to make a purchase, leading her to believe that the money was stolen by her. By escalating the situation, she created an opportunity to demand the original owner's money publicly, leaving them no room to deny their accountability. As for exposing Lu Xiaoshue's theft in front of others, she had contemplated the potential impact on Xiaoshue's reputation. At only 10 years of age, there was still a chance for redemption. Making the incident public would not harm her but might prompt the Lu family to take her education more seriously. Today's decision by Lu Baichuan was a testament to that. However, Xia Qingning was taken aback by Lu Jingzhe's unwavering support. Not only did he assist her at every turn, but he also risked a confrontation with Lu Lidong in her defense, which was unexpected. Upon reflection, it became clear that despite his cold demeanor, Lu Jingzhe possessed many admirable qualities. He was wise, understanding, physically appealing, and reliable in critical moments. Xia Qingning could not deny that she felt a flicker of emotion towards him, yet, she had always prided herself on being rational. With the main character, Mo Xiaoxiao, yet to make an appearance, she feared that if Xiaoxiao's charisma overshadowed everything, leading to Lu Jingzhe ultimately falling for her, her own emotional investment would be perilous. Xia Qingning had never been one to succumb to romantic folly. Many had pursued her in the real world, yet she remained unattached, not out of lack of interest, but due to her clarity of mind regarding boundaries and moderation. Thus, in this unpredictable narrative realm, she resolved not to invest her emotions too deeply until she had a clearer understanding of her circumstances. Now that she had reclaimed the original owner's possessions, her next objective was to clear the original owner's name from the disgrace of the bed-hopping accusation. Otherwise, Wang Mingfang would perpetually use this incident to humiliate her, just as she had today. Xia Qingning smirked. Since her own assertion of the truth lacked persuasive power, she would let them reveal it themselves. Calculating the days, she knew her sister-in-law, Yao Hongmei, would soon discover her pregnancy. Once the diagnosis was confirmed, her plan could be set in motion. Outside in the living room, Lin Xiaoying was discussing Lu Xiaoshue's performance at school with Lu Baichuan, who listened with a furrowed brow. Having lost his wife early on, he felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards his young daughter, which led him to indulge her more than he should have. His busy work schedule had also caused him to neglect her upbringing, resulting in her becoming spoiled and willful, culminating in her act of thievery. Raising a child is indeed a challenge, but I hope you can spend more time with Xiaoxue and be patient with her. She is not inherently bad, merely sensitive. I urge you to dedicate time to accompany her, understand her, and then guide her correctly, instilling a sense of right and wrong so she may interact more harmoniously with her peers. Lin Xiaoying offered a fair assessment of the child, providing Lu Baichuan with some educational advice. Thank you, Teacher Lin. I appreciate your concern regarding the children at school. Lu Baichuan replied, noticing his persistent coughing. Lin Xiaoying hesitated before expressing her concern. Professor Lu, please take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. It's nothing, just minor ailments. Lu Baichuan waved dismissively. I must be on my way now. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xiaoying stood to leave. At that moment, Xia Qingning emerged from her room. Hearing that Lin Xiaoying was about to depart, she pondered for a moment before stepping forward and graciously saying, "It's already dinner time. Please stay and eat with us before you leave." Lin Xiaoying quickly declined, not wishing to impose, but as she was about to exit, Lu Xiaoxue, who had been standing in a corner, suddenly rushed over, clutching her sleeve with a pitiful look. "Teacher Lin, please eat before you go." She realized her father was in a foul mood, and if the teacher left, she would likely face punishment, so she hoped that if she could persuade Lin Xiaoying to stay for dinner, her father's anger might subside, making any repercussions less severe. "Teacher Lin, please don't be modest," Lu Baichuan chimed in. Finding it difficult to refuse such genuine hospitality, Lin Xiaoying, not one to be overly fussy, hesitated briefly before agreeing. After dinner, night had fallen, and as Lin Xiaoying prepared to leave, Xia Qingning and Lu Xiaoxue harmoniously urged Lu Baichuan to escort her home. Wang Mingfang seemed to sense something, nudging her son to imply he should accompany Lin Xiaoying. However, Lu Lidong, exhausted from a day of cooking at the state-run restaurant, had no desire to see anyone off. Thus, Lu Baichuan took up a flashlight and set off to accompany Lin Xiaoying. Xia Qingning orchestrated Lu Baichuan's escort of Lin Xiaoying out of fear of punishment, while she herself harbored ulterior motives. She was aware that in the narrative, Lu Baichuan would eventually remarry, and that person would be Lin Xiaoying. Although that event was still years away, since they were destined to be together, why not create an opportunity for them to unite sooner? Lin Xiaoying appeared to be quite amiable, and if they could come together earlier, it would be beneficial for everyone involved. Not only would it provide proper guidance for Lu Xiaoxue, but it would also sever Wang Mingfang's aspirations, accomplishing two objectives with one action. Chapter 29 While asleep on the floor after Lu Baichuan departed, Lu Xiaoxue believed she had narrowly escaped a calamity, only to find herself ensnared by Lu Jingzhe. Rather than resorting to violence, Lu Jingzhe rummaged through the kitchen, procuring a packet of red beans and a packet of green beans, which he then unceremoniously poured into a sieve, instructing her to meticulously separate them, one by one. The monotonous repetition of this task was an arduous torment for the impatient Lu Xiaoxue, yet Lu Jingzhe issued an unwavering decree: she was forbidden to sleep until the task was completed. Consequently, from 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Jingzhe stood behind Lu Xiaoxue, scrutinizing her as she picked through the beans, and she was compelled to remain standing throughout. The tenacious Lu Xiaoxue pleaded for mercy multiple times, even volunteering to endure a beating from her second brother, but Lu Jingzhe remained impervious to her pleas, insisting she maintain an upright posture and continue her labor. No amount of tears, protests, or attempts to bargain could sway him. At long last, at 1 o'clock in the morning, she completed the task. After washing up, Lu Jingzhe opened the door to find Xia Qingning peacefully asleep. Her countenance was serene, her breathing steady, as she curled up on one side of the bed, occupying only a small portion of the space while leaving the rest vacant. Upon his return earlier that day, he had witnessed Yishan Shan grasping her hand, seizing her belongings, and shoving her. She had exhibited no capacity for resistance, resembling a fledgling chick caught in the talons of an eagle. Regardless of her struggles, they were in vain. Had such occurrences not transpired countless times over the past 4 years, yet, today's display had genuinely astonished him. Despite her frailty, she exhibited no cowardice. Could her transformation be attributed to his words that night, when he advised her to retaliate if anyone dared to bully her? But when he returned to the army in a few days, would they not intensify their torment, and would she not resist? Or, if she did resist, would she suffer even greater harm and humiliation? His reluctance to expel Wang Mingfang and Yishan Shan was not merely out of consideration for his elder brother Lu Lidong. Rather, he possessed a clear understanding of the situation. He had only 1 month of leave, and even if he were to drive them away now, given Wang Mingfang's shamelessness and cunning, she would undoubtedly return with her daughter once he departed. Hence, expelling them now would only serve as a superficial remedy. This matter required careful deliberation. He resolved to ensure her well-being before his departure. Lu Jingzhe glanced at the sleeping Xia Qingning nestled in the corner, recalling her fall from the bed that morning. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted her blanket and reached to nudge her further inside. To his surprise, the moment he made contact, she instinctively rolled over and seized his arm, pulling it into her embrace. Losing his balance, he collapsed before her. Unaware of her actions, she nestled against his arm, nuzzling it to find a comfortable position before finally settling down. Her face pressed against his arm, and as their skin brushed together, he felt an intense warmth radiating from his arm. He attempted to withdraw, but his arm had become rigid, refusing to obey his commands. Their faces were mere inches apart, allowing him to distinctly observe her thick, curled lashes and the fine, soft hairs on her porcelain-like face, rendering her utterly adorable. Just as he could no longer resist the temptation to lean down and admire her charming visage, she suddenly awoke, her bleary eyes meeting Lu Jingzhu's gaze. Startled by the deep brown of his eyes, Xia Qingning jolted awake, realizing she was still clutching his arm. Instinctively, she released her grip and hastily stammered, "Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to take advantage of you, I was half asleep and didn't know how." Lu Jingzhe observed her anxious expression, noting her frantic withdrawal as if she were discarding a hot potato, causing him to frown. Witnessing his silence and furrowed brow only heightened Xia Qingning's unease. It seemed that no matter how she attempted to explain, her words would fall short, especially since she had already pressed against him. Having finally managed to turn the tide today, being expelled by him would surely lead to ridicule from Yishan Shan and the others. No, she resolutely refused to be cast aside. As Lu Jingzhe opened his mouth to speak, Xia Qingning's hand instinctively shot out. By the time she realized it, her palm was already covering his mouth. Cursing her own reflexes, she thought, this was certainly not the best way to communicate. Surely, Lu Jingzhe would be even more incensed. Resolved to take a leap of faith, she gazed earnestly at him and declared, "I will sleep on the floor." With that, she attempted to roll out of bed, but as she moved, he swiftly seized her wrist with a firm grip. His strength was surprising, though it seemed effortless. She found herself completely immobilized. You shall sleep here, he stated, irritation evident in his voice. Oh, Xiao Qingning replied obediently, her tension easing as she thought, this male lead truly possesses a kind heart. Even while clearly annoyed, he restrained his temper and did not cast her out of bed. Liu Jingya's expression remained somewhat frosty. Did she truly prefer to sleep apart? Was she so averse to sharing a bed that she would opt for the floor instead? Given her delicate frame, was she not concerned about the discomfort of sleeping on the ground? I will not sleep on the floor, Xiao Qingning whispered to Liu Jingya. Noticing his lack of response, she hesitated before adding, could you please release me? Only then did Liu Jingya realize he was still grasping her wrist, likely still befuddled from her earlier actions. After a brief moment, he released her hand. The moment he let go, he became acutely aware of how slender and soft her wrist was, its pale skin almost ethereal. The phrase as delicate as if made of air suddenly took on a tangible meaning. At that moment, Xiao Qingning was discreetly rubbing her wrist. She was unsure whether her body was simply frail or if Liu Jingya's grip had been excessively strong, but her wrist throbbed painfully where he had held it. Suddenly, Xiao Qingning was struck by a grave concern. If she were to fall asleep and inadvertently clung to his neck instead of merely leaning against him, would he perceive her as a threat and twist her arm? Given his strength, would her slender limbs not be easily overpowered? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to instinctively shift away from him towards the edge of the bed. If she were to fall, so be it. Preserving her arms was of utmost importance. Is there some sort of flood or beast lurking here? Liu Jingya inquired, his voice steady but unmistakably displeased. No, not at all, Xiao Qingning quickly denied, fully aware of his irritation. Then why are you distancing yourself so? Liu Jingya countered. I fear I might become unruly in my sleep, Xiao Qingning replied candidly. Liu Jingya suddenly extended his hand, pulling her closer until she found herself nestled in the center of the bed. You've committed far more indiscretions in the past, what is there to fear now? He remarked, devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiao Qingning understood the implication behind his words but refrained from offering any explanation. Actions speak louder than words. Once she unveiled the truth about the incident that had transpired on her bed in front of everyone, restoring her reputation, he would undoubtedly come to believe her. Liu Jingya's remarks were not intended as reproach, rather, he sought to alleviate her concerns. However, once uttered, his words seemed to take on a different tone. Noticing Xiao Qingning's silence, he hesitated before inquiring, did you truly mean it when you said that incident from before was related to Wang Mingfang? Chapter 30 of The Plain Little Ant and the Beautiful Young Ant. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Qingning hesitated for a moment, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, she countered with a rhetorical question. If I were to claim that I was framed in that incident, would you believe me? In the darkness, Liu Jingya remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes. Xiao Qingning did not hold it against him for lacking trust. On the contrary, she understood him well. Trust is founded on mutual understanding between two individuals. However, both she and her original self were still strangers to Liu Jingya, and with someone she had scarcely met, how could there be any talk of familiarity or trust? The fact that he had gone to such lengths to assist her today was already remarkable enough. She believed it would not be long before she could present him with evidence, which would undoubtedly hold more credibility than mere words. Get some rest, Liu Jingya said, choosing not to dwell on the question. Yet, somewhere within him, a shift had occurred. In the darkness, he gently advised, stay in the middle, don't wander off. Xiao Qingning nodded, choosing not to say more. The following day, Xiao Qingning woke up a bit earlier than the previous day. After freshening up by the sink, she returned to her room to style her hair. Having made several hairbands the day before, she was eager to put one to use. Selecting a long one, she draped it around her neck, then twisted it around from both sides of her ears, crossing it atop her head before securing it back at her ears. She then divided her hair into two sections, braiding them into a three-strand twist along with the hairband. As Liu Jingya opened his eyes, he beheld Xiao Qingning quietly braiding her hair at the table. Her fair fingers danced gracefully, and in no time, she had completed her task. The blue floral hairband wove through her dark locks, creating a fresh and elegant appearance. Her delicate face was accentuated, appearing even more exquisite in the morning sunlight, with each strand of hair seemingly aglow, radiating an ethereal beauty. You're awake, Xiao Qingning noticed Liu Jingya had risen and turned to him, inquiring, did I disturb you? Her voice was soft and melodious, resonating like gentle notes plucked on a heartstring. Liu Jingya, attempting to maintain his composure, replied, no. You stayed up late yesterday, you should rest a bit longer. I have to go to work now. With that, Xiao Qingning stood up, took her bag, and made her way out, casually closing the door behind her. As she stepped outside, she encountered He Shanshan, who had just arisen sporting a messy hairdo. He Shanshan was yawning as she exited her room. Upon seeing the lovely Xia Qingning, she emitted a jealous hump through her nose and slammed the door with a resounding thud. Was this not a blatant manifestation of jealousy? Xia Qingning chose to disregard her and walked out with a light step. She was still unable to ride a bicycle, and given the morning rush hour filled with vehicles, even if she had learned, she would need time to gain confidence before hitting the road. Therefore, she resolved to ride with Wu Xiaodong. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found Wu Xiaodong already waiting by his bicycle. Upon seeing her, he eagerly asked, "Sister Qingning, are you riding with me again?" "Of course," Xia Qingning replied with a nod, then gracefully took her seat on the back. "But I heard that Brother Jingjia bought you a Phoenix bike yesterday. Aren't you going to ride it?" Wu Xiaodong inquired curiously as he pedaled. "Yes, he did," Xia Qingning admitted candidly, "but I don't know how to ride." "You don't know how to ride?" Wu Xiaodong exclaimed, taken aback. I never learned before," Xia Qingning explained. In her previous life, her family had a chauffeur who drove her everywhere. By the age of 18, they had even bought her a car, so it was entirely reasonable that she had never learned to ride a bicycle. As for her original self, she simply had no bicycle to ride. "That is all right, ride with me for now, and you can learn when you have time," Wu Xiaodong reassured her. He continued, "Sister Qingning, I think you were truly amazing yesterday. I've never seen you so. Wu Xiaodong struggled to find the right words, finally declaring, "Oh, just very impressive." Xia Qingning smiled and replied, "Didn't I say yesterday that I would no longer fear them?" Wu Xiaodong nodded in agreement, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Sister Qingning, I've noticed that ever since Brother Jingjia returned, you've changed. Yesterday, I saw him backing you up and scolding Shanshan and her mother. It was incredibly satisfying." At this point, a look of concern crossed his face, "But Brother Jingjia's family visit will end soon. What will happen when he leaves?" This younger brother certainly thought ahead. Xia Qingning, feeling confident, assured him, "It's all right, I will remain formidable." After these days, she had shed the anxiety and fear that accompanied her arrival. If Lu Jingjia truly did not take her along with the army, she would find a way to live her life well. "Yes, don't worry, we will always stand by you, Sister Qingning," Wu Xiaodong promised. The two continued their conversation as the bicycle sped away. Meanwhile, He Shanshan, having returned to her room after washing up, sat in front of the mirror. She had been attempting to style her hair for quite some time, striving to achieve a look as beautiful as Xia Qingning's, yet for some inexplicable reason, her hair simply would not cooperate. It either appeared disheveled or overly stiff. The more she struggled, the more agitated she became, and her frustration only seemed to worsen her appearance. With a dark scowl, she looked even more sullen. As Wang Mingfang, holding her granddaughter, was about to head out, she noticed He Shanshan still in her room and exclaimed in surprise, "Shanshan, why are you still here? What time is it? Why the rush?" "I'll be leaving soon," He Shanshan retorted, her temper flaring. At that moment, the little granddaughter beside Wang Mingfang tilted her head and, with wide, innocent eyes, chirped, "Auntie is ugly, but Sister Qingning is pretty." The sister she referred to was, of course, Xia Qingning. He Shanshan, already in a foul mood, immediately sprang up and stormed toward the little girl, shouting, "You little brat, who are you calling ugly? Speak again, and I'll slap your mouth." The little girl was taken aback by He Shanshan's disheveled, fierce demeanor, bursting into tears with a wail. Wang Mingfang, eager to shield her granddaughter, did not pay much heed to the little girl's outburst. Seeing her cry so loudly, she scolded, "Stop crying, you brought this upon yourself." Afterward, she urged He Shanshan to hurry to work and carried the sobbing child away. Returning to her room, He Shanshan threw her comb onto the table with a loud bang, her heart boiling with anger and jealousy. It felt as though everything was conspiring against her. Ever since Lu Jingjia's return, Xia Qingning had transformed into a different person, seemingly riding high upon her. Meanwhile, Lu Jingjia continued to protect her in every way. She was puzzled. Had Lu Jingjia not previously held disdain for Xia Qingning? Was it truly because she had become more beautiful that he had developed a fondness for her? She herself was not any less attractive. Xia Qingning merely had a fairer complexion. Furthermore, she prided herself on her robust health, while Xia Qingning was often plagued by ailments. How could one compare? With this thought, He Shanshan silently vowed to purchase that red polyester dress the following day. She had a blind date the day after, and her mother had mentioned that the man was handsome and wealthy. This time, she absolutely could not afford to fail. Determined, she quickly styled her hair, settling for the same stiff braids as before. She donned a yellow outfit and hurried out the door. When she reached the courtyard, just as she was about to hop on her bike, her gaze fell upon the brand new bicycle Lu Jingjie had bought for Xia Qingning. The sleek black frame shimmered in the sunlight, presenting an incredibly stylish appearance. Xia Qingning hadn't ridden it to work. Oh, He Shanshan realized, that obnoxious girl couldn't possibly ride. Unable to resist, she approached the bicycle, the Phoenix emblem, the genuine leather seat, and the glimmering chain. It was the dream bike of every girl in this era. Gazing at her own worn-out second-hand bicycle, then at this brand-new Phoenix, He Shanshan's jealousy surged once more. How dare Xia Qingning have such a handsome man who would buy her such a splendid bike? Then she noticed that the bike was unlocked. What a waste to leave such an impressive bicycle unused. A clever idea struck her. If she rode it away now and returned it early in the afternoon, she wouldn't be discovered. Moments later, she was atop the bike, the silver handlebars gleaming, the comfortable seat inviting. Even the bell chimed with a delightful clarity. Yet He Shanshan felt as though the entire street was watching her, basking in her newfound glory. When Lu Jingjie finally arose and discovered the bicycle missing, he could not help but smile subtly at the corners of his mouth, for reasons he could not fully comprehend. Seeing her seated behind that little boy, clutching his shirt, had left him feeling unsettled. Thus, he had purchased a bicycle for her, ensuring she would no longer ride with anyone else. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qingning was currently riding with Wu Xiaodong, while the bicycle he had intended for her was now in the possession of He Shanshan. Chapter 31. What audacity! Seated in Wu Xiaodong's vehicle, Xia Qingning swiftly arrived at the factory. As Wu Xiaodong went to park the car, Xia Qingning made her way to the workshop. Her hairstyle today was exceptionally unique and innovative, and upon entering the workshop, she immediately drew the attention of a group of female workers, who surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Qingning, your hair is beautifully styled. How did you incorporate those ribbons? That's not just a ribbon, it's called a hairband. I saw it on a poster where many Hong Kong celebrities sported similar hairstyles. I think Qingning looks like a star. If she wore pretty clothes, she'd be even more stunning than a celebrity. Absolutely, among the beauties in our textile factory, Qingning ranks second, and no one dares to claim the top spot. Upon hearing the last remark, Lu Xiaohong, who had been sitting quietly to the side, rolled her striking fox-like eyes in evident dissatisfaction. Xiaohong, don't listen to their nonsense. You possess far more femininity than she does. You are the true first. Her close friend, Shen Xiaofang, noticing her discontent, quickly offered comforting words. Who cares? Lu Xiaohong huffed, turning her body defiantly away, refusing to acknowledge Xia Qingning and the others any further. Soon, it was time to commence work, and everyone returned to their respective stations. Xia Qingning took her place at the sewing machine, beginning her day's labor. In this era, factories rarely required overtime, and by 5:30 in the afternoon, the workday concluded. As Xia Qingning approached the factory gate, Wu Xiaodong was already there, waiting with his bicycle. After greeting him, she hopped onto his vehicle. While on their way home, they spotted a woman clad in yellow ahead, riding a brand new bicycle. Wu Xiaodong, uncertain, inquired, Qingning, is that He Shanshan up ahead? The bright yellow attire certainly stood out, and upon raising her head, Xia Qingning confirmed it was indeed He Shanshan, sitting upright on the bicycle, exuding an air of grandeur. That bicycle looks remarkably similar to the one Jingjie bought for you yesterday, Wu Xiaodong observed, scrutinizing it closely, before turning to Xia Qingning. Did you lend her your bike? Absolutely not, Xia Qingning retorted, her mind filled with confusion. She actually stole a ride on your new bike, and you haven't even had the chance to ride it yet. How shameless, Wu Xiaodong exclaimed, accelerating to pursue her. He Shanshan was chatting animatedly with a woman around her age, who looked at the bicycle with envy. Shanshan, your bike looks fantastic, can I borrow it sometime? I've never ridden a Phoenix brand before. It must be quite expensive. It's not that expensive, just around 150 or 60 yuan. He Shanshan replied nonchalantly, tossing her hair back with an air of extravagance. 150 or 60 yuan isn't expensive, the woman expressed astonishment, continuing, look at you, you eat well, dress stylishly, and now you can ride such a fine bike, how enviable. As He Shanshan basked in the flattery, suddenly, a vehicle came to an abrupt stop in her path, blocking her way. Startled, she slammed on the brakes, halting the bike, and was about to unleash a tirade when she looked up to find it was Wu Xiaodong and Xia Qingning, causing her words to die in her throat. The accompanying woman, indignant, leaped forward to defend He Shanshan, exclaiming, Kid, are you blind? If you can't ride, you shouldn't be out here. This is a brand new Phoenix bike. Can you afford to pay for damages if you crash it? Hearing such unreasonable and harsh words, Xia Qingning stepped off the bicycle, her expression calm as she replied, "You should be asking her if she can afford to compensate for any damages." At that moment, Wu Xiaodong parked his bicycle with an air of indignation and approached He Shanshan, stating, "He Shanshan, you've audaciously stolen Xingning's new bike just to show off, do you have no shame?" Looking at He Shanshan and then at Xia Qingning, the woman finally grasped the situation and questioned, "Shanshan, isn't the bike yours?" With her facade of wealth now exposed, He Shanshan felt her pride slipping and retorted petulantly, "What is it to you?" Then, turning to Wu Xiaodong, she defensively insisted, "What do you mean by stole? It was just sitting in the yard, and I rode it, what's wrong with that?" This thieving logic left Xia Qingning speechless. She countered, "There are so many items in stores left untouched, why don't you just take everything?" He Shanshan cast a disdainful glance at Xia Qingning, snorting in derision before pushing the bike towards her mockingly, saying, "Here, take it. Can you even ride it? Regardless of whether I can ride it or not, it's my bike, you took it without my permission, which constitutes theft," Xia Qingning firmly rebutted, standing her ground. At this point, a crowd had gathered, murmuring and pointing fingers at He Shanshan. Aware of her untenable position, He Shanshan glared at Xia Qingning, then mounted her bike, pedaling away while muttering, "She can't ride anyway. What is wrong with me?" Taking a turn, furrowing her brow, Xia Qingning watched her ride off, her mind echoing one thought, "What audacity." "Qingning, hop back on," Wu Xiaodong urged her, then chased after He Shanshan. Just as they were about to catch up, they were unexpectedly halted by an elderly man at the telephone booth. "Qingning, wait, your family sent something for you," the elderly man said warmly, addressing Xia Qingning. Wu Xiaodong was forced to stop, but the elderly man entered the booth and emerged with a large bamboo basket filled with golden loquats, their size and luster indicating remarkable freshness. The man cheerfully placed the loquats before them, saying, "Your brother brought these. They look splendid. Where is he?" Xia Qingning inquired promptly. He dropped off the items and left. "I asked him to wait for your return, but he said he was busy at home and needed to go back," the elderly man replied. Xia Qingning subtly frowned. It was not that her brother was busy at home, but rather he wished to spare her from discomfort. In truth, when she was brought to the city, her family would occasionally visit. However, after Wang Mingfang moved in, they subtly discouraged her family from coming to the city. Lacking assertiveness and the courage to resist, her family, wishing to protect her from embarrassment, ceased their visits. They now left items for her at the telephone booth. As Xia Qingning picked up the basket and prepared to leave, Zhao Zuilan, just off work, happened to pass by, glancing at the basket of loquats before turning her gaze to Xia Qingning, smirking as she remarked, "Oh, your country bumpkin brother has brought loquats again, hasn't he?" Chapter 32. Caught in the act of bicycle riding, Zhao Zuilan deliberately elongated the final syllable of the word yo, her tone dripping with condescension towards the country folk. After her remarks, she continued, "This limping country person is rather self-aware. Each time they come to drop off something, they leave promptly, unlike my relatives from the countryside, who insist on a meal even when bringing just a bit of pickled vegetables. Oh, the enthusiasm for food, they act as if even the city's refuse is a delicacy." Such words were undeniably harsh, laced with overt and covert mockery. Xia Qingning frowned, casting a cold glare at her, then suddenly strode forward, closing the distance to Zhao Zuilan, fixing her with a steady gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Zuilan stammered, retreating in fear at Xia Qingning's unexpected advance. In the past few days, she had witnessed Xia Qingning's formidable nature and dreaded any action that might embarrass her. Noticing Zhao Zuilan's trepidation, Xia Qingning's lips curled into a playful smile as she feigned confusion, asking, "What are you afraid of, Aunt Zhao?" She then nonchalantly continued, "I merely wish to see if you, a city dweller, possess an extra eye or mouth compared to us country folk." Nearby, Wu Xiaodong immediately grasped the situation and leaned closer to Zhao Zuilan for a better look, remarking, "I want to see too." After a moment of scrutiny, he donned a puzzled expression, commenting, "It seems you have neither." Abruptly shifting his tone, he added, "So why does Aunt Zhao have such lofty standards and such a foul mouth?" An elder nearby could no longer remain silent, interjecting, "Aunt Zhao, how can you say such things? If we trace back 2 generations, who among us hasn't originated from the countryside? Are you not the same? Otherwise, how could you have relatives from there?" Zhao Zuilan found herself at a loss for words, struggling to retort, finally managing to weakly utter, "Who has high standards? Who has a foul mouth?" Xia Qingning chose to ignore her, bending down to offer a handful of loquats to the elder. "Thank you for keeping an eye on the loquats, sir. Please enjoy these." She then filled Wu Xiaodong's pockets with some as well, saying, "Xiaodong, you have some too." Observing Xia Qingning bestowing loquats upon the two, Zhao Zuilan, despite her disdain for the rural produce, stretched her neck to comment, "These loquats look quite appealing. I wonder if they're tasty." Xia Qingning understood the insinuation in her words but stood unmoved, having no intention of giving her even 1.at that moment. Wu Xiaodong had already peeled a loquat, revealing its golden, succulent flesh, thick and juicy, exuding a sweet fragrance that was utterly tempting. The 15-year-old boy, still possessing a childlike spirit, deliberately savored it in front of Zhao Zuilan, then exclaimed, "Aunt Zhao, I'll be your taste tester. It's delicious, juicy, and quite sweet." "Oh, really?" Zhao Zuilan swallowed hard, her gaze shifting to Xia Qingning, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Xia Qingning, seemingly understanding her desire, smiled at her and lifted a handful of loquats. Zhao Zuilan, gleefully reaching out to accept them, was taken aback when Xia Qingning shot her a glance and retracted the offering, suddenly raising the basket and stating, "Oh, I almost forgot, Aunt Zhao is a city person and might not be accustomed to these rural delights, so I won't give you any." With that, she turned away, hopped onto Wu Xiaodong's bicycle, and soon they were riding off. Zhao Zuilan, feeling humiliated, stared wide-eyed as they departed, her anger simmering, yet she could not muster a retort. Meanwhile, the elder, having enjoyed the loquats, unwittingly added, "You know, these rural loquats are truly sweet." At that moment, Zhao Zuilan's face turned a shade of green with fury. Having taught Zhao Zuilan a lesson, Xia Qingning felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. As they approached the courtyard, she contemplated and asked Wu Xiaodong, "Do you have some time? Could you teach me to ride a bicycle?" The earlier remarks from Yi Shanshan had truly irked her. It was merely an assumption that she couldn't ride. She had passed all her driving tests with flying colors. Surely riding a bicycle couldn't be more challenging than driving a car? Yet, the bicycles of this era were significantly heavier than modern shared bikes, with a crossbar making mounting and dismounting cumbersome, thus increasing the difficulty of learning to ride. Without guidance, learning would not only be slow but perilous, hence her inquiry into Wu Xiaodong's willingness to teach her. Having Wu Xiaodong as her instructor would raise no eyebrows, given that he was merely a young lad, and they would be practicing in the courtyard, hidden from prying eyes. "Sure. I will definitely teach you," Wu Xiaodong replied confidently. Encouraged by his response, Xia Qingning felt an additional surge of confidence, responding, "Then I'll owe you a coaching fee." It was only fair to compensate someone for their time and effort in teaching her to ride. "Qingning, why do you keep bringing this up? Do you think I could take your money?" Wu Xiaodong asked. "Not at all, I have money now," Xia Qingning declared proudly, exhibiting an air of financial ease. Wu Xiaodong pondered for a moment before chuckling, "Then how about 2 ice pops a week in exchange, and you can buy them from the cooperative." Meanwhile, Yi Shanshan, feeling downcast from the earlier incident, worried about being discovered for her bicycle pilfering. Once she passed through the alley, she halted abruptly, cautiously pushing the bike toward home. Upon returning to her courtyard and finding no one present, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully placed the bicycle back in its original spot, just as she was about to turn away when a cold voice suddenly pierced the silence. "What are you doing?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Yi Shanshan nearly screamed. Turning around, she found Lu Jingjia standing there with an icy expression, his amber eyes devoid of warmth. "I caught again," Yi Shanshan faltered, unsure of how to respond. In her encounter with Xia Qingning, she had felt no fear, but facing Lu Jingjia was different. He was someone who wouldn't even spare her mother, Wang Mingfang, a second glance and had the audacity to reprimand her. How could she not feel intimidated? After a prolonged hesitation, Yi Shanshan timidly stammered, "This morning, when I left, I saw the bike just sitting there with no one riding it, so I thought, no one riding." Lu Jingjia frowned, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. Seeing his apparent concern regarding this matter, Yi Shanshan quickly added, "Yes, no one was riding it, it was just sitting there." At this, Lu Jingjia's attention suddenly shifted past Yi Shanshan, focusing on the courtyard entrance. There, he spotted Xia Qingning seated on the back of Wu Xiaodong's bicycle, cradling a basket of loquats, both of them animatedly conversing, their faces alight with smiles. Lu Jingjia's expression visibly darkened. Chapter 33, Why don't you ride the car I bought for you? Xia Qingning disembarked from the vehicle, having arranged with Wu Xiaodong to commence her driving lessons shortly. As she ambled home with a basket of loquats in hand, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Jingjia and Yi Shanshan standing before a bicycle. Lu Jingjia's countenance was notably grim, as though he were suppressing an inner fury, his already cold gaze appeared even more frigid. It seemed that He Shanshan's clandestine bicycle ride had been discovered, yet Xia Qingning was taken aback by the intensity of his anger. I made it abundantly clear yesterday. We are two separate families. Lu Jingjie glowered at He Shanshan, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Has your mother not taught you that one should not tamper with others' belongings? His words conveyed a palpable disdain for both individuals. He Shanshan, aware of her transgression and confronted with Lu Jingjie's cold fury, felt a surge of trepidation and refrained from defending herself. Just this once, from now on, you are not to lay a finger on this bicycle, Lu Jingjie declared in a frigid tone before turning his back and striding into the house. In truth, Lu Jingjie was not particularly concerned about He Shanshan's petty theft. Rather, he was incensed by the sight of Xia Qingning riding in Wu Xiaodong's vehicle, and he had no outlet for his frustration. Once Lu Jingjie departed, He Shanshan finally exhaled in relief. However, upon spotting Xia Qingning entering with her basket, jealousy surged within her. What right did she have to possess such a splendid vehicle when she couldn't even ride one herself? Meanwhile, she was berated for merely having taken a clandestine ride. As her indignation escalated, He Shanshan hastily caught up to Xia Qingning, blocking her path. With a mix of anger and humiliation, she glared at her and declared, "Someone buys you a car and supports you, and you think you're so impressive, don't you?" Xia Qingning regarded her with indifference, recalling how intimidated she felt before Lu Jingjie moments ago. Now, He Shanshan seemed to believe she could intimidate her. Shouldn't I be proud? Xia Qingning retorted, her gaze unwavering. He Shanshan was momentarily taken aback, her expression twisting into one of fury. What is there to be proud of? Having a car is nothing special, especially when you can't even ride it. With a subtle smile, Xia Qingning replied, "It is indeed something remarkable. After all, you don't have one and can only resort to stealing rides." He Shanshan was unprepared for Xia Qingning's boldness, which not only acknowledged her privilege but also mocked her. As her expression morphed from rage to bitterness, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately leaving with a venomous remark, "Just wait, I'll see how long you can bask in your glory." With that, she stormed back to her room. As she walked away, her thoughts churned. Xia Qingning was merely relying on Lu Jingjie's support to act so brazenly. Once he was gone, she would make sure to teach her a lesson. Both of these insufferable individuals had failed to gain any ground today, leaving Xia Qingning with a sense of triumph. She placed the basket down, took a large bowl, and filled it with loquats before washing them in the kitchen and bringing them to her room. Inside, Lu Jingjie sat at the table, his expression still unpleasant. Xia Qingning placed the loquats before him and said, "These loquats were brought by my brother, do give them a taste." After speaking, she deftly peeled one with her delicate fingers, swiftly exposing the fruit within. With a bite, the sweet juice burst forth, flooding her mouth. Indeed, these were superior to the bland loquats she'd purchased in her previous life, far more delectable. "They're delicious, you must try them," she urged after finishing one. Lu Jingjie remained silent, his gaze fixated on the vibrant bowl of loquats, glistening with moisture and exuding a rich fragrance. After a moment, he picked one up, peeled away the thin skin, and placed it in his mouth. Xia Qingning, aware of his anger over He Shanshan's bicycle escapade, sought to divert his attention and asked, "Sweet, isn't it?" Lu Jingjie replied, "Sweet," his demeanor softening considerably. "It tastes just like before." Lu Jingjie had spent part of his childhood in the same village where Xia Qingning lived, as his father had been sent there during a political campaign, and their living conditions had been quite poor, devoid of any treats. In front of their home stood several large loquat trees, which bore an abundance of fruit each season. When Xia Qingning's father was still alive, he would often bring some to their family. Thus, during Lu Jingjie's years in the village, these loquats represented a rare sweetness in his life. Xia Qingning, not sharing the same memories, inadvertently overlooked his sentiment of "just like before," opting instead to validate his experience with others' opinions. Indeed, just now, Xiaodong and the others remarked how delicious they were. Upon hearing Xiaodong, a familiar and affectionate name, Lu Jingjie's hand froze mid-motion, and the warmth that had previously graced his face vanished once more. Unaware that his displeasure stemmed from Wu Xiaodong escorting her back, Xia Qingning innocently assumed he was still simmering over the incident with the bicycle and recognized that his earlier admonishments toward He Shanshan were in her defense. In an attempt to soothe him, she said, "Please don't be angry, honestly, it's no big deal if she rode the bicycle, I don't mind." Her intention to placate him fell flat, as they were clearly not on the same wavelength. Xia Qingning remained oblivious to the fact that every word she uttered was striking a nerve with Lu Jingzhe. "It's no big deal, I don't mind." To Lu Jingzhe's ears, these phrases indicated that Xia Qingning held no appreciation for the vehicle he had gifted her. Why would she not value a car that others envied? The image of her laughing so freely while riding in Wu Xiaodong's vehicle solidified Lu Jingzhe's realization it wasn't the car she disregarded. It was him. Lu Jingzhe, proud as he was, he could not directly inquire why Xia Qingning seemed to dismiss him. With a sense of indignation boiling within, he coldly questioned her, "Why don't you ride the car I bought for you?" "Ah?" Xia Qingning was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, momentarily stunned before responding earnestly, "I can't ride a bicycle." "Can't ride?" This was something Lu Jingzhe had not anticipated, yet the next moment, he thought so. Not being able to ride allows her to justify riding in Wu Xiaodong's vehicle, does it? The realization only deepened his discontent. He turned to Xia Qingning, his voice tinged with coldness, and asked, "Don't you want to learn?" Believing he was chastising her for her inability to ride, which had granted He Shanshan an opportunity, Xia Qingning quickly clarified, "I'm about to learn." She had just arranged with Wu Xiaodong to start her lessons shortly, and upon concluding her statement, she pushed the bowl of loquats toward Lu Jingzhe. "You enjoy them. I'll be off to learn now." Without lingering, she exited the room. Lu Jingzhe had not anticipated her eagerness to learn. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up another loquat. As he settled into silence, he realized that he had spoken to her too harshly. Witnessing her urgency to leave, he wondered if his earlier demeanor had frightened her. In truth, he had not expected to speak to her so sternly, yet for reasons unknown, the mere mention of Wu Xiaodong soured his mood, causing his tone to become uncharacteristically harsh. He then recalled that she would be learning on her own, without anyone to support her on the high bicycle, and a flicker of genuine concern crossed his face. He was about to step outside when, in the next moment, he caught sight through the window of Wu Xiaodong instructing Xia Qingning on how to ride. There she was, perched on the bicycle, with Wu Xiaodong alongside her, one hand steadying the handlebars while the other supported the rear, guiding her as she pedaled. In that instant, the sweetness of the loquats he had been savoring vanished entirely. Chapter 34 I will protect you from behind. Xia Qingning was unaware that Lu Jingzhe was watching from a distance as she earnestly attempted to learn how to ride a bicycle under the guidance of Wu Xiaodong. She had initially believed that learning to ride a bike would be a rather straightforward endeavor, especially since it appeared so effortless for others. However, once she mounted the two-wheeled contraption, she quickly realized that mastering it was considerably more challenging than a four-wheeled vehicle. The handlebars wobbled in her grasp, and the presence of the crossbar inadvertently intensified the difficulty of her learning experience. Wu Xiaodong was alternately anxious about her potential falls and the prospect of her tumbling alongside the bicycle. After several harrowing attempts, he was already drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing his perspiring visage, Xia Qingning felt a twinge of guilt. To lighten the mood, she jested, "Relax a bit, why do I feel like you're more nervous than I am?" "Ha, if anyone is going to fall, it'll be me, not you." "Indeed, ha, if anyone's to fall, it will be you. Why should I be so tense?" Wu Xiaodong, having come to this realization, joined in her laughter. Against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset, a young boy was teaching a girl to ride a bicycle, both of their faces adorned with smiles. The scene was undeniably heartwarming, however, to Lu Jingzhe, it was profoundly displeasing. Feeling uncomfortable, he averted his gaze by drawing the curtains and settled into a chair with a grim expression. Yet, within moments, he abruptly stood up, striding out with long, purposeful strides. In the courtyard, Wu Xiaodong was busily instructing Xia Qingning, continuously saying, "No, Sister Qingning, you need to look ahead. No, while looking ahead, you also have to pedal. Sister Qingning, steady the handlebars." Amidst Wu Xiaodong's incessant corrections, Xia Qingning became increasingly flustered. The more anxious she grew, the more mistakes she made. "Sister Qingning, the handlebars!" Wu Xiaodong's loud shout startled her, causing the handlebars to veer dangerously, and she felt herself on the brink of falling. Just then, a strong hand reached out and grasped the handlebars, instantly stabilizing the unruly bicycle. "Wow, that was close." Thankfully, Brother Jingzhe arrived just in time. Wu Xiaodong, who had not intervened, patted his chest in relief before rushing to Xia Qingning's side, concern etched across his face. "Sister Qingning, are you all right? That was truly harrowing." Xia Qingning, still shaken, acknowledged her fear. The bicycle was tall and heavy, and a fall would undoubtedly lead to injury. I'm fine. Yet, to spare Wu Xiaodong from guilt, she forced herself to say this, though her pale complexion betrayed her true feelings. Alas, it's my fault. I wasn't careful enough to support you, Wu Xiaodong admitted, scratching his head awkwardly, then assured her, don't worry, it won't happen again, we'll try again. Upon hearing the words try again, Lu Jingjie lifted the curtain and cast a cool glance in Wu Xiaodong's direction, his voice steady as he asked, are you quite idle? Ha! Wu Xiaodong was taken aback, but the darkening expression on Lu Jingjie's face made him uneasy, prompting him to smile sheepishly and say, I'm alright, not busy, not busy. Not busy? Then go fetch a bottle of soy sauce, Lu Jingjie instructed, his brow furrowed and his tone serious. Ha! Wu Xiaodong was once again perplexed, unable to comprehend why brother Jingjie would send him to fetch soy sauce. It seemed so sudden and devoid of any warning. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go, Lu Jingjie commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. He was already a head taller than Wu Xiaodong, looking down upon him with an unmistakable military demeanor that radiated an air of cold decisiveness. Wu Xiaodong immediately stood at attention, saluted sharply, and declared in a booming voice, yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. With that, he mounted his bicycle to depart. Walk there. Lu Jingjie issued yet another directive. Now even more bewildered, Wu Xiaodong caught sight of Lu Jingjie's unwavering gaze and dared not question further. Swiftly departing, Xia Qingning observed Wu Xiaodong's receding figure, her expression mirroring her confusion. She wondered why Lu Jingjie would send him for soy sauce at this moment, especially when there was still more than half a bottle at home. With her mentor gone, she felt even less inclined to continue learning on her own. After a moment's hesitation, she turned the handlebars around and began to push the bicycle back home. What's this, are you giving up? Lu Jingjie inquired, his tone laced with a hint of restrained anger as he noticed her departure. I'm a bit scared on my own, Xia Qingning candidly responded, glancing at his increasingly stern expression. Lu Jingjie frowned and countered, is there not a person before you? Ha! Xia Qingning was momentarily puzzled by his words. Are you saying he can teach, but I cannot? Lu Jingjie's brows furrowed as he regarded Xia Qingning. Or do you believe I am incapable of instructing you? He wishes to teach me to ride? Xia Qingning felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Just moments ago, she had contemplated asking Lu Jingjie for assistance, but reconsidered, fearing his distant demeanor would mean he disliked teaching others. The thought of proposing it only to be turned down was mortifying, yet now, hearing him voluntarily offer his guidance was truly unexpected. What are you standing there for? Lu Jingjie spoke again, reaching out to take the handlebars, steadying the rear of the bike. He commanded, get on. Xia Qingning glanced at him before swinging her leg over the bicycle. Once seated, she felt the bike stabilize in Lu Jingjie's capable hands, not wobbling at all. She couldn't help but marvel internally, realizing that indeed, a soldier's strength was formidable. Relax your body. Don't sit so stiffly, Lu Jingjie instructed in a calm voice. Keep your eyes focused ahead, maintain a good grip on the handlebars, and don't worry about your feet. Following his guidance, Xia Qingning took hold of the handlebars, but once they were in her grasp, they began to sway uncontrollably. With each oscillation, her confidence waned, and she struggled to maintain control. Sensing her trepidation, Lu Jingjie softened his tone, saying, do not fear, I am here, and you will not fall. Perhaps it was the unwavering calmness he exuded that instilled confidence in her. Xia Qingning felt a sense of reassurance wash over her, and she began to follow his directions, finding her rhythm more easily. Even when she struggled to steady the front, Lu Jingjie's swift hand would reach out, ensuring the bike remained firmly grounded. His hands were large and strong, and the bicycle responded obediently under his guidance. True to his promise, Xia Qingning did not fall, thanks to his presence. Unlike Wu Xiaodong, who had imposed limitations on her, Lu Jingjie encouraged her to ride boldly. With the belief that she would not fall, and overcoming her initial fears, Xia Qingning gradually found her stride. Now, you can take the handlebars on your own while I support you from behind. As she appeared to be mastering the basics, Lu Jingjie began allowing her to control the front, reassuring her, ride with confidence. I will be right behind you for protection. Chapter 35. With remarkable agility, he embraced her. His words held a certain enchantment, evoking an unparalleled sense of trust, akin to a protective talisman that instilled in Xia Qingning an extraordinary sense of security. She nodded at him, taking the reins of the bicycle herself. The once unsteady frame of the bike, under the firm support of the person behind her, began to stabilize. Xia Qingning focused on confidently steering the front of the bicycle. Gradually, she transitioned from needing his assistance to merely requiring him to steady the rear, and soon enough, she was adeptly controlling the direction, riding forward with ease. A feeling that she was nearly proficient, Xia Qingning turned to Lu Jingjie and declared, "You needn't support me any longer. I shall attempt it on my own." Even the finest of instructors must eventually relinquish their hold for their pupils to truly learn. Lu Jingjie nodded, cautioning her to be careful, before letting go and standing still, his gaze never straying from her. At first, as she rode alone, Xia Qingning felt a flicker of trepidation. Fortunately, her progress was smooth. The front wheel only swayed slightly at the onset, but soon it became remarkably steady. Now, Xia Qingning had nearly perfected her technique, riding with increasing stability. After circling the yard a few times, she gleefully exclaimed to Lu Jingjie, "Haha, look, I can ride now." Her laughter was joyous and radiant, her eyes sparkling with excitement like two tiny stars. Lu Jingjie, observing her, couldn't help but smile subtly at the corners of his lips. Just then, Wu Xiaodong entered the yard, holding a bottle of soy sauce, and was astonished to see Xia Qingning effortlessly circling the yard on her bicycle. He scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend how, in such a short time away, Sister Qingning had mastered riding. Even more surprising was that Lu Jingjie, usually so stoic, was smiling at her as she rode. So, he was capable of smiling after all. Meanwhile, Shanshan, who had been preening her hair in her room, heard Xia Qingning's cheerful voice. Curious, she pulled back the curtain and was greeted by the sight of Xia Qingning riding the bicycle with ease, laughing joyfully. Just moments ago, she had mocked her inability to ride, yet in the blink of an eye, Xia Qingning had succeeded. Shanshan felt the sting of embarrassment wash over her and angrily yanked the curtain shut. Humph, what was so impressive about simply acquiring a bicycle? In 2 days, she was to go on a blind date with a wealthy and handsome man. If it went well, she would certainly buy a bicycle far superior to Xia Qingning's. With that thought in mind, she resumed arranging her hair, vowing to capture the attention of the affluent gentleman this time. In the yard, Xia Qingning had become quite steady on her bicycle, but just as she prepared to turn, the wheel unexpectedly rolled over a hard object, causing the handlebars to veer uncontrollably to one side. Sensing the perilous situation, Lu Jingjie sprang into action. However, it was too late for him to steady the bike, and he watched helplessly as she began to fall. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly caught her, but due to the significant shift in balance, both he and Xia Qingning fell to the ground together. The incident occurred so rapidly that Xia Qingning barely had time to react before she found herself on the ground, yet astonishingly, she felt no pain. As she regained her senses, she realized she was cradled in Lu Jingjie's arms, who had sacrificed himself as a cushion to protect her from the fall. A low groan escaped his lips, and Xia Qingning immediately stood, her face paling as concern flooded her mind. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. A twinge of pain shot through Lu Jingjie's elbow, causing him to frown slightly, but seeing her distressed expression, he masked his discomfort, smoothing his furrowed brow into a calm demeanor, even reassuring her, "It's nothing." The combined weight of both him and the bicycle had crashed upon him. How could he possibly be unscathed? Xia Qingning quickly reached out to help him up, her eyes scanning him for injuries. Once she confirmed he was not gravely harmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Wu Xiaodong rushed over, assisting in lifting the bicycle while expressing his concern. "Sister Qingning, Brother Jingjie, are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Xia Qingning replied, her gaze remaining fixed on Lu Jingjie. Although she couldn't see any visible injuries, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. "Let us call it a day for learning," Lu Jingjie suggested, his voice as deep as ever. "All right," Xia Qingning agreed promptly. Still shaken from the scare, she had no desire to continue riding. Sensing her fear, Lu Jingjie fell silent for a moment before offering comfort. "Falling is an inevitable part of learning to ride. Don't be afraid, we'll practice again tomorrow, and you'll get the hang of it." Having never witnessed such gentleness from him before, Wu Xiaodong was left in awe, wondering if this was truly the same icy Lu Jingjie who had always been so distant. Xia Qingning, still feeling rattled, failed to notice the shift in Lu Jingjie's tone. She took the bicycle from Wu Xiaodong's hands, suddenly remembering to check for damages. It didn't take long for her to spot that the front fender had been bent. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she remarked, "I'm so sorry, I accidentally bent this part. Lu Jingjie displayed little emotion, as if it mattered not at all. He glanced at it and replied, "It's nothing." Afterward, he knelt down and effortlessly straightened the fender with his bare hands. Just as Xia Qingning was about to ask if they needed to repair it, she was taken aback as it was restored to its original state in an instant. Once again, she was astonished by Lu Jingjie's strength. "Let us head back," Lu Jingjie stated as he rose to his feet. As he prepared to leave, Wu Xiaodong suddenly remembered the soy sauce in his hand and hurriedly offered it to him, saying, "Brother Jingjie, you brought back the soy sauce." Lu Jingjie acknowledged, yet did not take it. "Don't you want it?" Wu Xiaodong queried, perplexed by his refusal. "Keep it for yourself," Lu Jingjie replied tersely, continuing on without pausing. Wu Xiaodong scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom why he had asked him to fetch it if he did not want it. After much contemplation, he cast a pleading glance at Xia Qingning for clarification. Xia Qingning too was at a loss, shaking her head at him before saying, "Xiaodong, thank you for today, I'll treat you to ice pops tomorrow." Upon hearing the words ice pops, Lu Jingjie's footsteps faltered momentarily before he resumed his pace. Xia Qingning noticed him walking away and waved goodbye to Wu Xiaodong, pushing her bicycle as she prepared to follow. Just then, my Miao, returning from the market, rushed over and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Qingning, you've changed your hairstyle again. This one looks even better than the last, can you teach me sometime?" Since the last time she had learned a side ponytail from Xia Qingning and flaunted it at work, she had received countless compliments from the young women and wives in the commune, leaving her elated. Now, seeing Xia Qingning with an even more beautiful braided headband, how could she not feel envious? "Of course, I have time now," Xia Qingning replied with a smile. "Right now, I need to cook," my Miao lamented. "Tomorrow won't work either. I need to go shopping at the department store. How about the day after tomorrow? I'll come to your house, and you can teach me then." "Sure," Xia Qingning readily agreed. "Oh, is there anything you need to buy?" "After work tomorrow, we could go to the department store together," my Miao suggested. Xia Qingning contemplated. In a couple of days, she would be visiting her maternal family with Lu Jingjie, and she certainly couldn't go empty-handed. "It would be perfect to accompany my Miao to the department store," she nodded in response. "All right, let us go after work." Having made plans, Xia Qingning waved goodbye to her and proceeded home with her bicycle. She parked it in a corner and intended to fetch a basin to wash her face. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable after the ride. As she swung open the door, she caught sight of Lu Jingjie removing his shirt. Initially, she planned to step back and wait until he finished changing, but her gaze was drawn to the bright red stain on his white shirt sleeve. For a moment, she was stunned, then realized it was blood. Chapter 36. Her lips brushed gently against his neck as she glided past him, unconcerned about whether he was in the midst of undressing. She boldly stepped inside and, with an anxious gaze fixed upon Lu Jingjie, inquired, "Your hand?" After a brief pause, she continued, "It must have been injured while saving me just now." Lu Jingjie was in the process of removing his shirt, revealing strong, well-defined arms, broad and taut shoulders that seemed to possess boundless strength. Upon noticing Xia Qingning's entrance, he felt neither embarrassment nor discomfort. During his time on the field, he had often bled and sustained injuries, all of which had been tended to by the female nurses in his unit, thus rendering him accustomed to such occurrences. He responded calmly before continuing to undress. Seeing him struggle with one hand, Xia Qingning hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and offering, "Let me help you." Noting his lack of opposition or displeasure, she raised her hands to assist him in removing his shirt, taking particular care as she slipped off the sleeves. When the shirt was finally removed, she was taken aback. A long scar marred his left shoulder, winding from below his neck to the scapula. Perhaps due to the limitations of medical equipment and suturing techniques of that era, the scar appeared particularly grotesque, standing out starkly against his fair skin. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Jingjie sensed her shock and asked in a low voice, "Are you frightened?" Xia Qingning snapped out of her astonishment, quickly waving her hands in denial, only to realize that he was turned away from her and couldn't see her gesture. She hastily replied, "No." Previously, she had only encountered images of soldiers bleeding and injured in textbooks or films, their noble sacrifices resonating with valor. However, witnessing his scars up close allowed her to truly comprehend the profound and grand spirit that they embodied. Suddenly, the scar no longer seemed fearsome, it transformed into a monument of admiration and an indelible medal of honor. Unable to restrain herself, Xia Qingning reached out, gently caressing the raised scar. Her touch was delicate, as if she feared causing him pain. In a husky voice, she sincerely praised, "You are truly remarkable, truly admirable." As her hand made contact with Lu Jingjia's skin, he instinctively froze for a moment. Her hand was soft and cool, gliding over his skin and sending ripples through him. At that moment, she was serene and reverent, while he was ablaze with an uncontainable heat, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as he was about to turn and grasp her hand, Xia Qingning finally halted, her gaze dropping to his elbow, where a significant portion of skin had been scraped off, the wound clearly visible, with blood still seeping out. She was taken aback by the severity of his injury. He had remained silent earlier, and had it not been for her, he would not have sustained such harm. Overwhelmed with guilt, she looked at him earnestly and said, "I'm sorry for causing you to be hurt." "It's nothing," Lu Jingjia replied in a deep voice, pausing momentarily as if to comfort her. "It's just a minor injury, it's no bother." Compared to the severed limbs that often occurred on the battlefield, a mere abrasion seemed trivial in his eyes. Yet, her insistence made Xia Qingning feel increasingly remorseful, and she softly suggested, "Let me take care of it for you." With that, she opened a nearby cabinet and retrieved some alcohol swabs and bandages. Lu Jingjia was somewhat surprised that such supplies were available at home. Typically, he would disregard such minor wounds, confident that he would heal swiftly on his own. However, seeing the brightness in Xia Qingning's eyes and her expression of guilt, he found himself unable to refuse her offer. "It might sting a little, so bear with me," Xia Qingning said as she dipped a cotton swab in alcohol, bending down to gently clean his wound, blowing softly to ease his discomfort. Lu Jingjia's gaze fell upon her profile. She was focused and cautious, her petite nose slightly scrunched, her pouty lips exerting a gentle pressure, making her look exceedingly endearing. Though the alcohol was meant to be quite stinging, under her tender care, it seemed to cause him no pain. At that moment, Lu Jingjia's heart began to race unexpectedly, a sensation of exhilaration coursing through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," Xia Qingning said, believing it was her fault, and quickly apologized. Lu Jingjia struggled to suppress his emotions, forcing himself to turn his face away, avoiding her gaze, and hoarsely replied, "It's fine." After a considerable time had passed, Xia Qingning finally finished dressing the wound. As she stood up and began to tidy up, she turned to see Lu Jingjia pulling a shirt from the wardrobe and putting it on, making broad movements that disregarded the injury on his hand. Xia Qingning felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing he might inadvertently tear open the bandage she had just applied, she hurried to his side, steadying his hand and urgently said, "Be careful with your movements. Let me help you." Having already donned one sleeve, Lu Jingjia, noticing her intention to assist him in dressing, responded with a composed tone, "No need, I'm not that fragile." With that, he extended his hand and slipped the other sleeve on himself. Perhaps it was due to his rugged military upbringing, but he viewed this minor injury as inconsequential. Once he was fully dressed, Xia Qingning glanced around to ensure the bandage remained intact, feeling a sense of relief. However, as he raised his hand to fasten the buttons, she interjected, "Let me help you with the buttons." This time, she moved quicker than he did. Fastening buttons required bending the elbow, and although she knew he was capable of enduring pain without complaint, enduring did not equate to the absence of discomfort. If she could assist, she would. Having observed his scars earlier, she felt a newfound emotion swelling within her, not one of romantic affection, but a pure sense of admiration and respect. These soldiers selflessly devoted so much for the people, and now, as a member of the people, she felt compelled to do something within her capacity for him. Her fingers, delicate and pale as spring bamboo, meticulously fastened the final button. As her focus remained on the buttons, her gaze inadvertently drifted to his waist and abdomen. She noticed his lean frame, well-defined abdominal muscles, and the alluring lines of his body, which extended downward, exuding an undeniable temptation. Even without seeing his face, such a physique would undoubtedly captivate many, not to mention the striking features he possessed. Xia Qingning, who had originally harbored no impure thoughts and merely wished to assist in buttoning his shirt, now found her cheeks subtly warming. It was no surprise, such an extraordinary physique was enough to tempt any normal person. Lu Jingjia, too, was unaccustomed to such meticulous care from another, feeling somewhat awkward as his muscles involuntarily tensed, accentuating every contour in vain. In the midst of this rare visual feast, Xia Qingning struggled to maintain her composure, finding it exceedingly challenging. Her fingers deftly worked to fasten the buttons, progressing from his abdomen to his waist, then to his chest, finally reaching his collarbone, completing the top button. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Lu Jingjia muttered a soft thank you. Just as Xia Qingning was about to respond that it was unnecessary, she noticed a piece of grass stuck in his hair, likely from when he had fallen earlier. Without thinking, she stepped closer to help remove it. Her sudden proximity caught Lu Jingjia off guard. Having never experienced such intimate contact with a woman, he instinctively took a step back. Standing tall, he caused Xia Qingning, who had to tiptoe to reach him, to lose her balance and tumble into him. As she fell, her hands instinctively wrapped around him, and her lips brushed lightly against his neck. Chapter 37. With the first embrace of Lu Jingjia at that moment, He Shanshan happened to come out to fetch water. As she passed by the door of Xia Qingning's room, she stole a glance inside and was met with the sight of Xia Qingning wrapped around Lu Jingjia. There stood Lu Jingjia, while Xia Qingning held him tightly with both arms, her body leaning against him, the atmosphere thick with unspoken intimacy. He Shanshan's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hurriedly walked past, and even after returning to her room with the water, her heart raced wildly. It was no wonder that Lu Jingjia had shared a bed with her upon his return. It turned out that she had been the one to initiate the embrace. It seemed that all men were the same, even if they had previously shown disinterest. Once a woman took the initiative, they would readily surrender. She couldn't help but ponder that if she had been the one lying in Lu Jingjia's bed at that moment, he would surely belong to her now. Such a quality man had indeed been taken advantage of by Xia Qingning. If she encountered a good man in the future, she too must be more proactive. Inside the room, the two individuals were momentarily stunned, one in astonishment, the other in fear. The first to regain composure, Xia Qingning quickly straightened her posture and took 2 steps back. Realizing what she had just done, her face paled slightly, and she hastened to wave her hands, exclaiming, "You, please don't misunderstand, I never intended to take advantage of you. I merely noticed something on your head and wanted to help you remove it." In her haste, she presented the grass clipping she had taken from his head as evidence of her innocence. Lu Jingjia, still reeling from the shock of being held and kissed for the first time, struggled to comprehend the situation. When she had embraced him, it felt as though he had been immobilized, completely lacking the desire to resist. Under normal circumstances, with his agility, she would never have had the chance to get close to him, let alone touch him. It seemed that the only explanation was that he had not guarded himself against her at all. In that moment, he realized that his feelings for her had shifted in a way he had not previously acknowledged. With this understanding, all his previous inexplicable actions began to make sense. Observing Lu Jingjia's cold demeanor and his silence, Xia Qingning felt increasingly uneasy. She certainly did not wish to incur his displeasure, as he was both her protector and her benefactor. She could not afford to offend him. In an effort to salvage her image, Xia Qingning earnestly declared, "That was just an accident. Rest assured, I have absolutely no intentions towards you." To Lu Jingjia, who had just confirmed his feelings for her, it was unexpected to hear her so resolutely declare that she harbored no thoughts of him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he blurted out, "Then who do you have feelings for, your little, huh?" Xia Qingning, taken aback by his sudden halt, looked at him with confusion. "Nothing." Lu Jingjia regained his composure, the words "little dawn" remaining unspoken. After a moment, he turned away, closed the cabinet, and said over his shoulder, "You can go outside now." Xia Qingning felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, nodding vigorously as she added, "If you need any help, just call for me." Without lingering for another moment, she dashed out of the room. Until dinner concluded, the two did not find themselves alone again. Xia Qingning deliberately kept her distance, wishing to avoid provoking him, while Lu Jingjia was irked by her intentional avoidance. That night, as they prepared for bed, Xia Qingning was more subdued than usual, saying nothing as she wrapped herself in her blanket and lay quietly on one side. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Lu Jingjia naturally remained silent as well, and the two drifted off to sleep in a tranquil silence until dawn. In the morning, Xia Qingning awoke first. After tying her hair and completing her morning routine, she returned to her room, gathered fabric coupons and money, and placed them in her bag. She had arranged with Mai Miao to visit the department store together after work. At that moment, Lu Jingjia also rose, readying himself. Upon seeing Xia Qingning preparing to leave with her bag, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll ride you there." Xia Qingning was taken aback by his offer. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, "No, no need." He had just sustained an injury while saving her, and with the wound on his elbow, how could she allow him to ride her? If he exerted himself and the injury reopened, what would she do? Seeing her so adamantly refuse, Lu Jingjia felt a twinge of displeasure and frowned. "Just stay home and rest, you don't need to see me off," Xia Qingning insisted, fearing he might press the matter further. She waved him off and hurriedly exited the room, rejected without reservation. Lu Jingzhe's expression soured. After standing in place for a moment, he stepped outside. As he made his way to retrieve the bike from the corner, a familiar voice called out gently, "Xiaodong." He frowned and looked up, only to see Xia Qingning smiling as she expertly took a seat on Wu Xiaodong's bicycle. So, she had no intention of letting him take her, she was simply going to ride with Wu Xiaodong. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Jingzhe's expression darkened, and after a brief moment, he turned and returned inside. Meanwhile, in the room, Shanshan was pleading with Wang Mingfang, "Mom, please just give me 20 more yuan. Didn't you promise to buy me a red dress last time?" Last time, it was contingent on Xia Qingning receiving her salary, but look, she hasn't received it yet and even reclaimed the money from the past 2 years. "Shanshan, you already have so many clothes, perhaps it's best to hold off for now," Wang Mingfang replied, feeling both angered and pained at the thought of Xia Qingning taking that money away. "Those are all old clothes. That red dress is truly beautiful. I just want to make a good impression on the man during the blind date tomorrow." Shanshan continued to shake her mother's arm. "You said their family is wealthy. If this works out, I can repay you doubly in the future." 20 yuan for a single dress was indeed extravagant. Though Wang Mingfang usually doted on Shanshan, her income had significantly diminished, and she needed to be frugal with spending. Therefore, she attempted once more to persuade her daughter, "Shanshan, look at these clothes, you've only worn them a few times, and they look good on you, Mom." Shanshan interrupted, her voice tinged with a whimper, "This is about my lifelong happiness. Boo-hoo, look at how Xia Qingning has bullied me, isn't it all because she has Lu Jingzhe backing her. If I marry someone less than her, what will become of our lives?" Boo-hoo, seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state, Wang Mingfang hesitated for a moment before finally pulling 2 10-yuan bills from her pocket and handing them to Shanshan. "All right, Shanshan, stop crying. Take this and buy it." Afterward, she reminded her, "Once you buy this, you can't buy anything else for the next 2 months. With Wang Mingfang finally willing to give her the money, Shanshan immediately ceased her tears, eagerly accepting the bills. "Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure to look beautiful tomorrow and will definitely win over a wealthy son-in-law for you." Chapter 38. Purchasing the red dress for matchmaking. After finishing work in the afternoon, Xia Qingning took Wu Xiaodong's car directly to the department store, where Mai Miao was already waiting at the entrance. The three of them entered together. The department store boasted 3 floors. The first floor was dedicated to selling bicycles, sewing machines, watches, and other valuable items. Although the merchandise was of good quality, the prices often exceeded 100 yuan. Given Xia Qingning's current financial situation, she could not afford to shop without considering the prices, so she and Mai Miao ascended directly to the second floor. Wu Xiaodong, however, was captivated by the latest radio model displayed at the entrance and decided to wait for them there. The second floor was divided into a daily necessities section and a food section. Xia Qingning first ventured into the food area, purchasing 5 pounds of fruit candies, which were attractively packaged in vibrant wrappers of various colors. After selecting the fruit candies, she also bought a pound of white rabbit milk candies, which, although pricier than the fruit variety, contained real milk and were beloved by both adults and children alike. Having finished her candy shopping, she and Mai Miao proceeded to the personal care section. Mai Miao's primary goal today was to acquire cosmetics. A young woman from their commune had purchased a type of imported sandalwood powder here that gave a lovely rosy glow to the skin, and she had recommended it to them. Soon, Mai Miao found the sandalwood powder, along with a box of fragrant balm and an eyebrow pencil. Xia Qingning opted for 2 bottles of moisturizing cream designed to prevent chapping, particularly effective for red cheeks, and also grabbed a bottle of seagull shampoo. Eventually, under Mai Miao's enthusiastic persuasion, she decided to buy the sandalwood powder as well. After completing their purchases, the two ascended to the 3rd floor, which featured shoes, fabrics, and ready-to-wear clothing. As they arrived, Mai Miao hurried towards the central counter, pointing at a red dress worn by a mannequin, and exclaimed to Xia Qingning, "Qingning, come quickly, isn't this dress stunning? Several of our colleagues want to buy it." Following her gaze, Xia Qingning observed the red dress prominently displayed. The dress was crafted from a polyester blend, featuring a round neckline and a voluminous skirt, adorned with 4 large buttons at the chest and complemented by a wide black belt embellished with a large leather flower. By contemporary standards, the dress was far from attractive, particularly the cumbersome leather flower at the waist, which appeared both excessive and outmoded. However, in this era, clothing styles and colors were rather monotonous, and people had seldom encountered beautiful garments. Thus, this dress, with its slight design flair, certainly stood out. "Well, it's decent," Xia Qingning replied, somewhat begrudgingly. As someone studying fashion design, it felt like a dishonest appraisal. "Decent," a sharp, condescending voice suddenly interjected, followed by a derisive snort. "Such a beautiful dress, and you call it decent? You truly are a rustic girl, completely lacking in discernment." The two turned to see Zhao Zuilan standing behind the counter, her expression dripping with disdain as she regarded Xia Qingning. Unfazed, Xia Qingning met her gaze with a smile and asked, "Aunt Zhao, are you still upset from not having tasted the loquats from the countryside yesterday?" She then glanced back at the red dress and continued, "Those 4 ugly buttons on the front and that tacky belt, calling it decent is already flattering it. What do you know? This is the latest style in our area, can you even afford it? You're just here making baseless comments." Zhao Zuilan scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. Xia Qingning regarded Zhao Zuilan calmly and countered, "Why would I want to buy it? If it's unattractive, then so be it. It's also uncomfortable. It clings to the skin when you sweat and becomes sheer when it rains, stifling and hot, with no breathability whatsoever. Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Zuilan interrupted, her previous arrogance evaporating, replaced by a hint of insecurity. Xia Qingning's critiques were all too valid. Although the dress appeared appealing at a glance, those who purchased it had echoed her concerns. My Miao, caught off guard, looked at Xia Qingning with confusion and asked, "Is what you said true? Several of our colleagues are saving up to buy it." Just as Xia Qingning was about to respond, a figure clad in fuchsia approached, looking at her with disdain and stating, "How ridiculous! Just look at what she usually wears, those few hideous outfits she wears repeatedly over the years. How could she possibly know what's good or bad?" The speaker was He Shanshan, who had meticulously done her makeup today. Her face, heavily coated in foundation, boasted thick eyebrows under a generous application of blue eyeshadow, while her cheeks were flushed with bright blush and her lips adorned with heavy lipstick, an appearance Xia Qingning found utterly ghastly. "Wow, Shanshan, you look so fashionable today," Zhao Zuilan exclaimed, immediately showering her with compliments, then seizing the opportunity to belittle Xia Qingning, unlike some rustic girls who pretend to be knowledgeable. Flattered by the praise, He Shanshan forcefully pushed past Xia Qingning and My Miao, sneering, "If you're not buying, step aside and don't block others." "What are you shoving for?" My Miao retorted, having a long-standing rivalry with He Shanshan. Naturally displeased at being shoved aside, she continued, "We were here first. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? And what if we were? Are you buying it?" He Shanshan laughed derisively, her tone dripping with contempt. "How do you know we won tea by it?" My Miao replied, her confidence wavering, yet unwilling to lose face in front of He Shanshan. "Then go ahead and pay for it, 20 yuan, He Shanshan challenged, standing her ground with her arms crossed, her expression one of utter disdain as she looked at My Miao. "Do you have that much?" My Miao's face paled instantly. She had no such funds. Even if she did, she wouldn't dare spend it all on a single dress. "Don't talk about first come, first served if you can't afford it," He Shanshan gloated, turning to Zhao Zuilan with bravado. "Aunt Zhao, I'll buy this dress. Please fetch me a new one." With that, she pulled out 2 large bills from her pocket, deliberately flaunting them before My Miao's eyes. Viewing He Shanshan's self-satisfaction, My Miao felt a surge of frustration but was at a loss for words. This was the first time she felt utterly helpless against He Shanshan's taunts. Just as she was stewing in her discontent, she suddenly heard Xia Qingning assert confidently, "Indeed, that dress does suit your temperament quite well." Hearing this, My Miao's mood soured further. How could Xia Qingning still compliment her despite He Shanshan's arrogance? Just as she was about to retort, Xia Qingning continued, "But with that makeup paired with the dress, oh, it's truly uniquely unattractive." He Shanshan, who had been waiting for admiration, lost her composure at this remark, shouting, "Who are you calling ugly? I see you're just jealous." She rolled her eyes and shot back at Xia Qingning, "You say my makeup is bad, can you do better? If you think my dress is ugly, would you dare to buy it?" Chapter 39. "These look better," Xia Qingning appraised her from top to bottom, offering a faint smile and a definitive answer. "I truly cannot create such an unattractive makeup look, nor would I ever purchase such an unsightly dress." "Exactly, we won't buy it. We'll leave it all for you, ugly clothes suit you perfectly, My Miao chimed in, stepping forward to link arms with Xia Qingning. Let's ignore her, Qingning, we should go. With that, she pulled Xia Qingning away to explore other items. At that moment, Zhao Zuilan approached, handing a packaged dress to Yi Shanshan. Shanshan, don't listen to their nonsense, they simply lack discernment. This dress is the most exquisite in our store, and you'll look even better in it. Indeed, I'm not upset at all. They read just sour grapes, Yi Shanshan replied, her fingers gliding over the smooth fabric, delight sparkling in her eyes. Aunt Zhao, I want to wear it right now. Certainly, there's a fitting room over there. Hurry and change, Zhao Zuilan said with a beaming smile. Once you're dressed, just stand there, and you'll be a living advertisement. As Xia Qingning and My Miao browsed the ready-to-wear section, noticing Yi Shanshan hadn't followed, My Miao lowered her voice in curiosity, asking, Qingning, do you really think that dress is unattractive? Xia Qingning's gaze lingered on the garments hanging on the wall, where numerous cotton long dresses were displayed, some in solid colors, others in checks, all cinched at the waist, creating a flattering silhouette that elongated and slimmed the figure. She turned to My Miao and remarked, I find these much more appealing. My Miao followed her gaze and, spotting the cotton dresses, nodded in agreement. These are indeed nice, though perhaps a tad plain, lacking in uniqueness. Xia Qingning pondered for a moment, her eyes locking onto a white dress. She softly suggested, see that white one, if the neckline were lowered a bit, and the cut-off fabric fashioned into ruffles for the sleeves, with smaller pieces crafted into little flowers sewn at the waist, it would look so much prettier. Upon hearing this, My Miao's eyes brightened. After glancing at the price tag of just over 7 yuan, she felt a flutter of excitement and asked, can you alter it? For Xia Qingning, such minor adjustments were exceedingly simple. She nodded confidently. Of course, it won't take long, just about half an hour. My Miao hesitated for a moment before asking, then if I buy it, would you help me alter it? She had great faith in Xia Qingning's skills, especially since last year Xia Qingning had been recognized as an outstanding worker at the factory and had received a sewing machine as a reward. Absolutely, Xia Qingning readily agreed. I'll help you after work tomorrow. Just come by to pick it up when I'm done. After My Miao purchased the dress, the two continued their exploration. Soon, Xia Qingning's attention was captured by a row of chiffon skirts, particularly a light green floral one with long sleeves and a small v-neck, its skirt flowing and airy, exuding a fresh and elegant charm. Pointing to the green dress, Xia Qingning inquired of the sales assistant, excuse me, how much is this dress? Your taste is impeccable, this fabric is called chiffon, imported from abroad and quite rare domestically. However, it is indeed pricier than garments made from ordinary materials, the short-haired sales assistant replied with a smile, retrieving the dress from the rack and handing it to Xia Qingning. This one is 42 yuan. My Miao, enchanted by the dress, reached out to touch it but immediately withdrew her hand upon hearing the price. At that moment, another sales assistant approached and gently nudged the short-haired assistant with her shoulder, whispering, didn't you see they couldn't even afford the polyester red dress from Zhao Jia's section? Why show them this? Though her voice was deliberately lowered, the proximity made it impossible not to hear. My Miao felt a surge of indignation but, constrained by her financial situation, remained silent, her disappointment evident. Xia Qingning, however, remained composed, examining the dress closely before returning it to the sales assistant with a polite smile. Thank you, we'll continue to browse. It wasn't that Xia Qingning couldn't afford it. Rather, spending over 40 yuan on a single dress felt excessive given her current circumstances. She wouldn't strain herself financially to save face, especially since the money was earned by the original owner and would be needed for future use. The short-haired sales assistant received the dress back with a smile, showing no disdain. Alright, please take your time to look at other items. Ultimately, Xia Qingning selected a blue checkered cotton blouse, a white shirt for her brother, and a set of sportswear for her younger sibling, totaling just over 20 yuan. Having finished in the ready-to-wear section, they made their way to a nearby fabric counter, which was the primary reason for Xia Qingning's visit to the department store that day. The counter displayed an array of fabrics, predominantly cotton and linen, followed by polyester. The price disparity is quite significant. Cotton fabric costs 4 dimes per foot, while the polyester fabric is priced at 1.5 yuan per foot. Summer Qingning decisively opted for the cotton dye. In this era, the populace is largely enamored with polyester, perceiving it as fashionable and appealing. However, it is only those of future generations who will come to realize that pure cotton textiles far surpass synthetic fabrics like polyester in quality. Summer Qingning quickly selected over 10 feet, predominantly in deep, stain-resistant hues such as navy blue and dark gray. She initially wished to purchase more, but her fabric coupons were insufficient, compelling her to abandon the idea. "Why are you choosing these colors? They don't seem very appealing," remarked my Miao, unable to contain her thoughts upon noticing Summer Qingning's preference for darker shades. "Well, they are practical and resistant to dirt," Summer Qingning explained. "My mother and brother need them for work." "Oh, so you're buying for your family, then it makes sense," my Miao responded, her realization dawning. As the two conversed, Summer Qingning suddenly spotted a large pile of fabric scraps in the corner of the counter. These remnants of a single roll, were no longer sufficient to yield a full yard, comprising an assortment of colors, materials, and patterns. With her eyes lighting up, she pointed toward the pile and inquired of the attendant, "Are those scraps for sale?" The attendant followed her gesture and, upon seeing the heap of remnants, nodded and replied, "Yes, they are for sale, but these are no longer whole pieces. If you take them to a tailor, they may not be inclined to work with them." "That's quite all right, I can sew them myself," Summer Qingning said with a smile, her beauty radiating warmth and charm. Everyone possesses an appreciation for aesthetics. Seeing this lovely and polite young lady, the saleswoman bent down to gather the fabric, cheerfully adding, "If you can sew, that's splendid. Let me tell you, although these pieces are a bit mixed, there are still many fine and valuable fabrics among them. You won't regret the purchase, especially since they don't require fabric coupons." The absence of the need for coupons was precisely to Summer Qingning's liking. She examined the materials carefully, running her fingers over them and confirming their quality. In addition to cotton, there were linen, wool, synthetic fibers, and even some silk and blended fabrics. "How much for these?" she inquired. "Are you taking all of them?" The attendant asked. Taking the entirety would indeed be excessive, so after a moment's thought, Summer Qingning replied, "I'll take half." "For half, you can pay 3 yuan, the attendant stated sincerely. "Although these are scraps, their quality remains excellent. If utilized wisely, you could easily make 5 or 6 outfits." The prospect of acquiring so much for merely 3 yuan left Summer Qingning quite pleased. Turning to the saleswoman, she asked, "May I select the pieces I prefer?" "Of course, feel free," the attendant readily agreed. Summer Qingning sifted through the mound of fabric, discarding overly vibrant or dull colors, and in a short while, she emerged with a collection that delighted her. "All right, this will do. Could you help me bundle it?" she requested with a beaming smile. To others, these remnants might seem like inconsequential scraps, but to someone like her, studying fashion design, they were treasures. As a fashion enthusiast, she could never dismiss fabric. At that moment, He Shanshan, now adorned in a red dress, sauntered over and, upon seeing the fabrics Summer Qingning had purchased, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, no wonder you're unimpressed by my dress. In your eyes, it seems that these rags are the true gems." Chapter 40. She truly bought him ice cream bars. Although my Miao found it somewhat perplexing that Xia Qingning spent 3 yuan on a pile of useless scraps of fabric, she could not help but retort as she observed He Shanshan prancing around like a peacock, flaunting herself before others. "He Shanshan, why are you so persistently bothersome? If someone enjoys buying something, what business is it of yours? I'm simply curious. I want to see what kind of fine items someone who looks down on this beautiful dress would purchase." "Ah, turns out it's just these." He Shanshan laughed heartily, her teeth gleaming as she spoke. Looking at the red dress adorning her, my Miao suddenly found it utterly unappealing, just as Xia Qingning had said, exuding a certain tackiness. "Anyone could wear anything and look better than you. You are merely consumed by jealousy." My Miao cast a disdainful glance at He Shanshan and remarked. He Shanshan patted her newly purchased dress with a smug expression. "How amusing, I wear a dress worth 20 yuan, while she wears a pile of rags for 3 yuan. What could I possibly envy her for?" "You envied her beauty," my Miao shot back incisively. At that moment, the saleswoman had already bundled the fabric and handed it to Xia Qingning, who, admiring her ribboned hairstyle, could not help but compliment, "Your hairstyle is truly lovely. With such skilled hands, the clothes you create must be exquisite." Xia Qingning smiled, accepting the fabric without feeling ashamed by He Shanshan's mockery, instead confidently stating, "Once I finish using this, I shall return to purchase more from you." Yet, whenever she donned the drab work uniform, compliments abounded. This disparity left He Shanshan feeling quite unsettled, and with a sidelong glance at Xia Qingning, she scoffed, getting addicted to buying rags, it seems you are only fit to wear these scraps. With that, she held her head high, puffed out her chest, and pushed past Xia Qingning and Mai Miao, striding out. What are you pushing for? Are your eyes on your head? Can't you see the path? Mai Miao seethed, shouting at He Shanshan's retreating figure. In contrast to Mai Miao's fury, Xia Qingning remained remarkably composed, even feeling a sense of joy. With so much beautiful fabric, she could craft several outfits. When the time came for her to unveil her creations, He Shanshan would have no choice but to be envious and filled with jealousy. Having procured the fabric, the two realized the hour was getting late and descended to meet Wu Xiaodong. At that moment, Wu Xiaodong was captivated by a camera displayed at the counter. In that era, cameras were indeed rare treasures, available only in department stores, and priced higher than bicycles or sewing machines. Noticing his engrossment, Xia Qingning and Mai Miao approached him. Wu Xiaodong, oblivious to their presence, muttered softly, "What do these numbers mean?" "They represent the aperture and shutter values. Adjusting them controls the amount of light and exposure," Xia Qingning replied unconsciously. The shopkeeper, who had not been paying attention, suddenly approached, astonished, and exclaimed, "Young lady, do you understand cameras?" Wu Xiaodong and Mai Miao turned to Xia Qingning with puzzled expressions, and she realized she had shared knowledge beyond her usual grasp, yet remained unflustered, softly explaining, "A newspaper came to the factory for promotional photos, and I observed the journalists at work." To grasp so much from merely observing, you must possess a talent. "How about trying your hand at purchasing a camera?" the shopkeeper suggested with a smile. Xia Qingning, though intrigued by the cameras of this era, found herself disinterested in the three essentials of life. Glancing at the price of over 400 yuan, she realized it far exceeded her current budget. She lifted her gaze and smiled, saying, "No, thank you." The shopkeeper did not press further, merely suggesting she return if the need arose. As they exited the department store, Wu Xiaodong curiously inquired, "Qingning Jia, do you really understand cameras? By the way, how come I haven't seen any reporters at our factory?" "Only one," Xia Qingning fibbed, her smile somewhat strained. "It was last year." "You weren't at the factory then?" "Oh," Wu Xiaodong nodded, glancing at Mai Miao, who appeared displeased. He asked her, "Mai Miao Jia, what's wrong?" "I encountered a vile person who chattered incessantly, ruining my mood," Mai Miao replied. Wu Xiaodong, puzzled by her reference to a vile person, looked questioningly at Xia Qingning, who merely smiled and said nothing. Not wishing to pry further, he took the bicycle to give Xia Qingning a ride, while Mai Miao mounted her own bicycle, and the three of them pedaled homeward. As they neared their courtyard, they spotted a vendor selling ice cream bars. Observing Wu Xiaodong, drenched in sweat from pedaling, Xia Qingning pondered for a moment before calling for him to stop. She approached the vendor and said, "Hello, sir, I would like 3 ice cream bars." The vendor replied cheerfully, "Certainly." He then opened the blue wooden box strapped to the back of his bicycle, lifting the thick layer of cotton covering it, and asked, "We have banana and pineapple flavors. Which would you like?" Xia Qingning let Wu Xiaodong and Mai Miao choose for themselves, while she opted for a banana-flavored one. After paying, the three of them proceeded into the courtyard. Mai Miao's anger had dissipated significantly, and she thanked Xia Qingning for the ice cream bar before heading home to put her things away. Seeing that Xia Qingning had purchased a considerable amount, Wu Xiaodong volunteered to help her carry it home. Recognizing that managing it alone would be somewhat burdensome, she agreed. At that moment, Lu Jingjie was reading in his room, with the window open, facing the courtyard. He turned a page in his book and casually glanced at his watch. Wasn't she usually home by now? What was different today? Just as he pondered, he spotted Wu Xiaodong bringing Xia Qingning into the courtyard. Furrowing his brows slightly, he turned another page, but moments later, without warning, he abruptly closed the book and stepped out of the room. By then, Xia Qingning and Wu Xiaodong had entered the living room. Wu Xiaodong placed the items on the table and, noticing Lu Jingjie emerging from his room, greeted him politely. "Jingjie, are you home?" Lu Jingjie stood tall, exuding an air of innate aloofness. He slightly parted his lips and inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you wish for me to be home?" Wu Xiaodong was taken aback, having only intended a casual greeting. Why was Jingjie interpreting it this way? Moreover, the look he cast toward him seemed tinged with hostility. Surely it must be a misperception. Wu Xiaodong quickly reassured himself. He had never offended Jingzhigu, so there was no reason for hostility, especially since he drove his wife to and from work daily. Surely that counted for something. Remembering that Jingzhigu had always been somewhat cold, he dismissed the notion and smiled, denying, no. Lu Jingzhi scrutinized the smile on Wu Xiaodong's face, recalling how he had just shared laughter with Xia Qingning. An unexpected wave of displeasure washed over him, and he asked in a low tone, "You seem rather idle." This familiar tone and question immediately reminded Wu Xiaodong of the previous day's request to fetch soy sauce. He feared being asked to do so again, especially since the household already had 2 bottles. Any more would go to waste. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Not idle, not idle." He then turned to Xia Qingning, saying, "Qingning Jia, I have something to attend to, I must take my leave." With that, he dashed toward the door, and as Xia Qingning was tidying up, she called after him, "Wait a moment." She grabbed a green ice cream bar from the table and hurried to the door, extending it to him with a smile. "You forgot your ice cream bar." Wu Xiaodong accepted the ice cream bar, grinning and waving goodbye as he swiftly ran off. Lu Jingzhi observed the two with a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. She truly bought him ice cream bars. Chapter 41. Do you dislike him? Xia Qingning turned and stepped into the house, entirely oblivious to Lu Jingzhi's displeased expression, as she continued to unpack the items she had purchased. Noticing that Lu Jingzhi remained silent, she began to reflect on his attitude towards Wu Xiaodong over the past few days and hesitantly inquired, do you not like Xiaodong? Was his dislike so evident that she only just now realized it? Lu Jingzhi's face was cold as he replied in a low voice, always grinning, lacking any seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingning assumed Lu Jingzhi must have some misunderstanding about Wu Xiaodong and quickly defended him, saying, "No, Xiaodong is really a good person. He is diligent, meticulous, and often helps others." Lu Jingzhi frowned slightly, silently listening to Xia Qingning earnestly extolling Wu Xiaodong, before raising his gaze to her and asking, "Do you think he is that great?" Seeing his expression was not quite right, Xia Qingning speculated whether there was some past conflict between Lu Jingzhi and Wu Xiaodong that accounted for his disdain. After a moment's hesitation, she candidly stated, "Yes, Xiaodong is indeed quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingzhi's mood soured further, yet he maintained a calm facade, remaining silent as he watched Xia Qingning finish her tidying up, only to discover a popsicle on the table. She didn't forget, she saved one for herself, Lu Jingzhi thought, feeling his irritation dissipate significantly. However, the next moment, he watched as Xia Qingning picked up the popsicle, tore open the wrapper, hesitated for a moment, then put it in her mouth. Lu Jingzhi's expression froze for an instant, and moments later, he abruptly stood up from his chair, his face darkening as he strode out. Xia Qingning was somewhat bewildered, pondering for a long time without understanding why he suddenly became angry. Looking down at the popsicle in her hand, she wondered if he was upset because she hadn't bought him one. She had hesitated earlier about whether to offer him one, but considering his usual aloof and aristocratic demeanor, she guessed he wouldn't appreciate such treats. Moreover, since she had already taken a bite, it felt inappropriate to offer it to him. After a brief moment, Xia Qingning stepped outside her home and soon returned with 2 popsicles. What if he was angry simply because she didn't get him one? Although she recognized the likelihood of this being minimal, he was currently her benefactor. She couldn't afford to offend him, but if he didn't want to eat them, so be it. The door was ajar, and out of courtesy, Xia Qingning knocked before entering. Lu Jingzhi was seated at the table, engrossed in a book he had not finished reading. Xia Qingning hesitated for a moment before extending both popsicles towards him, softly asking, "Would you like one?" She added, "I wasn't sure what flavor you preferred, so I bought 2. The moment before, Lu Jingzhi had been fuming, but the next moment, his anger was extinguished by the sight of the 2 popsicles presented before him. It turned out she had saved one for herself as well, too, in fact, which she must have set aside while unpacking. "I like them both," Lu Jingzhi replied, reaching out to take them. Xia Qingning was quite surprised to hear him say that he actually enjoyed them. She was relieved she had gone back to buy more. "Qingning, are you home?" a voice called from outside. "I'm here," Xia Qingning responded, glancing at Lu Jingzhi to indicate she would step out momentarily before leaving the room. Lu Jingzhi, who had just been feeling irritated with himself, looked at the popsicles in his hands, one for Wu Xiaodong and 2 for himself. A prophet, my meow. Seeing Xia Qingning emerge from the room, eyed her curiously and leaned in to peek inside, asking, "Is Jingzhi in there?" "Yes," Xia Qingning replied, puzzled. "Are you looking for him?" "How could that be?" My Meow covered her mouth, laughing meaningfully. I was just worried about interrupting whatever you two were up to. Interrupting what? Xia Qingning asked, her expression one of confusion. My Meow playfully poked her on the head, laughing even more, just pretending. Xia Qingning realized what she meant, her face flushing slightly, but she did not deny it. Instead, she shifted the topic, asking, "What do you need me for?" "Here," My Meow lifted a bag in her hand, "I forgot to give you your clothes earlier." Xia Qingning took the clothes from her hands, saying, "I'll have them altered for you. Come by tomorrow afternoon to pick them up." "All right," My Meow nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and leaned in to whisper in Xia Qingning's ear, "I heard from my mom that Shanshan has a blind date tomorrow. The guy seems to be a skilled worker, from a wealthy family, and he has an only child." "Is that so?" Xia Qingning was somewhat perplexed. She hadn't heard about this from Wang Mingfang or Shanshan. "You didn't know?" My Meow was surprised, given that the news had reached her ears, while Xia Qingning, living under the same roof as Shanshan, was completely unaware. After a moment, as if she understood, she said, "She must be afraid that if the guy meets you and makes a comparison, he won't be interested in her, so she is deliberately keeping it from you." After saying this, she looked at Xia Qingning as if seeking confirmation, asking, "Did she tell you not to come home too early tomorrow?" "Not at all," Xia Qingning replied honestly. "I think she really values this blind date. She even went out to buy that red dress," My Meow said, growing indignant. "Thinking about how smug she was today makes me furious. It's just a slightly expensive dress, what is so impressive about that? And she mocked you for not being able to afford a dress, saying you could only buy rags." Just then, Lu Jingjia, who was preparing to wash his hands, overheard My Meow's words. Earlier, he had found it strange when he saw Xia Qingning return with a pile of fabric scraps. Was she trying to save money by buying those? The image of her being ridiculed caused him to unconsciously frown slightly. Xia Qingning, however, was not aware of Lu Jingjia's presence. Her eyes were focused on My Meow, who was pouting, her cheeks puffed up with indignation. Suddenly, Xia Qingning found her amusing yet somewhat endearing, and she spoke to comfort her. "All right, don't be upset anymore." She lifted the bag in her hand, adding, "I'll make sure this dress looks even better than the one she is wearing." My Meow, however, was not consoled and continued to express her displeasure. "I'm not mad for myself. I am upset about how she spoke about you." After saying this, she glanced at the neatly organized fabric scraps Xia Qingning had prepared, still puzzled, and asked, "Can you really make beautiful clothes out of these scraps?" "Of course," Xia Qingning replied confidently. Her years of studying fashion design were not in vain. The title of genius designer was well deserved. "I'm best at turning trash into treasure," Xia Qingning said with a confident smile. With her exquisite and delicate features, fair and smooth skin, bright eyes, and charming smile, she resembled a blossoming peach blossom. Leaving My Meow momentarily speechless, unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Qingning, you're so beautiful." Then, she added with a hint of regret, "It's such a pity you didn't buy that chiffon dress." She momentarily forgot its name, tilting her head in thought. "Georgette Chiffon," Xia Qingning reminded her as she struggled to remember. Yes, that's it. "Georgette Chiffon," My Meow exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she continued, "What a pity it's so expensive, otherwise, if you bought it to wear, you wouldn't even need to dress up to outshine Shanshan." Xia Qingning smiled lightly, feeling no particular obsession with that Georgette Chiffon dress. The two chatted for a while longer before My Meow stood up, saying, "I'll head back to cook now. I'll come by tomorrow to pick up the dress." With that, she waved goodbye to Xia Qingning and left with a spring in her step. Once My Meow departed, Lu Jingjia stepped out of the room. His gaze fell upon the pile of fabric scraps in the corner. Although they had been carefully organized, it was evident that they were of various sizes, some large, some small, some long, and some short. After a moment, Lu Jingjia averted his gaze and stepped outside. Chapter 42. She does not deserve such good fortune. As My Meow stepped out of Xia Qingning's house and into the courtyard, she was greeted by the sight of a group of young wives surrounding Shanshan, showering her with compliments about her newly purchased dress. "Shanshan, you bought new clothes again. That dress must have come from a department store. It looks so fashionable. It feels so smooth to the touch, it must have been quite expensive." Shanshan, at the center of attention, wore an exceptionally radiant smile, her head held high as she answered their inquiries one by one. "Shanshan, are you going on a blind date tomorrow?" No wonder you dressed so beautifully. You've bought a red dress, your face is powdered, and you've applied lipstick. With that charming appearance, you'll surely mesmerize the man to the point of being lost. Ha ha ha. Listening to the chatter, the typically boisterous He Shanshan blushed, twisting her body shyly as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you all saying?" Passing by, my Miao cast a disdainful glance at her pretentious demeanor, unwilling to engage, but just as she turned to leave, she heard He Shanshan suddenly say to the crowd, "Did you know? When I was at the department store today, I ran into my Miao and Xia Qingning, and they said my dress was unattractive. Guess what happened next?" He Shanshan deliberately paused for effect, and amidst the curious gazes, she burst into laughter. "They immediately went off to buy a heap of rags, such a huge pile." As she spoke, she exaggeratedly gestured with her hands. "It was this enormous, and they spent a total of 3 yuan. When they checked out, Xia Qingning was grinning so widely she could hardly close her mouth. Ha ha! The shrill laughter pierced through the air, causing my Miao's ears to ache, and a flush spread rapidly across her cheeks. Though she felt humiliated, she couldn't bear hearing He Shanshan mock Xia Qingning in such a manner, so she spoke up in defense. "What do you know? Qingning said she could create beautiful clothes, and she certainly can. What can a pile of rags make? A beggar's outfit." Ha ha! He Shanshan laughed even more recklessly. "When she finishes, don't forget to have her show us. I've never seen a new garment made entirely of rags." "You!" My Miao was so incensed that she struggled to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to say, "No matter how expensive your clothes are, they can't hide your ugly heart. If that man truly finds you appealing tomorrow, he must be blind." He Shanshan was particularly sensitive to remarks about her looks. Even comments on her character were intolerable. Upon hearing my Miao's words, she immediately retaliated with a loud voice, "Ugly? If I am ugly, then you must be a toad. Ha ha ha, that's a riot. If you can't appreciate me, do you think anyone would find you appealing?" In terms of appearance, apart from her darker complexion, He Shanshan indeed possessed more favorable features than my Miao, which bolstered her confidence to belittle her. "Who are you calling a toad?" My Miao's face flushed with anger. "Whoever is ugly is whoever it is," He Shanshan replied, raising an eyebrow and displaying a disdainful expression. Hearing He Shanshan publicly insult her, my Miao could no longer restrain herself. Was it just because He Shanshan was somewhat better looking that she could brazenly point and call her ugly? The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over inside the house. Xia Qingning heard the commotion through the window and stepped outside. The ruckus was so loud that Lu Jingjia also caught wind of it, yet he had no interest in such trivialities. Despite the uproar, he did not glance over until he saw Xia Qingning walking that way. Hesitating for a moment, he chose to follow her upon arrival. Xia Qingning overheard He Shanshan's taunts directed at my Miao. She approached and gently patted my Miao's shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't listen to her, you're not ugly at all. You just haven't dressed up. With a bit of makeup, you would look just as good as she does." Hearing Xia Qingning defend my Miao, He Shanshan snorted dismissively, a smirk curling her lips. "Then why don't you give her a makeover?" Following that, she continued to mock, "But with your eye for trash masquerading as treasure, don't genuinely turn her into a toad with bulging eyes and sausage lips. That would be utterly embarrassing." Initially, my Miao felt disheartened by He Shanshan's insults about her appearance, but upon seeing He Shanshan and Xia Qingning standing together, she suddenly found her confidence, quickly swallowing back her tears and retorting to He Shanshan, "What are you so proud of? With your looks, standing next to Qingning, you're even less than a toad. You are the toad." He Shanshan snapped back angrily, shoving my Miao. She could disparage others' appearances, but she would not tolerate anyone calling her ugly. My Miao, not one to back down, pushed back at her, and the two began to exchange blows, ready to engage in a fight. The surrounding young wives hurriedly intervened, but neither was willing to relent, resulting in a chaotic scene until a voice called out, "Shanshan, stop fighting. What if you scratch your face and ruin it? How will you go on your blind date tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, He Shanshan seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and immediately ceased her actions. If she truly scratched her face or ruined her new dress, she would suffer greatly. With He Shanshan no longer retaliating, my Miao was soon pulled away as well. "You know I have a blind date tomorrow, and you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" He Shanshan glared at my Miao, realizing the implications too late. "You're talking nonsense." My Miao snapped back, her anger flaring as she glared at He Shanshan. "My heart isn't as filthy as yours. If I truly had such intentions, I would have scratched your face outright. He Shanshan recognized that prolonging the confrontation would yield no benefit for her. She shot a glance at my Miao, arrogantly declaring, "I'm simply better looking than you. Your jealousy is futile, ugly monster." With that, she adjusted her dress and hair, lifted her chin, and strutted away. What girl does not cherish beauty, especially at the tender age of 18 or 19? Being publicly attacked by He Shanshan made my Miao's eyes immediately redden. "Are you all right?" Xia Qingning rushed over, concerned. "Did you get hurt?" During the scuffle, she had wanted to intervene, but He Shanshan was as strong as an ox, and with my Miao putting in all her strength, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Xia Qingning's petite frame could not close the distance. "I'm fine," my Miao replied, her spirits dampened as she fought to hold back her tears. She waved her hand at Xia Qingning. "I'm going home." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her dejected figure and recalling the hurtful words He Shanshan had just said, a cold glint flickered in Xia Qingning's eyes. She remembered from the original story that He Shanshan indeed married well. Her spouse came from a wealthy family, had a good temperament, and was quite intelligent. Eventually, as circumstances changed, they amassed considerable wealth, and He Shanshan bore 2 sons, living a life of ease and comfort. A chill settled in Xia Qingning's heart as she resolved within herself. A person of such character as He Shanshan did not deserve to live so well. Chapter 43. Very well, I shall heed your words. With a firm resolve in her heart, Xia Qingning turned to head home, only to catch sight of a tall, white figure in an instant. To her surprise, Lu Jingjie had also come to witness the commotion. He was miffed for not receiving an ice pop, yet he chose to observe the scuffle between 2 women. Typically, he presented an aloof demeanor, cold as ice. Her comprehension of the male protagonist's character was becoming increasingly elusive. At that moment, Lu Jingjie had already returned to the courtyard. Had he not seen Xia Qingning earlier and worried that her petite frame might be inadvertently harmed, he would have had no interest in spectating the quarrel between the 2 women. Just as he was about to enter the house, he turned his head and noticed the bicycle tucked away in the corner. Remembering that Xia Qingning had ridden Wu Xiaodong's vehicle today, his expression suddenly darkened. Xia Qingning returned to her own courtyard, puzzled, only to find Lu Jingjie pushing her bicycle towards her. Gazing at her, he spoke in a low voice, "Continue practicing your cycling." The fall she had taken yesterday still lingered in her mind, leaving her apprehensive. She had planned to take it easy for the next few days, especially since she could rely on Wu Xiaodong's vehicle for her commutes. There was no urgency in the matter, but why was Lu Jingjie so impatient, as if he were eager for her to master it immediately? Xia Qingning approached him, attempting to negotiate. "Is it possible to take a break for a couple of days? Look, your hand is injured too. My hand injury has nothing to do with your cycling," Lu Jingjie replied. His tone was not accusatory, but rather inquisitive. Xia Qingning felt embarrassed. Indeed, it seemed unrelated. Yet why was he so insistent on her rapid progress? Was this the inherent urgency instilled in soldiers? They not only held themselves to strict standards but also imposed the same on those around them. "Rest assured, I will be right behind you, and you won't fall," Lu Jingjie reassured her, noticing her hesitation. Presuming that the fall had frightened her. Having reached this point in the conversation, Xia Qingning realized that she could no longer avoid the task at hand. She took the bicycle from Lu Jingjie with a smile, saying, "Then I shall trouble you." However, her smile appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Thus, the 2 practiced cycling in the courtyard for nearly an hour. True to his promise, Lu Jingjie remained by her side, ensuring she did not fall even once. With each attempt, her cycling improved, becoming increasingly fluid and proficient. There seemed to be a certain magic about him that instilled deep trust and comfort. She cast aside all her worries and fears, allowing her to achieve remarkable progress effortlessly. After their practice, as they pushed the bicycle back, Lu Jingjie remarked, "You rode quite well today. At this rate, you can hit the road for practical training tomorrow." Upon hearing his official training jargon, Xia Qingning suddenly chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you train your soldiers in the same manner while in the army?" Her radiant smile, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, resembled the resplendent night sky he had once gazed upon while crawling through the grass during a mission, captivating enough to make his heart skip a beat. Noticing his unusual reaction, he quickly turned his head and replied with utmost seriousness, "No, I in the army." His typical commands were more along the lines of "hurry up, get up, again, continue." Yet just now, he had said, "It's alright, take it slow, look ahead, very good." Was there truly a comparison? Seeing his grave expression, Xia Qingning refrained from jesting further and instead inquired with concern about his injury from the previous day, "How is your hand doing?" Lu Jingjie displayed little emotion, as if he had already forgotten the incident, and replied in a subdued tone, "It's just a minor scrape, nothing serious." Seeing the large patch of torn skin made Xia Qingning wince. How could he dismiss it as a mere scrape? Did soldiers possess a diminished sensitivity to pain? After all, everyone shared the same nerve endings. Her thoughts drifted to the scars on his back, and once more, she perceived the man before her as towering. Upon returning home and putting away the bicycle, Xia Qingning hurried to her room, pouring 2 bowls of water and offering one to Lu Jingjie. After so much cycling practice, her throat felt parched. After finishing a generous bowl, she felt considerably better. Just as she was about to set the bowl down, she heard Lu Jingjie ask, "Why haven't I seen you drink malt extract these past few days?" She hadn't yet adapted to the necessity of replenishing her body in this new life, and only upon Lu Jingjie's reminder did she recall the need for malt extract. She promptly replied, "I'll prepare some right away. In no time, she had brewed a bowl of malt extract. From now on, brew a bowl every morning and evening." Adhering strictly to the schedule, Lu Jingjie instructed her with a serious demeanor. Xia Qingning once again sensed the meticulousness characteristic of a soldier in Lu Jingjie's approach. However, as this was ultimately beneficial for her health, she readily agreed, nodding obediently and smiling, "All right, I will follow your guidance." Before her stood a charming young lady, so obedient and compliant, her words gentle and melodious. The phrase "I will follow your guidance" seemed to carry a hidden charm, each syllable tugging at the strings of his heart. Lu Jingjie involuntarily murmured an in response, before stepping out of the room, feeling drenched in sweat and in need of a wash. Having just consumed a significant amount of water, Xia Qingning felt no urgency and placed the bowl of malt extract aside, waiting for it to cool. The rich aroma of malt extract wafted through the room. He Shanshan, admiring her beautiful new dress in front of the mirror, caught a whiff of the fragrance and realized that Xia Qingning was indulging in malt extract again, unable to suppress her own salivation. Simultaneously envious and envisioning a future where she could afford to buy several cans for herself, she imagined savoring them at her leisure. Having finished her malt extract, Xia Qingning sought out a pen and paper, beginning to sketch the clothing she intended to create. In this era, unlike the future, the tolerance for fashion was not as expansive. Garments exposing arms and legs were not suitable for crafting. She aimed to design outfits that were both aesthetically pleasing and modestly appropriate. After some contemplation, she sketched several elegant dresses on paper. Selecting soft, muted shades of white and blue from the fabric she had purchased, she retrieved a ruler and cardboard to create patterns, cutting them out before placing them onto the fabric to outline the contours, trimming them accordingly. When the fabric proved insufficient in width, she pieced together 2 sections. In truth, the most challenging aspect of garment creation was not the sewing but the preliminary calculations in pattern making. Xia Qingning's designs were not overly complex. Having studied design for many years, she was thoroughly familiar with the cutting formulas, enabling her to work swiftly. Before long, she began sewing the fabric together. As the sewing machine's foot pedal moved up and down, the needle left behind neat stitches on the fabric, and before long, the clothing began to take shape. "Must you tread so heavily?" Suddenly, He Shanshan emerged from her room, shouting at Xia Qingning. Chapter 44. If you fail to secure a good marriage, neither of us will have a prosperous life. In truth, the sound of the sewing machine was not particularly loud. He Shanshan was merely irked due to her recent inability to savor the malted milk drink, and thus sought to provoke trouble. Xia Qingning, while engaged in her sewing, detested interruptions more than anything else. Unlike before, she did not engage in a lengthy back and forth but plainly stated, "If you find it noisy, you may return to your own home." He Shanshan, taken aback by Xia Qingning's audacity to dismiss her, immediately sulked, her voice rising in sharp protest, "Who are you to send me away? What gives you the right?" Xia Qingning frowned slightly, impatience etched upon her features, and was about to respond when she heard Lu Jingjie's customary cold voice interject, "What gives her the right? Simply the fact that she is the master of this household." Upon seeing Lu Jingjie, He Shanshan's bravado diminished significantly. Inexplicably, his mere presence rendered the air around her frigid. Lu Jingjie entered the room, standing beside He Shanshan, his gaze laced with disdain as he spoke in a low voice, "You would do well to recognize your own status. You are merely a guest, residing under someone else's roof, and ought to exhibit less impertinence." He Shanshan stood there, biting her lip tightly, her face a portrait of grievance, yet she dared not utter another word. Just then, Wang Mingfang entered from outside. Upon seeing her mother, He Shanshan could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "Shanshan, what troubles you?" Wang Mingfang rushed forward to shield her daughter, inquiring gently. He Shanshan, amid her sobs, lamented that Xia Qingning's sewing was too noisy, disrupting her rest, claiming she had merely offered a friendly reminder, yet Xia Qingning had ordered her to leave. Qingning, it is late. Perhaps you should cease your work or everyone else is preparing to rest, and you have been laboring all day, Wang Mingfang suggested. Attempting to sound concerned for Xia Qingning, however, she abruptly shifted her tone and refrained from so casually suggesting that she leave. It is hurtful to relationships. This is also her elder brother's home. After all, if circumstances had been slightly different, you could have become her sister-in-law. Surely, you must consider her position. Wang Mingfang brought up this matter to provoke annoyance, causing both Lu Jingjie and Xia Qingning to exchange glances, their expressions darkening. Just as Lu Jingjie was about to speak, Xia Qingning preempted him by standing up, a look of contrition gracing her face as she said, "I apologize for my oversight. I should not have disturbed everyone with the sewing machine." Seeing her relent, a smile spread across Wang Mingfang's face, ready to commend her for her thoughtfulness. However, in the next moment, Xia Qingning unexpectedly lifted the sewing machine, preparing to carry it away. Hey, Qingning, what are you doing?" Wang Mingfang asked, a look of confusion on her face as she blocked her path. "Aren't you all complaining that I'm too noisy here?" Xia Qingning replied earnestly, "If I take it to my room, it surely won't disturb you any longer." "That won't do." He Shanshan interjected anxiously, immediately opposing, "If you move it to your room, how will we use it?" Xia Qingning regarded her with a smile, saying, "You could simply purchase another one, couldn't you?" Afterward, she turned to Wang Mingfang, her delicate face radiating innocence and charm. "How wonderful it would be if everyone used their own machines in their respective rooms. No one would disturb anyone else." "That's not the point, Qingning." Wang Mingfang quickly comprehended her intent and immediately donned a conciliatory demeanor. "In truth, it isn't too loud. Perhaps you should continue working here." Xia Qingning waved her hands in refusal, her expression etched with regret. "That would be quite improper. Disturbing you weighs heavily on my conscience." With that, she did not linger, lifting the sewing machine and proceeding forward. "You cannot take it." As she made to leave, He Shanshan grew frantic, pressing down on the sewing machine. Xia Qingning's expression darkened instantly. She brushed He Shanshan's hand away and, with furrowed brows, asked in a firm tone, "Why can't I take it? The sewing machine is mine. I am merely relocating my own belongings to my own room." "What is it to you?" Without another glance at He Shanshan, Xia Qingning seized the sewing machine and began to walk away. Little did she anticipate the weight of the old sewing machine. After just a few steps, she found it quite burdensome. However, succumbing to this challenge would be far too humiliating, and as she gritted her teeth, summoning her strength to persist, a pair of broad hands reached out and effortlessly lifted the sewing machine from her grasp, carrying it into the room with ease. Wang Mingfang and He Shanshan could only watch in dismay as the sewing machine was whisked away, standing helplessly, unable to devise a solution. "Mother, think of something. If she truly moves the sewing machine to her room," He Shanshan, seeing Xia Qingning close the door, spoke urgently to Wang Mingfang. "Whose fault is it for your loose tongue about the noise?" A chastened Wang Mingfang's expression turned sour as she addressed her daughter. "If you had not provoked her, would we be in this predicament?" "But mother," He Shanshan protested, her face a mask of grievance, unwilling to accept, "are we simply to let her carry it away? What else can we do? The sewing machine belongs to her, now she wishes to move it to her own room. Am I to forcibly prevent her from doing so?" Wang Mingfang regarded her daughter, who bore none of her wit and seemed perpetually embroiled in trouble, exhaling with exasperation. He Shanshan stamped her foot in frustration, her eyes gleaming with resentment as she glared at Wang Mingfang. "Mother, why must we tolerate her? Why not simply knock her out like before and toss her onto that director's bed? Then I could secure my job and no longer endure this wretched woman's demeanor." Silence. Wang Mingfang's face turned pale with anger as she shoved He Shanshan into the room, closing the door before lowering her voice. "You brainless fool! Have you lost your senses? How many times must I tell you not to bring this up? Are you deaf or simply foolish?" As she spoke, she could not help but give He Shanshan a few light taps on the head. He Shanshan covered her head where it had been struck, still defiant, unable to comprehend. Why was it acceptable before but not now? Wang Mingfang, being a woman of experience, perceived the situation with greater clarity than He Shanshan. She spoke to her daughter with a mixture of disappointment and urgency. What do you understand? Previously, no one paid her any mind, we could do as we pleased, but now, have you not noticed Lu Jingzhe's attitude towards her? If anything should happen to her, do you think Lu Jingzhe would allow us to escape unscathed? What she did not articulate was that Xia Qingning, for reasons unknown, had suddenly grown much more astute, and Wang Mingfang found herself unable to gain the upper hand against her, let alone her dim-witted daughter, He Shanshan. He Shanshan seemed to grasp Wang Mingfang's words, yet still appeared perplexed, her grievances and the sting of her recent reprimand causing tears to stream down her face. She could not fathom why, upon Lu Jingzhe's return, her standing in this household had plummeted so drastically. Seeing her daughter weep, Wang Mingfang felt a pang of sympathy, gently patting her back. Do stop crying, you have an important meeting tomorrow, and if your eyes are swollen, it will be unattractive. After a moment, she looked at her daughter and asked, did you get into a scuffle with my Miao today? It was her who initiated the conflict. He Shanshan quickly defended herself. Consider this. If tomorrow the prospective groom comes and is initially pleased with you, but then someone whispers something in his ear, would that not jeopardize the engagement? Realizing the gravity of the situation, He Shanshan grew anxious. Wang Mingfang, seeing her daughter finally grasping the stakes, reassured her, though Li Qiulian does not favor me, she is not one to gossip. She added, once more advising, Shanshan, you must not act so recklessly in the future. As for Xia Qingning, once Lu Jingzhe departs, I will find a way to deal with her. You must dress beautifully tomorrow. I have heard from the matchmaker that this man comes from a wealthy family, and she has worked hard to find a suitable match for you. You must seize this opportunity. Only by marrying well can we both enjoy a better life in the future. Chapter 45. A surprise awaits her. After moving the sewing machine into the room, Xia Qingning ceased her footwork, instead examining the drawing she had created with meticulous attention to any necessary modifications. Why have you stopped? Lu Jingzhe inquired, noticing her prolonged stillness. He had never before witnessed her in a fit of anger. Her speech was always gentle and soft, however, seeing her fierceness earlier was quite intriguing, especially when she dismissed He Shanshan's hand with such resolute determination and deft grace, a stark contrast to her usual fragility. This disparity left him both astonished and captivated. Are you not going to take a break? Xia Qingning asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. It's still early, Lu Jingzhe replied, the sound of the sewing machine is not bothersome to me. Since he had expressed no objection, Xia Qingning felt no need for further politeness and resumed her work on the garments. Although fatigue had begun to creep in, the act of creating beautiful clothing invigorated her, filling her with a sense of strength as she relished the slow emergence of exquisite attire from her own hands. Initially, Lu Jingzhe had intended to inquire whether the money he had given her was insufficient, prompting her to purchase these scraps of fabric, but upon observing her engrossed in her task, he refrained from interrupting her. The room was enveloped in tranquility. She diligently crafted her garments while he quietly perused a book nearby. This serene and pleasant atmosphere of companionship brought Lu Jingzhe a sense of comfort, and he suddenly contemplated how splendid it might be to continue living alongside her. Once Xia Qingning finished the last seam, a long dress adorned in shades of blue and white was complete. The gown exuded an air of freshness and elegance, enhanced by its petal-shaped neckline and cross-patterned ruffled sleeves, with a flowing hem that promised to look magnificent when worn. Pleased with her handiwork, she tidied up the threads and glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly midnight. Astonished by how much time had passed, she looked up to find Lu Jingzhe had slumped in his chair, fast asleep. His head was slightly tilted back, and his exquisite features, with their smooth contours, defined a strikingly handsome profile, radiating an aura of refined coldness. After finishing her garments, Xia Qingning often found herself wide awake, perhaps due to the exhilaration and sense of accomplishment that coursed through her. Since sleep eluded her, she gazed at Lu Jingzhe's flawless visage and instinctively picked up a pencil, beginning to sketch. In her previous life, she had studied various talents, including singing, dancing, and painting, never neglecting any of them. She possessed a certain innate ability that allowed her to learn swiftly and excel in her pursuits, and her solid foundation in art significantly aided her subsequent endeavors in fashion design. As she moved her pencil gracefully across the paper, the soft scratching sound it made against the surface echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night. In a short while, she completed a portrait. The drawing depicted Lu Jingzhe, book in hand, head slightly tilted back, eyes closed. His long lashes cast shadows under the light, and his straight nose and thin lips conveyed a resolute and composed demeanor. While not entirely lifelike, the portrait captured his essence remarkably well. Observing the representation on the paper, a smile crept onto her lips, not born from any romantic sentiments, but rather from a pure appreciation for beauty in the presence of such a remarkable individual. After a moment, she set down her drawing and approached Lu Jingzhe, gently rousing him to suggest he retire to bed. Lu Jingzhe opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was indeed late. "I'll go wash up." "You should head to bed," Xia Qingning remarked, picking up a basin and stepping outside. As Lu Jingzhe rose and prepared to follow her, his gaze fell upon the table, where several sketches lay scattered. His attention was drawn to a particular portrait, and with curiosity, he approached and picked it up. Gazing at the artistically rendered likeness, Lu Jingzhe felt a mixture of surprise and pleasure, surprised that she could paint so well and delighted that she had captured his image. A slight smile graced his lips as he admired the drawing, and after a moment, he stored it away, taking the basin with him as he exited. Both of them completed their washing up, and by the time they returned to bed, it was quite late. Exhausted, Xia Qingning quickly fell asleep. Bathed in moonlight, Lu Jingzhe observed her delicate and exquisite profile, a sense of regret washing over him as he lamented his inability to capture this moment of beauty beside him on paper. Due to a late night, Xia Qingning awoke later than usual the following morning. Rubbing her sleepy head, she encountered He Shanshan, who had just returned from washing up. Noticing Xia Qingning's disheveled appearance, He Shanshan rolled her eyes and retreated into her room, muttering under her breath, "Vixen, shameless." Xia Qingning, bewildered by the outburst, pondered what had provoked such ire. Suddenly, she recalled that the previous night, as she and Lu Jingzhe washed up, He Shanshan's door had been ajar. She must have assumed the two had engaged in some late-night escapade, and upon seeing Xia Qingning appear so fatigued, her suspicions were confirmed, leading to her scornful comment. It was early in the morning, and without uttering a word, Xia Qingning had already riled He Shanshan up. A smile tugged at her lips as she stepped outside. After quickly freshening up, Xia Qingning returned to her room to grab her bag. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Jingzhe, freshly groomed, spoke in a low voice, "I'll take you." No, Xia Qingning insisted, waving her hands in refusal. "I can go with Xiaodong." She thought to herself that since he had also stayed up late and his hand was still healing, there was no need to trouble him for a ride when Xiaodong's vehicle was merely convenient. As Lu Jingzhe opened his mouth to respond, Xia Qingning had already dashed out. He frowned and followed her outside. In the courtyard, just as he was about to call out to her, he spotted Wu Xiaodong waiting at the entrance on his motorcycle. Xia Qingning ran over and expertly hopped onto the back seat. Wu Xiaodong, upon seeing Lu Jingzhe, cheerfully greeted him, "Good morning, Jingzhe Gu." Lu Jingzhe regarded him with a cold expression, his demeanor anything but welcoming. "I'm taking Qingning Jie now," Wu Xiaodong stated, oblivious to the tension, adding a note of triumph before leaving. Watching them depart, Lu Jingzhe's face remained stony as he turned and returned indoors. They arrived at the factory just in time, not a moment late. Once in the workshop, Xia Qingning sought out team leader Qin to request a leave of absence for the afternoon and the following Monday, totaling a day and a half. Tomorrow was Sunday, and she and Lu Jingzhe had planned to return to her family home in the countryside. Given the lengthy journey requiring at least 2 days, she needed to request an additional day off to return to work on Tuesday. Due to her commendable performance over the past 2 years and her excellent tailoring skills, team leader Qin readily approved her leave. After finishing her work in the morning, Xia Qingning packed her belongings and left for the day. Instead of heading home immediately, she first visited Mai Miao's house, where she found her at home. Xia Qingning asked her to wash her hair and bring some makeup supplies, as she had a surprise in store for her. Upon hearing the word surprise, Mai Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired about it. Xia Qingning, however, kept her plans a secret and returned home. Chapter 46. The blind date arrives. Upon returning home, Xia Qingning discovered that Lu Jingzhe was absent. Only He Shanshan and Wang Mingfang were present. She did not acknowledge either of them and proceeded directly to her room. He Shanshan was preoccupied with her grooming, and upon seeing Xia Qingning's return, her expression darkened. She turned to her mother, Wang Mingfang, and inquired, "Why is she back?" Then, with a look of concern, she continued, "She wouldn't dare to sabotage my blind date, would she?" Although she often prided herself on her beauty, in comparison to Xia Qingning, she knew very well that she was merely boasting. In truth, Xia Qingning could effortlessly outshine her. Thus, the moment she saw Xia Qingning return, a wave of panic washed over her, fearing that when the suitor arrived, he would take a liking to Xia Qingning instead of her. She is already married. How could she possibly disrupt anything? Wang Mingfang remained unfazed. While her daughter's looks might not rival Xia Qingning's, they were certainly superior to those of many others. Furthermore, her ample bosom and figure suggested good breeding potential, qualities that families sought in a daughter-in-law. Besides, with your figure and appearance, what is there that does not stand out? Wang Mingfang reassured her daughter, adding a reminder: make sure to apply more powder on your face for a fairer complexion, and don't forget your neck. Reassured and flattered, He Shanshan settled down and continued her preparations, layering on several coats of powder. Meanwhile, Xia Qingning returned to her room and began altering the white dress she had purchased the previous day. Before long, there was a knock at her door. Puzzled, she opened it to find Wang Mingfang holding a bowl of sweet egg soup, her face adorned with a broad smile as she greeted, "Qingning, you finished work so early today?" She then presented the bowl to her, saying, "Auntie just made some sweet egg soup and brought you a bowl." Surprised by her unexpected kindness, Xia Qingning wondered what had prompted this gesture. Wang Mingfang, still smiling, continued, "Just eat in your room for now, we'll call you when our guest arrives." Xia Qingning comprehended. It was clear that Wang Mingfang was concerned about her potentially disrupting her daughter's romantic prospects. Without hesitation, Xia Qingning accepted the bowl, smiling as she replied, "Auntie, you needn't worry about me. I assure you that I won't let the suitor see me." Wang Mingfang, fearing her words might be too subtle for the simple-minded girl, was pleasantly surprised by Xia Qingning's immediate understanding and forthrightness. "All right then," Wang Mingfang chuckled, albeit somewhat awkwardly. With that, Xia Qingning closed the door, glancing down at the 2 eggs nestled in the bowl, a soft smile gracing her lips. Wang Mingfang was indeed far more astute than He Shanshan. She picked up a spoon and began to savor her meal, aware that her current state of health did not afford her the luxury of being finicky about food. Meanwhile, Mai Miao was eagerly anticipating the surprise Xia Qingning had mentioned. She soon finished washing her hair and arrived at the Lu residence with her makeup essentials. Wang Mingfang, upon seeing her, paid little mind. After all, Mai Miao's appearance posed no threat to He Shanshan and could even serve as a suitable complement. Ignoring Wang Mingfang, Mai Miao made her way directly to Xia Qingning's room. Inside, Xia Qingning, who was still busy altering the dress, paused her work to greet her friend. "What surprise are you talking about, Qingning?" Mai Miao inquired eagerly as she rushed to Xia Qingning's side. Xia Qingning glanced at her, taking in her round face which, while undeniably cute, was marred by a rather high hairline that detracted from her overall allure. With a teasing smile, Xia Qingning cryptically replied, "I am preparing to present you with a beauty." She then gestured to a small stool beside her, saying, "Please, have a seat here." Though perplexed, Mai Miao obediently sat down as Xia Qingning wrapped a cloth around her neck, stating, "I'm going to trim your bangs." Realizing that Mai Miao might not understand, she clarified, "The hair at your forehead." Mai Miao appeared hesitant, but Xia Qingning, noticing her uncertainty, laughed and reassured her, "Don't worry. If I make a mistake, I'll cut them to match exactly." Trusting Xia Qingning, Mai Miao nodded and settled. In their previous life, Xia Qingning had often trimmed bangs for her dormitory mates, and perhaps due to her innate talent, she had always done a commendable job. Thus, she felt confident in her abilities as she began to snip away at Mai Miao's hair. As locks of hair fell away, a chic French fringe soon emerged, beautifully framing Mai Miao's round face and subtly downplaying her slightly larger forehead. Once the haircut was complete, Xia Qingning rinsed her face with clean water and proceeded to apply makeup. She began by smoothing a layer of moisturizing cream on Mai Miao's fair skin, followed by a hint of sandalwood powder and a touch of blush, instantly bringing a rosy glow to her complexion. Next came the eyebrows and eyes. The eyebrows were easily shaped into a standard arch. However, Mai Miao's eyes were somewhat small and single-lidded, though their shape was quite appealing given the limited array of cosmetics. Xia Qingning opted to use only eyeshadow, striving to enlarge her eyes while maintaining a clean look. The final touch was the lipstick. Since Mai Miao had a cute charm about her, overly bold colors would not suit her. Xia Qingning applied a delicate layer, evenly coating her lips. Despite the limited cosmetics, the transformation was remarkable. Mai Miao looked significantly more beautiful. Xia Qingning retrieved the dress she had crafted the previous night and handed it to Mai Miao, urging, "Try this on." Upon seeing the dress, Mai Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The garment was a refreshing blue and white, adorned with lovely lace at the neckline and cuffs, while the hem resembled a blooming flower. Absolutely stunning. "You made this?" Mai Miao could scarcely believe it, her astonishment evident as she questioned Xia Qingning. "Yes, I used the scraps we bought yesterday," Xia Qingning replied with a smile. "Scraps?" Mai Miao's mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression one of sheer shock. "Hurry and change into it," Xia Qingning gently urged. With a beaming face, Mai Miao swiftly shed her clothes and slipped into the dress. The moment the fabric embraced her form, it seemed to come alive, gracefully cascading around her like a flower in bloom, each step she took causing it to sway with elegance. Xiao Qingning then began to style her hair, quickly weaving an intricate ribbon braid that framed my Miao's face beautifully. Once everything was in place, Xiao Qingning guided her to a mirror and asked, "What do you think? Is this a surprise?" Gazing at the stunning girl in the reflection, my Miao noted how her face appeared smaller, her eyes larger, and her lips as vibrant as petals. Clad in the blue dress, she radiated an ethereal glow. She was utterly mesmerized, realizing that after 18 years, she scarcely recognized herself at that moment. "Oh my, is this really me?" my Miao exclaimed, inspecting her reflection from every angle, filled with disbelief as she pondered, "How could I possibly look this good?" "Do not doubt it, it is indeed you," Xiao Qingning replied with a smile, observing the adorable girl before her. My Miao twirled before the mirror, admiring herself from all sides, before suddenly spinning around to embrace Xiao Qingning. "Qingning, you are simply amazing," Xiao Qingning chuckled and remarked, "I told you, when you dress up, you will not pale in comparison to Yi Shanshan." Reflecting on the abysmal makeup Yi Shanshan had sported the previous day, and comparing it to her own handiwork, my Miao finally understood why Xiao Qingning had felt confident in stating that Yi Shanshan's makeup was unattractive. "I want to learn how to do this makeup, will you teach me?" my Miao asked, her eyes filled with eagerness as she looked at Xiao Qingning. Xiao Qingning nodded affirmatively, "Of course," and began to explain the steps involved. Meanwhile, Yi Shanshan was diligently attempting her own makeup, layering powder upon powder, yet failing to conceal her naturally dark complexion. In a bid to appear more vibrant, she slathered thick blush on her cheeks, followed by pink eyeshadow and bold red lipstick. After completing her look, she pursed her lips in front of the mirror, only to feel dissatisfied with the lack of brightness in her face and the subtlety of the eyeshadow. Thus, she continued to tweak her appearance, and after much fussing, her makeup resembled that of a gaudy wall decoration. As Xiao Qingning instructed my Miao in the art of makeup, she occasionally glanced out the window. Just as she was wrapping up her lessons, she lifted her gaze to see the unfamiliar figures she had been waiting for finally appear at the entrance of the courtyard. Yi Shanshan's blind date had arrived. Chapter 47. The beginning of desiring a dowry. As a few individuals entered, Xiao Qingning gently patted my Miao and whispered, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to attend to. Please return home for a moment, I shall come to find you shortly." "What is it?" my Miao asked, utterly perplexed. "Do not inquire further, just hurry back," Xiao Qingning urged, providing no explanation, and then added, "Once you exit my yard, maintain an upright posture and walk slowly." Noticing Xiao Qingning's urgency, my Miao hesitated no longer and stood up, saying, "Then I shall wait for you at home. Please come quickly." "Very well, off you go." Xiao Qingning waved her hand, reiterating her encouragement. Without lingering, my Miao opened the door and stepped outside. Xiao Qingning stood by the window, her gaze fixed intently on the scene beyond. 3 unfamiliar figures had already entered the courtyard. The woman clad in deep blue fabric led the way, her face adorned with a broad smile as she exclaimed, "We have arrived, we have arrived." This woman was a matchmaker by the name of Huang Dashi, though the term Huang was often avoided due to its negative connotation in matchmaking, leading most to refer to her as she matchmaker. Following her was a man in a gray shirt, carrying sweets and wine. He appeared to be in his early 20s, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, with prominent features and well-defined brows and eyes, complemented by polished leather shoes. Behind him was a woman, likely in her 40s or 50s, dressed quite elegantly, particularly highlighted by a dazzling golden necklace around her neck. Before long, the group encountered my Miao, who, in accordance with Xiao Qingning's earlier instructions, took petite steps and moved slowly. Her charming visage, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more radiant, while her blue and white dress swayed gently with her movements, almost as if it could bloom into a flower. The man's calm demeanor shifted to one of surprise upon seeing my Miao, his gaze lingering on her with a smile beginning to form in his eyes, mistaking her for Yi Shanshan, and he promptly approached her. Yet, the young woman seemed completely oblivious, walking past him without acknowledgement. His smile vanished in an instant, and his gaze instinctively followed her until she disappeared into the house ahead. "This is the place. Let us enter," declared the she matchmaker, oblivious to the man's peculiar reaction, as she called out to the house, "Aunt Mingfang, do come out, we have guests." Xiao Qingning withdrew her gaze and turned to sit beside the sewing machine, resuming her unfinished garment. Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Mingfang promptly stepped out to greet the matchmaker in her deep blue attire with warmth, her voice imbued with cheerfulness. "Ah, Aunt Dashi, please come in, please come in. You must be weary from your journey, have some water inside." She then moved to assist the man with the items he carried, her eyes falling on his face, and upon noting his fair complexion and tall stature, she complimented, "This must be Xiao Wu. Indeed, he is quite the handsome young man." She then warmly took the hand of the woman behind him, saying, "Xiao Wu's mother, please come inside." Once inside, Wang Mingfang arranged for everyone to sit down and called into the kitchen, "Shanshan, our guests have arrived. Please bring out the sweet soup." The she matchmaker immediately praised, "Our Shanshan is not only beautiful but also exceedingly diligent, she manages all household chores with great skill." Before long, Shanshan emerged carrying 2 bowls of sweet soup eggs. She placed them on the table and politely greeted the 2 women, "Aunties, good day," before turning to the man and shyly murmuring, "Hello." The man looked at her, taking in the sight of the woman before him, dressed in a vibrant red skirt, her braids tied with blue ribbons. Her deliberately painted face bore 2 patches of blush, with thick brows, pink eyeshadow, and bright red lipstick, her attire a riot of colors, indeed festive. "Hello," he replied politely, returning his gaze. "Oh my, look at how well this young man and the young lady complement each other," exclaimed the she matchmaker, clapping her hands in delight. The parents in the room joined in laughter, while Shanshan, blushing from the praise, lowered her head and softly said, "Aunties, please eat first, I shall fetch more from the kitchen." With that, she turned and walked back toward the kitchen. The she matchmaker gently nudged the man, advising, "Xiao Wu, do assist Shanshan." Xiao Wu, as the man was called, nodded politely and entered the kitchen, taking a bowl from Shanshan's hands, saying, "Allow me." "Be careful not to burn yourself," Shanshan cautioned, her voice soft. "It's nothing," he replied, not lingering further as he carried the bowl back outside. Indeed, his appearance surpassed all the other men Shanshan had previously encountered, yet she still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Though he was handsome, he paled in comparison to Lu Jingjie in terms of height, physique, and overall charisma. However, observing his and his mother's attire, it was evident that their family was well-to-do. Shanshan pouted slightly, begrudgingly accepting the situation as she balanced the last bowl of sweet soup eggs and stepped outside. Once the guests had finished their sweet soup in the living room, the elders began to converse about mundane matters, creating a delightful atmosphere. Shanshan occasionally served them sunflower seeds and candies, presenting an obedient demeanor. Meanwhile, the man sat nearby, responding politely to questions, yet did not engage in private conversation with Shanshan. After nearly an hour, the elegantly dressed woman turned to Wang Mingfang and remarked, "It is getting late. We should take our leave, thank you for your hospitality today." As per customary etiquette, it was uncommon to have a meal at the girl's home during the first meeting, so Wang Mingfang did not insist on their staying, warmly clasping the woman's hand and saying, "Xiao Wu's mother, do visit us often. I truly like this child. I find Shanshan quite agreeable as well," the woman replied courteously. With that, they took their leave, and after bidding farewell, they exited the Lu household. Wang Mingfang and Shanshan graciously escorted them out of the courtyard, smiling and waving goodbye. Upon hearing the commotion outside subside, Xia Qingning stood up and walked to the window, raising her eyes. She indeed observed the man frequently glancing toward Mai Miao's residence, a look of anticipation on his face. Yet, as they reached the end of the courtyard without seeing anyone emerge, his expression visibly shifted from hope to disappointment. Once he had departed from sight, Xia Qingning turned with a smile, retrieving the garments she had altered for Mai Miao and stepping outside. "She certainly has her wits about her, hiding in the house just now," Shanshan spat behind Xia Qingning, then nonchalantly slumped into a chair, abandoning any pretense of gentility. "At least I did not lose 2 eggs for nothing," Wang Mingfang lamented, glancing at Shanshan before inquiring, "What do you think of this Xiao Wu? I find him quite decent." "He's just all right," Shanshan replied with a begrudging expression. "Then I shall inform the she matchmaker that you are not interested, and they need not come again," Wang Mingfang teased, fully aware of her daughter's contradictory nature. "Oh, mother, that is not what I meant," Shanshan exclaimed in a hurry, eager to clarify. "I think he is quite acceptable. I believe Xiao Wu and his mother's demeanor indicates that this matter is likely to come to fruition," Wang Mingfang declared confidently, then advised Shanshan, "Do not cause any more trouble. You heard that their family consists of 2 working adults, their combined income is quite substantial." Shanshan's eyes sparkled, as if those hundreds of dollars were already hers, and she looked at Wang Mingfang, saying, "Then for the wedding, I shall require 3 dowry items and an additional 800 yuan for nursing expenses." The mother and daughter joyfully began to plan how many tables to set for the wedding, whom to invite, and what dowry to demand. Chapter 48 Your aunt won't eat you. Xia Qingning, clutching a garment, arrived at the doorstep of my Miao's home. Instead of entering, she called out for my Miao to come outside. At this hour, most people had already returned home from work, preparing to cook dinner. A group of matrons and young wives gathered around the faucet in the yard, washing vegetables. My Miao soon emerged from the house, her face lighting up with an unstoppable smile upon seeing Xia Qingning. Qingning, why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you for ages. At that moment, Aunt Wu stepped out of her house to change the coal on the stove. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed my Miao, but for a moment, she couldn't recognize her and asked in confusion, "When did my family have relatives visiting? Where did you come from, young lady?" My Miao looked around and, realizing Aunt Wu was referring to her, burst into laughter. "Aunt Wu, take a closer look. Do you not recognize me?" Aunt Wu squinted for several moments before suddenly realizing, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness, my Miao, it's you, you look so different." Her exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, and once they recognized my Miao, they rushed over, chattering excitedly, "My Miao, how have you become so beautiful? Where did you buy that skirt? It's absolutely stunning. And your face, who did your makeup? Your eyes look larger, and your face has become so much smaller, you look truly lovely." Surrounded by admirers, my Miao proudly declared, "This is all thanks to Qingning's help with my makeover. Lu Er's wife, when did you become so skilled at makeup? And it looks so good." The onlookers turned to Xia Qingning with curiosity. Not only is Qingning great at makeup, but her hands are exceptionally adept. "The skirt I'm wearing is made from those scraps she bought yesterday," my Miao eagerly praised. She was now practically a devoted fan of Xia Qingning, her eyes filled with admiration whenever she looked at her. Upon hearing that the skirt was made from scraps, the crowd was astounded and expressed disbelief. "No way, my Miao, are you joking with us?" "Who's joking? Look at the fabric, it's all pieced together," my Miao insisted, showcasing her skirt. "It really is made from scraps." After inspecting it, one onlooker couldn't help but compliment, "Lu Er's wife, you are truly remarkable." My Miao adored this skirt so much that she took Xia Qingning's hand and asked, "Qingning, could you possibly sell this skirt to me?" After a moment's thought, she added, "How about for just 20 yuan? Though this garment was crafted from scraps, it was undoubtedly more beautiful than He Shanshan's red skirt, which cost 20 yuan. Thus, she felt guilty for even suggesting that price. "However, I don't have that much money right now. Would it be alright if I repay you slowly as I save up?" my Miao said shyly. Xia Qingning, finding her cautious demeanor utterly endearing, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You don't need to pay. I'm giving it to you." This skirt had been tailored specifically to my Miao's measurements, and she had intended to gift it to her all along. Really? My Miao could scarcely believe her ears. A skirt so beautiful, gifted to her for free. Overjoyed yet feeling somewhat guilty, she quickly replied, "But you don't have many clothes either. After all the effort you put into making one, you're giving it to me. I still have plenty of fabric left. I could easily make 4 or 5 more," Xia Qingning said with a smile. Hearing this reminded my Miao of what He Shanshan had said yesterday, that a whole pile of scraps cost only 3 yuan. With that in mind, a nearby young wife immediately chimed in, "Lu Er's wife, I'd also like to buy some scraps from the store. Could you help me make one too?" Upon hearing her, the other sisters-in-law could no longer contain themselves, eagerly voicing their requests, "Make me one too." "And me. I want one as well." Seeing everyone clamoring for Xia Qingning's help, my Miao felt a pang of sympathy and quickly interjected, "That won't do. If everyone gets one, it will surely wear Qingning out." Curious about the commotion in the yard, He Shanshan peered out from the house. Spotting the crowd gathered around a woman in a blue and white dress, she could not resist her curiosity and approached to see what was happening. As she drew nearer and finally recognized the woman in the blue and white dress, she was taken aback. Was this truly the same homely girl with the round face and broad forehead? She seemed to be an entirely different person. Not only had she become beautiful, but she was also adorned with exquisite makeup, and her dress was simply delightful. Suddenly, He Shanshan realized something and feared that my Miao might use her previous words against her, prompting her to make a hasty retreat. However, my Miao had already seen her and, noticing her attempt to leave, swiftly grabbed her arm. "He Shanshan, don't go. Didn't you say you wanted to see the dress once Qingning finished making it?" With that, she lifted the hem of her skirt, twirling to display it proudly. Look, this dress I'm wearing is made from the so-called rags you mentioned. Isn't it just as lovely as yours? She hadn't forgotten how Shanshan had mocked Xia Qingning's fabric in front of everyone yesterday. Now, she was eager to show her just how beautiful a dress made from those rags could be. As the two stood side by side, the crowd couldn't help but comment, indeed, looking at it this way, my Miao's dress is certainly more charming than Shanshan's. Shanshan, already displeased, instantly became furious upon hearing this. She had spent 20 yuan on her own dress, and regardless of how stunning my Miao's dress was, it was still made from scraps. Why should it even be compared to hers? She immediately shouted at the crowd, what do you know, her ragged thing can't possibly compare to mine is made of Dacron. Unfazed, the women around her retorted, so what if it's Dacron? It's still not as pretty as hers. Didn't she just say my Miao was ugly? Now that she's dressed up, isn't she looking much better? Exactly, she said Qingning would make people look like toads. I think she looks like a toad instead. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Shanshan's face flushed with anger. She had never been ridiculed like this in her life. Feeling both furious and humiliated, she suddenly glared at Xia Qingning, realizing that all of this was her doing. If Xia Qingning hadn't made my Miao look so stunning, no one would be mocking her now. Without warning, she stormed up to Xia Qingning and shouted, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You dressed her up like this just to make me look foolish. Now you know what it feels like to be embarrassed? Xia Qingning replied defiantly, her cold gaze fixed on her as she asked, weren't you quite pleased with yourself when you insulted others yesterday? You. Shanshan found herself at a loss for words. Staring daggers at Xia Qingning, she suddenly sneered, she was always an ugly duckling. A smug smile crept onto her lips as she added, if she is so capable, let her wash her face and then come compare herself to me. Why is it that you can wear makeup, but others cannot? Xia Qingning raised an eyebrow and retorted, if she washed up, she would be far prettier than you. You. Shanshan was once again left speechless. Before she could formulate a comeback, my Miao chimed in, what do you mean, how dare you call me ugly, just take a look at yourself, you look like a monster. Who is the monster? You better explain yourself. Shanshan demanded angrily. At that moment, Yao Hongmei, Lu Lidong's wife, returned home holding a child. Seeing her sister-in-law Shanshan embroiled in an argument, she rushed over, intending to intervene. However, just as she approached, her daughter suddenly burst into tears. The piercing sound of the child's wails drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see the little girl burrowing into Yao Hongmei's embrace. What's wrong, Yingying? Yao Hongmei asked, bewildered and concerned. Mama's leaving. Yingying is scared, boo-hoo, the monster will eat me, the little girl cried, her gaze fixed on the crowd following the child's line of sight. The onlookers quickly understood who the monster was, their eyes locking onto Shanshan's face. Laughter erupted once more. One young wife reached out to gently pat the little girl's head and said with a smile, Yingying, don't be afraid, your aunt won't eat you. Chapter 49. The slap in the face arrived so swiftly amidst the laughter of the crowd, Shanshan felt utterly humiliated, her face burning with embarrassment. Overcome with shame and anger, she turned on her heel and dashed home. Noticing her sister-in-law's departure, Yao Hongmei did not linger either. She scooped up her daughter and hurried after her, offering comforting words to Shanshan as they walked, saying things like, children do not understand, and do not be upset. Once they had left, my Miao finally noticed the dress that Xia Qingning was holding, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, Qingning, is that the dress I bought yesterday? You've altered it. Xia Qingning handed the dress to her, saying, yes, take a look and see if you like it. Eagerly, my Miao took the dress, giving it a shake, and the entire garment unfurled before everyone. The once high-neck dress had been transformed into a U-shaped neckline, and the cut-off fabric had been fashioned into lace, sewn onto the cuffs. Additionally, a few bands of teal were added to the skirt, adorned with clusters of 6 or 7 tiny lavender flowers at the waist, creating a stunning visual. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Those delicate purple flowers were the pièce d'argentance, elevating the dress to breathtaking new heights. It's simply gorgeous! My Miao exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Having just cut her hair into a new style and applied a lovely makeup, along with 2 beautiful dresses, she was overwhelmed with joy. The others cast envious glances in her direction, praising Xia Qingning's skill. A few even approached Xia Qingning, requesting her help with makeup, hoping to experience a transformation akin to my Miao's. In that moment, Xia Qingning's image and their eyes seemed to ascend to a new pinnacle. After handing the dress to my Miao, Xia Qingning waved goodbye, preparing to head home. Suddenly, my Miao seemed to recall something, grabbing her arm and mysteriously stating, "Someone is going to surprise you soon." Xia Qingning, taken aback by my Miao's sudden playfulness, inquired, "What surprise?" "If I tell you in advance, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, haha. Just go home and wait," my Miao teased. In truth, Xia Qingning did not harbor much anticipation for any surprise. She smiled, waved farewell, and turned to head home. Upon returning home, she overheard He Shanshan chastising Yao Hongmei, blaming her for being unable to keep the child's mouth in check. Faced with He Shanshan's unreasonable tirade, Yao Hongmei dared not argue back. Silently enduring the scolding, Yao Hongmei was quite beautiful, and her family was not lacking in means. Her husband, Lu Lidong's job, had been arranged with the help of her father, who was a chef at a state-run restaurant. After she and Lu Lidong began dating, she had pleaded with her father to secure a position for him. 4 years ago, when she first married into the family, Wang Mingfang had doted on her, treating her with utmost care and courtesy. However, it was not long before her father succumbed to lung cancer, leaving her mother as a mere housewife without any siblings to rely on. After becoming pregnant, she had only given birth to one daughter and had not had any more children over the years, causing her standing in the family to plummet. Wang Mingfang, ever the opportunist, soon realized there was no benefit to be gained from Yao Hongmei and ceased to be so courteous, which in turn emboldened He Shanshan's attitude towards her. Originally scolding Yao Hongmei, He Shanshan's ire swiftly shifted to Xia Qingning upon her return. Just outside, with so many witnesses, she had been somewhat restrained. However, now that they were home and Lu Jingjia was absent, she felt emboldened to treat Xia Qingning with disdain. With her hands on her hips and a fierce demeanor, she scolded, "You wretched girl, how dare you come back?" Such is the baseness of human nature. When one continually bullies another, they come to regard that person as inferior, even when the latter begins to change and resist. He Shanshan's mindset reflected this very attitude. "Why wouldn't I dare to come back?" Xia Qingning replied, a cryptic smile playing on her lips as she feigned confusion. "Is there some kind of monster in this house that eats people?" The mention of monsters sent He Shanshan into a furious rage, all her pent-up humiliation igniting into a blaze of anger, stripping her of all reason. She bellowed, "You wretched girl, just wait until I beat you to a pulp." With that, she sprang to her feet and charged towards Xia Qingning, fists raised and ready to strike. At that moment, Wang Mingfang emerged from the kitchen. Witnessing the scene unfold, she hurriedly intervened, feigning authority as she shouted, "Shanshan, do you want to remain in this house? If you lay a hand on Qingning and leave a mark, just wait until Jingjia returns to see how he deals with you." Though her words appeared to protect Xia Qingning, they were, in fact, a warning to He Shanshan not to act recklessly and cause trouble that would be hard to explain. He Shanshan, momentarily dazed by her anger, regained a semblance of rationality upon hearing her mother's admonition. Reluctantly, she lowered her hands, unable to suppress her scorn as she sneered, "Unable to afford new clothes, so you make a few dresses out of ragged fabric. I wonder what you're so proud of. Who says Qingning has no new clothes?" Suddenly, a loud female voice rang out from outside. Moments later, my Miao entered, indignantly glaring at He Shanshan as she declared, "Qingning is about to have new clothes, far more expensive than what you're wearing. Soon, you will have nothing but envy and jealousy to feel." Naturally, He Shanshan dismissed my Miao's words, recalling that just yesterday, Xia Qingning had hesitated to buy even a 10 yuan piece of fabric. How could she possibly afford more expensive clothing? He Shanshan scoffed disdainfully, certain that my Miao was fabricating stories to save face. She mocked, "Anyone can boast. What do you mean by soon? If you really have the means, show it to me now so I can be envious." My Miao hesitated, contemplating her response for some time before finally saying, "Regardless, it will be here soon." Seeing her reluctance, He Shanshan grew even more convinced of her suspicions and laughed heartily, "Ha, I could soon be a millionaire too." Just then, the unmistakable sound of bicycle brakes echoed from outside. My Miao looked up and her face instantly broke into a radiant smile. "Look, Qingning's new dress has arrived." Chapter 50. She prepared to test him. Upon uttering these words, she observed Lu Jingjia stepping inside, a bag in hand. My Miao swiftly approached Lu Jingjia, indignantly launching into her complaint, "Brother Jingjia, He Shanshan has been bullying your wife again, mocking her for not having new clothes to wear." After listening to my Miao, Lu Jingjia glanced at the people in the room and quickly grasped the situation. His gaze fell upon He Shanshan as he coldly articulated, "Who says she has no new clothes?" With that, he moved to Xia Qingning's side, extending the bag toward her. Xia Qingning, somewhat perplexed, raised her hand to accept the bag from Lu Jingjia. Beside her, Mai Miao was even more excited, urging, "Qingning, quickly open it and see." As the bag was opened, the garments within were revealed, some with a light green base adorned with white floral patterns, others featuring a white base with delicate green flowers, alongside a few in a soft, pure green, all exuding a fresh and elegant charm. "Wow, Brother Jingjia actually bought so many!" Mai Miao exclaimed in awe, promptly helping Xia Qingning extract the dresses from the bag. The dresses were crafted from soft fabric, flowing gracefully, their hems wide and billowy, resembling blooming bellflowers. There were 4 in total, each with a unique design, yet all unmistakably infused with shades of green. Xia Qingning felt a mix of surprise and delight. These were precisely the chiffon dresses she had hesitated to purchase the day before. Mai Miao, overjoyed, immediately showcased the dresses in front of He Shanshan, standing tall and proud. "Didn't you say Qingning had no new clothes? Look, these dresses cost over 40 each. And Brother Jingjia bought her 4 in one go. Jealous, aren't you?" He Shanshan, of course, felt envious, and she was not alone. Both Wang Mingfang and Yao Hongmei stared in disbelief. "Who cares?" He Shanshan muttered under her breath, feeling increasingly out of sorts with the day's events. Realizing that remaining here would only further embarrass her, she turned on her heel and retreated to her own room, grumbling, "It's just a few dresses. In a few days, someone will buy me some too." Today had gone exceedingly well for her blind date. She was confident that she could solidify her relationship with that Xiao Wu in the coming days. At that time, asking him to buy her a few dresses would be a simple matter. Watching her leave in such a disheartened manner, Mai Miao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She tugged at Xia Qingning's arm, exchanging knowing glances, brimming with delight. "Why not try them on? If they don't fit, you can exchange them," Lu Jingjia suggested, gazing intently at Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning nodded, preparing to head to her room when Mai Miao suddenly exclaimed, "I'll come with you, my makeup supplies are still in your room." Realizing she hadn't let Mai Miao take them when she left earlier that afternoon, Xia Qingning replied, "All right, come in and grab them." With that, she picked up the bag and entered the room alongside Mai Miao. As Mai Miao busied herself gathering her belongings, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Qingning, I truly envy you. Brother Jingjia is so good to you. He knew you didn't buy that dress yesterday and even came to ask me what it looked like. I told him it was a light green chiffon dress, and to my surprise, he went out and bought you 4. Goodness, that is nearly 200 yuan, I can hardly fathom it." Xia Qingning was equally astonished by Lu Jingjia's generosity. She admitted softly, "I had no idea he would be so extravagant." "He even specifically came to ask you?" "Indeed, if it weren't for He Shanshan's interference, I wouldn't have revealed it early, ruining the surprise," Mai Miao said, her tone a mix of indignation and admiration. Then, leaning closer to Xia Qingning, she whispered, "Qingning, tell me, what methods did you employ to make Brother Jingjia so fond of you and treat you so well?" Upon seeing that He Shanshan had a bicycle and you didn't, he immediately bought you a more expensive and better one. When He Shanshan remarked that you had no new clothes, he promptly rushed to the department store to purchase several outfits for you. Xia Qingning was momentarily speechless. While it was true that he treated her well, it was a stretch to say he was infatuated with her, and she hadn't employed any particular strategy. Thus, she replied honestly, "I really don't know, it seems I haven't done anything." "Don't try to fool me. If you truly did nothing, why doesn't he show such kindness to anyone else but you?" Mai Miao clearly found this hard to believe. Suddenly, her eyes darted to the bed, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. You may not realize what you've done, but I certainly do." Xia Qingning wasn't naive. She understood the implication in Mai Miao's tone and expression. However, her relationship with Lu Jingjia was purely platonic, a friendship that remained innocent and untainted. It was not the right moment to clarify this to Mai Miao, so she chose silence, tacitly acquiescing. Mai Miao, convinced she was onto something, gazed at Xia Qingning with a knowing smile and remarked dreamily, "When will I encounter a man who treats me so well?" Xia Qingning chuckled, half joking and half serious, "Soon enough. Perhaps he'll appear in the next couple of days." She then turned to Mai Miao with sincerity, "Just remember to dress beautifully before stepping out these next few days." Mai Miao, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Xia Qingning smiled, offering a more enticing reason for Mai Miao, so that Shanshan will be envious of you every day. After Mai Miao left, Xia Qingning began to try on the clothes Lu Jingjie had purchased for her. Perhaps due to his innate keen perception and extraordinary observational skills, every dress Lu Jingjie had selected fit her perfectly. As she surveyed the array of green dresses, Xia Qingning speculated that Mai Miao must have only told Lu Jingjie about the light green dresses. When he arrived at the store and found various options, he likely decided to purchase them all, unsure of which one was the correct choice. In this era, it was quite remarkable for someone to spend over 200 yuan on clothes in a single outing. Indeed, the protagonists in novels often exhibited such lavishness. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Xia Qingning approached to open it. The instant the door swung open, Lu Jingjie appeared momentarily taken aback. The charming young woman before him wore a green floral dress, her features soft and exquisite, her neck long and fair, with a few loose strands of hair cascading onto her collarbone, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with ease. Accustomed to seeing her in grey work attire, Lu Jingjie found it somewhat disconcerting to see her in such a lovely dress. He swallowed hard, involuntarily clearing his throat as he stepped inside and inquired, "Does it fit well?" "Yes, it's quite nice," Xia Qingning replied earnestly. "That's good to hear." Lu Jingjie nodded slightly. As she regarded the man before her, recalling Mai Miao's comments, Xia Qingning felt a stirring within her. Upon reflection, Lu Jingjie had not only bought her a bicycle and clothes. He had also cared for her when she was unwell, provided her with expensive nutritional supplements to aid her recovery, given her pocket money, and taught her how to ride a bike. In contrast, she realized that her own gestures toward him were minimal. She had only given him a porcelain basin and a towel, and even those had been purchased with his money. Why was he so generous toward her? Xia Qingning found herself puzzled. If she were to rationalize it logically, either Lu Jingjie was extraordinarily wealthy and benevolent, or perhaps he had developed feelings for her. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Qingning resolved to test him. Chapter 51. She is his responsibility. Before Xia Qingning could voice her question, she heard Lu Jingjie's composed voice addressing her. "In the future, refrain from purchasing scraps of fabric." Xia Qingning was about to explain that her motivation for buying those scraps was not due to a lack of funds when Lu Jingjie continued, "Since we are married, I shall ensure your sustenance." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "You need not think of repaying me. Regardless of whom I marry, I shall fulfill these duties." Ah, so that was it. He was not deliberately being kind to her, rather, he regarded her as his responsibility, which was why he provided her with money, a car, and clothing. Upon hearing these words, Xia Qingning did not feel disappointment. To her, this was the most reasonable and logical explanation. Fortuitously, he possessed this sense of duty, enabling her to continue leading a stable life in this world. Reflecting on the moment when Shanshan attempted to strike her, Xia Qingning realized that had it not been for Lu Jingjie's presence, Wang Mingfan would certainly not have intervened. Shanshan was tall and imposing, and in her fragile state, Xia Qingning would have stood no chance against her. Unlike other transmigrators who wielded formidable abilities or supernatural powers for self-defense, her greatest asset was merely the memories of her former life. Ultimately, here, she was but an ordinary individual with contemporary memories. While she could strategize, in a confrontation, she would likely only suffer defeat. Having come to this realization, Xia Qingning looked at Lu Jingjie and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." At her earnest gratitude, Lu Jingjie felt somewhat unaccustomed. He nodded slightly and replied, "No need." After a brief pause, he turned to Xia Qingning and said, "Let us go outside to practice driving." Only then did Xia Qingning recall that Lu Jingjie had mentioned taking her out for practical training today. She nodded and said, "Could you please wait for me outside? I need to change into more suitable clothing." Currently clad in a dress, riding a bike would be quite inconvenient, so she decided to switch to trousers before heading out. Lu Jingjie acquiesced with a simple alright, and turned to exit. By the time Xia Qingning had changed into a long-sleeved shirt and trousers, Lu Jingjie was already waiting for her at the entrance with the bike. She approached his tall, upright figure with a light step. He was dressed in a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, revealing well-defined muscular arms, the site of his earlier injury now clearly visible, though it had begun to scab over. Upon noticing her approach, Lu Jingjie turned his gaze to the back seat of the bike and said in a low tone, "Get on." Wasn't she supposed to be learning? Why was he offering her a ride? Xia Qingning felt a twinge of confusion, yet she complied and took her seat. The road outside is congested, I will carry you for a bit, Lu Jingzhe explained in a steady voice. Understanding now, Xia Qingning softly replied, all right. At that moment, she realized that the back seat had been cushioned, making it much more comfortable than Wu Xiaodong's bare metal frame. In that instant, Xia Qingning truly appreciated the man's attentiveness. Although he appeared cold and aloof towards everyone, he was, in fact, more considerate than most in many respects. Perhaps this was what they meant by a stoic boyfriend. Aware that Lu Jingzhe disliked being touched, Xia Qingning grasped the back of the bike instead of his shirt hem. Noticing her restraint, Lu Jingzhe furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to comment. As they exited the alley, the bike needed to navigate a turn. Xia Qingning had initially clutched the back seat, but the cushioning made it difficult to hold on. As the bike turned, her body instinctively leaned forward, causing her to grasp Lu Jingzhe's shirt hem. Sensing the tug on his clothing, Lu Jingzhe's lips subtly curled upwards. It had been a moment of panic when Xia Qingning grabbed his ham. Worried he might become irritated, she felt reassured by his lack of reaction. Just as she intended to release her grip, the bike suddenly turned again, compelling her to hold on to him once more. Observing that he showed no sign of discomfort, she refrained from grasping the now difficult-to-hold back seat. Curiously, after she had taken hold of Lu Jingzhe's hem, the bike seemed to no longer require any turns. After a while, they reached a stretch of road with fewer people and vehicles, at which point Lu Jingzhe halted the bike and handed it over to Xia Qingning, reassuring her as always to ride confidently while he remained behind her. As she embarked on her first ride, Xia Qingning felt somewhat apprehensive. However, upon realizing that Lu Jingzhe was jogging alongside her, her anxious heart was inexplicably calmed. The journey proceeded smoothly, allowing her to deftly avoid pedestrians and vehicles. Along the way, a beautiful girl pedaled joyfully while a tall man with a buzzcut followed closely behind. The setting sun cast a golden glow, rustling the girl's hair and the man's shirt, each moment resembling a picturesque oil painting. Lu Jingzhe's stamina was truly remarkable. For as long as Xia Qingning rode, he kept pace effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. After nearly an hour, concerned about tiring him, she decided to stop. Lu Jingzhe glanced at the time and deemed it sufficient, stating, "Let us conclude our practice for today." Upon hearing his words, Xia Qingning felt as if the session had come to an end, and she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Her laughter was bright and delightful, illuminating the eyes of those who beheld it. Seated on the back of Lu Jingzhe's bike once more, she instinctively grasped his shirt hem without hesitation this time. As they rode for a while, she realized they were not heading back home, yet she refrained from inquiring, allowing him to lead the way. The bike traversed the road and gradually came to a halt by the riverside. The wind rustled through the layers of reeds, creating a gentle whisper. Xia Qingning focused her gaze and recognized that this was the very spot where she and Lu Jingzhe had first met. They dismounted, revealing a vast expanse of grassland before them, adorned with a myriad of wildflowers stretching endlessly, creating a breathtaking scene. In this unpolluted era, the sky was blue, the grass green, and the water clear. Everything was pure and natural, even the air felt extraordinarily fresh. "If only I had a camera," Xia Qingning murmured softly, unable to contain her admiration for the scenery. Lu Jingzhe parked the bike to the side and began to walk forward slowly. Initially trailing behind him, Xia Qingning gradually quickened her pace, ultimately breaking into a run, her outstretched arms seemingly reaching for the wind. This was the first time she felt so relaxed and content in this world, as if even the air was imbued with freedom. Exhausted from running, she bent down to gather wildflowers. After collecting a generous bouquet, she lay back on the grass, surrendering to fatigue. Lu Jingzhe stood at a distance, quietly observing her. He had never seen her like this, so vibrant, so unrestrained. After a while, Xia Qingning rose, clutching a large bouquet of flowers, and dashed toward Lu Jingzhe. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, her cheeks flushed and her lashes fluttering, casting playful shadows across her face. Standing side by side, they gazed into the distance together. "Lu Jingzhe," she suddenly called out to him. This was the first time, in his memory, that she had addressed him so. A name he had heard countless times from others now made his heart skip a beat. He responded softly. The girl beside him, her eyes crescent-shaped, gazed into the horizon and whispered, "Look, the sunset is truly beautiful." Chapter 52. She married Lu Jingzhe, not Lu Lidong. As dusk approached, the two finally mounted their bicycle, pedaling homeward. Xia Qingning, cradling a large bouquet of wildflowers she had gathered, sat cheerfully on the back seat. Upon returning to the courtyard, the sky was still aglow, and Aunt Wu, who had come out to fetch water, spotted the pair. The sight of the tall, handsome man alongside the charming young lady made her unable to suppress a smile as she exclaimed, "Oh, look at this lovely couple out for a jaunt, returning with such a splendid collection of flowers. Haha, such a fine relationship." The women drawing water by the basin turned to glance, and indeed, they saw Xia Qingning sitting behind Lu Jingjia with a grand bouquet in her arms. In those days, it was common to see people carrying vegetables or children, but flowers were an unusual sight. "Isn't their relationship splendid? My own partner never took me flower picking when we were courting," one remarked. "True enough. These flowers may not seem like much growing in the field, but in hand, they appear so exquisite," another chimed in. "Haha, that's because Mrs.Luer is so lovely herself." Amidst the playful banter, their bicycle rolled into the family courtyard. Xia Qingning jumped off the bike, feeling surprisingly unbothered by discomfort in her backside for the first time after a ride. She shared a smile with Lu Jingjia before heading inside. After dinner, she found an abandoned small jar, cleaned it thoroughly, and arranged the wildflowers in it, placing it on the cabinet. The jar, with its rustic charm, contrasted beautifully with the vibrant flowers, creating a delightful aesthetic. She glanced at Lu Jingjia's usual reading nook, wishing to infuse a bit of life into his desk, but lacking a vase, she opted for a wine bottle, removing the neck to keep just the body. Wrapping twine around it and filling it with water, she selected a delicate flower from her collection to place inside. Having completed these tasks, Xia Qingning resumed her sewing. She intended to patch together a long skirt from scraps of fabric to wear when she returned home the next day. Although the chiffon skirt Lu Jingjia had purchased was beautiful, it would be too conspicuous in the countryside. She was not one to seek attention and believed in adhering to local customs. When Lu Jingjia entered the room, he found her engrossed in her sewing and, puzzled, asked, "Didn't I buy you a dress today?" As if a thought struck him, he added, "If you feel you lack clothing, we can visit the shop again after we return from your family." Xia Qingning quickly waved her hand, replying, "No need, I have enough." Realizing he misunderstood, she elaborated, "I bought this fabric because I enjoy it, not to save money." With that, she raised her delicate face and continued, "Don't underestimate these scraps. The dress that my Miao wore today was made from them." Lu Jingjia had not paid much attention to what my Miao wore earlier, and hearing her say it was out of affection for the fabric, he dropped the subject. "Rest early. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." "Yes, you sleep first, I will finish shortly," Xia Qingning replied without looking up, continuing her work on the skirt. Noticing her determination and that it was getting late, Lu Jingjia refrained from urging her further. As he settled at the table to read, he discovered the bouquet of fresh flowers Xia Qingning had placed for him, delicate blue petals with yellow centers, known as aster, a common wildflower, yet now breathtakingly beautiful. Turning around, he noticed another vase on the cabinet, and with the presence of these wildflowers, the previously mundane room suddenly transformed into a cozy haven. Having lived in a dormitory during his military service, furnished only with a metal bed and basic furniture, he had never felt a room could evoke such warmth, and a wave of comfort washed over him. After nearly an hour, Xia Qingning completed the skirt. She had meticulously chosen fabrics of varying shades of blue, resulting in a seemingly simple skirt that revealed exquisite details, patterns arranged harmoniously, with lace adorning every seam and a hem embellished with tiny tassels. Eager to share her creation, she presented the skirt to Lu Jingjia, who was pleasantly surprised that the scraps could indeed be fashioned into something so lovely, rivaling store-bought garments. His appreciation for her deepened as he observed the young woman before him, capable of crafting beautiful clothing, painting vivid portraits, and decorating their home. How had he not noticed her remarkable skills before? Knowing they would need to set out early the next morning, Xia Qingning tidied up her newly finished skirt and organized the candies, clothing, and fabric she had bought for her family. Just as she contemplated whether to use the cumbersome wooden box for her belongings, Lu Jingjia thoughtfully brought forth his canvas bag. Xia Qingning expressed her gratitude and made no pretense about it, accepting the bag. Their journey would begin with a bus ride to the town, followed by a trek of over 10 kilometers back to the village. If fortune favored them, they might catch a bullock cart. Otherwise, they would have to rely on their own legs, making light packing essential. Once their belongings were ready, the two lay down to rest. However, with the impending return to the countryside weighing on her mind, Xia Qingning felt a twinge of unease. In her previous life, she had been betrothed to Lu Lidong, and when she was brought to the city, it was said to be for a marriage with him. After arriving in the city, only her mother and brother had visited a few times, and later, after her entanglement with Lu Jingjia, Wang Mingfang moved in, subtly advising her to avoid contact with her impoverished relatives from the countryside. Consequently, she had not returned home in over 3 years, with only her brother occasionally delivering goods, leaving them at the phone booth without stepping inside. And naturally, her mother would not disclose her marriage to Lu Jingjia, and no one in the village was aware. They all believed she had wed Lu Lidong. Now, with Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia returning, it was bound to stir quite a commotion. Xia Qingning was indifferent, willing to endure a few whispers. However, for Lu Jingjia, it was different. He had been thrust into marriage with her against his will, and now he would accompany her to face the scrutiny of others. She worried about the unkind remarks that might be directed at him. What if Lu Jingjia, upon hearing such gossip, vented all his frustrations upon her? Yet, not going back was not an option. After all, it was her family home, and it was Lu Jingjia who had suggested the visit, leaving her with no grounds to refuse. As these thoughts churned in her mind, Xia Qingning felt increasingly anxious, hoping that their family visit would proceed smoothly without any troubles. The following day, before dawn broke, they rose early, freshened up, and headed to the bus station. The vehicle wound through the serpentine mountain roads, disorienting Xia Qingning, who was fortunate not to have eaten beforehand and thus avoided nausea. After more than 4 hours, they finally arrived in the town, only to discover there were no bullock carts available, forcing them to walk the remaining distance. Lu Jingjia took the initiative to carry the luggage, leading the way while Xia Qingning followed empty-handed. Even so, after traversing over 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain, she felt utterly exhausted. A row of 3 earthen houses, enclosed by a bamboo fence, stood before them. Outside the fence, 4 or 5 tall loquat trees bore a bountiful harvest of golden fruit, a sight most delightful. Inside the courtyard, 2 women stood conversing. "Older sister, please go speak to the girl's family again. Our Cheng Shu, aside from his leg, possesses good character and handsome looks," said the taller woman, though she appeared rather thin and her clothing bore numerous patches. "You may, it's not that I don't want to advocate for your Cheng Shu, but alas, his leg is the issue. The girl's family has made it clear that it will not work," replied the shorter woman, her eyes reflecting a shrewdness. After a moment, she continued, seemingly torn, "I do have another family in mind." Upon hearing this, Wei Yumei's eyes brightened, but her excitement dimmed when the shorter matchmaker added, "However, the girl is a bit simple-minded." Wei Yumei immediately grasped the implications of this simple-mindedness, understanding it to mean the girl was not particularly bright. "Though she may be a bit simple, she is absolutely fine in terms of fertility," the stout woman assured, continuing, "You needn't worry. She doesn't engage in fighting or running around." Wei Yumei's expression darkened, her inner fury barely contained. Just as she was about to dismiss the woman, a joyful shout rang from outside the courtyard. "Yumei, come out quickly. Your daughter Qingning is back." Chapter 53. He is the son-in-law of the Xia family, husband to Xia Qingning. Wei Yumei doubted her own hearing, raising her eyes to gaze outside the fence. There stood a woman clad in gray, her face alight with joy, beckoning her to come out quickly. "Yumei, why are you still dawdling? Come out, your daughter Qingning has returned." This time, Wei Yumei clearly heard, for the woman indeed spoke her daughter's name, Qingning. However, her face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was filled with astonishment and anxiety as she hurried outside. "Where is she? Did she come back alone? Does she have her suitcase?" Wei Yumei craned her neck, peering ahead, anxiously inquiring of the woman in gray as she walked. "She came back with the second son of the He family. I saw she only brought 1 bag, replied the woman in gray. Upon hearing the second son of the He family, Wei Yumei's steps noticeably faltered, and the expression on her face softened. "Qingning truly has been blessed in the city. I just saw her, and I hardly recognized her. Her face is so tender, it seems one could squeeze water from it," the woman in gray remarked enviously. Wei Yumei did not respond, striding forward, and upon turning a corner, she spotted a couple encircled by a throng of children, slowly approaching. The young woman wore a blue shirt and a long skirt. Her face was flushed, likely from walking the mountainous paths for too long, appearing charmingly rosy. The young man beside her was tall and exceedingly handsome, dressed in a white shirt, carrying an olive green bag in hand. She hesitated to recognize them. Could this truly be her daughter? After 3 years of absence, how had she changed so completely? It was not until the young woman reached her side and softly called out "Mom" that she snapped back to reality, her eyes shimmering with tears as she vigorously nodded in response. "Yes, yes. After replying, she hastily extended her hand, eager to grasp her daughter's, but halfway through, she hesitated and ultimately retracted it. Her rough hands, still soiled with dirt, might tarnish her daughter's delicate skin. Xia Qingning observed the woman before her, clad in patched coarse cloth, with features that bore some resemblance to her own. Years of arduous labor had left the woman's back slightly bent and her frame quite slender, yet her eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing her mother attempt to withdraw her hand, Xia Qingning suddenly reached out and grasped it. This small gesture rendered Gui Yumei's eyes misty once more, and she hurriedly said, "You must be tired, come inside and rest." She then glanced at the man beside Xia Qingning and, upon confirming he was indeed the second son of the Yi family, expressed her surprise and joy. "Jingjia has come too." She then moved to assist him with his bag. "It's nothing, it's not heavy," Jingjia replied in a composed tone. Upon returning home, Gui Yumei quickly fetched 2 high stools from the main room and placed them in the courtyard, inviting Xia Qingning and Jingjia to sit. She then turned to the woman in gray, saying, "Aunt Genoa, could you please help me call for my sons, Qingshu and Qingsa, and have them come back quickly?" "Of course," the woman replied, preparing to head outside. Just then, Xia Qingning emerged from the main room, a cloth bag in hand. Thinking that the woman was about to leave, she hurriedly called out to her, "Aunt, wait a moment." Xia Qingning approached and, with a smile, reached into the bag to pull out a handful of candies, saying, "Aunt, have some sweets." The brightly colored fruit candies sparkled in the sunlight, appearing even more vibrant. Aunt Genoa accepted the candies, beaming as she went off to summon the 2 brothers of the Xia family to eye in the countryside. Such candies were a rare delight. The nearby children widened their eyes in awe, staring intently at Xia Qingning's bag. In those days, whenever someone returned from the outside world, the village children would swarm, hoping for a piece of candy, and to receive a handful was a sight unseen. In response to the eager gazes, Xia Qingning smiled and distributed a handful to each child, even giving a handful to a plump woman standing nearby, despite not knowing who she was. The plump matchmaker immediately accepted the offering, her face a picture of astonishment, her shrewd eyes sweeping between Xia Qingning and Jingjia. Aware that the 2 had likely not eaten anything on their journey, Gui Yumei welcomed them in, urging them to rest while she hurried to the kitchen. As the water boiled, she opened the cupboard where rice was stored, discovering 4 eggs resting atop it. Without hesitation, she took them all out. After finishing with the candies, Xia Qingning entered the kitchen, intending to help Gui Yumei stoke the fire. She felt that since she had taken over the original body, the original family was now her own, and the responsibilities and filial piety owed to them were hers to fulfill. Thus, upon seeing Gui Yumei for the first time, she felt no awkwardness in calling her mom. When Xia Qingning entered, Gui Yumei was busy preparing a sweet egg soup. Seeing her daughter offer to help with the fire, she quickly stopped her, unwilling to let her lift a finger for fear of soiling her clothes. Pushed aside, Xia Qingning could only stand by and watch her mother work. She noticed that although Gui Yumei appeared older than her peers, her features were quite striking: large eyes and a prominent nose. This body had inherited about 60% of her mother's good looks. In her youth, Gui Yumei was also considered a beauty in the area, with suitors flocking to her until the threshold of her home wore thin. Ultimately, she married Xia Zhenxing from the same village, a match that was quite fitting in appearance, and they had 2 sons and a daughter who also inherited their good looks. What was once a blissful family of 5, however, fell into tragedy when Xia Zhenxing perished while rescuing Lu Lidong from drowning. Their eldest son lost the use of his leg due to illness, and their daughter was in poor health, leaving the burden of responsibility solely on Gui Yumei. With her heart forever carrying the memory of Xia Zhenxing, she never remarried, raising her children alone. Years of toil under the sun had aged her prematurely, leaving her looking even older than her contemporaries. Noticing her daughter scrutinizing her, Gui Yumei shyly touched her face and asked, "Mom, have I aged so much?" Xia Qingning gazed at this frail yet resilient woman, feeling a surge of compassion and admiration. She gently shook her head and replied, "You have worked hard all these years." Gui Yumei was taken aback by her daughter's sudden words, and tears began to spill uncontrollably. She hurriedly lifted a hand to wipe her face, trying to suppress her emotions, but the tears continued to flow. "It's not hard at all. Seeing you live well makes me happy," Gui Yumei said. Observing her mother cry, Xia Qingning stepped forward to comfort her, patting her back. This gesture only heightened Gui Yumei's emotions as she grasped Xia Qingning's hand and sobbed, "Mom misses you. You never let me come to see you." When her daughter first left, Gui Yumei had been filled with worry, fearing her daughter might suffer, and she had even taken the train to visit, only to find the Yi family treating her well and Lu Lidong not harboring any disdain. She returned home with a light heart, often speaking of Lu Lidong's goodness and how he hadn't forgotten his roots, proclaiming her daughter was enjoying life in the city. However, not long after, the Yi family sent word for her to come to the city urgently. Fearing her daughter was ill or injured, she rushed over, only to discover that her daughter had climbed into He Jingja's bed. Her daughter had always been well-behaved and timid. How could she possibly do such a thing? Yet no matter how many questions she asked, her daughter claimed ignorance. Feeling as if the sky was collapsing, she was relieved that Lu Baichuan, a man of honor, had not scolded her daughter and allowed her to remain in the city. When her daughter turned 18, He Jingja filed a report, and they obtained a marriage certificate, allowing Gui Yumei to finally relax. Over the years, she had wanted to visit her daughter, but felt it would be awkward to see the Yi family. Her son Qingshu had gone a few times but returned saying Lu Lidong's biological mother had moved in, expressing her dislike for visits from them. During her daughter's last visit 3 years ago, she had subtly mentioned that it was inconvenient for them to go to the city, leading to the absence of visits for the past few years. It had been 3 long years since mother and daughter had seen each other. Today, seeing her daughter and hearing her sweet words, Gui Yumei felt both wronged and heartbroken, unable to contain her emotions. Hearing Gui Yumei's words, Xia Qingning too was touched. What mother does not long for her daughter? Her restraint in not visiting the original body for 3 years was not due to apathy, but rather a desire not to burden her daughter. I was wrong in the past. Xia Qingning tenderly embraced her mother. From now on, you can come whenever you wish, and I will visit you often. Upon hearing this, Gui Yumei's eyes sparkled with joy, yet concern creased her brow as she asked, "Is that all right? Will your uncle Baichuan's ex-wife make things difficult for you?" Xia Qingning released her and assured her, "Do not worry, that is the Yi family, not her home. She has no authority, and she would not dare to trouble me." That's good, that's good." Gui Yumei's tear-filled eyes finally gleamed with a smile. After exchanging heartfelt words, the sweet egg soup was ready. The two of them carried it to the table, preparing to call Yi Jingja in for a meal when they noticed a crowd had gathered in the yard, chattering animatedly. That doesn't seem to be the eldest son of the Yi family. It looks more like the second son. Didn't Yi Qingning marry the eldest son of the Yi family? Why is she returning with the second? The younger brother surely wouldn't accompany his sister-in-law back to her family, would he? That seems rather improper. So which brother did she actually marry? Amidst the chatter of the women, He Jingja sat silently, his expression far from pleasant. Gui Yumei's heart sank at the thought that He Jingja might feel uncomfortable and direct his frustration toward her daughter. She hastily stepped outside, addressing the gathering women, "Everyone, please return home for now." Before turning to He Jingja, her face filled with apology, "Jingja, you must be thirsty, let us go inside for some water." He Jingja rose, his demeanor calm as he replied in a steady voice, "All right, Mom." His voice was firm and resonant, clear enough for everyone around to hear. Chapter 54. A upholding face for his wife. That utterance of Mom undoubtedly proclaimed his identity to all. He was indeed the son-in-law of Gui Yumei and the husband of Xia Qingning. Gui Yumei was momentarily taken aback, but tears swiftly welled up in her eyes. She responded with a series of affirmations, before turning away to wipe her tears. By the time she turned back, a smile had replaced her tear-streaked face as she urged Lu Jingja, "Come inside quickly, come inside." Initially, when her husband sacrificed himself to save Xia Lu Lidong, Lu Baichuan arranged the engagement between his daughter and Lu Lidong before returning to the city. Gui Yumei did not feel that she had elevated herself or taken advantage of the situation. Rather, she would have preferred not to have this marriage if her husband were alive. However, her daughter later climbed into Lu Jingja's bed. Though merely a simple rural woman, she understood that the debt owed by Lu Lidong should not fall upon Lu Jingja. The fact that Lu Jingja not only married her daughter but also acknowledged her as his mother in front of so many people left her both astonished and deeply moved. Xia Qingning, standing at the door, was equally taken aback by that single word, "Mom." Despite its brevity, it conveyed Lu Jingja's attitude towards the entire Xia family, affirming his identity and bestowing them with dignity. The expressions of those surrounding them transformed simultaneously upon hearing that word, ranging from surprise to suspicion, confusion, and, of course, amusement. As Lu Jingja prepared to enter with Gui Yumei, a loud male voice suddenly resonated from outside the courtyard. "Jingja." Xia Qingning looked up to see a man dressed in deep blue garments standing at the fence, eagerly peering into the courtyard, his face radiating joy. Despite the large patches on his clothing and a somewhat disheveled appearance, his handsome features were discernible. This was none other than her elder brother, Xia Qingshu. Upon seeing his childhood companion, Lu Jingja's face lit up with an uncharacteristic smile as he moved forward, only to notice Xia Qingshu limping towards him. Unbeknownst to Lu Jingzhe, Xia Qingshu's leg had been injured. When he left the village for the city, Xia Qingshu had come to see him off, and at that time, his leg was perfectly sound. A swirl of emotions, confusion, surprise, sadness, flitted across Lu Jingzhe's face, yet in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and approached Xia Qingshu, saying nothing but giving a hearty pat on his shoulder. The bond between men requires little in the way of words, a simple pat on the shoulder encapsulates everything. Before long, they all entered the house, and at that moment, Xia Qingshu caught sight of Xia Qingning. He paused, seemingly unable to recognize her at first, then suddenly broke into a smile, calling out to her as he had in the past, "Little Ning." "Brother," Xia Qingning responded softly. In this world, she was an only child, devoid of siblings, and finding herself with an older brother and a younger brother was a novel experience that left her somewhat unaccustomed. "Don't just stand there. Come and sit down. After such a long journey, you must be hungry. Eat something," Gui Yumei urged Xia Qingning and Lu Jingzhe, placing 2 bowls of sweetened eggs before them. Xia Qingning looked down into her bowl and then into Lu Jingzhe's, each containing 2 eggs. Observing Gui Yumei and Xia Qingshu's tattered clothing and the dilapidated state of their home, she understood the profound significance of those 2 bowls of sweetened eggs. Noticing that neither of them had touched their chopsticks, Gui Yumei seemed to realize something and quickly explained, "Don't mind us. We've already eaten, please, you 2 eat." Having just emerged from the kitchen, it was impossible for her to have eaten. Xia Qingning walked into the kitchen to fetch a bowl, intending to divide her eggs. Gui Yumei hurriedly tried to dissuade her, and without exposing her mother's pretense, Xia Qingning simply stated, "You've eaten, but Qingchao hasn't. Leave this for him." As Gui Yumei was about to respond, Lu Jingzhe had already placed both of his eggs into Xia Qingning's bowl, then raised his bowl to drink the syrup inside, asking Xia Qingshu, "Can we borrow a cart now?" Xia Qingshu was puzzled as to why he needed a cart but nodded, saying, "We can borrow one. Uncle Li's cart is available next door. Do you need it now?" "Yes, please help me borrow it," Lu Jingzhe replied. Xia Qingshu acknowledged and stepped out. Xia Qingning gazed at the eggs in her bowl, eating only one and scooping the rest out. She said to Gui Yumei, "We ate in town on our way back and really can't eat anymore. Mom, please help me finish them." Upon hearing this, Gui Yumei felt it inappropriate to press her further, so she grabbed a plate nearby and intended to cover the remaining eggs. Then save them for later. They won't be as good later. You should eat them now. The mother and daughter exchanged pleasantries, but ultimately, Gui Yumei, unable to refuse her daughter, ate 1 egg while saving the other 2. Before long, Xia Qingshu returned with the cart and left with Lu Jingzhe. At this moment, Aunt Jinhua, who had just gone to call someone, shouted from outside, "Yumei, I went to call him. Your Qingchao was out in the field cutting rabbit grass, so that no matter how much I call, he won't come back." Gui Yumei hurried outside, looking at the panting Aunt Jinhua with confusion. "Did you not tell him his sister has returned?" "I did tell him, and I also mentioned that his sister brought back a lot of candy, but he still won't come," Aunt Jinhua replied. "This child," Gui Yumei muttered under her breath, then turned to Aunt Jinhua, "Thank you for your trouble. I'll go call him." After calling out to Xia Qingning, she quickly stepped out. Not long after Gui Yumei left, several women in their 40s approached the Xia family home. Of the leading woman, dressed more elegantly than the others, strode purposefully, saying, "I heard that Gui Yumei has returned, and she seems like a completely different person. I must go see what she has become." This woman, Niu Xianhua, had grown up alongside Gui Yumei and always enjoyed competing with her, first in beauty, later in husbands, and eventually in children. Yet, she had never managed to surpass Gui Yumei. However, when Gui Yumei's husband tragically passed away, and her eldest son became crippled, Niu Xianhua suddenly felt superior, taking great delight in Gui Yumei's misfortunes over the years. "I just caught a glimpse from afar, and she has indeed changed. Her clothes are nice, and she looks beautiful. No wonder the village girls want to marry into the city," remarked one of the women beside her. "What's so great about marrying into the city? If you ask me, daughters should marry into stable families. Look at our Jiaodi and lady, they married close by, providing support for their families, helping build houses, giving money for their brothers' weddings, and always available when needed. Isn't that far better than Gui Yumei's family, where her daughter only comes back once in a blue moon?" As they spoke, they arrived at the Xia family courtyard, straining their necks to peer inside, where they saw Xia Qingning, dressed in a light blue shirt, conversing with Aunt Jinhua. The young woman appeared exquisite and poised, her complexion as fair as a peel egg, with every inch of exposed skin delicately smooth and white. This Xia girl has truly transformed. It's no wonder everyone wants to marry into the city, look at how well she has been raised. Indeed, I heard she generously gives out candy by the handful to outsiders, she is quite magnanimous. I reckon Yume will enjoy endless blessings in the future. Who knows, she might even be taken to the city. Hearing everyone praise Gui Yume, who had always lived a life less fortunate than her own, Niu Xianhua's sense of fairness was disturbed. Pouting, she retorted, enjoy blessings, take into the city, what nonsense, I heard she returned with just a small bundle, carrying nothing of substance. What is so great about marrying into the city? I think it's far less practical than the potatoes and sweet potatoes my daughter sends. Just as she was speaking, an older man in his 60s suddenly approached from behind, standing outside the courtyard and calling in, Yume, come out quickly. Your son-in-law has bought you a whole cart of food and supplies, including dozens of pounds of flour. The cart can't come in, hurry out and help carry it. Chapter 55. I don't care about her. As soon as those words were shouted, all the ants standing nearby fell silent, their gazes converging upon Niu Xianhua. Stung by the public rebuke, Niu Xianhua's expression instantly morphed into a complex mix of jealousy and indignation. Hearing the shout, Xia Qingning emerged from the courtyard and turned to see a throng of onlookers, along with the hurriedly arriving Uncle Li. Qingning, quickly call your mother to help move the things, Uncle Li urged, looking at Xia Qingning with a sense of urgency. Uncle, my mother isn't home, I'll go move them myself, Xia Qingning replied as she made to step outside. They weigh dozens of pounds, your health has never been robust, with those slender arms and legs, how can you possibly manage? Uncle Li promptly intervened, then suddenly turned to the women standing nearby, smiling as he asked, is everyone just standing around? Why not lend a hand and help with the moving? Having just been publicly humiliated, Niu Xianhua was infuriated at the suggestion that she assist her rival in transporting items. With a darkened expression, she retorted, which of your eyes saw us idling? I'll go, Aunt Genoa quickly interjected, stepping forward. The other ants, seeing her willingness, felt a kinship and followed suit. Niu Xianhua was left standing awkwardly, unable to walk away or stay. Before long, the women returned with a multitude of packages, pork, eggs, oil, rice, flour, sugar, nearly filling the courtyard. The last ant to enter, whether intentionally or not, placed the oil down and remarked to Niu Xianhua, Xianhua, the items sent by the son-in-law of the Xia family are indeed more valuable than the potatoes and sweet potatoes your daughter brought. Niu Xianhua was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing to respond, it's just a bit of rice and flour, they've only sent this once in 3 years. What is so remarkable about it? This statement was overheard by Xia Qingning, who said nothing in reply and continued into the house. When she re-emerged, she carried a bag in her hand. Seeing Xia Qingning step out, her fair and delicate face adorned in a lovely water blue top and stylish skirt, one ant couldn't help but exclaim, this Qingning girl is quite beautiful and dresses well. Those clothes and that skirt are simply unavailable at our local market. Niu Xianhua glanced at Xia Qingning, noting her attractive attire, and felt a twinge of jealousy but couldn't help but disparage, she may dress splendidly, but she doesn't even buy a single piece for her mother or brother. Just look at Gui Yume and her 2 sons, their clothes are patched up so badly that with a stick, they could go begging. Xia Qingning, overhearing this once again, chose to remain silent as she began distributing candies to the ants who had just helped. Thank you all for your hard work today, I appreciate the care you've shown my family, please continue to look out for us, she said, as she offered colorful fruit candies that rustled delightfully in their plastic wrappers. Generously, she filled each person's palm with a handful, and when it came to Niu Xianhua, she looked at the bag and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Aunt Xianhua, but I've run out of candies. I'll be sure to bring you some next time. Niu Xianhua had extended her hand in anticipation of receiving the sweets, but upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, she could only retract it in disappointment. At that moment, Xia Qingning turned to another woman and remarked, Aunt, I recall you used to make clothes for others, didn't you? Yes, indeed, I still do, the woman replied while placing the candies into her bag. Since I'm concerned that purchased clothing may not fit well, I've brought back some fabric. Could you assist my mother and brother in making a few pieces? I'll pay you for your work. Of course, the woman eagerly nodded in agreement. In those rural times, most people wore recycled fabric, which was made by tearing old cloth into shreds and weaving it anew, resulting in particularly coarse material. Upon seeing the fabric Xia Qingning produced from her bag, the aunt's eyes lit up as she praised, this cotton fabric looks splendid, it feels soft too, truly of fine quality. She then turned to Niu Xianhua, urging, "Xianhua, you should feel it too." Niu Xianhua felt utterly humiliated and could hardly muster the courage to touch it. What could she possibly say? Was the fabric any more comfortable than her own clothing? Not wanting to endure further humiliation, she muttered an excuse about having matters to attend to at home and scurried away. Once the items were moved and everyone had received their candies, they cheerfully departed for home. At that moment, Guiyume was heading home with her younger son. Xia Qingchao, the boy, around 12 or 13 years old, was burdened by a hefty load of grass on his back, his petite frame bent beneath the weight. Guiyume had suggested several times that she could carry it, but the boy stubbornly refused. Unable to persuade her son, Guiyume followed alongside, saying, "Haven't you been looking forward to your sister's return? Now that she is back, why are you sulking? Who has been looking forward to her return?" The boy retorted, visibly angry and speaking harshly, "She doesn't even care about us anymore." "I certainly don't miss her." Guiyume understood her son's words belied his true feelings and smiled as she teased him, still being stubborn. "Your sister raised you, you've depended on her since childhood. Who was it that secretly cried under the blanket when she left last time?" "Definitely not me," Xia Qingchao declared emphatically, quickening his pace, clearly intent on avoiding any further conversation with Guiyume. Guiyume quickened her steps to catch up with her son, attempting to console him. "Your sister has a hard life in the city. She does think of us. If it's so hard, why doesn't she just come back?" Xia Qingchao interrupted loudly, frustrated at her son's stubbornness and his raised voice. Guiyume asked, "What would she come back for? To starve? Or are you going to support her?" "I'll support her." The boy shot back defiantly, though his bravado was clearly waning. The half-grown child, puffing his cheeks in anger, appeared rather endearing in his frustration. Guiyume looked at her son and suddenly burst into laughter. "Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want her back, didn't miss her, and now you're saying you'll support her. Aren't you contradicting yourself?" Xia Qingchao, caught out, was visibly displeased and ceased engaging. Striding ahead with the grass on his back, the two finally returned home, where Xia Qingning awaited them. Observing the boy, she noticed his bare feet, mud-stained pant cuffs, and sunburned face, all while he struggled under the weight of the grass on his back, his small body bending dramatically, as though he might topple over at any moment. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Xia Qingning felt a surge of compassion and called out to him. "Qingchao." She approached, intending to help him with the load. However, the boy deliberately evaded her reach, refusing to respond or even glance at her, and instead walked over to place the burden down beside the rabbit cage. "What a child," Guiyume remarked, trying to ease the tension between them. "Qingchao, come inside, your sister has saved you a Friday GG. As she turned to enter the house, she noticed a plethora of items in the courtyard: rice, flour, oil, and more. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, she saw Lu Jingzhe and Xia Qingshu enter, with Lu Jingzhe carrying a bag of flour. Recalling his earlier question to their son about whether they had a cart, it dawned on her that all these provisions were indeed purchased by him. Standing nearby, Xia Qingning observed Xia Qingshu's gait and noticed something seemed amiss. She hurriedly asked Guiyume, "I remember that brother injured his right foot. Why does his left foot also seem?" At that moment, Xia Qingchao, whose mood had softened, suddenly flared up again upon hearing her words, shouting at Xia Qingning, "How can you still ask? Isn't it all because of you?" Chapter 56. Deep affection, never voiced. As she observed the furious Xia Qingchao, Xia Qingning was filled with confusion. According to her understanding, Xia Qingshu's leg had become disabled due to an infection that had not been treated promptly, and it had nothing to do with her. This was their first encounter since she had arrived in this world. How could Xia Qingchao attribute the blame to her? "Qingchao, don't speak nonsense. How can you blame your sister for this?" Guiyume admonished her son sternly. "How can it not be her fault? If it weren't for picking loquats for her, would my brother have fallen from the tree?" Xia Qingchao retorted indignantly. It was then that Xia Qingning began to comprehend the situation. She unconsciously raised her gaze towards the loquat tree at the entrance of their home, where golden loquats dangled plentifully. However, she soon realized that the fruits were not particularly large. Only in the sunlit areas of the tree's crown did a few sizable, ripe ones hang. Reflecting on the loquats Xia Qingshu had sent a couple of days prior, each one uniform and substantial, it became evident that he had meticulously chosen those from the treetop. Carrying such heavy loquats, he had traversed dozens of miles of mountainous terrain to reach the town, only to spend money on a bus to the city. Upon delivery, fearing to inconvenience his sister, he hadn't even entered their home for a sip of water, leaving the loquats in a telephone booth before departing. For such a long journey, limping along, he must not have had much money on him. Likely he subsisted on hard bread when hunger struck, enduring the arduous trek solely to provide his sister with her beloved loquats. The weight of this familial bond was profoundly overwhelming. As an only child, Xiao Qingning, who had never experienced the affection of siblings, felt her eyes prick with tears. If that is the case, then you must bear some blame as well, Gui Yumei remarked, lightly tapping her younger son's head, continuing, if it weren't for your stubbornness in refusing to help your sister pick, would your brother have climbed the tree? If he hadn't climbed, he wouldn't have fallen. Listening to Gui Yumei's words, Xiao Qingqiao appeared somewhat remorseful, refraining from further rebuttal as he turned to retreat into the house. Your brother's leg is fine, do not worry. Gui Yumei noticed Xiao Qingning's concern and quickly reassured her, do not be angry with your brother. He may seem tough on the outside, but he genuinely cares for you. Suddenly smiling, she leaned closer to Xiao Qingning, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. The other day, when he saw your brother and me asleep, he quietly climbed the tree to pick the largest ones and stealthily placed them in the basket he brought for you. Xiao Qingning felt deeply moved. Although the original family was impoverished, each member was silently devoted. Had the original father not passed away, and had she not been betrothed to Lu Lidong, perhaps she would have married an honest and simple man in this small mountain village, living a life that was plain yet warm, avoiding such a tragic fate. Suppressing her tears, she initially felt a sense of duty to fulfill the obligations of this body, but now she resolved to regard the Xiao family as her true kin, endeavoring to improve their lives in the future. Upon entering the house, Gui Yumei hurried to pour water for the returning Lu Jingjia. Seeing the numerous items he had purchased, she felt quite guilty, repeatedly insisting he ought not to have spent so much. Lu Jingjia set down his belongings, drank some water, and then changed into his military uniform before announcing he had matters to attend to and left alone. Xiao Qingning was puzzled by his sudden change of attire. She sensed that his mood did not seem particularly bright upon his return. Contemplating whether she should inquire about his feelings, she ultimately decided against it, realizing Lu Jingjia's cool demeanor would likely elicit no response. After Lu Jingjia departed, Xiao Qingning had an idea. She entered the room and retrieved the new clothes she had bought for everyone. Gui Yumei received a floral jacket, Xiao Qingshu a white shirt, and Xiao Qingqiao a tracksuit. Except for Xiao Qingqiao, who remained hidden in his room, refusing to come out despite repeated calls, both Gui Yumei and Xiao Qingshu expressed a mix of surprise and concern, delighted by the quality of the garments yet troubled by the expenditure. Particularly, upon seeing the white shirt, Xiao Qingshu was momentarily stunned. He had never worn such fine clothing in his life. Observing their delight, Xiao Qingning encouraged them to try on the outfits. Gui Yumei stepped out first, wearing the jacket that fit her well. Despite the passage of time having dulled her youthful appearance, the new clothes bestowed upon her a semblance of her former grace. As Xiao Qingning praised her, Xiao Qingshu emerged from the room, donned in the white shirt and his best trousers, scratching his head bashfully as he approached. Indeed, the adage that clothes make the man rang true. Here stood a young man in a white shirt and blue trousers, handsome and tall, now exuding an impressive presence. Seeing her son in such a state, Gui Yumei's eyes glistened with tears once more. Once, while working in the fields, Xiao Qingshu had injured his foot on a rusty nail. Fearing the cost of treatment, he had neglected to seek medical help, opting instead to apply herbal remedies. After the father's passing, the family lost its pillar of support, and despite his injury, Xiao Qingshu persisted in his labor. By the time Gui Yumei noticed something amiss, his leg had swollen alarmingly, and he had developed a high fever. Although his life was saved at the clinic, he was left with a lifelong disability. How fortunate it would have been if her son's leg had remained intact. Her son, possessing good character and appearance, had excelled in school, even having his writings published in the newspaper, rivaling any young man in the village. How had he fallen to a state where he could only marry a mentally unstable girl? Seeing Gui Yumei so sorrowful, Xiao Qingning quickly comforted her, gently patting her hand, whispering, "Mother, look how handsome my brother is." Xiao Qingshu, flattered by the compliment, felt a rush of warmth in his ears, instinctively touching them before saying, "It's all thanks to Xiao Ning for buying such nice clothes." The three exchanged heartfelt words, and noticing that Xiao Qingqiao still refused to emerge, Xiao Qingning picked up the large bag of white rabbit milk candy she had purchased and knocked on his door. Lying on his bed, Xiao Qingqiao heard the knocking and recognized it was his sister, yet he did not open the door. Instead, he buried his head deeper into his blanket. After knocking for a while with no response, Xiao Qingning realized her brother was still upset. She called out, "Qingqiao, please open the door. I brought you some milk candies." When there was no reaction from within, she paused before continuing, "Please don't be mad at me. I was wrong before, but I promise I will come back to see you often, liar, Xiao Qingchao muttered under the covers, his voice barely audible to himself. Last time you said the same thing, went to the city, and never returned to see us again. You even looked down on us for being poor, afraid we'd embarrass you, and wouldn't let us come to find you. The more he thought about it, the angrier and sadder he became, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Realizing he still wouldn't open the door, Xiao Qingning decided to wait until evening to talk to him. She called out, Qingchao, I've left the candies at the door. You can have them later. Once all fell silent outside, Xiao Qingchao cautiously removed the blanket from over his head, tiptoeing to peek through the crack in the door. Seeing that his sister had indeed left, his expression instantly drooped. He gently opened the door, retrieved the candies, and then closed it again. The candies were unlike any he had ever seen, wrapped in white paper adorned with adorable rabbits. Even through the wrapper, he could smell the rich aroma of milk, and he couldn't help but swallow. He took one, carefully unwrapping the paper, revealing the white candy that looked incredibly sweet in his dark hands. He swallowed again, then placed the candy in his mouth. The rich taste of milk enveloped him, mingling with sweetness, melting in his mouth to create an exquisite sensation, the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. For some inexplicable reason, the once sweet and fragrant candy suddenly turned salty in his mouth. The 12-year-old boy, stubbornly clutching a large bag of candy, wept silently in his room. Chapter 57. I have come to take you home. Lu Jingjia had been gone for quite some time, and a sense of unease began to creep into Xiao Qingning's heart. Although his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he was always measured in his actions. He would never embark on a visit or undertake any task without informing those around him. Upon his return, his spirits appeared notably subdued, particularly as they entered the village. Xiao Qingning had observed on several occasions that his expression seemed somewhat amiss. Yet, he remained silent, and she feared that any inquiries on her part might provoke his displeasure, so she refrained from speaking. After waiting for a considerable duration without his return, Xiao Qingning resolved to search for him. Just as she was about to step out of the courtyard, Wei Yumei called out to her, inquiring about her intentions. Not regarding Wei Yumei as a stranger, Xiao Qingning confided her concerns to her. After listening, Wei Yumei pondered for a moment, her expression suddenly transforming into one of realization. She remarked to Xiao Qingning, "Ah, he must have gone there." Then, turning to her, she added, "Allow me to accompany you." Curiosity piqued within Xiao Qingning regarding Wei Yumei's ambiguous reference to there, yet she refrained from asking for clarification, merely following her out the door. The rural mountain paths were treacherous, narrow, and winding. As they walked, Wei Yumei constantly cautioned her daughter to watch her step, promptly clearing away obstructive branches whenever they encountered them. She seemed to have forgotten that her daughter had grown up in this impoverished mountain village and had traversed this path countless times. Xiao Qingning followed Wei Yumei, assuring her that there was no need for such meticulous clearing, as she was quite accustomed to the terrain. Wei Yumei responded cheerfully, yet her hands remained busy. As they continued on their way, Wei Yumei absent-mindedly remarked while clearing branches, "Ah, Jingjia had a difficult childhood. Were it not for marrying you, he likely would have never wished to return here." Although her words were unintentional, they struck Xiao Qingning as peculiar, prompting her to inquire further. "At that time, you were still young and may not remember clearly." "Your Uncle Lu," she hesitated, realizing that this term was no longer appropriate, and corrected herself. "Your father had a poor social standing and often had to endure re-education. During that time when I visited his home, I would always see Su Demisi weeping while holding her two young children." Though Wei Yumei spoke without much emotion, Xiao Qingning was taken aback. Before she could fully process the gravity of her words, Wei Yumei continued, "I recall one night when a group of people suddenly stormed into their home, dragging Lu Dage from his bed. When we arrived, everything in their house had been destroyed, and Su Demisi had taken lighting along with her unattended. Jingjia stood barefoot on the edge of the field, clad only in a thin garment, too frightened to cry out or make a sound. When I finally found him, he was so frozen that he could hardly speak, his hair and eyebrows laden with ice. It took a long time under the warmth of a quilt before he regained feeling, and his first question was about his parents' safety. He was merely 8 or 9 years old at that time. Watching his mother carry his brother away while he remained behind must have filled him with despair." At this point, Wei Yumei shook her head unconsciously, lamenting, "Ah. Reflecting on those times truly feels like a tragedy." Xiao Qingning had never been aware of Lu Jingjia's past experiences. Firstly, they were not chronicled in the writings, and secondly, he was several years older than the original character, who had no recollection from that period. Jingjia was always a clever child, resilient in spirit, yet after enduring several upheavals, he suddenly became reticent. At that time, seeing how miserable their family was, we invited Su Demisi to let her children stay with us for a while. Lighting came, but Jingjia steadfastly refused to join. Amidst the shouting and chaos, what child wouldn't be terrified? He would not come to seek refuge, out of concern for his mother, wanting to stay by her side. When disaster struck and their possessions were taken, there was not a morsel of food left. Once, I brought them some steamed buns, only to find them eating guanine earth. Recalling that scene brings tears every time. Can a child consume that? It is fatal. There have been cases of people eating it and literally bursting to death. I suppose they were driven by hunger, fearing that proximity to others might bring harm to them. Hence, Su Demisi was also a woman of great misfortune, so loyal and devoted. She should have enjoyed a prosperous life upon returning to the city, yet suddenly, it was all gone. Jingjia must have felt heartbroken for his mother. With her gone, I cannot fathom how he managed to endure. Xiao Qingning, upon hearing these words, felt as though her legs were encased in lead, each step growing heavier. She had never imagined that Lu Jingjia's childhood had been so harrowing. Recalling the time she had applied medicine to his wounds, it seemed he had felt little pain. Perhaps he had grown so accustomed to suffering throughout his life that he no longer registered it. As the two rounded a hillside, Wei Yumei pointed below and said to Xiao Qingning, "Look, he is over there." Then she turned to her and added, "Do you remember? That was where they lived in the village?" Following her gesture, Xiao Qingning indeed spotted the familiar figure standing alone in the wilderness, clad in a crisp military uniform, exuding a sense of solitude and composure. Against the backdrop of his green attire, he stood tall and proud, reminiscent of a resilient pine. Before him lay a house, long abandoned and now in ruins, its remnants overtaken by nature, seemingly erasing all traces of past habitation. "I shall return now. You keep an eye on him," Wei Yumei said, displaying her understanding of the situation. She recognized that it would be inappropriate to intrude at this moment, leaving her daughter to watch over him, which brought her peace. As she turned to leave, whether by intention or accident, she whispered softly, "My daughter, marrying Jingjia is a good choice. It is better than marrying Lighting." After Wei Yumei departed, Xiao Qingning did not descend. She understood that he required solitude, so she merely stood at a distance, quietly watching over him, much like those years when he stood guard over their homeland in silence. Having listened to Wei Yumei's revelations, Xiao Qingning felt as though she had come to a renewed understanding of Lu Jingjia. No wonder he possessed such a cool demeanor, no wonder he shied away from intimacy with others. Had it been anyone else with such a tumultuous upbringing, they would likely carry irremediable scars, yet he had never spoken of it, never complained, bravely walking a solitary path. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended why Lu Jingjia had donned his military uniform. Beneath that exterior lay the unresolved, unprotectable, and unchangeable burdens of his past, all of which must have found redemption in the fabric of his uniform. Uncertain of how long she had stood there, Lu Jingjia finally turned around. The memories of yesteryear were cast aside, and he strode forward with purpose, his gait unchanged, the daylight still bright. Upon reaching the intersection, he turned a corner and beheld Xiao Qingning standing there. The beautiful maiden seemed to descend from the heavens, appearing before him without warning, her hair dark as ink, her eyes bright as stars, smiling gently at him. Lu Jingjia paused momentarily, perplexed, and asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Qingning's smile was warm and radiant, as if to dispel all his shadows, and she softly replied, "I have come to take you home." Chapter 58. "You are wonderful, truly wonderful." Lu Jingjia refrained from further inquiries as the two meandered along the mountain path. Thanks to Wei Yumei's recent tidying, the way was free of obstructive branches, allowing for a smooth journey. In the mountains, the moon seemed to rise unusually early. Even before the sun had fully set, it eagerly hung above the treetops. The two walked home, one trailing the other, passing through a small bamboo grove where the wind rustled the leaves. Outside the bamboo, a few women lingered in the fields, plucking sweet potato leaves while engaging in light conversation. Xiao Qingning initially paid little heed to their chatter, but when her name pierced through her ears, she instinctively slowed her pace. "Have you seen that girl from the Xia family, the one named Qingning? She's back." "Of course I've seen her," she returned with the second son of the Lu family. "You wouldn't believe it, but that second son of the Lu family was as cold as ice in his youth, and he's just the same now. His face looks frostbitten. He never smiles. That's because of the trouble caused by his father. If you ask me, that Su Hui is as thick-headed as they come. A perfectly good educated youth from the countryside, attractive enough, yet she chose a man with a child, a filthy old 9. How can you call her thick-headed? Lu Baichuan eventually had his name cleared and returned to the city, didn't he? She's clever, living a much better life with him now. Better life, my foot, I heard he died young. What? Dead, yo dear, that's truly pitiful. She followed Lu Baichuan and suffered greatly, yet reaped no rewards. I bet it's mostly her second son's doing. Just look at that cold face of his. It sends shivers down your spine. Such people bring misfortune. Xiao Qingning, hidden behind the bamboo grove, felt a surge of emotions, anger swelling within her even more than it did for Lu Jingjia. The injustices they spoke of were already unfortunate enough, now they had become fodder for idle gossip. They were utterly oblivious to how foolish and malicious their casual speculations and conclusions were. I'll go tell them to stop. Typically gentle Xiao Qingning, upon hearing such words, felt her delicate face scrunch up in indignation, unable to suppress her urge to confront them. Before she could take a step, a large, strong hand reached out, grasping her arm and halting her movement. Xiao Qingning looked questioningly at Lu Jingjia, only to find his expression calm and unperturbed, as though he were unaffected by their words. He simply uttered two words in a deep voice, "No need." Xiao Qingning felt a mix of anger and sympathy, exclaiming, "How can they say such things about you and your mother?" At her defense, Lu Jingjia's demeanor shifted slightly, yet he did not release her, solemnly responding, "Arguments are futile." Xiao Qingning knew he could not truly be indifferent. His clenched fists betrayed him, revealing his deep desire to protect those he cherished most. He was merely enduring, unwilling to engage in pointless disputes with these ignorant village women. Gradually calming herself, she recognized that escalating the situation would only make Lu Jingjia more uncomfortable, so she refrained from pursuing the matter with them. Seeing her tranquility return, Lu Jingjia was about to release her arm when, in the next instant, she suddenly grasped his hand. Her small hand seemed to exert considerable strength, enveloping his with a warmth that spread through him like a gentle stream. A flicker of surprise crossed his indifferent gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, he did not withdraw his hand. At that moment, Xiao Qingning's heart brimmed with sincerity, devoid of any distractions. In her desperate attempt to comfort him, she had clasped his hand, wishing to offer him warmth and strength, to convey that not all in this world was malevolent. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and kindness as she gazed at him, affirmatively declaring, "They are merely speaking nonsense. All that talk of misfortune is nothing but futile superstition. You are wonderful, truly wonderful, so do not pay heed to their words." "All right," Lu Jingjia replied softly, warmth and tenderness glimmering in his eyes as he uttered a single word, "Good." Only then did Xiao Qingning realize she was still holding his hand, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment. To mask it, she smiled awkwardly and retracted her hand. Stealing a glance at Lu Jingjia, she noted that he seemed unconcerned and bore no hint of reproach, which eased her heart. As they were about to continue on their way, they overheard the women resume their chatter. "Hey, wasn't it the eldest son of the Lu family who was betrothed to that girl from the Xia family back in the day? How did it suddenly change to the second son?" "Indeed, in the city, it hardly matters, they're brothers after all, marrying either one is the same." "But how could it not matter? It was precisely because that girl's father saved the eldest son of the Lu family that this engagement was arranged. Others are city folk, while she is just a country girl. She can't simply choose who to marry." "That's right, she should have wed the eldest son. So why is she marrying the second son now? I suspect she actively pursued the second son or employed some unsavory tactics." These gossipy aunts may have been intrusive, but their conjectures were remarkably accurate. Just as Xiao Qingning had finished comforting Lu Jingjia, the focus of the gossip swiftly shifted to her. She forced a smile, pretending not to care, and quickened her pace to move ahead. As they exited the bamboo grove, Xiao Qingning suddenly heard Lu Jingjia beside her intentionally clear his throat. The women, alerted by the sound, immediately fell silent and turned their gazes toward them. Xiao Qingning straightened her back, determined not to show any weakness in front of these meddlesome women when, out of nowhere, a loose military jacket was draped over her shoulders. This gesture instantly reminded her of their first encounter when, during her most awkward and helpless moment, he had also enveloped her in a large coat, silently aiding her in overcoming her predicament. Yet, unlike that previous instance of simple assistance, this felt more like a protective embrace. "It's getting windy," he said, lowering his head to adjust her clothing. "You shouldn't catch a chill." His voice was cool yet rich, resonating melodiously. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he took her hand, walking confidently forward. Chapter 59. Do you wish to enlist? Lu Jingzhe's hand was large, nearly enveloping Xia Qingning's entirely. His palm exuded warmth and dryness. Years of rigorous training had left a thin callus on his fingertips, yet it did not feel coarse. Rather, it radiated boundless strength, instilling an immeasurable sense of security in silence. After traversing that stretch of road, Xia Qingning withdrew her hand from Lu Jingzhe's grasp and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for helping me out." She understood that Lu Jingzhe had merely wished to silence the conjectures of those speculating about their relationship, to prevent them from underestimating her, and his act of holding her hand was not born of affection or anything else. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Lu Jingzhe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, responding in a deep tone, "It's nothing." As they reached the entrance of the courtyard, they encountered Xia Qingqiao, who rushed out with an anxious expression. Upon seeing them return, Xia Qingqiao seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, turning and retreating back into the house. "You're back," Wei Yumei greeted as she emerged to meet Xia Qingning and the others. She then glanced at her younger son, who brushed past her, still being obstinate. Didn't you claim not to care about your sister? Why the rush?" After speaking, she moved beside Xia Qingning, took her hand, and whispered with a smile, "I just told him that you two had already gone back to the city. Look how flustered he was, dashing out to chase after you. I couldn't even call him back." Xia Qingning turned to glance into the house, but Xia Qingxiao's figure had already vanished. This child truly had a stubborn temperament, still putting on a brave front. She wondered if, before she departed, she could help him untangle his feelings and hear him address her as sister. Dinner was already prepared, with a table laid out featuring white rice, pork vermicelli, braised rabbit meat, and stir-fried sweet potato leaves. It was a feast more lavish than that of the Xia family during the New Year. As everyone took their seats, Wei Yumei urged them to eat quickly. Xia Qingqiao sat at a considerable distance from Xia Qingning, his head bowed, avoiding her gaze. Despite the enticing spread before him, he refrained from serving himself, instead opting for a coarse dumpling, silently gnawing at it. This dumpling had been left over from lunch, and with the warm weather, it would spoil by the next day if not consumed. The Xia family had never had a habit of wasting food, so even with a table full of delectable dishes, Wei Yumei had brought it out, placing it right in front of herself. What else with this child? A whole table of delicacies, and he chooses to munch on a dumpling the moment he arrives, Wei Yumei inquired, feigning curiosity as she observed her still pouting younger son. "The dumpling is tasty," Xia Qingqiao retorted stubbornly. "Then I'll have one too," Xia Qingning said with a smile, evidently trying to bridge the gap between them. She reached for the last dumpling on the plate, but before she could grasp it, Xia Qingqiao swiftly took it away. "If it's so delicious, why not let your sister have a bite?" Xia Qingning teased. "Precisely because it's delicious that I want to share it with you," Xia Qingqiao replied, not sparing her a glance, and soon devoured both dumplings. The dumpling was not made from pure white flour, rather, it contained a substantial portion of second-grade rice bran, which is the rough, leftover bits from the rice milling process. This type of rice was known for its unpleasant texture, coarse and gritty, typically reserved for feeding chickens. However, the Xia family could scarcely afford to waste even such rice, using it to make dumplings for their own consumption. Xia Qingqiao wasn't withholding it from his sister out of spite. He simply understood that the dumpling was rather unpalatable, hence his deliberate refusal to share. Nearby, Xia Qingshu playfully patted his younger brother's head, aware of his intentions but choosing not to expose him. He smiled at Xia Qingning, saying, "Let him enjoy it, he likes it." He then picked up a large rabbit leg with his chopsticks and placed it in Xia Qingning's bowl, adding, "Xiaoning, you should eat the rabbit meat. This is the rabbit that Qingqiao raised, treasured beyond measure. It's only because you're home that he allowed Mom to slaughter it for dinner." "That's not true," Xia Qingqiao muttered quietly, his tone laced with indignation. That rabbit was disobedient, always telling lies. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingning felt a chill run down her spine. It was evident he was hinting at a fate for the rabbit that served as a warning for her. She quickly interjected, "Qingqiao, I truly acknowledge my mistakes, I will never lie to you again." Everyone burst into laughter at this statement. Although Xia Qingqiao still kept his head down, unwilling to speak, the corners of his lips had already begun to curl upward in a secret smile. Wei Yumei seized the opportunity to tease, "Qingqiao, don't frighten your sister. Soon she might not even dare to eat rabbit meat." After dinner, Lu Jingzhe returned to the room that Wei Yumei had specially prepared for them. Just as he was about to remove his military uniform, he noticed a small head peeking from behind the door, stealthily observing the room. In truth, he had already been aware of Xia Qingcao's curious glances during dinner. Pausing his actions, he settled onto a nearby chair and called out to the child outside, "Little rascal, come in." His voice was steady and commanding, a result of years spent in military training. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingcao instinctively felt the urge to flee, yet as he turned, he hesitated. Ultimately, his longing overcame his trepidation, and he cautiously stepped into the room. He was significantly younger than Lu Jingjie. His family had left the village when he was quite small, leaving him with little memory of him. However, he had gleaned some details about his sister's situation from his mother and brother's conversations, understanding that Lu Jingjie had been coerced into marrying her. Thus, when faced with this seemingly aloof and intimidating man, he felt a twinge of fear. With his gaze cast downward, he dared not meet Lu Jingjie's eyes, softly uttering, "Brother-in-law." Lu Jingjie's brow twitched slightly, evidently unaccustomed to the title, yet he refrained from correcting him, instead asking in a low voice, "What were you hiding there for?" Xia Qingcao lowered his head even further, as if burdened by some concern. After a lengthy silence, he remained mute. "What else with the hesitation, young man? Speak your mind," Lu Jingjie said, his tone firm yet not reproachful, almost encouraging. Perhaps spurred by the term young man, Xia Qingcao finally mustered the courage to lift his head and boldly replied, "I was looking at your military uniform." Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced Lu Jingjie's lips. Moments later, he removed his uniform and handed it directly to Xia Qingcao. Xia Qingcao was taken aback, raising his hands to accept it, but upon noticing his grimy, dirt-stained hands, he hesitated. Without a word, Lu Jingjie draped the uniform over his shoulders. The uniform was oversized, draping awkwardly on the frail 12-year-old, yet somehow, as soon as the fabric touched his skin, Xia Qingcao instinctively straightened his back. Lu Jingjie's gesture silently upheld the dignity of a young boy while simultaneously offering him immense encouragement. "How old are you?" 12, soon to be 13. "Do you wish to enlist?" Lu Jingjie, as if seeing through Xia Qingcao's thoughts, asked directly. "I do." Xia Qingcao replied without a moment's hesitation, his voice resounding with conviction. "Are you not afraid of hardship?" "Not at all." Listening to his resolute responses, Lu Jingjie patted him on the shoulder twice. Although the boy was slender, his muscles were surprisingly firm. The force of the pat caused Xia Qingcao to sway slightly, but he quickly regained his posture, emanating an inherent stubbornness and indomitable spirit. Lu Jingjie nodded and stated solemnly, "In a few years, when you join the army, we will issue you a uniform." Chapter 60. Hurry and have a child with him. Upon returning to the room where Gui Yumei had prepared their bed, Xia Qingning glanced at the bed before turning to enter Gui Yumei's room, inquiring if she had an extra blanket. Gui Yumei paused momentarily, her expression betraying surprise at the request. Given the current weather, a thick blanket was unnecessary. One blanket was sufficient for two people, unless. She opened her mouth, contemplating a question, but ultimately swallowed her words and retrieved a new blanket from the wooden chest, handing it to Xia Qingning. Taking the blanket into her room, Xia Qingning recalled that she had yet to give Gui Yumei the special protective cream she had purchased for her, so she fetched the ointment and re-entered her room. Gui Yumei's hands had always been prone to skin issues, often cracking, and after years of excessive labor, they were now in a lamentable state. Observing her mother's hands, Xia Qingning felt a pang of sympathy as she gently opened the container and began to apply the cream. While many used this protective ointment on their faces, in the summer, the skin on the face did not dry out as it did in winter. Instead, it was the cracked hands that benefited more from the application. As Gui Yumei watched her daughter attentively tending to her hands, she softly inquired, "Xiaoning, how long is your family visit during Jingxia this time?" 1 month, they say, Xia Qingning replied softly. "Oh," Gui Yumei nodded, as if she had something more to say, but ultimately decided against it. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Xiaoning, do you still remember that girl who lived next door and used to play with you?" Xia Qingning assumed her mother was merely trying to engage in casual conversation, so she nodded and replied, "I remember." "Ah, during the year you went to the city, didn't she get married?" Gui Yumei continued. At first, her in-laws didn't think much of her, and they treated her rather poorly. Her husband didn't seem to care for her much either. Xia Qingning felt little curiosity about that girl and was not particularly fond of gossip, responding with a lackluster, "Oh, really? But guess what happened later?" Gui Yumei said, a smile breaking across her face as she continued. She ended up giving birth to 3 sons, and her mother-in-law was overjoyed, boasting about her to everyone. Her husband's attitude towards her improved, and now they live harmoniously. Xiao Qingning was not naive. She quickly grasped the underlying message in her mother's words. Indeed, no mother could ever cease worrying about her children. Prior to marriage, the concern revolved around finding a partner, and post-marriage, it naturally shifted to children. Oh, she feigned ignorance, responding with monosyllables, showing no intent to delve deeper into the topic of children. This left Gui Yumei in a quandary, uncertain whether her daughter truly understood her. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to be direct. Xiao Ning, tell me, have you and Jingjia not yet consummated your marriage? Xiao Qingning had initially hoped to evade the question, but Gui Yumei's directness caught her off guard. The inquiry was undeniably embarrassing, so she merely said, please don't worry about such matters. Rest assured, I will be well, and I will ensure you all live well too. Upon hearing this, Gui Yumei understood, sighing as she remarked, I know Jingjia still harbors some resentment. With that, her expression turned to one of concern. Her son-in-law would soon return to the army, and it was uncertain how many years it would be before he returned. Now that her daughter was 20, having experienced it herself, she understood how difficult it was to endure solitude while waiting for a loved one. How would her little Ning navigate such a life? Moreover, the son-in-law was unwilling to consummate the marriage. A man's reluctance to do so could only imply one thing: he harbored strong feelings of dislike or aversion toward the person. If he were to meet someone who captured his heart in the years to come, he might well choose to divorce her, and with her advancing age and lack of support. She dared not dwell on those thoughts any longer, suddenly grasping Xiao Qingning's hand, her tone urgent as she implored, Xiao Ning, at this moment, you cannot let pride prevent you from taking action. You have already obtained a marriage certificate, you are legally husband and wife. Jingjia may be upset, but you cannot wait for him to take the initiative. That matter. If a woman takes the lead, it will likely come to pass. If you were to have a child, even if he is away in the army and neglects you, he will still think of the child. You may not be able to bind him, but a child certainly can. A month will pass in the blink of an eye. Silly girl, you must act swiftly and strive to conceive a child to secure him, ensuring a stable future for yourself. Xiao Qingning had never contemplated binding Lu Jingjia to her side, let alone through a child. Though currently lacking the means for self-sufficiency and reliant on Lu Jingjia, the dawn of the 1980s was approaching, heralding numerous opportunities for financial independence. Surely she could sustain herself, although she yearned to convey to Gui Yumei that using a child to tether a man was the most unwise approach, and that with the advent of intellectual labor, men and women would have equal opportunities, thus alleviating future worries. Gui Yumei, as an ordinary rural woman from the 1970s, would not grasp the modern ideologies. Even if she articulated such thoughts, they would fall on deaf ears. All right, mother, I understand. Xiao Qingning nodded, indicating her comprehension. Silly girl, knowing is not enough, you must act. Put it bluntly, if you take the initiative, he cannot truly push you away. Remember, conceiving a child is paramount. Gui Yumei remained unconvinced. Having known her daughter to be rather innocent and straightforward, she feared that without clear communication, Xiao Qingning might misunderstand. Xiao Qingning truly wished to avoid further discourse on the topic but could not exhibit overt resistance, knowing her mother would persist in her nagging. Thus, she acquiesced, all right, I will be more proactive, and before he leaves, I will strive to conceive a child to secure him. Gui Yumei felt reassured upon hearing her daughter's words and silently prayed that Xiao Qingning would indeed become pregnant, for that would bring hope for their future. After applying the ointment to Gui Yumei's hands, Xiao Qingning remembered she should also give her some money. She had planned to keep 400 from the over 400 she had retrieved from Wang Mingfang. With the money Lu Jingjia had given her, along with her remaining wages, she still had over 100 left, which should suffice for the time being. She stood up, stating she needed to fetch something, but as she stepped outside, she was taken aback to find Lu Jingjia standing at the door, holding a wad of cash, seemingly having been there for quite some time. At the moment their eyes met, the words she had just uttered in an attempt to placate Gui Yumei echoed in her ears. All right, I will be more proactive, and before he leaves, I will strive to conceive a child to secure him. In the face of this mortifying situation, her mind could only repeat 3 words. Help me, help me, help me. Chapter 61. With such a brother, how fortunate she is. Xiao Qingning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she swiftly approached Lu Jingjia. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lu Jingjia gazing at her with a calm expression, extending a thick bundle of cash towards her. "This money is for Mom," he stated, before turning on his heel and retreating to his room. Xiao Qingning stood there in a daze, acutely aware that he had undoubtedly overheard her earlier remarks, yet had chosen to regard their dignity by not addressing it directly. His benevolent gesture of offering her money came after he had listened to the mother and daughter plotting how to ensnare him with a child. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely exploded in anger or at the very least, hurled accusations of ingratitude, yet here he was, still willing to give her the money. Clutching the hefty stack of bills, which amounted to several hundred yuan, Xiao Qingning was overwhelmed with guilt and unease. He bore a responsibility towards the original owner of this identity, but he was not obliged to shoulder the burdens of her entire family. This money was not hers to accept on behalf of her family. Besides, the 400 yuan she had would suffice for their sustenance for a while. Once she was able to earn her own income, she could assist them in improving their lives. Entering the room with the money in hand, she awkwardly addressed Lu Jingjie. "You heard what I said earlier, didn't you?" Without lifting his gaze, he acknowledged her with an indifferent murmur. Embarrassment washed over Xiao Qingning, compelling her to wish for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. Yet, reality offered no such refuge, and she steeled herself to continue. "Those words were not true, I merely said them to ease my mother's worries." To demonstrate her sincerity, she raised her right hand, vowing, "I swear, I will never have a child with you, nor will I use a child to bind you. If I ever entertain such thoughts, let me enough." Lu Jingjie's sudden reprimand interrupted her, his brows knitted together, his eyes icy. Xiao Qingning was taken aback by his fierce demeanor. He had not reacted so strongly when he overheard her earlier conversation in Gui Yumei's room, yet now, in response to her earnest pledge, he seemed displeased. Standing there in silence, she regarded him with confusion. Lu Jingjie, sensing that his reaction had been overly intense, calmed his deep brown eyes, still tinged with residual anger, and coldly inquired, "Why do you make vows so casually? Do you consider oaths to be trifles?" Xiao Qingning assumed he believed her vow was an attempt to deceive him into trusting her, prompting his ire. She quickly clarified, No, I understand the gravity of a vow, which is precisely why. Then why do you speak so thoughtlessly?" Lu Jingjie interrupted again, his tone devoid of rage, resembling that of a parent admonishing a child for their lack of understanding. Xiao Qingning found herself perplexed. It was precisely because she recognized the weight of a vow that she felt confident in declaring she would not have a child with him, nor would she use one to entrap him. Surely, this would be a relief to him. Why then was he upset? "You need not swear, I have no doubts about you," Lu Jingjie replied solemnly. Despite her confusion, Xiao Qingning felt a sense of relief at his words and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, she addressed him, "Please do not hold my mother at fault. She worries that I may lack support in the future because I have no children, which is why she said those things." Lu Jingjie did not raise his eyes, seemingly unconcerned, muttering, "It's fine." After a brief silence, he looked up at Xiao Qingning and calmly asked, "So, do you desire a child as a means of support?" The question startled Xiao Qingning. She had never anticipated he would ask such a thing. However, his tone was so composed that she could discern no trace of emotion on his face. Soon, she grasped the reason behind his inquiry. He was a man who valued responsibility and kept his promises. Just as he had married the original owner of this identity despite knowing she had been schemed against, he now perceived their marriage as a bond that naturally led to the desire for children. Truly, he was the protagonist, embodying a noble sense of duty. No. Xiao Qingning quickly waved her hands. Having a child would only serve to ensnare herself. She was uncertain how long she would remain in this world. What if she were to awaken one day and find herself back in her original life? If she retained the memories of this world, what would she do if she longed for a child? In truth, the root of her reluctance lay in the fact that she had yet to fall in love with the man before her. Without love, what need did she have for a child? Observing her decisive rejection without a moment's contemplation, Lu Jingjie's brow subtly furrowed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Qingning continued, "As I just mentioned, I will never use a child to bind you, so I do not seek any form of support." Upon hearing her words, the frown on his brow gradually eased, and a flicker of surprise and approval danced in his expression. "Oh, and you need not offer money to my family," Xiao Qingning added, extending the cash towards him. Lu Jingjie did not accept the money. Instead, he stated firmly, "Keep it." Xiao Qingning wished to argue further, but he had already turned and walked away. With the substantial stack of money in her possession, Xiao Qingning hesitated but ultimately decided against insisting on returning it. Perhaps his gesture was not rooted in his position as her family's son-in-law, but rather a gesture of gratitude for the assistance Gui Yumei had extended during his family's time of hardship. Now, their home could be described as barren, and they genuinely needed this financial aid. Xia Qingning tucked the money away, resolving that she would simply keep a record of this debt and repay him in the future. As Lu Jingjie stepped into the courtyard, he encountered Xia Qingshu, who was in the midst of feeding the rabbits. The two exchanged glances and silently settled onto the steps, gazing into the distance. The stars in the mountains shone brightly, illuminating the night and dispelling the darkness. Xia Qingshu noticed a blade of grass on his clothing, likely dropped while tending to the rabbits. He did not discard it but instead began to absent-mindedly doodle on the steps. At that moment, the serene silence was broken by the sudden call of a mountain chicken. Gaga gaga. Xia Qingshu recognized the sound and laughed, asking Lu Jingjie, "Do you remember how Dad would take us into the mountains to catch mountain chickens at this time?" Lu Jingjie stared into the night sky, seemingly lost in recollection. "And rabbits, and you always caught the most." "Well, I was older," Xia Qingshu chuckled. "Naturally, I was quicker than you all." Upon hearing the word quicker, Lu Jingjie's expression momentarily faltered, and just as he opened his mouth to change the subject, Xia Qingshu softly remarked, "But now, with this leg, I can't run as fast as you anymore." Though his tone remained light-hearted, it carried an undertone of resignation, as if stating an objective truth. Yet, this very demeanor only deepened the discomfort in Lu Jingjie's heart. At a loss for words, he found it difficult to offer comfort, knowing that any reassurance at this moment would seem hollow. After a brief silence, Xia Qingshu turned to Lu Jingjie, cautiously stating, "Jingjie, Xia Qingning is my only sister." Pausing momentarily, he added with a pleading tone, "Could you please look after her a bit more in the future?" The moonlight bathed Lu Jingjie's cold, indifferent face, casting a soft glow that rendered him noticeably gentler. He raised his hand and gently patted Xia Qingshu's shoulder, responding in a low voice, "All right." Xia Qingning, who had initially intended to deliver the money, happened to overhear their conversation as she passed by the main hall, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Xia Qingshu had laid bare his vulnerabilities, seeking sympathy solely to ensure that Lu Jingjie would treat his sister with kindness. Such selfless devotion and affection moved her deeply. How fortunate she was to have such a brother. Chapter 62. A sister will no longer deceive you. Xia Qingning refrained from intruding upon the two, silently making her way over. Upon reaching Gui Yumei's room, she discovered that she was not inside. As she glanced around, she spotted Xia Qingchao returning to her room after washing up, hesitatingly asking, "Qingchao, would you be willing to have a chat with your sister?" Perhaps it is the most perceptive children who bear the heaviest thoughts, and those who care the most become the most reluctant to draw near. Although Xia Qingchao had always ignored her, every detail revealed the depth of his affection for his sister. As he held her in his heart, therefore, before departing, she felt it imperative to help him untangle his emotions. Upon hearing Xia Qingning's inquiry, Xia Qingchao remained silent, hastily retreating into his own room, leaving the door ajar. Xia Qingning recognized that his failure to close the door signified an openness to converse with her, so she followed him inside. Once in the room, Xia Qingchao struck a match and ignited the kerosene lamp atop the cabinet, then sat with his head bowed on the bed, displaying a frigid demeanor and avoiding eye contact with Xia Qingning. The lamp emitted a dim glow, yet the small room was sufficiently illuminated, casting light on every corner. In the soft, flickering light, Xia Qingning observed that apart from a small cabinet and a wooden plank bed, the room was devoid of any furnishings. With no other place to sit, she made herself comfortable on the wooden bed. Though she was light, the aged bed creaked under her weight, as if protesting the additional burden. As she gazed at Xia Qingchao, illuminated by the lamp, she noticed his frail and thin frame, and she could scarcely fathom how such a slight body could carry the immense burden of heavy grass. Reflecting on the willful and capricious Lu Xiuxue, who monopolized 2 chicken legs at mealtime, and contrasting that with Xia Qingchao, who toiled daily in the fields yet subsisted on coarse millet buns, she realized that despite being of similar ages, the 2 children led entirely different lives. It is often said that the children of the poor mature early, but do they desire such a fate? It is a life devoid of support, compelling them to shoulder burdens far beyond their years with their fragile shoulders. Returning her thoughts to the present, Xia Qingning gently patted Xia Qingcao's shoulder, striving to muster a smile as she remarked, "Our Qingchao has grown so much, in a couple of years, you'll be taller than your sister." Xia Qingchao continued to remain silent, shifting slightly away from her touch, silently expressing his discontent. "Qingchao, please don't be angry with your sister. I'm leaving tomorrow, and if you continue to ignore me, we won't have the chance to spend time together, Xia Qingning implored, leaning closer to him with a pitiful expression. Upon hearing that she would be leaving the following day, Xia Qingchao seemed to forget his anger, swiftly turning to her with a sense of urgency, asking, "You're leaving so soon?" Seeing him finally willing to engage in conversation brought a smile to Xia Qingning's face, alleviating the weight on her heart as she explained, "I wish I could stay longer to be with you, mother and brother, but I must return to work and cannot take leave." Xia Qingchao sank into a sorrowful mood at the thought of his sister's imminent departure, turning away once more to avoid her gaze. Understanding his heartache, Xia Qingning reassured him, "I need to work to earn money, so I can buy you delicious treats." After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Did you enjoy the candy today?" Having softened somewhat towards Xia Qingning, especially with the knowledge of her imminent departure, Xia Qingchao reluctantly replied, "It was good. I will buy you more next time, so much that you won't be able to finish it all," Xia Qingning exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Noticing a flicker of amusement on Xia Qingcao's face, she finally felt at ease. A child so filled with affection could hardly truly be angry, he merely craved her reassurance. "Rest assured, I shall write to you frequently. You must study diligently at home, take care of yourself, and refrain from overexerting yourself. If you bend your back now, you may not grow taller later. I will send money back to improve our family's circumstances," she advised, pausing to add, "and when the opportunity arises, I shall bring you to the city." Before she could finish her thought, Xia Qingchao suddenly sprang up from the bed, a surge of emotion washing over him as he exclaimed, "You are deceiving me again. Just like the day before you went to the city, you said the same thing, yet when we came to find you, you looked down on us for our poverty, embarrassed to see us. You knew brother's leg was injured, yet you offered no place for him to stay. You know that sometimes he delivers things to you and cannot return in a day, sleeping beneath trees or in bridge underpasses instead?" As he spoke, his sorrow deepened. Tears brimmed in his eyes, yet he stubbornly refrained from crying, suddenly pulling Xia Qingning towards the door. "I refuse to go to the city. The people there are not good, those who go there become corrupt. I will never go to the city in my life." Being dragged out of the room, Xia Qingning felt a wave of heartache and helplessness. Perhaps her previous self had uttered similar words, but her subsequent actions had wounded their hearts. Hearing those same sentiments echoed back now, the young boy's defenses crumbled, leaving him unwilling to trust her any longer. Lingering at the doorway for a moment, Xia Qingning refrained from knocking again, simply addressing the child within, "Sister will not deceive you this time. You may come whenever you wish. I promise never to abandon you, nor brother or mother again." After a moment's pause with no response from within, she understood that Xia Qingchao was too emotionally charged and needed time to cool down. She softly added, "Do not be sad, rest well." With that, she turned away, filled with regret. Once his sister departed, Xia Qingchao could no longer contain his tears. He buried his head beneath the blanket, striving to stifle his sobs, for the children of the impoverished must always project strength, even in their sorrow, trembling with the fear that their cries might be heard by others. Chapter 63. Everything she did was taught by me. Concerned that the two might struggle to adapt to the unfamiliar sleeping arrangements, Wei Yume graciously relinquished her own room, meticulously laying down a thick layer of straw beneath the mat and providing freshly laundered blankets. To ward off mosquitoes, she even burned mugwort leaves twice before bedtime. However, that night, both Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia found themselves unable to sleep soundly. Whether it was due to the change in environment or the weight of their respective thoughts, they were restless. Rising early to catch the daily bus back to the city, Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia were surprised to find that the household was already awake, with Gui Yume having prepared breakfast for them. After getting ready, Xia Qingning stepped outside and, as she passed through the main room, noticed a basket of loquats on the table. From their size, she surmised they had been freshly picked from the tree. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen, a stranger's voice drifted in from within. "Yume, my dear, I spoke to the family about Qingshu's match yesterday, and guess what? They agreed." "Really?" Gui Yume's voice brimmed with delight, but soon turned to confusion as she asked, "Didn't we just hear it wouldn't work out? It seemed that way initially, but you know how it is with your son's circumstances. I told them how your daughter has made a name for herself in the city. She returned yesterday, buying rice, flour, and even sharing sugar generously. They considered this and decided it might not be such a bad match after all." The woman speaking was the matchmaker from the previous day, who had suggested a girl with a face marred by pockmarks from childhood smallpox. She had thought that the girl, not even 5 feet tall and lacking in beauty, would overlook Xia Qingshu's limp, but was surprised to find that the girl had reservations about his disability. In an era where labor points determined one's livelihood, supporting a family was a daunting prospect for a man with a limp. Initially, she had come to decline the proposal, but upon encountering Xia Qingning, who was well-dressed and generous, along with her male companion who treated the family to various goods, the matchmaker's interest was piqued. She inquired discreetly, learned about their situation, and made another visit to the girl's family, using her persuasive skills to ultimately sway them. Upon hearing the matchmaker's words, Gui Yumei's smile faltered momentarily. She contemplated clarifying that they had no expectation for their daughter to support them, but realizing that this rare opportunity for the match might slip away, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Xing Shu was already past the age of marriage. If he did not secure a wife soon, he would be left alone in his old age, lacking someone to care for him. With this in mind, she chose not to deny the matchmaker's claims, resolving instead to treat the future bride kindly and shoulder the burdens herself of the matchmaker. Noticing Gui Yumei's silence, smiled broadly and urged, "Since the girl's family has consented, you must also demonstrate sincerity. As the saying goes, when marrying a man, one must ensure he can provide clothing and food. You cannot be stingy. If you are, the bride will slip away." Gui Yumei understood the implications of her words and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, we will adhere to our previous agreement. Purchase a bicycle and provide a dowry of 120 yuan. Though the Xia family had no debts, years of hardship without a patriarch had left them financially strained, and this was all they could muster. "Oh, Yumei, didn't I just mention, you can't be miserly when marrying a daughter. A bicycle is acceptable, but the dowry needs to be increased," the matchmaker insisted, grasping Gui Yumei's hand and flashing her clever little eyes. Realizing the match was hard won, Gui Yumei forced a smile and inquired, "What amount do you deem appropriate?" The matchmaker raised her hand, spreading her fingers wide, and said with a grin, "This number will do." Gui Yumei, interpreting the 5 fingers as an additional 50 yuan, bit her lip internally, conceding, "Then let it be an extra 50. "What do you mean, an extra 50? The total is 500. The matchmaker corrected her loudly. Gui Yumei suspected she had misheard. In their village, the highest wedding dowry typically ranged from 200 to 300, and she had never encountered a demand for 500. Confused, she protested, "Oh dear sister, please don't jest. Look at our family, we cannot possibly come up with 500. Even selling my old bones won't suffice. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Oh, if you lack the funds, find a way. Can you let a living person suffocate?" The matchmaker retorted, "What can I do? Even if we all sold our blood, we couldn't gather 500. Gui Yumei lamented, "Sell blood, look at your family. You're all so thin that you wouldn't yield even 2 ounces of oil in a pot," the matchmaker remarked before suddenly shifting her tone, her shrewdness evident as she leaned in and whispered, "Those items your son-in-law bought for you yesterday must be worth quite a bit. To you, 500 may seem like a life or death situation, but to those wealthy folks, it's nothing. Wealthy people value face. If you just ask, they will surely provide." Hearing this, Xia Qingning hesitated before returning to her room. She gathered the 500 yuan Lu Jingjia had given her the previous day and combined it with the 400 she already had, intending to present it to Gui Yumei. This money was meant for her from the start, but after a complex conversation with Xia Qingshu the night before, it had slipped her mind. Unaware of Xia Qingshu's current romantic circumstances, she only knew from her previous memories that he had a beloved childhood sweetheart. She thought that if this money could help him marry the girl he cherished, it would indeed be a beautiful turn of events. However, when she returned to the kitchen with the money, she found that both Gui Yumei and the matchmaker had vanished. Searching around yielded no results, and just as she began to wonder, she heard Gui Yumei's hesitant voice from the back courtyard. "Jingjia, there is something I'd like to discuss with you." Surely she was not planning to ask Lu Jingjia for money? Did she not realize that such a move would not only diminish her daughter's standing but also that of the entire Xia family? Xia Qingning's emotions were tumultuous. The familial bond she had just begun to forge felt as though it might crumble. Perhaps Gui Yumei did love her original self, but in comparison to her son's marriage, her daughter truly seemed less significant. Frowning unconsciously, Xia Qingning quickened her pace toward the voice. As she reached the door leading to the backyard, she was about to call out to stop her mother, but suddenly fell silent, for she heard Gui Yumei speaking in a tone filled with humility to Lu Jingjia. "I know that you have some reservations about what Qingning did, but it truly isn't her fault." She paused momentarily before continuing, "Everything she did was taught by me." Chapter 64. Who says we have no money? In the dim and ambiguous gaze of Lu Jingjia, Gui Yumei continued with a heavy heart, "Xiao Ning has always been timid, how could she dare to take the initiative to climb into your bed? It is only because she has harbored feelings for you since childhood that I suggested this idea to her. If you must harbor resentment, let it be directed at me, your aunt. After speaking, she turned to Lu Jingjie, her voice becoming increasingly urgent. It's fine if you refuse to acknowledge me, but please do not blame Xiaoning for this matter or create discord between you two. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingning was once again moved, feeling an acute sense of shame for having misunderstood Gui Yumei earlier. She had not come to plead for money from her son-in-law, rather, she had sacrificed her own dignity, shouldering all the blame in a bid to amend her daughter's image in Lu Jingjie's eyes. It was likely that after hearing her daughter mention last night that she had not yet consummated her marriage with Lu Jingjie, she had spent a sleepless night, rising early to seek out her son-in-law. These words felt awkward for her to voice to him, yet for the sake of her daughter, she was willing to cast aside her pride, even her dignity, hoping only that he would redirect his dissatisfaction and blame onto her, sparing her daughter any further distress. Lu Jingjie stood silently, absorbing her words without uttering a sound, his expression remaining placid. As astute as he was, how could he not recognize that Gui Yumei was weaving a web of lies? He simply chose not to expose her. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a composed tone, "All right, I understand." Xia Qingning, emerging from her stupor, hastily stepped forward to place herself before Gui Yumei, looking earnestly at Lu Jingjie as she insisted, "No, it wasn't her suggestion." Before she could finish, Gui Yumei swiftly pulled her back, just as they heard someone outside calling her name, accompanied by a cacophony of shouting. "I know," Lu Jingjie replied, turning to Xia Qingning, his voice low and steady, "I need to step out to attend to some matters. We shall discuss this upon my return." With that, he left without a moment's hesitation, heading towards the village chief's residence. "Child, I explained everything to him quite well, why did you come out?" Once Lu Jingjie had departed, Gui Yumei looked at her daughter with a helpless expression, saying, "Let him resent me, it matters not, as long as you two can forge a good life together, I shall accept whatever fate befalls me." Xia Qingning was well aware of her mother's good intentions, yet how could she allow her to bear such a dirty burden? She linked her arm with Gui Yumei's, offering comfort, "You need not worry about this matter, I am fully aware of it, rest assured, we will lead a good life." As the mother and daughter conversed, they had just reached the front room when they were suddenly met with a barrage of foul-mouthed insults from the yard at Gui Yumei. "You old harlot, come out here. Your son is crippled, and yet he dares to call my daughter ugly, what a gall! No matter how unattractive my daughter may be, she is still 100 times better than your son, who can barely stand on his own 2 feet. You claim to want a daughter-in-law, now you refuse to cough up some bride price? Are you toying with us? Bah, your crippled son might as well mate with a sow in a pigsty inside." Both Gui Yumei and Xia Qingning's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried outside, where they beheld a short, stout woman standing at the gate with an intimidating demeanor, hands on her hips, hurling vitriol. Behind her stood a girl in her 20s, no taller than 5 feet, her face marked with pockmarks, her physique resembling that of the woman beside her. This girl joined in the shouting, "Xia Qingshu, you wretched cripple, come out and clarify who is ugly and who is unworthy. Have you looked in the mirror lately? I am marrying you, and it is you who should count your blessings." Xia Qingning's gaze fell upon the girl, momentarily frozen in disbelief that this was the match her brother had been introduced to. Hadn't he once been enamored with a beautiful childhood friend? What had transpired since then? "You all silence yourselves. I never claimed your daughter was ugly, I merely stated that the bride price you demand is exorbitant, beyond what we can afford," Gui Yumei retorted, striding forward with fury etched upon her face. For years, she had been amiable, enduring her own grievances in silence, but now these two had come to her doorstep to insult her son, deliberately striking at his vulnerabilities. Already feeling indebted to her son, she could not tolerate such vicious humiliation directed at him, her heart brimming with both anguish and ire. If you cannot afford it, why seek a bride? Furthermore, how is our bride price excessive? Just look at your son's character, he cannot even produce 500 yuan, your family is impoverished, and he is a cripple, yet you expect to bring a bride into your home to share in your misery, the woman scoffed. With a face full of contempt, she spoke while spitting, pulling the matchmaker over and sharply declaring, "Wang matchmaker, tell them, this old harlot Gui Yumei not only disparaged our daughter for her height and looks but also had the audacity to demand such a high bride price." The matchmaker had just informed Gui Yumei that the opposing family requested 500 yuan as a bride price. Gui Yumei, however, had refused to ask her son-in-law for support, even expressing her disdain for their demands. In a moment of folly, she had remarked, "Your family is so proud, how can you expect to marry off a daughter when one moment she is to wed the eldest, and the next, the second? Unbeknownst to her, that had provoked the old hag to throw her out. The matchmaker, feeling aggrieved, had embellished the story, claiming Guillaume had indeed insulted their daughter, prompting the two women to storm over in anger. She indeed said such things, asserting that your daughter was pockmarked and hardly taller than a pile of dung. Oh, the things she said were truly appalling, the matchmaker stated, knowing she must not admit that Guillaume hadn't made those remarks. Offending her would be far worse than incurring the wrath of the formidable pair before her. You! Guillaume, wronged and furious, found herself momentarily speechless, her chest heaving with indignation. The stout woman, rather than becoming incensed, suddenly burst into laughter, her derision loud and clear as she proclaimed, I concede my daughter cannot compare to Lin Xiaoyu, so what, your crippled son is now a mere waste, still pining after her. She has long since found a better match and has no need for him, you ought to awaken him from his delusions, perhaps he should marry another cripple so they can at least have 3 legs between them. The commotion had drawn a crowd, and hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. The most boisterous of laughter came from Niu Xianhua, who, feigning concern, advised Guillaume, looking at Qingshu, perhaps it's best not to pursue marriage, it would only burden the girl. Xia Qingshu, due to his physical condition, had only just arrived, and upon hearing the woman's taunts, he stood there, his body slumped from the weight of his disability, a mixture of humiliation and fury swelling within him, yet he could only grit his teeth in silence, unable to respond. Spotting her son's arrival, Guillaume feared the insults would wound his spirit, and quickly urged Xiaoning, it's too noisy here, take your brother inside. The matchmaker, sizing up Xiaoning, suddenly turned to the stout woman, all right, let us go, sister. There is no need to trouble them any further. She then cast a scornful glance at Guillaume, her tone dripping with mockery, they are so impoverished, how could they possibly afford such a hefty bride price? Her words were deliberately aimed at Xiaoning, who had just returned from the city. Knowing that her husband had recently purchased a plethora of goods, it was likely she had money in hand. With a little provocation, perhaps this girl would part with some cash for the sake of pride. If the Xia family were to pay the bride price, the marriage would indeed become a possibility. Should that occur, the promised matchmaking fee would still be owed to her. With the familial ties already frayed, she had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. After all, Guillaume was eager for a daughter-in-law, and the other party placed great importance on financial matters. Once money changed hands, wouldn't they be united in matrimony? Sure enough, the very moment she uttered those words, Xiaoning retorted, who says we cannot afford the money? Chapter 65. Brother, go to university. As Xiaoning spoke, she produced a thick stack of money, originally intended for Guillaume, all in 10 yuan bills, easily surpassing 500 yuan. This money is what I have prepared for my brother to marry his bride. Xiaoning was well aware of the importance of discretion regarding money. To prevent any undue interest, she quickly added, we will take this money with us and present it to my brother when he marries. Upon the revelation of the cash, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never encountered such a sum before, and soon began to murmur amongst themselves, Qingning certainly has a fortunate marriage ahead, casually producing this much money, perhaps she could even bring Yume to the city for a life of luxury. Indeed, I have heard that in the city, they do not even burn firewood for cooking, and one need not fetch water, as it flows freely from the tap. This girl truly is blessed. The once boisterous Niu Xianhua, who had been laughing heartily moments before, found her mirth extinguished by the sight of the money. The amount was sufficient to construct a house with blue tiles, and reflecting on the paltry gifts her daughters had sent, an imbalance stirred within her. To think that in her twilight years, she would be overshadowed by Guillaume was a bitter pill to swallow, leaving her feeling resentful yet powerless. She could only console herself with the notion that her son was disabled, a fact that made him less of a match. The happiest among them was undoubtedly the matchmaker, Wang. Although her face remained impassive, internally she reveled in delight, realizing her gamble had paid off. People often labeled Xia's daughter as foolish, yet here she was, easily coaxed into revealing her wealth. As Xiaoning displayed the substantial amount of cash, the plump woman's demeanor noticeably brightened, though she still maintained an air of superiority. If you had money, why not produce it earlier? Must you wait until we berate you before you are willing to part with it? With a greedy glint in her eyes, she quickly added, however, 500 yuan is no longer sufficient. If you wish to finalize this match, you must provide an additional 300, totaling 800 yuan. The matchmaker, surprised by the woman's cunning, hurriedly chimed in, 8 is auspicious, very auspicious indeed. Wei Yumei was determined not to allow her daughter to part with such a sum for her son's engagement. Xia Qingshu, observing the situation, grew anxious. He had never intended to formalize this union. The thought of marrying a coarse, foul-mouthed woman was unbearable. He would rather remain a lifelong bachelor. Just as mother and son were about to speak, Xia Qingning interjected with a gentle smile, addressing the two avaricious women as if agreeing, yes, it is indeed auspicious. Here, exactly 800 yuan. Seeing her willingness to part with the money, the plump woman grinned broadly, her flesh quivering with delight, convinced she had Xia Qingning under her thumb. Approaching her, she reached out for the money, only for Xia Qingning to abruptly withdraw her hand. The woman, now anxious, shouted, "Hurry and give it to me." "Why should I give it to you?" Xia Qingning feigned confusion, raising her voice, "We will not proceed with this engagement." Realizing the 800 yuan was slipping away, the woman finally grasped that she had been outmaneuvered, erupting in a fit of rage as she pointed at Xia Qingning and hurled insults. "You little wretch, are you toying with us? You little harlot, born of an old whore." Before she could finish, Wei Yumei swung her broom at her, fiercely brandishing it as she shouted, "How dare you insult my daughter and son? I will kill you, I will kill you." They say a cornered rabbit bites back. Wei Yumei, who had never raised her voice in anger, found the strength to defend her children with a broom. The woman, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, retreated under the onslaught, while Wei Yumei redirected her broom toward the meddling matchmaker, shouting, "Get out, all of you, get out." The trio found themselves at the gate, finally realizing the gravity of their situation, and began seeking items to retaliate, shouting threats. "Old whore, how dare you strike us? We will deal with you." Armed with bamboo poles, they prepared to confront Wei Yumei. Fearing for her mother's safety, Xia Qingning rushed forward to grab a pole as well. At that moment, Xia Qingshu emerged from the house, gripping a hatchet with a fierce expression, his usual gentleness replaced by an intense fury. He bellowed at the unruly women, "Get out now, if you do not leave, I will kill you. My life is already forfeit, taking you down with me would be a consolation." He strode towards them, his gaze fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. It is often said that those with shoes fear the barefoot. Upon seeing the glint of the hatchet in his hand, the women faltered, turning to flee from the yard, all the while hurling curses until they vanished from sight. The events transpired in a whirlwind, and by the time Xia Qingning regained her composure, the courtyard was devoid of all presence. Even the spectators had dispersed. Back inside, Wei Yumei felt a mixture of indignation and sorrow, tears welling up in her eyes. Her son was so talented. The articles he had penned had once graced newspapers. Had it not been for their frugality, he would not have sustained a lifelong disability. Ultimately, she blamed herself for failing to notice his abnormal gait sooner. Had she acted earlier, perhaps her son would not have become what he was now. The mockery and humiliation he faced daily weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her despondent. "Mother, do not be disheartened," Xia Qingning consoled her, gently patting Wei Yumei's back and placing the stack of money in her hands. "You can use this money for housing or to help my brother marry." "How can I accept this? You need the funds far more than we do. Living in the city where expenses are greater and everything is costly, you should keep this money for yourself, to enjoy some good food and not starve," Wei Yumei insisted, having never contemplated using her daughter's money to sustain the family. "I will find a way to handle your brother's situation. Do not worry. What a shame for you to be troubled during your rare visit." Hearing her mother's self-reproach, Xia Qingning felt a pang of sorrow. "I still have money, please accept it without hesitation." To alleviate her mother's worries, she clarified, "This money was intended for you yesterday. When I came to find you, you were not in your room. After chatting with Qingqiao, I forgot about it. Rest assured, I am working now and earn a monthly salary. I am not short on funds." With that, she placed the money directly into her mother's pocket. "Please accept it. This is a gift from Jingzhi. If you refuse again, it will be as if you are treating us as outsiders." Wei Yumei hesitated, but upon hearing her daughter's words, understood that refusing would only incite her anger. With tears in her eyes, she finally accepted the money. At that moment, Lu Jingzhi entered the room, having just visited the village chief to discuss some matters. He returned to see the trio of women fleeing from Xia's yard, cursing as they went. From their words, it was clear that a confrontation had taken place. Seeing her mother accept the money, Xia Qingning felt a sense of relief. She then turned her attention to Xia Qingshu, who sat with his head bowed, lost in a gloomy silence. as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving only a shell behind. The cruel words of those women had been too harsh, too venomous. Though his leg was impaired, his spirit remained alive. He too had dignity and could feel sorrow. Xia Qingning knew that typical words of comfort would have little effect on her brother, who had likely heard them all before. She contemplated her approach, then sat beside him and asked, "Brother, I remember you were with Xiaoyu before, where is she now?" She understood that this inquiry might embarrass Xia Qingshu, perhaps even shame him, yet it was essential to confront the past rather than evade it. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Xia Qingshu's expression momentarily froze, and he lowered his head further, responding in a somber tone, "We broke up long ago." A bitter smile crept across his face as he unconsciously placed his hand on his leg. "In my current state, being with her would only burden her. It is only natural that she chose to leave." As he spoke, Xia Qingshu's demeanor was calm, as though he had accepted his fate, his face blank, his heart extinguished, as if hope could no longer ignite within him. "So, you intend to endure this existence indefinitely? To suffer the incessant mockery and humiliation from those around you, becoming fodder for their idle chatter, trudging through life in a daze?" Xia Qingning's words were blunt and unyielding. "Or perhaps you will marry that brazen woman from today, and your children will become the target of ridicule, perpetuating a cycle of disdain that will confine generations to the small mountain village?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Yumei turned away, silently wiping her tears, while Lu Jingjia's previously calm countenance flickered with surprise. Xia Qingshu's once lifeless gaze sparked with emotion in response to Xia Qingning's words. He remained silent, fists clenched, as a torrent of sorrow, regret, anger, resentment, and despair surged within him, nearly suffocating him. Since his injury, he had wallowed in self-pity and despair, and over the years, his family had been overly protective of his dignity, never daring to expose his wounds. No one had ever laid bare the reality of the life that awaited him in the coming decades. Was his life destined to be this tragic? Would he be doomed to drift aimlessly through existence? He did not want this, he would not accept it, but what could a cripple do to resist fate? As he stood on the brink of despair, a pair of hands suddenly reached out, firmly grasping his own. He looked up in astonishment, meeting his sister's steadfast and sincere gaze. With a resolute voice, she declared, "Brother, pull yourself together, and go to university." Chapter 66. He finally called her sister. Xia Qingshu gazed at his sister in disbelief, initially suspecting she was jesting. After all, it had been nearly a decade since the college entrance examination was suspended. Gaining admission to a university now primarily relied on recommendations, which were exceedingly scarce. How could someone like him, a person with a disability, possibly be recommended for university? Seeing her brother's bewildered expression, Xia Qingning explained, "Brother, the college entrance exam will soon resume. You are not inferior to others, you possess a brilliant mind, you once excelled academically and even published articles. If you are willing to pick up your books again, I firmly believe you will be accepted into university. Is it true, the entrance exam will be reinstated?" Xia Qingshu, fully aware of the improbability, found himself yearning to believe her words. "Trust me," Xia Qingning asserted confidently, continuing to encourage him. "Didn't you once say that you wanted everyone to read your articles? Once you enter university, all of that will come to fruition." Her words ignited a spark in the overgrown wilderness of Xia Qingshu's heart. The mere mention of university seemed to possess an immense allure, captivating his spirit and illuminating the dazed look in his eyes. "Can I really do it?" he inquired, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "You absolutely can," Xia Qingning replied with unwavering conviction. "As long as you wish to step forward and keep your gaze fixed ahead, you can achieve it." Not only Xia Qingshu, but even Lu Jingjia, who stood nearby, felt stirred. The girl before him possessed a resolute gaze, and despite her seemingly fragile stature, she radiated a formidable strength. Her certainty was compelling and left no room for doubt. "Then I shall give it a try." Xia Qingshu finally nodded. "Now that I have lost everything, what worse could happen?" Xia Qingning's lips curved into a smile, and she grasped his hand more tightly. "Let us both strive for university. You know I'm not the brightest, yet I have faith in you, you will certainly succeed." Inspired by his sister's encouragement, Xia Qingshu released his burdens and his gaze solidified with determination. "All right, let us pursue our university dreams together." Upon hearing their pledge, Guiyume, who had been nearby, could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her face, though a smile graced her lips. The dimness in her aging eyes suddenly sparkled with life. Liu Jingzhe, who had not heard the news of the exam's resumption, assumed Xia Qingning was merely comforting her brother, offering him a glimmer of hope, and refrained from disillusioning him. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jingzhe and Xia Qingning prepared to return to the city. Guiyume emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large cloth bag filled with scallion pancakes and boiled eggs, insisting that they take it for the road. Xia Qingning accepted the bag. Feeling its weight upon opening it, she discovered at least 10 pancakes and 8 or 9 eggs, all made with fine white flour. The rich aroma wafted from the bag, and each pancake gleamed with a golden sheen, clearly laden with oil. Although the Xia family was currently impoverished, Guiyume's generosity in preparing such provisions deeply touched Xia Qingning's heart. This was no mere meal, it was a heavy embodiment of a mother's love. At that moment, Xia Qingshu emerged with another bag containing freshly slaughtered chickens and rabbits. Xia Qingning repeatedly declined, but he was insistent, determined to fill her bag regardless. It was only after she mentioned the heat and the potential waste of food that he relented, though he still felt guilty for not bringing her something more. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qingshu returned to the main room and soon emerged with a large bag of wild mushrooms. Rubbing the back of his head, he said somewhat sheepishly, "I picked these on the mountain. They aren't worth much, but they taste decent. If you don't mind, take them home to eat." This time, Xia Qingning did not refuse, she eagerly accepted, expressing her delight. "These are the best treats." Xia Qingshu smiled, "I'm glad you like them." He then went back inside and soon returned with a basket of glistening loquats. "Brother, did you climb a tree again?" Xia Qingning asked worryingly as she took the loquats from him. No, they were picked by Qingqiao. I saw the basket on the table this morning. He must have climbed the tree while we were asleep." "Where is Qingqiao now?" Xia Qingning inquired, having not seen him since she woke up. "He probably went to cut grass again. I just searched the area and couldn't find him," Guiyume said, approaching with a hint of exasperation. "Xiaoning, don't blame your brother. He may act tough, but he truly cares about you. Otherwise, why would he sneak out at night to pick loquats for you?" Xia Qingning sighed silently, realizing she would likely not hear him call her sister before she left. This might be the only regret she carried from this visit home. Lu Jingzhe gathered their belongings while Xia Qingning informed Guiyume about the clothing she had arranged for them, assuring her that it would be delivered once finished. After finalizing everything with Guiyume, Xia Qingning turned to Xia Qingshu, promising to send him books once they reached the city, urging him to focus on his studies and lessen his farm work. With all matters settled, Xia Qingning and Lu Jingzhe embarked on their journey back to the city. Guiyume and Xia Qingshu initially intended to escort them to the bus station, but Xia Qingning, considering their age and mobility issues, firmly declined. The winding mountain road seemed endless as they walked. Unconsciously, Xia Qingning glanced back and was taken aback to see Guiyume and Xia Qingshu standing on the hillside, watching them intently, lingering long after they had departed. Those two figures, one frail and aged, the other leaning and unsteady, caused Xia Qingning's eyes to well with tears. This was a farewell scene she had never experienced before. In this slow-paced era, the uncertainty of when she might return made the parting even more poignant, and her longing stretched on interminably. After walking a considerable distance, Xia Qingning turned back one last time, yet still saw no sign of Xia Qingqiao. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. It seemed he would not come to bid her farewell. "You can come back often, or we can bring them to the city." Lu Jingzhe observed her melancholy and hesitated before offering her comfort. Xia Qingning nodded, warmed by his words. After spending so much time together, she had come to understand Lu Jingzhe's temperament. Though he appeared cold, he was genuinely kind and attentive, a truly admirable man. After traversing over 10 miles of mountain road, they finally reached the bus station. Xia Qingning's legs ached painfully, and she realized that Lu Jingzhe had deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate her. Despite this, she felt utterly exhausted and, once seated on the bus, had no desire to move. The bus to the city departed once a day, precisely at 10:30. After boarding, they waited for approximately 20 minutes before the vehicle finally set off. Xia Qingning settled by the window, too fatigued to keep her eyes open, resting her head against the glass. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by voices discussing something outside. "Hey, why is that child running after the bus?" "Indeed. Did a child forget to board?" "Surely not. If he had forgotten, why isn't he calling out? He just keeps running." As the chatter grew, Xia Qingning slowly opened her eyes and glanced outside. In that fleeting moment, all her fatigue vanished, and her heart tightened painfully. There, on the hillside, was a 12 or 13-year-old boy, sprinting desperately after the bus. He gritted his teeth, his frail frame exerting every ounce of strength as he trod along the rocky path, heedless of the thorns that scratched his calves. Xiao Qingning quickly rolled down the window, calling out to the boy, "Xingqiao, go back, don't chase after us." Upon hearing her voice, the boy looked toward her window but did not stop running. He stubbornly pressed on, silent, until a branch caught his foot, nearly causing him to stumble. He steadied himself and continued to run, fiercely competing to keep pace with the bus. Seeing the little figure racing toward her, fueled by determination, Xiao Qingning could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face as she choked out, "Xingqiao, please return. Trust me, sister will come back to see you." Gradually, the boy's body began to falter, his face reddening from the exertion. Despite his best efforts, he slowly fell behind the bus. Desperately, he watched as the vehicle receded from view, feeling utterly helpless. In that moment, his feelings of grievance, sorrow, and reluctance coalesced into a voiceless force that broke free. With all his might, he shouted the name he had buried deep within his heart, a name he had stubbornly refrained from uttering: "Sister." Chapter 67. "Has your brother mentioned me?" The utterance of sister resonated deafeningly, and Xiao Qingning could no longer contain her emotions as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She longed to respond, yet the vehicle had already ventured far away, his diminutive figure having vanished from sight. Resting her head against the cold glass of the window, she endeavored to stifle her sobs. In this world, she had no siblings, and had never experienced such profound fraternal affection. A tumult of emotions, reluctance, helplessness, gratitude, sorrow, swirled within her, leaving her heart in turmoil. Xiao Qingxiao must have risen early. Knowing his sister was departing, he had meticulously selected the largest loquats and placed them on the table before quietly waiting for them at the bus station. Perhaps initially, he intended merely to conceal himself in a corner, to catch a glimpse of his sister before retreating, but ultimately, his deep affection and reluctance surged forth, propelling him to chase after the departing vehicle. He was so resolute, so stubborn, yet at the last moment, he called out to her. Reflecting on these memories only deepened Xiao Qingning's heartache, as she immersed herself in the sorrow of parting, her emotions remaining unsettled. At that moment, an arm reached across, drawing her head gently from the rigid glass and resting it upon a warm shoulder. He spoke not a word, yet his actions provided silent comfort. Xiao Qingning did not reject Lu Jingjia's kindness. Nestled against him, she gradually calmed her emotions, the warmth of his body seeping through the thin fabric of his shirt, soothing her heart. She realized that the man beside her was truly remarkable. His silent presence bestowed strength and a sense of security. As the vehicle swayed along, she leaned against his shoulder, and after what felt like an eternity, her sorrow began to dissipate. Fearing she might burden him too long, she lifted her head. Just then, she sensed a gaze fixed upon her, yet, when she instinctively turned to look, she found nothing amiss. "What's wrong?" Lu Jingjia observed her expression and inquired in a low voice. Seeing nothing unusual, Xiao Qingning dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination and shook her head, softly replying, "It's nothing." Lu Jingjia offered no further questions, suggesting she could rest if she felt tired, and that he would wake her when they arrived. After traversing the winding mountain roads and experiencing such emotional upheaval, Xiao Qingning indeed felt weary. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to a restless night prior, she fell into a deep sleep, only awakening when Lu Jingjia gently called her, informing her they were almost there. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that at some point, she had leaned against his shoulder once more. The most embarrassing realization was the small damp spot on his shirt. Feeling the moisture at the corner of her mouth, she quickly understood it was drool. "I'm so sorry," she apologized, raising her hand to assist in cleaning it, but reconsidered, retracting her gesture and saying, "When we get back, you can take it off, and I'll wash it for you." "It's nothing," Lu Jingjia replied, his tone nonchalant. Around 3 o'clock, the bus came to a halt, and the two disembarked, making their way forward to catch the bus home. At that moment, a cautious voice called from behind, You are Xiaoning, right?" Xiao Qingning turned to see a woman in her early 20s, somewhat gaunt with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, yet possessing a distinctly attractive countenance. The woman, recognizing her name, must have been familiar, yet Xiao Qingning found her face unfamiliar and inquired, "Who are you?" The woman offered a slightly awkward smile and stammered, I am Lin Xiaoyu. We've met before, have you forgotten?" After a moment of mental searching, Xiao Qingning recalled that she was the childhood friend of her brother. In truth, during the journey, Lin Xiaoyu had not immediately recognized Xia Qingning, as she had changed so much, appearing almost like a different person. It was only when she called out Qingxiao's name that Lin Xiaoyu confirmed her identity. Throughout the ride, she had been covertly observing her, and the gaze Xia Qingning had sensed was indeed hers. Upon realizing her identity, Xia Qingning maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of disdain or anger, and asked, "Oh, is there something you need?" Surprised by her composure, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated before carefully inquiring, "How is your brother doing?" "He is doing well," Xia Qingning replied, instinctively furrowing her brow. "And he?" Lin Xiaoyu paused, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Has he mentioned me?" At her question, Lu Jingjia, who had remained expressionless, involuntarily revealed a hint of disdain. Xia Qingning's eyes glimmered with discontent as she coldly replied, "He has not mentioned you." Originally, she held no resentment towards Lin Xiaoyu for leaving her brother to marry someone else. After all, the fact that her brother's leg was injured was undeniable. It would be morally hypocritical to demand unwavering loyalty from others. However, since Lin Xiaoyu had made her choice, to now pose such ambiguous questions felt rather belittling. Upon hearing Xia Qingning's response, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze dimmed momentarily, before she sorrowfully remarked, "I know he still harbors resentment towards me, but I had no choice. If his leg hadn't been injured, how could I have left him? If one must blame, let it be the heavens." To shift the responsibility for her own decisions onto the nebulous concept of fate was something Xia Qingning found intolerable. Not wishing to hear any further, she interjected with irritation, "The one who made the decision is you, not fate." After steadying her emotions, she continued, "Moreover, you are mistaken, my brother does not resent you. Your relationship ended the moment you decided to part ways." "But I still have feelings for him," Lin Xiaoyu lamented. "Alas, we are fated to be apart in this lifetime, all because of the unfairness of fate that tore us asunder." Xia Qingning's brow furrowed deeper at her words. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, she admonished, "Do not speak of still having feelings for him. You are married now, please respect yourself, your husband, and him as well. Do not allow others to look down upon you." "Is it wrong to still have feelings for him just because I'm married? He resides in my heart. Have I sinned for loving someone deeply?" Lin Xiaoyu retorted, her voice laced with self-pity, as if she were the sole victim in this entire affair. "Late arriving affections are even more trivial than weeds. Your thoughts are yours to ponder, but do not seek him out or disturb him," Xia Qingning replied, her tone unmistakably laced with anger. Having said this, she had no desire to linger any longer and began to walk away. Seeing her depart, Lin Xiaoyu grew anxious and suddenly grasped her arm, no longer mincing words as she finally articulated her purpose for approaching Xia Qingning. Xiaoning, could you pass a message to your brother?" Saying that, before she could finish, a coarse male voice erupted from behind. "Lin Xiaoyu, who are you talking to?" Xia Qingning turned to see a short, narrow-faced man striding angrily toward them, his gaze fixated on Lu Jingjia, as he questioned Lin Xiaoyu, "Who was this man?" Lin Xiaoyu's expression shifted drastically as she rushed to approach him, grasping his arm and cautiously explaining, "That woman asked me for directions, and that man is her partner." The man's suspicious gaze lingered on both Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia for a moment before he spoke sternly to Lin Xiaoyu, "What are you talking about? I've told you countless times not to speak to other men. Are you itching for trouble?" "I didn't say anything, I merely exchanged a few words with that woman." As they conversed, the couple turned to leave, the man's shouts and curses trailing behind them. Xia Qingning let out a quiet sigh, feeling a mix of pity and anger. She remained silent, hastening her steps to move ahead. Lu Jingjia observed Xia Qingning's retreating figure, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Intriguingly, the more he interacted with her, the more he sensed her distinctiveness compared to other women. Rather than feeling anger towards Lin Xiaoyu for abandoning Xia Qingshu, she had exhibited disdain when Lin Xiaoyu expressed lingering feelings for him, mirroring his own sentiments. She was so astute, so wise. At that moment, he found himself contemplating if he were to sustain injuries on the battlefield, losing a leg or an arm, how would she choose? The two boarded the bus homeward, and throughout the journey, Xia Qingning remained silent. Lu Jingjia was not one to initiate conversation either, resulting in a mutual silence as they traveled, disembarking and walking back to the courtyard. Meanwhile, within the Lu residence, He Shanshan had been venting her frustrations, ranting and raving for nearly an entire day. Chapter 68. Xiaowu did not take a liking to He Shanshan the day before yesterday. When He Shanshan and Xiaowu met for their blind date, both families enjoyed a delightful and harmonious gathering, engaging in cheerful conversation, and she believed she had made a splendid impression. That very night, she was so exhilarated that she could hardly sleep, daydreaming about the generous gifts of milk money they would surely bestow upon her. She had already devised plans for how to spend it. First, she would purchase a bicycle far superior to the one owned by Xia Qingning, eager to see if that insufferable girl would dare to flaunt herself before her again. Next, she envisioned acquiring several exquisite dresses that would outshine those worn by my Miao. The mere thought of it ignited a fire within her. How could that wretched girl be deemed more attractive than herself? She simply dressed up a bit, and everyone claimed she had transformed into a beauty. Thus, Shanshan resolved to enhance her own appearance and see who would emerge as the more alluring. Furthermore, she yearned for a stylish watch, preferably imported from abroad, to exude sophistication and incite envy among the young women in the community. Additionally, a gold necklace was a necessity. After all, Xiaowu's mother adorned herself with one, and she could not possibly be left without. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a sense of bliss, as if all her desires were within reach. Just as she had envisioned, the very next morning, the matchmaker appeared at their doorstep. He Shanshan and her mother, Wang Mingfang, were overjoyed, presuming the visit was to finalize the engagement. To their dismay, the matchmaker made no mention of an engagement, instead hesitantly suggesting that she would introduce another potential match. Upon hearing this, both mother and daughter were taken aback. Although Shanshan casually remarked that Xiaowu was fine, she was secretly quite pleased. Not only was he handsome, but his mother's attire was also enviable, a rarity in this era where gold and silver adornments were scarce. As the prospect of their engagement faded, Shanshan felt a surge of discontent and relentlessly inquired about Xiaowu's true feelings. Ultimately, the matchmaker, pressed for answers, had no choice but to reveal the truth. Xiaowu had not been interested in her, Wang Mingfang promptly questioned, but did you not converse amiably? The matchmaker explained, everyone wishes to maintain their dignity. The other party did not immediately express their feelings out of courtesy. Fearing a misunderstanding upon returning home, they instructed me to clarify matters promptly, so as not to hinder Shanshan's other potential suitors. How can one articulate the tumultuous emotions that surged within Shanshan upon hearing this? It felt akin to purchasing a 2-yuan lottery ticket, fantasizing about winning 50 million, meticulously planning how to spend the fortune on a villa, a Ferrari, luxury handbags, after an entire night of dreams, only to realize the ticket was a bust. Enraged, Shanshan wreaked havoc in her home, shattering dishes and cursing Xiaowu for his lack of vision, vowing to the matchmaker that should Xiaowu ever develop an interest in someone, she would demand to know who was superior to her. The matchmaker, taken aback by Shanshan's fierce words, appeared hesitant to respond, initially intending to say more. She reconsidered, sensing the girl's ire and opting to remain silent. The entirety of the day found Shanshan in a foul mood, finding fault with everyone around her. Thus, when Xia Qingning returned home around 4 in the afternoon, she overheard Shanshan loudly reprimanding her niece Ying for her excessive volume. Wang Mingfang, recognizing Shanshan's distress, allowed her to vent her frustrations on her granddaughter. In the midst of her tirade, Shanshan spotted Xia Qingning entering the courtyard and contemplated berating her as well. However, upon seeing Lu Jingjia behind her, she immediately abandoned that thought. She dared not act defiantly in his presence, recalling the last incident where he nearly twisted her hand. Reluctantly, she retreated to her room. Upon noticing Xia Qingning's return, Wang Mingfang greeted her warmly, expressing her gratitude for their hard work while assisting them with their belongings. Although Lu Jingjia and Xia Qingning paid her little mind, she cheerfully went to prepare tea for them. Observing Shanshan's irritable demeanor, Xia Qingning deduced that her cousin's engagement with Xiaowu had fallen through. Although she had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still caused her lips to involuntarily curve upward. Once back in her room, she tidied up a bit. The flowers she had placed before leaving had wilted in the heat, and as she gathered them to dispose of them, she was greeted by the cheerful entrance of my Miao. Qingning, you're finally back! My Miao exclaimed, having rushed over as soon as she heard the news of Xia Qingning's return. Dressed in the white dress Xia Qingning had altered for her, my Miao looked stunning. Her figure was lovely, and the fitted waist of the dress accentuated her beauty. She had taken Xia Qingning's advice to heart, applying makeup because who wouldn't want to look their best? Yes, what brings you here? Xia Qingning inquired, noticing the urgency in her tone. With a beaming smile, my Miao produced 5 yuan from her pocket, offering it to Xia Qingning. I've come to repay you. Xia Qingning looked at the money in confusion, for she had never borrowed any from her. Sensing her bewilderment, my Miao chuckled, am I really expected to accept such a beautiful dress without compensation? Just take this for now, once I receive my salary, I'll return the remaining 15 yuan as well. Xiao Qingning pushed the money back, insisting, no need, as I've already said, it's a gift. To alleviate any sense of obligation, she added, you know those scraps of fabric aren't worth much. Despite my Miao's insistence that the fabric held little value, she acknowledged the effort that went into crafting the clothing. The two exchanged polite refusals for a while, but eventually, Xiao Qingning conceded and accepted 2 yuan as a nominal fee for her labor. Dismissing the rest, my Miao felt she had taken advantage of Xiao Qingning, feeling quite embarrassed. After settling the matter of money, my Miao did not leave immediately knowing that Xiao Qingning's feet were sore. She volunteered to dispose of the trash and returned to chat with her. How was your trip back home? Was it enjoyable? As she spoke, she noticed Xiao Qingning's eyes were slightly red and asked anxiously, did you cry? Suddenly recalling that the people from Xiao Qingning's hometown assumed she was marrying Lu Lidong, she realized, is it that the villagers gossiped upon seeing you return with Jingjia? Seeing her distress, Xiao Qingning offered an explanation, no, it was just that I felt a bit reluctant to leave my mother. Oh, I see, my Miao replied, relieved. With Jingjia around, I doubt they would dare bully you. Understanding that her inquiries might upset Xiao Qingning further, she swiftly changed the topic, you won't believe it. Today, dressed in this outfit and made up for work, the people at our commune didn't even recognize me. I played along, pretending to be a leader conducting inspections, and had a good laugh at their expense. You should have seen the looks on their faces. At that moment, He Shanshan emerged from her room and spotted my Miao whispering to Xiao Qingning, followed by their shared laughter. Naturally, being petty and in a sensitive state, she assumed they were mocking her for Xiao Wu's lack of interest. Her expression darkened as she stormed over, demanding loudly, what are you two discussing? Suddenly interrupted by He Shanshan's accusation, both Xiao Qingning and my Miao raised their eyes to look at her, their faces displaying displeasure. What business is it of yours? Our mouths are our own, we'll say whatever we wish, my Miao retorted, speaking as if reciting a tongue twister. Having harbored a mutual disdain for years, she offered no niceties to He Shanshan. Her words only fueled He Shanshan's conviction that they were indeed gossiping about her, reddening her face with indignation as she pressed on, what were you two laughing about, what's so amusing? Xiao Qingning understood the source of her anger, while my Miao assumed He Shanshan was simply looking for a fight and shot back, what's so funny? Our faces belong to us, we can laugh if we choose to, who are you to dictate? Already ashamed from the rejection, He Shanshan felt further humiliated by being ridiculed by the two individuals she loathed most. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and without thinking, she exclaimed, don't think I'm oblivious, you're just behind my back, laughing at me because that fool Xiao Wu didn't fancy me, his eyes must be blind, Upon hearing this, my Miao suddenly realized, yet showed no sympathy for He Shanshan. Instead, she feigned surprise and asked, are you saying that your blind date didn't take a liking to you? Only then did He Shanshan comprehend that they had been unaware of her situation, feeling annoyed at herself for overthinking and speaking too hastily. Just then, my Miao continued, haha, he must truly be, pausing deliberately before adding, what remarkable discernment he possesses. She then turned to Xiao Qingning, raising her eyebrows and asking, isn't that right, Qingning? Indeed, Xiao Qingning replied with a smile, affirming her statement. You two, observing their banter, He Shanshan's fury reached a boiling point. Knowing she could not compete with Xiao Qingning in terms of looks, she directed her ire at my Miao, mocking, what are you so smug about? If he doesn't fancy me, does that mean he would fancy you? Poof. Just take a look at yourself post-wash, what a sight, how dare you stand here and mock others? As soon as she finished speaking, the matchmaker who had previously arranged her blind date stepped into the courtyard. He Shanshan thought to herself, why is she here again, has Xiao Wu changed his mind and wishes to pursue me after all? With that thought, a smile crept onto her face, only for it to falter instantly when she noticed that the matchmaker had directly entered my Miao's home. Chapter 69. Their good days are coming to an end. What could the matchmaker be doing at my Miao's home? Was she perhaps there to propose a match for her? He Shanshan pondered this, a malicious smile creeping onto her lips. Wasn't that wretched girl just mocking her moments ago? Now, she was eager to see what kind of suitor the matchmaker would introduce. Regardless of the outcome, she intended to humiliate my Miao, ensuring that the girl would never smile again. If the suitor was unattractive, she would have every right to deride her, likening them to a turtle with another turtle, or a toad seeking another toad. Conversely, if the suitor was handsome and came from a wealthy background, a wicked idea immediately sprang to her mind. She would seize him for herself and turn the situation into a laughingstock for the entire courtyard. In terms of appearance, she had never regarded Mai Miao as a competitor. Even now that Mai Miao could dress herself up and appeared more attractive, Shan Shan dismissed it as mere superficiality. Unbeknownst to Mai Miao, who was facing away from the door, the matchmaker had indeed visited her home. After witnessing Shan Shan mock her, she felt a surge of displeasure, recalling how Shan Shan had previously attacked her based on looks and had even brought her to tears. Mai Miao, having now gained confidence and a sense of style, refused to let herself be provoked again. With disdain, she retorted, Shan Shan, you always criticize this one as ugly and that one is ugly. Truly beautiful people do not dwell on appearances, unlike Qing Ning, who is far more attractive than you. She doesn't belittle others like you do. And no matter how good-looking you may be, a wicked heart will never win anyone's affection. As she spoke, Xia Chengning felt an urge to applaud her. She had always believed that looking good was merely a source of personal joy and confidence, not a means to compete with others or to win their approval. Of course, she had dressed up Mai Miao with a purpose in mind, but that was simply to create an opportunity for the man to notice her. Whether they ended up together would depend on character and compatibility. Ugly is ugly, no need to spout a heap of nonsense to justify oneself. Humph, Shan Shan scoffed disdainfully. What is it to you? I am simply more attractive than you. Any man who wouldn't look at me certainly won't look at you either. Ha. Go ahead and stew in your jealousy. Despite her efforts to remain unfazed, Mai Miao felt anger bubbling within her upon hearing such disparaging remarks. She glared at Shan Shan, ready to argue further, but Xia Chengning intervened, signaling her to refrain from engaging in futile verbal sparring. She said earnestly, don't pay her any mind. Who knows who will end up jealous of whom in the future? How boastful Shan Shan was now, and how painful the repercussions would be later. Just then, a voice called out from outside, Mai Miao, come home. Turning to see her mother, Mai Miao initially assumed she was being summoned to prepare a meal. I'll be back to cook soon. It is not time yet, she replied. Li Cholian hesitated before saying, there are guests at home, they're looking for you. Hearing this, Xia Chengning inferred that the matchmaker must have already arrived at Mai Miao's house, prompting Li Cholian's visit. She patted Mai Miao's shoulder, encouraging her, hurry back, it might be good news. Oomph, good news? Shan Shan interjected sarcastically. What good news could she possibly have? Even if it is good news, it certainly won't involve her. Determined to make Mai Miao's life miserable, Shan Shan resolved to make this encounter an embarrassing one for the girl. With Li Cholian waiting outside, Mai Miao decided not to waste any more time arguing with Shan Shan. After telling Xia Chengning she would come back to play later, she exited. Once Mai Miao left, Shan Shan shot Xia Chengning a glare filled with resentment. Now that Lu Jingjie had returned, she could no longer openly cause trouble for Xia Chengning. With a huff, she turned and walked away. Upon returning to her room, Xia Chengning noticed that Lu Jingjie had already gone out, likely to the bathhouse. She felt fatigued but was uncomfortable having not changed clothes or bathed. After some contemplation, she resolved to boil some hot water outside for a bath. The coal stove boiled water slowly, and after quite some time, she finally had it ready. She washed her hair first, then carried the water back to her room, poured it into a wooden basin, closed the door, and began to undress. After a refreshing bath, she felt much better. Having not bought undergarments, she wore a traditional belly band, finding one embroidered with a lotus pattern. Just as she tied the thin strings on either side, the door suddenly swung open. The latch had been loose, and after Lu Jingjie had pushed it forcefully last time, it had become even more so. It must have slipped down just then, allowing the door to open upon his light push. Before her stood a young woman with her back to him, damp hair cascading over her slender neck, the graceful curve of her back accentuating her delicate figure. The subtle outline of her shoulder blades and her slender waist, cinched by a fine red string, rendered her strikingly alluring. In that moment, the air was thick with the captivating allure. Even the usually composed Lu Jingjie felt a flush rise to his cheeks. I'm sorry, he murmured before hastily closing the door and leaving. The incident had transpired so abruptly that when Xia Chengning finally registered what had occurred, she found herself unembarrassed, having merely exposed her back. However, given that they were not truly married, she wanted to avoid such awkwardness in the future. After dressing, she took a length of rope and secured one end to the bed frame and the other to a nail by the window, draping a thin sheet over it to create a private space for herself, making changing clothes much more convenient. Having just finished her bath and still feeling warm, she opened the window for some fresh air. As she did so, she spotted Lu Jingjia returning, a hammer and some nails in hand, promptly fixing the broken latch. Perhaps due to the awkwardness, neither of them mentioned the earlier incident. However, when Lu Jingjia's gaze fell upon the makeshift curtain Xiao Chengning had created, he paused for a moment, clearly signaling an intention to avoid any further misunderstandings. His expression darkened inexplicably, a sense of loss creeping into his heart. "Are you free this weekend?" Lu Jingjia broke the silence, his tone attempting to alleviate the tension. Xiao Qingning sensed he had something to discuss and replied honestly, "I'm free." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jingjia continued, "Then, let us go to the department store together. I need your help picking out some clothes, and afterward, we can head to the western suburbs." Realizing his tone sounded somewhat commanding, he quickly added, "Is that all right?" "Sure, sounds good." Xiao Qingning found his politeness somewhat unusual, but her curiosity piqued. Who was he intending to meet, and why did he want her alone? As they conversed, a boisterous male voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard, filled with barely contained excitement. Mama. Following the sound, Xiao Qingning saw Lu Lidong and Yao Hongmei entering the yard, their faces alight with joy. Her suspicions confirmed, she soon heard Lu Lidong exclaiming to Wang Mingfang, "Mom, Hongmei is pregnant." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Xiao Chengning's lips. Soon, she would help clear the original owner's tarnished reputation for infidelity. The good days for Wang Mingfang and her two sons were drawing to a close. Chapter 70. He silently accomplished a great deed. Upon hearing the news of her daughter-in-law's pregnancy, Wang Mingfang's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. She then eagerly urged Lu Lidong, "Quick, let me see the report." Oh, it's right here," Lu Lidong replied, fumbling to unfasten the button of his pocket, from which he extracted a slip of paper and handed it to Wang Mingfang with a grin. Wang Mingfang, unable to contain her excitement, hastily unfolded the document and indeed found a sign beneath the pregnancy section. At last, she felt a sense of relief. Her granddaughter Yingying was gradually growing up and would soon be starting kindergarten, thus requiring less of her attention. In due course, she could concoct a legitimate reason to remain in the Lu household, and she had been fervently wishing for Yao Hongmei to give birth to another child. This way, not only would she have a grandson, but she could also stay in the Lu family under the pretext of caring for him. Wang Mingfang's smile was so wide that her teeth gleamed, as she affectionately took her daughter-in-law Yao Hongmei's hand. "At last, you are pregnant. I have been waiting for this day for 2 years. If this baby turns out to be a boy, you will truly be a benefactor to the Lu family." It had been a long time since Wang Mingfang had expressed such warmth towards herself. Yao Hongmei, listening to her words, felt a mix of joy and anxiety, fearing that this pregnancy might also result in a daughter. Ever since her father's passing, her maternal family had offered no support to Lu Lidong, and at times, they even required assistance from him. Although her mother-in-law Wang Mingfang had never explicitly voiced her concerns, Yao Hongmei was not naive enough to be oblivious to the shifts in their attitudes. She understood well why her mother-in-law was so keen on her bearing a son. After all, the Lu family already had 2 sons, Lu Lidong and Lu Jingjia. With the latter not being born of Wang Mingfang, the position of the first grandson held considerable significance. In this household, aside from the consistently overlooked Xiao Qingning, she had the least say. If she were to bear a son, not only would her mother-in-law be delighted, but her own standing within the family would also be elevated. "This baby is surely a boy," Lu Lidong proclaimed with anticipation, adding, "It's unlikely for every pregnancy to result in a daughter, right?" Yes, Wang Mingfang replied with a smile. "Today is a joyous occasion. I shall go prepare a chicken stew." Then, turning to Shanshan, who had just emerged, she instructed, "Shanshan, come help out. You mustn't be lazy anymore. Your sister-in-law is pregnant now and needs to be well taken care of." Upon hearing this, Shanshan pouted in discontent and muttered under her breath, just loud enough for herself to hear, "What's the big deal? Even women 8 months along can still work." Her perspective was rather myopic. She couldn't fathom the benefits that Yao Hongmei's pregnancy might bring. All she could see was that with her sister-in-law expecting, more chores would inevitably fall upon her shoulders, which dampened her spirits. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry to the kitchen and get some water boiling. I'll be out shortly to prepare the chicken." Wang Mingfang was speaking when she noticed Lu Jingjia and Xiao Qingning stepping out of the room, her smile unwavering. "Thank goodness Jingjia is back today. Otherwise, we would all have to wait for the chicken." This remark was clearly intended to curry favor with Lu Jingzhe, who, however, merely acknowledged her with a fleeting glance before approaching Lu Lidong. He maintained his usual composure, his demeanor unchanged, and simply offered his congratulations. Xia Qingning, observing Yao Hongmei, said, "Congratulations, sister-in-law, do take care of your health." In truth, the original persona did not harbor any grievances against Yao Hongmei. Unlike Wang Mingfang and He Shanshan, one shrewd and the other foolishly malevolent, Yao Hongmei possessed a relatively gentle temperament. Having cohabited under the same roof with Xia Qingning for several years, they had not grown particularly close, but neither had they encountered any significant friction. "Thank you," Yao Hongmei replied with a smile, then added, "You and Jingzhe should also hurry and have a child. It would be nice for the two kids to grow up together." This comment struck a chord. The two were currently in a most innocent state regarding such matters, and the prospect of children seemed far-fetched. Lu Jingzhe's expression flickered momentarily, while Xia Qingning feigned shyness as she replied, "Sure." At that moment, the one with the most tumultuous thoughts was undoubtedly He Shanshan. If both of them were to become pregnant, all the work would fall to her, and she'd surely be overwhelmed. She couldn't help but wish maliciously that Xia Qingning should never conceive, for it would be better if she could never give birth at all. Just then, an elderly gentleman outside the courtyard suddenly called out, "Qingning, dear." "Qingning, dear?" Puzzled, Xia Qingning stepped outside and saw the old man standing at the gate of her yard, his face radiating kindness as he said, "Child, come out and take the phone. Your mother is calling." Xia Qingning was aware that there were no telephones in their village, and to make a call, one had to travel over 10 kilometers to the town. Having just returned from her maternal home, she wondered why her mother would call again. Was there some urgent matter at home? Thinking this, she promptly followed the old man to the phone booth. Upon reaching, she dialed the number that Gui Yumei had left, and after a single ring, the call was answered. Indeed, it was Gui Yumei, who appeared to have been waiting by the phone. "Xia Ning, have you arrived home safely?" Gui Yumei inquired. "We arrived a while ago, Mom." "Is there something wrong at home?" Xia Qingning asked, her tone laced with concern. No, Gui Yumei quickly reassured her, then asked, "Is Jingzhe with you? I would like to express my gratitude to him." Xia Qingning, somewhat perplexed, was about to inquire further when Gui Yumei continued, "This afternoon, the village chief came to see your brother and informed him that he no longer needs to go to work. He will only be responsible for recording everyone's work points. I immediately knew that Jingzhe must have intervened, for he visited the village chief this morning, likely to discuss this matter." Xia Qingning was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Jingzhe had quietly accomplished such a benevolent deed. "All right, Mom, he isn't here right now, but I will be sure to thank him when he returns," Xia Qingning assured her over the phone. Yes, do not forget," Gui Yumei reminded her, pausing for a moment before adding, "Regarding the money you sent me, I kept half, and the other half is in the innermost pocket of your green bag. Do remember to take it out and keep it safe. Knowing my daughter, she will surely scold me for this," Gui Yumei stated, not allowing Xia Qingning the chance to respond. "That will be all. I must go now, goodbye." By the time Xia Qingning processed the conversation, Gui Yumei had already hung up. After paying for the call, she returned home and opened Lu Jingzhe's olive green bag. Inside the small pocket, she indeed found a rolled-up bundle of cash, secured with twine, likely to prevent loss. Xia Qingning realized that Gui Yumei must have thought she would spend more in the city, which was why she had quietly returned the money. Feeling somewhat helpless, she stored the money safely, deciding to send it back to her mother in a few days. Now that she had a salary and her expenses were not extravagant, that impoverished household could certainly use the funds. Furthermore, she truly needed to express her gratitude to Lu Jingzhe for securing her brother a job. Chapter 71. Then let him come over tomorrow. During dinner, Wang Mingfang, as if seeking credit, informed Lu Baichuan of Yao Hongmei's pregnancy. Naturally, Lu Baichuan was elated. After all, a new addition to the family was on the horizon. Whether it was a boy or girl mattered little to him. He harbored no antiquated notions. With Lu Shoshua, the connoisseur of chicken legs, absent from home, Wang Mingfang beamed as she placed a generous chicken leg into Yao Hongmei's bowl, encouraging her to nourish herself in hopes of bearing a robust grandson for the Lu family. Yao Hongmei, taken aback by such unexpected treatment, instinctively caressed her belly, dividing the chicken leg in half, one portion for herself and the other for her daughter. Engying. Wang Mingfang, witnessing this, felt a twinge of discontent but restrained herself from expressing it. She then picked up another chicken leg and placed it in Lu Jingjia's bowl, saying, "Your father's cough hasn't yet improved and cannot eat chicken. Let Jingjia have this leg since he rarely comes home." The audacity with which this aunt lavished flattery was indeed an eye-opener for Xia Qingning. Just the other day, relations had been so strained during the repayment of a debt, yet now she could act as if nothing had happened, displaying a remarkable talent for dissimulation. As Lu Jingjia glanced at the chicken leg in his bowl, a look of distaste crossed his face. Xia Qingning noticed his subtle expression, anticipating that he might reject it, yet to her surprise, moments later, the chicken leg found its way into his own bowl. This unexpected action left everyone at the table astonished, particularly He Shanshan, seated in the far corner, whose eyes widened in disbelief, wondering how this chicken leg had ended up in the bowl of that troublesome girl, Xia Qingning. Let Qingning have it. She certainly needs it for her health, Wang Mingfan quickly adapted, seizing the opportunity. Xia Qingning, however, had no qualms about the chicken leg, since it had landed in her bowl, she might as well enjoy it. Yet, Lu Jingjia remained an enigma. Upon reflection, she recognized that although he had shown distaste, he had not acted impulsively to discard it, rather, he had passed it to her, making her the fortunate recipient, indicating a rather discerning character. Shortly after dinner, Xia Qingning noticed Mai Miao hurriedly approaching, looking quite flustered and hesitant to speak. Recognizing that she had something to share, Xia Qingning led her to her room. After a moment's hesitation, Mai Miao recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that the matchmaker who had introduced a potential partner for He Shanshan had just visited their home, expressing her intention to introduce a suitor, none other than the young man who had recently met with He Shanshan. The matchmaker mentioned that he had happened to see her during his visit and had been thinking of her ever since, thus prompting him to convey his interest through the matchmaker. The young man had intended to visit today but, fearing it might be awkward for Mai Miao, had asked the matchmaker to inquire first whether she would be open to meeting him, allowing them to get to know each other. He even indicated that if Mai Miao had reservations about meeting him now, he would be willing to wait another year until the situation had calmed down, at which point he would approach the matchmaker again. At this moment, Mai Miao felt conflicted. She genuinely wanted to meet him, sensing his sincerity and discretion. The fact that he had not approached her directly but had first sought her opinion through the matchmaker had left a favorable impression. Moreover, his willingness to wait demonstrated his earnest intentions. Additionally, his family background was quite respectable, and he himself was good-looking. Mai Miao felt that she was no longer young and had never encountered someone so suitable. She did not want to let this opportunity slip away. Her only concern was that he had previously met with He Shanshan, and if he were to meet her now, people would surely gossip. Given all this, Mai Miao found herself at an impasse, prompting her to seek counsel from Xia Qingning. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Qingning had become her pillar of support. Xia Qingning recognized that Mai Miao trusted her enough to share such personal matters, and after pondering for a moment, she inquired, "What is Aunt Li's stance on this?" "My mother has left the decision up to me," Mai Miao replied, somewhat anxiously. "But how can I decide on something so significant?" "By allowing you to make the choice, Aunt Li has implicitly given her consent," Xia Qingning advised. "If Li Qiulian were opposed to this match, she would have outright rejected it at the outset instead of seeking you out to discuss it." "Is that so?" Mai Miao blinked her large, round eyes, enlightenment dawning upon her. No wonder she didn't utter a single word of opposition and was so courteous to the matchmaker. Xia Qingning was well aware of Li Qiulian's thoughts. After all, no one was foolish. Such a wonderful match could hardly be dismissed merely out of fear of public opinion. Besides, Li Qiulian had never had any real rapport with He Shanshan and her mother, and given the circumstances surrounding Su Hui, it was already quite commendable that they had not become adversaries. She would not jeopardize her daughter's promising future over concern for their feelings. "Yet, I still worry about what others might say, that I'm stealing He Shanshan's suitor. That would be so unseemly." Mai Miao persisted with her concerns. "People will talk regardless. We cannot control their words," Xia Qingning replied with calm assurance. "Even if you were to decline now, they would still find something to gossip about. Why should we concern ourselves with their opinions? Living our lives well is what truly matters." To alleviate any lingering doubts, Xia Qingning decided to use her own experience as an example, stating, "Consider the uproar surrounding my situation with Lu Jingjia. Everyone was chattering behind my back, yet here I am, thriving, and you see how they still refer to me as the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family." Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jingjia, having just finished washing up, was on his way to his room when he overheard Xia Qingning's remark, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his gaze. "Ah!" My Miao exclaimed in surprise, her curiosity piqued, wanting to pursue the topic further, but Xia Qingning shifted the conversation, saying, "Moreover, the fact that that young man has feelings for you is nothing to be ashamed of. Do not fret so much, just take the time to get to know him." My Miao, not one to be stubborn, quickly grasped Xia Qingning's perspective after hearing her words and, with a hint of shyness, replied, "All right then, I shall ask him to come over tomorrow." Chapter 72. The object of affection visited my Miao's home, and He Shanshan was stunned with a newfound determination. My Miao bid farewell to Xia Qingning. Upon exiting the room, she unexpectedly encountered He Shanshan, who was carrying a basin and preparing to wash up. Due to Yao Hongmei's pregnancy, her mother, Wang Mingfang, had shifted her focus entirely onto her daughter-in-law, leaving little room for concern regarding He Shanshan's failed matchmaking endeavors. The recent days had been filled with nothing but discontent for He Shanshan. Upon seeing the very person she despised, my Miao, entering her home, she couldn't help but scowl and retort sharply, "Don't you have a home of your own? Why are you always running to someone else's house?" Over the years, the two had clashed countless times. Not one to back down from a challenge, my Miao countered without hesitation, "Indeed, don't you have a home, always residing in someone else's? You." He Shanshan was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort, for this place was not truly her home. She was merely a temporary lodger. Failing to best my Miao in this exchange, she quickly shifted the topic to the matchmaker's visit earlier that day, deliberately inquiring, "Did a matchmaker come to your house today to discuss a potential suitor?" As she spoke, a mocking smile crept onto her lips, and she taunted, "When will the viewing take place? Will you dare to let me meet him, to see if he is a turtle or a toad?" My Miao had no intention of flaunting her connection with Xiao Wu in front of her, but since He Shanshan insisted on playing the jester, she obliged her wish. "He'll be coming tomorrow afternoon," my Miao replied, glancing at her. "If you want to see, feel free to come by." He Shanshan's laughter grew more audacious, her confidence radiating as she proclaimed, "Oh, so you really want me to come? What if he ends up liking me instead of you? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for you?" Reflecting on He Shanshan's usual air of superiority, deeming others unattractive, my Miao felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of her receiving a lesson. She replied with a smirk, "Who ends up embarrassed remains to be seen." With that, she chose not to engage further and exited the courtyard. "Humph!" He Shanshan scoffed disdainfully, clutching her basin as she strode out, still wearing an air of triumph. "Whoever is ugly will be the one embarrassed." After a long day filled with trekking and traveling by car, Xia Qingning was utterly exhausted, her feet aching from the journey. To alleviate her fatigue, she heated water and poured it into a wooden basin, shedding her shoes and socks to soak her feet. Soaking her weary feet was the ultimate comfort, and as she settled into a chair, her mind drifted into a state of blissful relaxation, her feet unconsciously splashing about in the water. For Lu Jingjie, accustomed to rigorous training, this journey was but a trivial matter, and he felt no fatigue. Noticing that the hour was still early, he approached the table, picked up a book he had yet to finish, and inadvertently caught sight of Xia Qingning's restless feet splashing in the basin. He had never seen feet so small. Each toe was pale and delicate, rhythmically beating against the water, exuding an undeniable charm. Turning his gaze to the young woman beside him, she sat quietly, her head slightly bowed, her eyes vacant, resembling a bewildered kitten. Without realizing it, a subtle smile crept onto Lu Jingjie's lips as he observed her. Usually indifferent to others' appearances, he found that, viewing her up close, she was indeed stunning. A petite oval face, exquisitely delicate features, fair and smooth skin, a gracefully upturned nose, and lips that glistened with allure, all of which contributed to her charm, though he pondered why she appeared so slender. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, rose, and headed to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of malted milk. He handed it to Xia Qingning, who, startled by his gesture, accepted it with a polite, "Thank you. Didn't I tell you to drink it morning and night?" Lu Jingjie replied in a deep, resonant tone. "Oh, I'll remember next time," she murmured, her face buried in the bowl. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Lu Jingjie refrained from further reprimanding her. However, when he glanced at her again, he noticed her eyes were nearly closed, and realizing how exhausted she must be from a day of travel, he gently reminded her, "Drink up and get some rest." Xia Qingning acknowledged, suddenly recalling something. "Did you arrange for the village chief to assign my brother a scoring position?" Lu Jingjia did not deny it, nodding silently. Thank you. Xia Qingning's gratitude was sincere. She had not anticipated that he would take care of such a matter unprompted. How considerate and kind he was. No need, he replied, his voice deep and pleasant. Just as she was about to ask why he hadn't mentioned it to her brother when he left that morning, she remembered his typically low-key demeanor and aloof nature. He likely wished to avoid the thanks that would surely follow. A man who does good deeds without seeking recognition, how commendable. Before long, Xia Qingning finished the malted milk, and Lu Jingjia naturally took the bowl from her, setting it aside. As she withdrew her feet from the basin and prepared to put on her shoes, fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her to inadvertently step on the edge of the basin, nearly toppling it over. In the midst of her startled moment, a strong arm reached out, swiftly lifting her in a horizontal embrace. The suddenness of the action left Xia Qingning momentarily stunned. Had it not been for the solidness of his chest against her, she might have doubted the reality of the situation. He was indeed holding her, in a princess carry no less. In her youthful fantasies, she had once envisioned encountering a handsome young man, embarking on a sweet romance filled with tenderness and charm, complete with the likes of a princess carry, wall pushes, and bed pulls, all of it. Yet, as maturity set in, such dreams seemed trivial and somewhat embarrassing. Now, being held by such a strikingly handsome and well-built man, her astonishment overshadowed her delight. Lu Jingjia placed her on the bed, his expression devoid of much emotion, simply urging her to sleep if she was tired. Xia Qingning found herself puzzled. Even if he felt a sense of responsibility towards the original owner of her body, was this level of care truly necessary? What did it all signify? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? This notion flitted through her mind before she promptly dismissed it. She was not so naive as to believe she possessed such allure, capable of winning over someone who had initially harbored disdain for the original character in a matter of days. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Jingjia did not harbor feelings for her yet was attempting to accept her. After all, they were married, and given the nature of military marriages, what choice did he have but to try to accept her? If he were to bring up divorce, it would undoubtedly affect his political career. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a twinge of guilt for him. To be compelled to care for someone he did not like, perhaps even initially detested, must be quite trying. Yet, aside from his own discomfort, it could ultimately benefit her. When the time came for her to express a desire to accompany him in his military duties, her chances of success would be greatly increased. Thus, she resolved to endure this slight discomfort for him, planning to propose divorce only after she had secured a formal military position, ensuring that he would remain unscathed. With her decision made, sleepiness washed over her, and she turned over, sinking into a deep slumber. When Lu Jingjia returned from washing up, he found her already asleep, her body curled slightly, appearing even smaller than before. The only notable progress was that she no longer slept at the edge of the bed. He turned off the light and lay down, his mind wandering to the words Xia Qingning had spoken to my Miao. It's not that I'm bold, but that the villains are too despicable. He felt a vague sense of understanding. Perhaps it was time to have a serious conversation with Xia Qingning about the past. The following day, Lu Jingjia had matters to attend to and left early. As Xia Qingning sat in Wu Xiaodong's vehicle at the courtyard gate, she encountered my Miao, who was just emerging from her home. Upon seeing her, my Miao rushed over and whispered in her ear, "Qingning, could you come to my house after work this afternoon? Aren't you supposed to meet with that Xiao Wu? Wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to come?" Xia Qingning replied candidly. "I'm feeling a bit anxious," my Miao admitted nervously. "If you come, I won't be so scared." "Scared of what?" Xia Qingning chuckled, teasing her. "That Xiao Wu won't bite." "Oh my," my Miao's face flushed crimson as she shook Xia Qingning's arm. "Please come." "I am feeling uncertain. You said he doesn't even fancy He Shanshan. How could he possibly like me?" "Why wouldn't he like you?" Xia Qingning, knowing her insecurities, praised her. "You are beautiful and kind-hearted, far superior to He Shanshan." My Miao's face lit up with a smile, her worries dissipating significantly as she gained a newfound sense of confidence. She looked at Xia Qingning and said, "Qingning, you truly know how to lift my spirits. All right then, I'll meet him and see how it goes. Who knows, I might not even like him." Eager to witness my Miao's potential embarrassment, He Shanshan hurried home as soon as her shift ended. As she rode her bike to the entrance of her courtyard, she spotted the matchmaker who had introduced her to potential suitors. Accompanied by a man. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the man was none other than Xiao Wu, the very one she had met just days prior. He approached with a pile of gifts, a smile spreading across his face as he walked briskly forward. He Shanshan's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had reconsidered and found her to his liking after all? Just as she was about to greet him with excitement, she watched in disbelief as they headed directly into my Miao's home. He Shanshan was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 73. He Shanshan, whose match was stolen, came knocking when Xia Qingning returned home from work. The courtyard of my Miao's house was already teeming with onlookers, the atmosphere rife with commotion as people craned their necks to peer inside. The ruckus was quite significant, and a steady stream of newcomers continued to arrive, with those who had come earlier recounting the unfolding events. I heard it was a young man who initially went to see He Shanshan but found her wanting. Instead, he took a fancy to my Miao as she passed by today. He brought a matchmaker to propose, only to be confronted by He Shanshan, who stormed into their home in a fit of rage. Upon entering the courtyard, Xia Qingning immediately surmised what had transpired, yet she underestimated the depths of He Shanshan's foolishness. If she possessed even a modicum of common sense, she would realize that the real embarrassment in this debacle lay with her. In a similar predicament, most would handle the situation discreetly, but rather than retreating, she brazenly barged into the other party's home, seemingly eager for everyone to know she had been spurned. Was this not an act of self-inflicted humiliation? Indeed, the next moment, Xia Qingning heard murmurs from the crowd. Did the young man not make his intentions clear? How could he came the very next day to clarify that he simply was not interested. Ah! Then why did she make a scene at my Miao's home? Doesn't she feel ashamed? Exactly, if she hadn't caused a fuss, we might not have known now. Thanks to her, everyone is aware. The truth is, she has no grounds for complaint. He is not attracted to her, and he made that clear. You can't force someone to drink water if they are unwilling. Inside the house, He Shanshan was consumed by rage, oblivious to the opinions of others. All she cared about was demanding an explanation from a few people. With her hands on her hips, she pointed an accusatory finger at my Miao, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how dare you steal my suitor? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Only a blind fool would take a liking to you. Comrade please refrain from causing a scene here, return home instead." To spare everyone the embarrassment, interjected a young man named Xiao Wu. His demeanor suggested he was a man of understanding, unwilling to escalate the situation further, even when He Shanshan insulted him as a blind fool. Now you realize the discomfort, bah. He Shanshan spat contemptuously, disregarding her decorum as she turned her ire towards Xiao Wu, her voice sharp and unyielding. Are you blind? In terms of figure and looks, what does she have that I lack? Enlighten me. What is it that attracts you to her? Oh, Shanshan, it's not that you are unattractive, it's just that you and Xiao Wu are not fated to be. Why not return home? We can arrange for you to meet someone better another day, the matchmaker suggested hastily, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control. After all, she had facilitated both matchmaking efforts and was now concerned about her reputation being tarnished by the public quarrel. Who would want your introductions? Ha, you should pair them with those shameless scoundrels. You old fool, I see you've lost your mind over the matchmaking fees. He Shanshan was in no mood to temper her words, taking aim at anyone in sight. The matchmaker was taken aback by the foul language coming from a young woman yet to be married. Momentarily at a loss for words, after berating the matchmaker, He Shanshan shifted her focus back to Xiao Wu, still confrontational and relentless. You must clarify your stance today. Do you think I am unattractive or lacking in figure? What gives you the right to dismiss me? Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Even if you were a celestial being, you are simply not my type. Why persist in this nonsensical argument? Xiao Wu attempted to maintain a semblance of politeness, trying to reason with her. Ah, but it's clear I am not your type. He Shanshan suddenly laughed as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. I certainly cannot master the tricks of those shameless hussies you prefer. With that, she turned her glare towards my Miao, menacingly asking, Did you conspire ahead of time, knowing he would come to court me, deliberately dressing to entice him? How shameless can you be, throwing yourself at any man you see? Her words were shockingly crude and intolerable, prompting my Miao to retort loudly, He Shanshan, do not presume everyone is like you, hurling accusations of seduction at every turn. Did you not seduce him? How else would he have noticed you, you ugly hag? He Shanshan mocked, her eyes darting between Xiao Wu and my Miao, her expression laced with derision. I find it curious he would overlook me. I suspect you two have shared more than mere words. He Shanshan. Comrade he. The simultaneous shouts came from Li Qiulian and Xiao Wu, both faces contorted in anger, directing their disdain towards Xi Shanshan. How can you, an unmarried girl, utter such filthy words? Li Qiulian, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain herself and shouted. The crowd, primarily composed of women, understood the significance of reputation for a woman. Upon hearing Li Qiulian's admonition, they too began to chastise Xi Shanshan. The Xi Shanshan must be out of her mind, making baseless accusations without any evidence. My Miao has always been a well-mannered girl. How could Xi Shanshan tarnish her reputation like this? Just because others do not wish to court her, she resorts to slandering them. How can a young lady have such a venomous heart? Just as the crowd was denouncing Xi Shanshan, Wang Mingfang, who had gone shopping, returned to the courtyard. Upon entering, she immediately saw her daughter surrounded, being pointed at and discussed, causing her heart to sink. She feared that this thoughtless girl had once again landed herself in trouble. After grasping the situation, Wang Mingfang felt a wave of dread wash over her. If this were not handled properly, her daughter's reputation would be irreparably damaged, making it difficult for her to find a suitable match in the future. She took a moment to collect herself and approached Xi Shanshan, who was still spouting vitriol, and signaled for her to cease her tirade. Then, she bowed repeatedly to Li Qiulian, apologizing profusely. Aunt Qiulian, I am so sorry, so sorry. It is my failure as a parent. I apologize on her behalf. Please, do not hold her transgressions against her. Her subservient demeanor stemmed from the knowledge that Li Qiulian was the women's committee chair. If she were to take offense and accuse her daughter of malicious slander, Xi Shanshan would not only jeopardize her prospects of employment at a state-run factory, but she might also lose even her temporary position at the supply and marketing cooperative. Hearing Wang Mingfang's apologies, Li Qiulian remained visibly furious, casting a disdainful glance at her, unceremoniously ushering her away. Wang Mingfang, you've arrived just in time. Take your daughter home and discipline her properly. She is behaving like a shrew, utterly lacking the demeanor of a proper young lady. Wang Mingfang realized she could not leave now. She had to help her daughter salvage her dignity. If the label of shrew spread, her daughter would find it near impossible to secure a good match. No, her daughter's reputation must not be ruined. However, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable, and she needed to devise a convincing narrative to exonerate her daughter. With a slight adjustment of her emotions, she quickly set her mind to strategizing. Chapter 74 The Sophistry of Wang Mingfang. Wang Mingfang gazed earnestly at Li Qiulian, her face a mask of sincerity as she expressed her profound apologies. Aunt Qiulian, as you are aware, our Shanshan is not ill-natured. She merely possesses an overly impetuous temperament. She was momentarily flustered and uttered those words in a fit of anger. Please, do not hold it against her as a younger generation. Upon finishing her statement, she abruptly turned her attention to the bystander, Xiao Wu, and began to appeal to his emotions. Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs as she lamented to Xiao Wu, please tell Auntie, during your last visit to our home when you were getting to know Shanshan, did I, in any way, offend you or neglect you? Did I say anything that might have hurt your feelings or caused you discomfort, leading to your discontent with us? Is that why you harbor ill feelings towards our Shanshan? Upon hearing Wang Mingfang's inquiry, Xiao Wu assumed that the matchmaker had miscommunicated something the previous day, leading to her misunderstanding. He thus clarified, no, that is not it. I simply feel that I, and Comrade Eve, then, was it that Shanshan was impolite and said something to upset you, or perhaps did something that angered you, causing you to dislike her? Wang Mingfang interjected, not allowing him to finish, her demeanor rife with self-reproach. Xiao Wu, perplexed by Wang Mingfang's line of questioning, noted that there were indeed no grievances between their families at that moment. He replied truthfully, that is not exactly. Having gleaned the answer she desired, Wang Mingfang swiftly interrupted him, her tone shifting as she retorted, if neither Shanshan nor I have wronged you, why then do you choose to humiliate our family in such a manner? Xiao Wu, completely unaware of the trap he had fallen into, wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why she had made such an assertion, as he had never insulted her family. Wang Mingfang seized the opportunity, dramatically raising her hand to wipe away her tears, and amidst her sobs, she began her accusation. Oh, woe is me, that Xiao Wu, you are well aware that our families reside in the same courtyard. You visited Shanshan first, yet shortly thereafter, you went to see the wheat sprouts. Is that not rather unreasonable? Auntie understands your freedom to choose whom you favor or disfavor, but dear child, we must not be unkind. Your actions are a blatant slap in the face to our Shanshan. With that, she turned to the surrounding crowd, her expression earnest as she implored, esteemed uncles and aunts, please judge for yourselves. If this were to happen to you, would you not feel anger? Our Shanshan, bless her, has the most straightforward temperament. Though her words may be harsh, she harbors no malice. What she said earlier was simply a result of her being overwhelmed with emotion. Xia Qingning, observing from the sidelines, furrowed her brow slightly, realizing once again that the art of persuasion was indeed Wang Mingfang's forte. It was no wonder her mind was so quick, capable of twisting the narrative even in the absence of reason. This tactic of invoking empathy to redirect public opinion was unfailingly effective. As she had anticipated, differing voices began to emerge from the crowd. In this matter, one cannot place all the blame on He Shanshan. The male party also bears responsibility. Indeed, if this were my daughter, I too would be incensed. Exactly, the male party has already admitted that during the visit to the Lu family, neither mother nor daughter committed any wrongdoing. Ultimately, this situation arises from the male party's lack of consideration, which has now left both families in a precarious position. Xiao Wu, listening to the surrounding commentary, found himself utterly dumbfounded. With no cunning or guile, he was no match for the silver-tongued Wang Mingfang. With a few deft remarks, she had turned the tide of the situation, leaving Xiao Wu as the object of public disdain. As the winds of public opinion shifted, Wang Mingfang felt a surge of triumph within her. Though her exterior remained composed, just as she was about to press her advantage, Li Qiulian, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, "He and your daughter merely met. There was no commitment made. By your reasoning, does that mean once he has met your daughter, he cannot consider anyone else? Is there such logic?" Wang Mingfang quickly waved her hands, her expression earnest as she replied, No, Aunt Qiulian, you have misunderstood my intention. I am not suggesting he refrain from meeting others. Rather, I believe he is being rather hasty. Even if he were to wait a month before visiting your wheat sprouts, our Shanshan would have no objection. However, to do so merely days after meeting with us, and right under our noses, is rather disrespectful. Is it not a direct affront to our family? Wang Mingfang's arguments seemed to possess an air of reason, rendering Li Qiulian momentarily speechless. With her opponent silenced, Wang Mingfang then turned back to Xiao Wu, adopting a tone of heartfelt counsel. Logically, it is acceptable for you not to choose our Shanshan and to consider others. However, on a personal level, your actions appear rather inconsiderate. Xiao Wu, we do not require an apology from you, we merely hope you will exercise greater thoughtfulness in your future endeavors. There are no grudges between us, and your conduct was truly unwarranted. Her words, both logical and heartfelt, compelled even Xia Qingning to admire her skill in sophistry, despite the fact that it was her daughter, He Shanshan, who had displayed poor manners by causing a ruckus in someone else's home. Wang Mingfang's moral posturing had turned them into the victims, lamenting their plight while generously declaring, "No need for you to apologize." Such audacity was unmatched. At this point, the voices criticizing He Shanshan had largely dissipated, as the crowd seemed to empathize with her emotional outburst, with even a few expressing sympathy. Wang Mingfang, sensing her victory, feigned a look of regret, bending towards Li Qiulian to utter a heartfelt "I'm sorry," before sorrowfully pulling He Shanshan along, eager to depart. He Shanshan's expression clearly reflected her reluctance, yet under her mother's watchful gaze, she dared not voice her dissent. Begrudgingly following her mother's lead, the onlookers now cast their gazes at the Mai family and Xiao Wu with newfound scrutiny, whispers circulating about how Mai had encroached upon He Shanshan's territory, deeming it rather unkind. Listening to the murmurs, both the Mai family and Xiao Wu were at a loss, completely unsure of how to respond. While Xia Qingning furrowed her brow in contemplation, this encounter not only salvaged her daughter's reputation but also left the Mai family at a disadvantage, while simultaneously teaching the blind Xiao Wu a lesson. Wang Mingfang reveled in her triumph. Just as they were about to exit the throng, however, Xia Qingning stepped forward, subtly blocking their path. Chapter 75 He Shanshan's reputation is completely ruined. Xia Qingning gazed fixedly at Wang Mingfang, feigning confusion as she inquired, "Aunt, why is it permissible for your daughter to set the world ablaze while others are forbidden from lighting a candle?" Upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, the crowd was filled with perplexity, their collective gaze converging upon her. Xia Qingning, however, did not rush to elucidate. Instead, she leisurely approached Wang Mingfang, regarding her with an expression that seemed to convey, "You know the truth." Wang Mingfang, under the weight of her scrutiny, felt a twinge of discomfort. Instinctively aware that this girl was unlikely to utter anything beneficial to their cause, and recognizing that the situation had already shifted in Xia Qingning's favor, she hastily changed the subject, saying, "Child, what nonsense is this about lighting candles and setting fires? Oh, it is getting late. We ought to return home to prepare dinner. We shan't linger any longer. With that, she seized He Shanshan and made to depart. Noticing their intention to leave, Xia Qingning stepped forward, blocking their path, and with a polite smile, asked, "Aunt, why the hurry?" "The matter has yet to be clarified." "Clarified? Oh, Xia Qingning, I understand that you are concerned for Shanshan and feel discomfort at the perceived injustice towards your own kin. However, we have already stated that we do not blame Xiao Wu. Let us simply let this matter pass. If he and my Miao truly find happiness together, I shall wish them well," Wang Mingfang interjected, cutting Xia Qingning off mid-sentence. Wang Mingfang was acutely aware that Xia Qingning harbored no sympathy for He Shanshan, yet her use of the term kin was a clear reminder to Xia Qingning not to stray from familial loyalty. Xia Qingning was taken aback that Wang Mingfang would resort to emotional manipulation to silence her, but the matron seemed to have forgotten that there was little affection to be had between them. A faint smile played upon Xia Qingning's lips. She was not swayed by Wang Mingfang's tactics and had no intention of granting her any leniency. She queried, "Aunt, you just mentioned that Xiao Wu recently considered He Shanshan, and today he is looking at my Miao. Is that not rather inconsiderate? Is it not an affront to you?" At this juncture, she abruptly paused, not hesitating to strip away Wang Mingfang's pretense, inquiring pointedly, "But hasn't He Shanshan often engaged in similar behavior?" Wang Mingfang felt a jolt of alarm at Xia Qingning's question, still grappling for an explanation when Xia Qingning continued, "I recall that last month, He Shanshan also entertained 2 suitors on the same day, did she not?" "Yes, I can still recall their names." Without allowing her a moment to breathe, Xia Qingning pressed on with her counter-argument. "Why is it acceptable for you to engage in the same actions, yet when others do so, it becomes an insult to you?" Wang Mingfang, sensing the imminent threat, felt flustered and embarrassed but still struggled to salvage her dignity, explaining, "Well, those 2 families are not as close to us as we are to my Miao's family. They are strangers, so what does it matter?" "Oh," Xia Qingning nodded as if conceding to her argument, yet moments later, a look of greater confusion crossed her face. "But wait, I remember that last month, He Shanshan met with someone on the same day, and in the afternoon, she was introduced to another. Were not those 2 also strangers?" The onlookers, intrigued by the unfolding drama, cast incredulous glances at Wang Mingfang and her daughter, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this true? Did she not just say that such behavior is quite inconsiderate? How can she do it herself? This is truly hypocritical. She spoke so earnestly just moments ago, as if she were the one wronged. Ha, to entertain both a cousin and a brother on the same day. If it had succeeded, how awkward it would be to meet again." Wang Mingfang felt her scalp prickle. The face she had struggled to maintain was crumbling again under Xia Qingning's relentless words. She could not afford to be passive. Regaining her composure, she immediately retorted, "But we did not know they were brothers. It was merely a misunderstanding." "Did you not know?" Xia Qingning did not allow her the chance to evade responsibility, turning to the matchmaker beside her and inquiring, "I recall that during both introductions, it was you, Aunt, who brought them to our home. Did you not clarify their familial ties?" Having just been scolded by He Shanshan, the matchmaker was in no mood to shield Wang Mingfang from her own folly and quickly denied her claims, asserting, "I certainly made it clear." She then turned to Wang Mingfang with a tone of certainty, "Those 2 are brothers, and I distinctly communicated that to you. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto me." As if to add insult to injury, she revealed He Shanshan's shortcomings. "Moreover, it was not I who introduced 2 brothers to your daughter. It was your daughter, He Shanshan, who found the older cousin unsuitable and instead fancied his younger brother, beseeching me to facilitate another introduction in the afternoon. However, alas, he did not find her appealing." Silence. At this moment, He Shanshan could no longer suppress her indignation. After numerous failed matchmaking attempts, the names of those who had rejected her were laid bare before all. Priding herself on her beauty and harboring a lofty disposition, she could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Without a second thought, she shook off Wang Mingfang's hand and stormed up to the matchmaker, shouting, "Old hag, do take a look at the unsightly suitors you have introduced. They are either unattractive or have some flaw. How dare you say they did not find me appealing?" At the sound of old hag, the matchmaker's expression shifted dramatically. Having spent a significant portion of her life in matchmaking, she had introduced countless couples, at least hundreds of proper families. Now, being equated to a madam was intolerable. With a scowl on her face, she turned to Wang Mingfang and remarked sarcastically, "Wang Mingfang, your daughter is truly remarkable. She readily labels others as old hags. With such a temperament, I fear no one will dare to approach your home to propose for her in the future." If only Wang Mingfang could have retracted this thoughtless and reckless daughter back into her womb. Why provoke the matchmakers? These women interacted with so many people daily. If word of today's events spread, her daughter's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Please, aunt, do not take offense. Shanshan simply lacks the ability to express herself." Wang Mingfang continued to struggle, but the crowd could no longer refrain from commenting, "It is not that she cannot express herself. She is simply ill-mannered. Now that her faults are exposed, she resorts to insulting the matchmaker. Just a moment ago, she had the audacity to demand that Xiao Wu wait a month before returning. Yet, your Shanshan cannot wait a single day. How can she expect others to wait a month for her sake? It is utterly ridiculous. Indeed, it is fortunate that Xiao Wu has good taste, choosing my Miao over her. Had he married her, it would have led to domestic chaos. She once looked down upon my Miao, constantly deriding her for not being as beautiful as herself, and now, how the tables have turned. Those who had previously felt a twinge of sympathy for Shanshan now found themselves regretting their earlier sentiments, realizing that such a person was unworthy of compassion. As Xiao Qingning listened to the murmurs of the crowd, a subtle smile graced her lips. Even if Wang Mingfang were to articulate her arguments with eloquence, she could no longer mend the damage done. Today's commotion had irrevocably sullied Shanshan's reputation. Chapter 76. From now on, I will treat her twice as well. At this juncture, Wang Mingfang found herself bereft of words to explain why Shanshan had been exonerated. Realizing that lingering here would only exacerbate her embarrassment, she seized Shanshan's arm and hastily made her way outside, her pace brisk, her expression exceedingly grim, as she berated Shanshan, "You wretched girl, you never give anyone a moment's peace." Shanshan, taken aback by the turn of events, felt a surge of panic. Amidst the murmurs and reproaches of the onlookers, she slinked away, trailing behind Wang Mingfang. As the spectacle dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some kind-hearted souls offered a few words of comfort to Li Qiulian and my Miao before departing. Once the gathering had dispersed, Li Qiulian approached and grasped Xiao Qingning's hand, her gratitude palpable as she remarked, "Qingning, we owe you our thanks today. Without your intervention, we truly would not have known how to proceed." Xiao Qingning, somewhat taken aback by this unexpected intimacy, felt a twinge of discomfort. This was the first time Li Qiulian had spoken to her so affectionately. Following this, my Miao also approached, her eyes brimming with tears, biting her lip in an effort to suppress her emotions, managing to utter but two words, "Thank you." Understanding the weight of her feelings, Xiao Qingning gently patted my Miao's back, offering solace, "It's all right. Don't feel embarrassed or humiliated. The one who should be ashamed is Shanshan, not you." Observing my Miao's distress, Xiao Wu's eyes filled with concern, and he repeatedly apologized, I'm sorry. It is all my fault for not considering things thoroughly, causing everyone to suffer. Knowing that she has been wronged, you must treat her better in the future." In an attempt to lighten the somber atmosphere, Xiao Qingning teased the two of them. At this, my Miao's face flushed crimson, her tears retreating, and she bashfully pinched Xiao Qingning's arm. Xiao Wu, eager to redeem himself, nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will certainly treat her twice as well from now on." Hearing this, my Miao blushed even deeper. Meanwhile, the matchmaker, her face aglow with delight, continued to play the role of facilitator. "They say good things come to those who wait. Let us hope this incident serves as a test, and that we shall soon indulge in your celebratory sweets." She then turned her attention to Xiao Qingning, having just noticed the enchanting young woman. Wang Mingfang had mentioned she was from their household, yet she had never seen her before. Intrigued, she inquired, "Whose daughter is this lovely girl?" Previously, whenever the matchmaker had brought suitors to the Lu household to meet Shanshan, Wang Mingfang had always confined her within the room, fearing comparisons would lead to unfavorable judgments. Thus, despite multiple visits, the matchmaker had never encountered Xiao Qingning and, naturally, did not recognize her. Upon hearing the term young girl, my Miao broke into a grin, for Xiao Qingning's youthful visage could indeed be misleading. She appeared to be only 17 or 18, yet who would suspect she had been married for several years? "She is my best friend, from the Lu family," my Miao declared proudly. The phrase best friend warmed Xiao Qingning's heart, and she unconsciously smiled, her lips curving gracefully. The smile left the matchmaker momentarily speechless. She happened to have two exceptionally handsome young men from well-to-do families in mind, who were specifically seeking beautiful brides. Having introduced several candidates before to no avail, she recognized that introducing this striking young woman would surely yield success. "How old is the young lady? Is she engaged?" the matchmaker inquired, her demeanor cheerful. She recalled that Wang Mingfang's ex-husband had a daughter. "Oh dear, auntie, do not entertain thoughts of matchmaking for her. She has been married for several years." My Miao affectionately linked her arm with Xia Qingning's, smiling at the matchmaker. "Oh, what a pity!" The matchmaker's smile faded into a look of resignation, her face etched with regret. My Miao, with a playful glint in her eye, quipped, "What a pity, her husband is a regiment commander in the army, handsome and devoted, she is living a most fortunate life." A regiment commander. The matchmaker mused, relieved she hadn't hastily suggested a mere technician or the like. Her best prospects were those with minor roles in state-owned enterprises, which paled in comparison to the allure of a military officer. In this era, factory jobs were stable, but being an officer was akin to holding a golden ticket. Having playfully teased my Miao, she now found herself the subject of light-hearted banter from Xia Qingning, who thought, "This girl is quite clever." After a brief exchange, Xia Qingning bid them farewell and returned home. As she stepped into the courtyard, she overheard Wang Mingfang chastising He Shanshan, calling her foolish, impulsive, and lacking in judgment. Seated in a chair, He Shanshan refrained from retorting, yet her puffed cheeks and furrowed brow were unmistakable signs of dissent. Xia Qingning, uninterested in their quarrel, entered the house and made her way to her room, but He Shanshan sprang up from her seat, rushing to confront Xia Qingning with fury in her eyes. "You wretched girl, how dare you return? I see you cannot bear to see me thrive, deliberately sabotaging my Miao to compete for men, am I right?" Her words dripped with venom, blaming Xia Qingning for the humiliation she suffered, convinced that had it not been for Xia Qingning enhancing my Miao's appearance, Xiao Wu would never have noticed her. Xia Qingning raised an eyebrow, regarding He Shanshan quizzically. "Didn't you pride yourself on your beauty? Are you truly afraid of competition? You!" He Shanshan's fury morphed into something more sinister, and she lashed out, "You shameless vixen, who climbs into beds for pleasure, now teaching my Miao to ensnare men. You two harlots will surely meet a dire fate." Typically, when He Shanshan hurled insults at Xia Qingning, Wang Mingfang would feign intervention, but today she stood silently aside, saying nothing. The absence of Lu Jingzhe at home meant that He Shanshan could hurl her insults without consequence, and besides, Xia Qingning truly deserved a lesson. Had it not been for her, Shanshan would not have faced such disgrace. As He Shanshan's foul words echoed, Xia Qingning's delicate features tightened, her brows knitting together as she retorted, "After being schooled by everyone just now, it seems you still lack a sense of awareness." "Oh, but of course, how could one who lacks wit possibly learn? Who are you calling witless?" He Shanshan seethed, her rage boiling over having endured Xia Qingning's provocations for far too long. Her emotions reached a boiling point. Clenching her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury, she declared, "You wretched girl, don't think that just because Lu Jingzhe is back, you have support. Today, I shall make you beg for mercy." With that, she swung her fist towards Xia Qingning. Chapter 77 Learning self-defense from him. He Shanshan was robust and strong, her strength akin to that of an ox, while Xia Qingning's frail physique stood before her, utterly defenseless. Xia Qingning's complexion visibly paled with panic. She had not anticipated He Shanshan's ferocity. If a confrontation ensued, she would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. As she witnessed the enormous fist poised to strike, her eyes frantically scanned the surroundings, yet she found no object that could serve as a weapon. In a state of turmoil, she instinctively raised her hands to shield her head, preparing for a final struggle when a thunderous voice suddenly resonated from outside, "Stop!" The tone was urgent and filled with fury. In the blink of an eye, a man had darted forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Qingning, seizing He Shanshan's wrist with remarkable speed and agility, as though he had teleported there. With the threat now neutralized, Xia Qingning lowered her hands from her head and realized that Lu Jingzhe stood before her, shielding her from harm. In that moment, the sight of his tall, powerful figure instilled an unparalleled sense of security within her. She truly felt fortunate that Lu Jingzhe had returned. Lu Jingzhe had never been so enraged. His expression was cold and taut, veins bulging in his arms, and his eyes glinted with a piercing chill as if they could penetrate one's very being. Having emerged from the blood-soaked battleground, his fury emanated an intimidating aura. He Shanshan felt a searing pain in her wrist, as if it were being clamped by an iron vice. No matter how she struggled, her efforts were futile, only intensifying her agony, and her cries echoed throughout the room. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The events unfolded too swiftly. By the time Wang Mingfang heard He Shanshan's cries of pain and reacted, He Shanshan's face had already turned pale from the suffering. Previously, she had feigned ignorance while He Shanshan bullied Xia Qingning, but witnessing her daughter in distress, Wang Mingfang hurried forward, grasping Lu Jingjia's arm and exclaiming, "Jingjia, let go, let go. Shanshan's hand is about to break." In an instant, the room was filled with cries, shouts, and wails, creating a cacophony of chaos. Lu Jingjia cast a cold glance at He Shanshan. Her face was contorted with pain, rendering her grotesque. After a moment, he disdainfully waved his hand and hurled her toward Wang Mingfang. The force of the throw was so great that it nearly sent both mother and daughter crashing to the ground. "Control your daughter." Lu Jingjia's face was as dark as thunder as he regarded Wang Mingfang, his voice icy. "If she dares to strike again, she will lose that arm." Listening to Lu Jingjia's words and observing Xia Qingning's delicate, vulnerable demeanor, He Shanshan was overcome with a tumult of emotions: anger, resentment, and unwillingness that obliterated her rationality. In a fit of rage, she seized a kettle of boiling water from the table, intending to hurl it at Xia Qingning. However, just as she raised the kettle, it was snatched away, and a resounding slap landed squarely on He Shanshan's face, the sharp sound silencing the entire room. Stunned, He Shanshan stood dazed, clutching her stinging face, unable to believe that her mother, who had always doted on her, would strike her so forcefully. The pain on her face was excruciating, and feeling wronged, she burst into tears. "You little wretch! When did you learn to resort to violence? Have you lost your mind? Let me teach you a lesson today." Wang Mingfang scolded as she struck He Shanshan's back, appearing to take vengeance for Xia Qingning. He Shanshan cried even louder, her face smeared with tears and snot, a sight of utter disgrace. While Wang Mingfang chastised her daughter, she simultaneously apologized profusely to Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia, bowing deeply in a show of sincerity, appearing to side with the wronged rather than her own kin. After a tumultuous scene, Wang Mingfang continued to scold while dragging He Shanshan back to their room. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Jingjia remained silent, his expression dark and filled with disdain, as he struggled to contain his rage. Without uttering another word, he turned and left, seemingly eager to distance himself from the chaotic situation. Xia Qingning understood that had He Shanshan not attacked her, Lu Jingjia would never have intervened in this embarrassing domestic quarrel. His hands were meant for wielding steel and subduing foes, not for entangling himself with a petulant woman. To him, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. As Xia Qingning returned to her room, her spirits were low. The moment He Shanshan charged at her, she had tragically realized that in the face of overwhelming physical strength, her frail body would only suffer in resistance. It was only because Lu Jingjia had intervened in time that she escaped injury. What if he were not there next time? Would she merely have to endure the blows? No, she could not passively await further bullying. Calming herself, Xia Qingning resolved to eat more and engage in exercises to strengthen her body starting the next day. Physical training was undoubtedly beneficial. At the very least, she would no longer appear so fragile, inviting anyone to torment her. However, building strength would require time. As she contemplated the impending revelation of her true identity, she feared that if Wang Mingfang and her children were cornered, they might resort to extreme actions like He Shanshan had today, leaving her utterly defenseless. Tilting her head in thought, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Although this body appeared weak, it possessed a certain deceptive quality. If she could learn some self-defense techniques, those that employed cunning and targeted an opponent's vulnerabilities, perhaps they could prove invaluable in a critical moment. The notion was promising, but who could she turn to for such instruction? Just then, as Xia Qingning pondered this, Lu Jingjia walked in. His tall, commanding figure, with rolled-up sleeves revealing his well-defined arms, brought a faint smile to her lips. Who could be a more fitting mentor than the man standing before her? Chapter 78. U2. Kissing. Usually, Xia Qingning would find ways to resolve her issues independently, seldom bothering Lu Jingjia. However, this was a matter of self-preservation. Even if she had to muster her courage, she needed to implore him to teach her. Thank you for what just happened, Xia Qingning began, not immediately voicing her request but rather expressing her gratitude first. Her appreciation was sincere. After all, he had genuinely helped her and spared her from harm. "You're welcome," Lu Jingjia replied in a low voice, his expression remaining as indifferent as ever. As Xia Qingning hesitated on how to broach the subject of wanting him to teach her, Lu Jingjia suddenly lowered his eyes to her, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions as he asked solemnly, "Did they ever lay hands on you before?" The original persona had been timid and obedient, never daring to resist. Aside from verbally bullying her or extracting small favors, He Shanshan had never physically assaulted her. Xia Qingning shook her head and replied softly, no. Upon hearing her response, Lu Jingjia's tense demeanor visibly relaxed. If such an incident had not been a mere coincidence today, he could scarcely imagine how pitiful and helpless she must have been without any family by her side in the past. Realizing he was concerned for her well-being, Xia Qingning felt a surge of courage. She lifted her gaze, her bright eyes unwavering as she asked, "Could you teach me some simple self-defense techniques?" Lu Jingjia momentarily faltered, taken aback by her request to learn self-defense. In his mind, she seemed too delicate, someone who would be bullied and then retreat to her bed to weep, rather than contemplate resistance. The little figure before him once again made Lu Jingjia realize he had underestimated her. "I wish to learn techniques that utilize leverage to strike at an opponent's vital points when they are least prepared," Xia Qingning explained hastily, sensing his silence. Afterward, she looked at him earnestly and continued, "Should something like today occur again in the future, I want to be able to protect myself." While others faced such situations and likely remained paralyzed by fear, it was rare for her to possess such awareness. A flicker of approval crossed Lu Jingjia's eyes as he nodded slightly, conceding, "All right." Upon his return, he had noticed her being bullied and had urged her to learn to fight back. Now, she was taking his advice, yet lacked the means to defend herself and had nearly been harmed. This indeed reflected a lapse on his part. Seeing him agree, Xia Qingning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her gratitude and vowed to learn diligently. Having spent many years in the military, Lu Jingjia was well versed in practical experience and combat skills. As long as he taught her, she would be equipped to safeguard her life in emergencies. Considering the inappropriateness of practicing outdoors where they might be observed, they organized the room and decided to train there. "Your physique is too frail. Engaging in a direct contest of strength will lead to your defeat. Therefore, you must learn to utilize your elbows and knees, those harder joints in your body, to target the opponent's vulnerable spots such as the solar plexus, throat, jaw, and eyes." You don't need to learn an excessive number of self-defense moves, just a few practical techniques. However, you must master them completely. An adversary will not grant you a second opportunity. You must be able to incapacitate them with a single strike. Even if you grasp the techniques and apply them correctly, you may not be able to subdue someone in a real confrontation due to your lack of strength. Thus, after mastering these techniques, you must engage in systematic strength training to enhance your physical power. Xia Qingning listened intently as Lu Jingjia demonstrated the techniques for her. He showed her how to quickly break free if someone seized her arm, and how to secure the opponent's wrist in return. He explained how to grasp a leg when kicked and retaliate by striking the other supporting leg. With a serious and focused demeanor, Lu Jingjia meticulously detailed each action as if he were in a military combat training session. The soldier's air of discipline and steadfastness radiated from him, and his precise understanding and application of power were utterly captivating. Initially, he refrained from allowing Xia Qingning to practice immediately. Instead, he broke down each move into several smaller actions, demonstrating them one by one. For the final move, if someone suddenly grasps your clothing, the way to escape is: place your palms facing each other, interlace your fingers, and wrap around the opponent's arm, forcefully pressing down on their shoulder blade until they are pinned to the ground. Upon completing his explanation, Lu Jingjia demonstrated the move by grabbing Xia Qingning's clothing at her chest and pulling her closer to him. Just as he intended to remind her to use the method he had taught her to resist, he noticed that she stood frozen, her little face flushing crimson. In his focused demonstration, he had not entertained any distractions until he realized the nature of his grip. Typically, he trained male soldiers and had never encountered such an awkward situation. The earlier action had been mere muscle memory, but he had forgotten that the person before him was a girl, with a body structure distinct from a man's. At that moment, his hand was enveloped in a soft, yielding sensation, full and elastic. Realizing what he had done, he quickly released his grip. As Xia Qingning instinctively leaned back from his hold, the moment he loosened his hand, she lost her balance and began to topple backward. Before she could fall, she instinctively reached out for something to grasp, while Lu Jingjia reacted by extending his hand to catch her. Yet, time was against them, her backward lean was too severe, and she inadvertently pulled him down with her. Thus, they both fell, fortunately landing on the bed rather than the floor. The weight pressing down on Xia Qingning made it difficult for her to breathe. Just as she intended to speak, she realized her lips were being pressed against his. Xia Qingning's pupils dilated, his lips were thin and cool, their soft touch igniting a blank haze in her mind. What had previously been a scene only seen in idol dramas was now unfolding in reality, yet Xia Qingning found it far from romantic. Instead, she wore a look of sheer terror. Overwhelmed by shock, neither of them reacted immediately, remaining in their ambiguous position on the bed.at. That moment, a surprised and curious voice suddenly rang out from the doorway, "You two are kissing." Chapter 79. They are soon to have a child. At the entrance stood Lu Xiaoxue, who had just returned from school. Upon noticing the two individuals on the bed, she suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed while dashing outside, "My Ergu, come look. My second brother and his companion are kissing in the room." Lu Jingjie, realizing the situation, swiftly propped himself up on his hands and stood up. The usually composed and self-restrained expression on his face was now marred by an unusual sense of panic. With the pressure lifted, Xia Qingning, lying back on the bed, attempted to rise, only to discover there was no support beneath her feet, rendering her unable to stand. Observing her predicament, Lu Jingjie approached to assist her, but to his surprise, Xia Qingning had already turned onto her side and managed to get up by herself. In a swift movement, as she bent down and stood up, their foreheads collided with a resounding thud. A sharp pain surged, and Xia Qingning instinctively let out a soft cry of discomfort, covering her forehead with her hand. "Are you all right?" Lu Jingjie, hearing her sound of pain, stepped forward, gently removing her hand and brushing aside her hair to reveal a noticeable red mark on her forehead. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." "Quickly go and tell her to stop saying such things," Xia Qingning urged anxiously, her gaze fixed on Lu Jingjie. Furrowing his brows slightly, Lu Jingjie remained silent for a moment, examining her forehead closely. Satisfied that there was no serious injury, he stood up and exited the room. Xia Qingning sat on the bed, cradling her pained forehead, the flush on her face still lingering. Had they just shared a kiss? Not only that, but a little brat had witnessed it and rushed out to spread the news. This was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. In another part of the house, He Shanshan's cries echoed incessantly. Wang Mingfang looked at the 5 clear fingerprints on her face, her heart aching for her daughter, and instinctively raised her hand to soothe her. However, He Shanshan pushed her hand away and buried her face in the bed, continuing to cry, her sobs so intense that they came in gasps. Seeing her like this, Wang Mingfang could only rub her back gently to help her calm down while explaining, "Shanshan, don't blame your mother for hitting you. You were far too impulsive just now. Think about it, if you had really harmed her, could the two of us continue living in this house? If we can't stay, then we won't." He Shanshan lifted her head and shouted at Wang Mingfang, "Then you can go back to the He family." Wang Mingfang, realizing that gentle words wouldn't penetrate her daughter's stubbornness, resorted to harsher tones. "Go back there and live with their family of 6, crammed into 3 leaky rooms, while you eat only 2 dishes per meal, helping them cook, wash dishes, clean floors, and do laundry." As Wang Mingfang's words sank in, memories of her past life with the He family flooded He Shanshan's mind, and her anger diminished slightly, though her tears continued to flow. "Woo, they bully me, and you hit me too. What's the point of living? I might as well jump into the river and die." "Enough nonsense. What do you mean die? I hit you because you acted without thinking and completely disregarded the consequences. Just think, if you had actually hurt her today, how would you have dealt with it?" Wang Mingfang questioned, wiping her daughter's tears. Though she knew her mother was right, He Shanshan still felt frustrated and cried, "I just wanted to smash that little brat. If it weren't for her, could Xiaowu possibly fancy that ugly my Miao? If it weren't for her, would they dare to speak about me like that today?" Wu. The moment He Shanshan mentioned the events of the afternoon, Wang Mingfang's frustration boiled over, and she couldn't help but poke her finger at He Shanshan's head. "Isn't it your own fault? Why did you go to my Miao's house to cause a scene? You even cursed at the matchmaker. Really, you take after your father. Have you thought about how many people that matchmaker interacts with daily? She could spread your words all over town. How do you expect to find a good match?" He Shanshan considered that aspect, and upon hearing Wang Mingfang's words, she grew anxious. Now that she was 21, if no one introduced her to a partner, would she become an old maid? "Mom," He Shanshan grasped Wang Mingfang's hand urgently, "what should I do?" "Now you're worried." Wang Mingfang looked at her daughter with exasperation, then sighed, "I must have owed you in my past life. What else can we do? In a while, I'll go to your second aunt and ask her to introduce someone for you." Instantly, He Shanshan ceased her tears, her eyes sparkling with hope. Her second aunt was the most successful among her mother's sisters, married to a regular worker at a state-owned enterprise, with a son serving as a battalion commander. "But will she help?" He Shanshan asked, worried. "She's not that close to you. She may have her opinions about me, but she cares about you younger generations. Worst case, I'll put aside my pride and go plead with her." Wang Mingfang poked He Shanshan's head again, saying, "Who told me to give birth to such a troublesome child? You're still the best, Mom." That He Shanshan wrapped her arms around Wang Mingfang's, playfully saying, ask her to introduce me to a soldier too. It would be even better if he has some rank in the army. You're dreaming. Wang Mingfang lovingly touched He Shanshan's bruised face, speaking earnestly. Shanshan, you need to learn how to apply makeup. Look at my Miao, she may not be as pretty as you, but after some makeup, she looks much better. What man doesn't prefer a beautiful woman? Even if someone introduces you to a well-off family, you must be able to hold your own. He Shanshan instinctively wanted to retort, but thinking of my Miao's made-up appearance, she fell silent, pouting in dissatisfaction, convinced that if she mastered makeup, she would surely outshine her. Moreover, from now on, you are never to provoke Xia Qingning again, Wang Mingfang reiterated. Having witnessed Lu Jingjia's protective stance over Xia Qingning today, Wang Mingfang understood that if her daughter caused any trouble, they would face dire consequences. Knowing her daughter felt wronged, she added, just endure a little longer, it will get better. Endure, 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 how long must I keep enduring? He Shanshan shouted. She was genuinely fed up with Xia Qingning. Just thinking about her seductive demeanor made her want to rush over and mar that enchanting face that bewitched Men. As long as Lu Jingjia remains, you shall endure. If he stays for a year, you will endure for a year. Wang Mingfang said sternly, fearing her daughter Wen Ti grasped the gravity of the situation. He Shanshan fell silent, her resentment barely concealed in her eyes. Xia Qingning was simply relying on Lu Jingjia's affection to act so arrogantly. If Lu Jingjia no longer favored her, wouldn't she be left defenseless? Her mother always urged her to endure, but she believed that dealing with Xia Qingning required a more ruthless approach, one that would ensure she could never rise again. With that thought, a wicked idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Xia Qingning, just wait for your reputation to be ruined. Lu Jingjia returned home only at dinner time, his expression as cold and indifferent as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Xia Qingning resolved to maintain her silence, determined to mirror his stoic demeanor. If he didn't mention it, neither would she. At the dinner table, Wang Mingfang relentlessly filled Yao Hongmei's bowl with food, urging her to eat more to regain her strength after suffering from severe nausea. Though Yao Hongmei had no appetite, she forced herself to eat the dishes her mother-in-law offered. During the meal, the conversation veered toward children, and Wang Mingfang suddenly turned to Lu Jingjia, feigning innocence as she reminded him, Jingjia, look at your sister-in-law. She is expecting her second child. You and Qingning should hurry up too. Beside them, Lu Lidong chimed in, yes, you've been married for several years now, it's time to think about having a child. Lu Jingjia responded curtly, clearly disinterested in discussing the matter. Xia Qingning had never contemplated children, so she continued to eat, pretending not to have heard. Meanwhile, He Shanshan pouted, muttering to herself, she looks so frail. She probably won't ever bear children. Seeing that the subject seemed to be fading, everyone was caught off guard when a childish voice suddenly chimed in, they're about to have a baby. All eyes turned toward the speaker, Lu Xiaoxue, filled with confusion. A moment later, they heard her gleefully declare, today I saw them hugging and kissing, doesn't kissing mean they're about to have a baby? Chapter 80. Is Lu Jingjia a boiler operator? As soon as this statement was uttered, every individual at the table ceased their activities, leaving the room enveloped in an awkward silence. Ahem. Xia Qingning, having just swallowed a morsel of food, was suddenly startled by the remark and found herself choking, her face flushing crimson. Observing her distress, Lu Jingjia, maintaining an impassive demeanor, ladled a bowl of soup and placed it before her. Xia Qingning hastily lifted the bowl, burying her entire head within it. Eat your meal, what does a little girl know? Wang Mingfang promptly interjected to ease the tension. Lu Xiaoxue, visibly defiant, continued, what do you mean? I don't understand. Aunt Jia said that if two people kiss, they are bound to have children. They were kissing for quite a while this afternoon, so surely they're about to have a baby. All eyes turned towards her once more. Burp. This time, Xia Qingning ceased her coughing, only to be overtaken by a series of uncontrollable hiccups. Eat, Lu Jingjia said sternly, giving Lu Xiaoxue a light pat on the head. Under his authoritative gaze, Lu Xiaoxue fell silent and began to eat her rice. The others resumed their discussions, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Yet, Xia Qingning continued to hiccup. The atmosphere seemed to revert to its previous state before the topic of children was broached, but Xia Qingning felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She quickly finished her meal, excused herself, and retreated to her room. After Wang Mingfang completed her meal, she left, while Yao Hongmei, who was pregnant, appeared pale and unsteady, prompting Xia Qingning's early departure from the table, leaving the task of washing dishes to He Shanshan. As He Shanshan busied herself with the dishes, her frustration mounted. In the days prior to Lu Jingjia's return, she had never undertaken such duties. The recent comment from Lu Xiaoxue regarding Lu Jingzhe and Xia Qingning kissing only fueled her ire. If Xia Qingning were truly pregnant and bore a son, He Shanshan's position would be severely compromised, leaving her with no opportunity to reprimand her. Clenching her fists, her eyes filled with resentment, she found it increasingly difficult to suppress her malevolent thoughts. That night, as they prepared for bed, both Xia Qingning and Lu Jingzhe tacitly avoided mentioning the unexpected incident. However, Xia Qingning chose to sleep slightly farther from him, regardless of whether it was indeed an accident. They had shared a kiss, and an indescribable sensation lingered within her. She found herself unable to regard Lu Jingzhe with the same ease as before. In her naivety, she had imagined countless scenarios for her first kiss, never anticipating it would unfold in such a manner, feeling as if they had kissed yet also as if they had not. One puzzling aspect was Lu Jingzhe's remarkable composure. Oh, right, he had even touched her chest. Fortunately, he had not sought her out afterward to apologize. The mere thought of such an encounter was fraught with embarrassment. After a time of restless thoughts, Xia Qingning gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Jingzhe, hearing her rhythmic breathing, furrowed his brow and involuntarily turned to gaze at her. The soft moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her delicate features, her oval face, curled eyelashes, and dainty nose, complemented by her pink lips. His gaze lingered on her lips, the image of their kiss flashing swiftly through his mind. For the first time, he truly felt the softness and tenderness of a woman's lips. The vivid recollection made his throat involuntarily constrict, igniting a surge of heat within him. After a moment, he turned away, forcing himself to cease his scrutiny of her. The following morning, Xia Qingning awoke early, completing her morning routine. She styled her hair to one side, weaving a fluffy fishtail braid, accented by a checkered fabric headband, giving her a vibrant and refreshing appearance. As she stepped outside, she encountered Yao Hongmei emerging from her room, her complexion pale, devoid of any vitality, her gait somewhat unsteady. "Big sister-in-law, are you feeling all right?" Xia Qingning inquired. "I'm all right, just been feeling some abdominal pain lately," Yao Hongmei replied weakly. Xia Qingning discerned that this pregnancy would likely not endure. After a moment's hesitation, she advised, "You should visit the hospital soon, and abdominal pain during pregnancy should not be taken lightly." Yao Hongmei appeared anxious, yet conflicted. "It's probably just severe nausea. I didn't experience this much discomfort when I was pregnant with Yingying. Mother says it's nothing. The reaction is stronger with boys. If I can just get through this phase, it will be fine." Having said what she thought necessary, Xia Qingning refrained from further admonishing her, fearing it might be construed as a curse. After a brief silence, she reiterated, "Big sister-in-law, your health is paramount. It would be wise to seek a checkup at the hospital." With that, she departed, leaving Yao Hongmei to her own devices. Upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, Yao Hongmei hesitated, only to be interrupted by Wang Mingfang's voice from behind. "Go to the hospital. Once you go for a checkup, it's all needles and blood tests. Your body can't handle it, and it could lead to complications." As Wang Mingfang approached, she patted Yao Hongmei's arm, offering comfort. "Hongmei, nausea simply indicates an active child. Clearly, it's a boy. You must eat well. Being sick is no issue. Just eat again. A mother must endure some hardship for her child." Yao Hongmei cradled her abdomen, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, obediently nodding, "Yes, mother, I understand." Xia Qingning was still hesitant to ride her bike too swiftly, so she continued to ride with Wu Xiaodong to the factory. Upon their arrival at the factory entrance, they were spotted by Liao Chang, who was cycling. He discreetly followed behind them, his elongated, sharp eyes scrutinizing Xia Qingning from head to toe, fixating on her increasingly alluring figure. Recalling the last time he had glimpsed the red mark on her chest when he had pulled her clothing aside, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him. For men, the allure of unattainable women is insatiable. The sting of the slap he had received previously had long faded, and his desire to possess her surged once more. Narrowing his eyes, he observed Wu Xiaodong walking beside Xia Qingning, a knowing smirk curling at his lips as he moved forward without revealing his intentions. As soon as Xia Qingning seated herself before the sewing machine, a female co-worker nearby scrutinized her and teased, "Qingning, why do I feel like you've grown increasingly charming lately?" Her remark drew the attention of the surrounding female workers, who noted Xia Qingning's oval face, curled eyelashes, and particularly her sparkling eyes, as if adorned with embedded stars. Previously, the original owner of this visage had always kept her head down, her demeanor cautious. Though beautiful, she seemed like a pearl coated in dust, lacking a certain something. Now, despite having the same face, Xia Qingning exuded confidence, always greeting others with a smile. Her transformed demeanor made her appear entirely different, hence the saying that a confident person is the most beautiful. The others could not help but join in the praise. Indeed, not only do you dress better than before, but your skin has improved as well. People say attire makes the man, but just look at Qingning. She looks stunning in anything. Exactly, I've never seen a woman who can make this drab work uniform look so appealing. Nearby, Lu Xiaohong scoffed at the compliments, a smirk of disdain curling her lips. At that moment, team leader Qin approached, wearing a gentle smile as she said, with her husband back, of course she wants to dress up a bit. A few days prior, when Xia Qingning had taken leave, she had informed team leader Qin that she was returning to her family home with her husband, so team leader Qin naturally knew of his arrival. Ah, your husband has truly returned? The female workers were even more curious. Xia Qingning had been employed here for 2 years, and while everyone knew she was married, no one had ever seen her husband. Oh, stop gossiping. Team leader Qin approached Xia Qingning, stating, Director Liao has requested to see you. You should head to his office now. Upon hearing Director Liao, Xia Qingning's brow imperceptibly furrowed. Hadn't that slap been enough to teach him a lesson? Go on. Team leader Qin patted her arm gently. Xia Qingning acknowledged her and rose to make her way to Liao Chang's office. What is going on? The ever-curious Qian Xiaofang inquired of Lu Xiaohong, unable to suppress her curiosity as she watched Xia Qingning's retreating figure. Why does Director Liao want her in his office again? What else could it be? Lu Xiaohong raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oof. It's just that same old business. Ah. Qian Xiaofang appeared perplexed, responding, Didn't everyone just say her husband returned? The factory is buzzing with talk that he is a military officer with quite a respectable position. Humph. Lu Xiaohong snorted derisively, What military officer? Xia Qingning has been working here for 2 years. Have you ever seen her husband? She then added in an even more dismissive tone, Even if he is a soldier, I bet he is just a boiler operator in the army. A woman in her 30s passing by Lu Xiaohong overheard her words and exclaimed in astonishment, What? Qingning's husband is a boiler operator in the army? Chapter 81 Liao Chang has not yet given up on her. The individual, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, could not contain his volume, and his voice resonated throughout the vicinity, drawing the attention of onlookers who wore expressions of confusion and surprise, igniting a fervent discussion. Is he merely a boiler operator? Then why were there previous claims that he was an officer? Oh, that is simple. Who doesn't enjoy embellishing their stories? Tell me, has anyone actually seen her husband? Not at all, but Qingning always appears quite sincere, not the type to boast or exaggerate. Indeed, she doesn't seem that way to me either. Xiaohong, from whom did you hear this? Lu Xiaohong refrained from offering any explanations, instead curling her lips into a mocking smile and retorting, I never claimed she was boasting. With that, she deliberately steered the conversation, even if he's just a boiler operator, he is still a soldier, isn't he? Lu Xiaohong was strikingly beautiful, but her allure was of a different kind than the delicate charm of Xia Qingning. Her brows and eyes exuded a captivating charisma that was undeniably enchanting. Before Xia Qingning's arrival, she was considered one of the most stunning women at the textile factory, attracting the unwavering gazes of many men who would openly admire her beauty. This attention fed her vanity, providing a significant boost to her self-esteem. However, everything began to change once Xia Qingning joined. Initially, Xia Qingning wasn't as striking as she was now, and the majority of admiration still fell upon Lu Xiaohong. Yet as time progressed, Xia Qingning blossomed, her beauty intensified, and coupled with Lu Xiaohong's egotistical demeanor and difficult nature, the latter's popularity began to wane. Gradually, everyone favored the humble and polite Xia Qingning, leading to a decline in interest toward Lu Xiaohong. Recently, Xia Qingning had become even more adept at presenting herself, exuding newfound confidence, which drew even more compliments from her peers, leaving Lu Xiaohong feeling increasingly resentful. Whenever an opportunity arose to belittle Xia Qingning, she seized it, eschewing any chance to clarify the situation. Though they are both soldiers, there is undoubtedly a distinction between an officer and a boiler operator. Xiaohong, where did you hear such things? You mustn't speak without evidence, a kind-hearted woman nearby cautioned. Indeed, you cannot slander Qingning without basis, chimed in another female worker who maintained a good rapport with Xia Qingning. Oh, I recall that Xiaohong's brother is also in the military. Could it be that you heard this from him? Another worker interjected. Upon hearing the mention of Lu Xiaohong's brother, Qian Xiaofang became animated, hurriedly explaining, Yuan Zhang is no ordinary soldier, he is a respected company commander, quite impressive indeed. At this point, Qian Xiaofang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Xiaohong. I heard Yuan Zhang is coming home soon, is that true? When will he arrive? Lu Xiaohong was fully aware of Qian Xiaofang's affections. Her brother was a well-known handsome figure. Before she could respond, an older woman teased, Haha, Xiaofang, you're not thinking of becoming Xiaohong's sister-in-law, are you? Laughter erupted, and the conversation quickly shifted away from the nature of Xia Qingning's husband. Liao Chang sat at his desk, scrutinizing the production records in his hands. His head, devoid of hair from the forehead to the back, was only adorned with sparse patches of hair around the edges, resembling a peeled salted egg from the front. Yet he fancied himself to possess a certain leadership charisma, ostentatiously jotting down notes with a steel pen. Xia Qingning approached Liao Chang's office, casting a disdainful glance inside, and maintaining her composure, she knocked gently on the door. The occupant, seemingly oblivious, remained engrossed in his tasks. Although Xia Qingning had a generally good temperament, she was discerning about whom she dealt with. Upon realizing he was feigning ignorance, she turned to leave. She understood that his summons was unlikely to pertain to any genuine work-related matters. If it weren't for her consideration of team leader Qin's reputation and her desire to avoid making things difficult for herself with Liao Chang, she wouldn't have bothered to come at all. Noticing her intention to depart, Liao Chang dropped the pretense. Ah, Xia, you're here, come in, he called out. Xia Qingning surveyed the bustling crowd outside, her brow furrowing. If a conflict were to arise with Liao Chang now, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. In fact, she had previously dined alone with him and attended a movie, and in this conservative era, bringing such matters to light would be detrimental to her. After a moment of hesitation, she turned and stepped into the office. I believe you knocked just now. My apologies, I was so engrossed in my writing that I didn't hear you. Liao Chang feigned innocence. Xia Qingning had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. She directly inquired, what does Director Liao need from me? Liao Chang set down his pen and approached her with an exaggerated sense of concern. Xia, how has work been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Xia Qingning frowned slightly, disinterested in his obvious platitudes, and replied forthrightly, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Oh, Xia, I'm simply showing concern for your work. When did you become so short-tempered? It would be lovely if you could be as gentle as before, Liao Chang said, suddenly leaning closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. I'm here with good news. I have a statistical position available, high salary, easy work, would you be interested in giving it a try? Xia Qingning distanced herself from him, her voice void of warmth as she firmly rejected, no, thank you. This was a common tactic employed by male leaders toward their female subordinates, offering an enticing position with favorable conditions, expecting something in return. Xia Qingning was far from oblivious. Don't be so hasty in your refusal, perhaps you should think it over, Liao Chang said with a smile, revealing a set of yellow teeth. No need to think. I am not suited for such a prestigious position, Director Liao, it would be better suited for someone else, Xia Qingning replied, her brow knitting in disapproval. Whether you're fit for it is up to me to decide. If I say you are capable, no one would dare oppose my word, Liao Chang asserted with an air of arrogance, before adding, in 2 weeks, the factory will be hiring a new batch of female workers. Didn't you mention before that your sister-in-law wanted to join our factory? How about I assist you with that? Xia Qingning had indeed mentioned Yi Shanshan's desire to work at the factory, but at the time, Liao Chang had dismissed it under the pretext that the factory was not hiring. Now, bringing it up again was clearly an attempt to leverage power over her. As long as you comply, I can offer you much more than this, Liao Chang coaxed, inching closer to her once more, but just as he drew near, Xia Qingning abruptly raised her hand. Chapter 82. You have a red birthmark on your chest, don't you? Following his previous experience of being struck, Liao Chang instinctively shielded his face as soon as she raised her hand, retreating several steps in quick succession. Observing his fearful demeanor, Xia Qingning took pleasure in lowering her hand, which she had only feigned to strike him with. Her intention had merely been to startle him. After all, the factory was filled with gossip, and should Liao Chang become truly enraged and escalate matters, The repercussions could tarnish her reputation due to their past shared experiences of dining and watching films together, an outcome she found utterly unpalatable. Realizing he had been played, Liao Chang felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Glaring at Xia Qingning with a fierce countenance, his fists unconsciously clenched, Xia Qingning met his gaze, unflinching, her seemingly frail form exuding a quiet strength as she coldly stated, "I have no need to transfer positions, nor do I have a sister-in-law seeking employment here. Director Liao, I advise you to cease your futile scheming with that," she reiterated in a firm tone. "Furthermore, I have made my stance abundantly clear before. It would be wise for you to exercise caution, lest you find yourself humiliated and ridiculed by all." Having delivered her words, she turned away and strode towards the exit. Xia Qingning, Liao Chang, infuriated and humiliated, raised his voice to halt her. Her disdainful attitude and her series of actions, now beyond his control, only served to further incite his ire. With a cold smirk, he approached her from behind, lowering his voice to issue a threat. "Xia Qingning, let me offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to continue working here, do not mistake my kindness for weakness." Xia Qingning furrowed her brow slightly, turning to face him, her expression devoid of any hint of intimidation. In a tone laced with disdain, she replied, "Liao Chang, you would do well to suppress those sordid thoughts of yours, else it will be you who loses your job." "Is that so?" Liao Chang scoffed, his face betraying his contempt. Suddenly adopting a lecherous grin, he leaned closer, relishing the moment. Inwardly, he reveled in the knowledge that he held a devastating secret about her. Should he choose to reveal it, her reputation would be irrevocably shattered. With a lecherous demeanor, he stepped beside Xia Qingning, leaning in to inhale her scent greedily, and whispered, "Qingning, do not force my hand." He then drew near her ear, a smug expression on his face as he menaced, "You have a red birthmark on your chest, don't you? I saw it quite clearly when I tore your clothes last time." He paused deliberately, watching her face for any sign of panic, and indeed, he was gratified to see a flicker of distress cross her features. He continued, "Tell me, what do you think will happen if I were to carelessly divulge such a private matter?" Upon hearing Liao Chang's words, Xia Qingning's brow furrowed deeply. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unperturbed. After all, a woman's honor is of paramount importance, particularly in this more conservative era. Were it not for such considerations, she would have immediately reported him to the authorities upon their first encounter, rather than merely delivering a slap as a lesson. The present predicament was clear. Should Liao Chang disseminate his words, regardless of whether Xia Qingning could clarify the situation, it would be nothing but detrimental to her. Even if she ultimately succeeded in taking him to court, her reputation would still be irreparably damaged. In this world, numerous individuals have tragically chosen to end their lives after being maliciously slandered, not for lack of desire to explain, but because their explanations would fall on deaf ears. Even if they resorted to the extreme of proving their innocence through death, once the truth emerged, some would still deem them deserving of their plight, questioning, why was she the target of such rumors, if not for some underlying issue? Now that matters had escalated to this point, fear was futile. Xia Qingning steadied her resolve and looked at Liao Chang, speaking deliberately, "As I previously mentioned, my husband has returned, and I believe I informed you that he is the regiment leader." Liao Chang, upon hearing her words, showed no signs of intimidation. Instead, he let out a derisive laugh. "Well, what of it? I have heard that he no longer wants you. His return is merely to finalize your divorce." Xia Qingning was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the source of such rumors. It appeared that Liao Chang had latched onto these tales, reigniting his nefarious intentions towards her. "Rest assured, our relationship is very strong. A divorce is out of the question," she declared with unwavering confidence. "Furthermore, you were likely unaware that on the day I jumped into the river, it was my husband who rescued me." Upon hearing this, Liao Chang's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by astonishment and apprehension. Although he had not called for help that day, he had remained hidden, quietly observing. He indeed witnessed a soldier saving her, but could it be that fortuitous? Was the man who saved her truly her husband? Seeing him lose his composure, Xia Qingning, maintaining a cold demeanor, proceeded, "There were numerous witnesses who saw me being pulled from the river. If I were to submit a formal complaint, citing that my husband, the regiment leader, was defending our homeland while I was forced to jump into the river by a rogue," Liao Chang's expression shifted drastically, interrupting her with hasty denials. "What rogue? What forced you to jump? Just because you say so, without evidence, how many would believe you? I could just as easily claim you were trying to seduce me to secure a better position." Having said this, Liao Chang regained his composure, quickly realizing that if Xia Qingning truly intended to report him, she would have done so long ago, rather than prolonging the matter. Her earlier statements were merely a faade, an attempt to intimidate him. Women, after all, often value their honor above all else. As long as he understood this, Xia Qingning would remain as pliable as before. As Liao Chang reveled in his thoughts, he noticed something peculiar about Xia Qingning. She displayed no signs of fear or anxiety. Instead, a faint, cold smile graced her beautiful face, as if she were entirely unfazed by his threats. Chapter 83. Tomorrow I will take you to work. Xia Qingning had long anticipated Liao Chang's unscrupulous behavior. With an air of confidence, she retorted, "So, are you suggesting that our workshop's female worker, Lu Xiaohong, the quality inspector from Workshop 5, and the recorder from Workshop 7, Huang Xiuzhen, all attempted to seduce you in order to secure better positions?" Upon hearing these words, Liao Chang was rendered completely flustered, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. A lecherous man could hardly fixate on just one woman. He was likely to pursue any attractive female who crossed his path. It was inconceivable that only the original owner had been subjected to his harassment. Xia Qingning did not afford him the opportunity to defend himself and pressed on, "If only one person accuses you of harassment, you might wriggle your way out, but what will you do when a multitude speaks against you? Once I draft the complaint letter, I shall gather signatures from those seduced female workers of yours and submit it to the factory leadership, ensuring you lose your job and become a pariah. And then I will take it to the police station, where you shall be charged with the crime of indecency and subsequently arrested." At this juncture, Xia Qingning deliberately paused, then emphatically uttered the two words, "death penalty." Upon hearing the term death penalty, Liao Chang's legs weakened. In this era, the crime of indecency was indeed a grave offense that could lead to execution. Liao Chang was genuinely taken aback, unable to fathom how the previously timid and easily bullied Xia Qingning had suddenly transformed into someone so astutely perceptive and articulate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively reached out to grasp Xia Qingning's arm but withdrew his hand upon encountering her look of disdain. He immediately began to plead for mercy. "Xiaoxia, I was wrong. I spoke thoughtlessly just now. Please do not take it to heart. Rest assured, I will never utter another inappropriate word." Xia Qingning had already devised a strategy to deal with someone like Liao Shang, but it did not involve writing a complaint. She needed to extricate herself completely, safeguarding her reputation from any blemish. While she could not immediately ruin him, collecting a bit of interest was certainly feasible. She regarded Liao Chang steadily and spoke calmly. "Even a child understands that when one speaks out of turn, there must be consequences. Is such a simple lesson lost on you, Director Liao?" Upon hearing her words, Liao Chang momentarily froze, quickly grasping her implication. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly raised his hand and struck himself across the face several times. The sound was crisp and resounding, a melody to the ears. When Xia Qingning returned to the workshop from Liao Chang's office, she sensed that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Her colleagues appeared to regard her with peculiar glances. Confused but unwilling to inquire further, she refrained from acting impulsively. As the end of the workday approached, Xia Qingning went to the water room for a drink, accompanied by a female worker with whom she had a friendly rapport. Once inside the water room, the woman opened her mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Sensing she had something to say, Xia Qingning directly inquired, Yuan, is there something you wish to tell me?" The worker, named Yuan, glanced around before leaning closer to Xia Qingning and whispering, "Qingning, they say your husband works as a boiler operator in the army. Is that true?" Xia Qingning, drinking water at that moment, nearly choked upon hearing her words. An image flashed before her eyes of the tall and imposing Lu Jingjia, his face stern, rolling up his sleeves and wielding a large iron shovel, diligently feeding charcoal into the furnace, his face smeared with soot. As she recalled this, she could not help but smile, and before she realized it, the corners of her mouth had involuntarily lifted. "What are you laughing at?" the female worker asked in confusion, pressing on with her inquiry. "Is it true?" Xia Qingning took a sip of water, set the cup down, and replied softly, "In truth, there is nothing shameful about being a boiler operator." "Really?" the worker interjected, her surprise evident as she interrupted Xia Qingning. "Wasn't it said before that he was an officer? How has he now become a boiler operator?" Her astonishment caused her voice to rise significantly, drawing the attention of several passers-by, who could not help but chuckle before hastily departing. Xia Qingning, oblivious to the onlookers, explained, "I meant that there is nothing wrong with being a boiler operator, but it is indeed not suitable for him. He has far more significant responsibilities." She bore no disdain for the profession of a boiler operator, yet Lu Jingjia was indeed overqualified for such a role. His hands were meant for wielding steel rifles, training soldiers, and safeguarding the nation and its people. Oddly enough, as she reflected on these thoughts, she felt a twinge of pride. Although they were not a true couple, the mere notion of having such an outstanding husband, even if only in name, was something to be proud of. "Oh, so he is an officer?" the worker queried again. "Yes," Xia Qingning affirmed, choosing not to disclose Lu Jingzhe's rank. "I just thought you might be exaggerating," the worker said, now reassured, and proceeded to chastise, "Those people just love to spread baseless rumors." After work, as Xia Qingning rode Wu Xiaodong's bicycle into the courtyard, she spotted Lu Jingzhe pushing his bike. Under his watchful eye, Xia Qingning practiced riding on the road once more. Having not ridden in several days, she initially felt somewhat clumsy, but gradually regained her proficiency. Upon completing their practice, the two of them resumed their routine of enjoying the breeze by the riverside, gathering a large handful of fresh flowers. Young women seem to possess an innate weakness for flowers. While picking flowers, Xia Qingning plucked 2 purple jasmine blooms, delicately separating the slender stamens, and tucked the calyx portion into her ear, transforming the purple blossoms into lovely earrings. As the sun set, the wind tousled Xia Qingning's floral earrings, making her appear both lively and charming. Lu Jingzhe, gazing at the beautiful girl beside him, found himself unable to suppress a smile. Upon returning home, Xia Qingning arranged the flowers and added a pinch of salt. When Lu Jingzhe inquired about her actions, she explained that it would help the flowers last longer. That night, as they turned off the lights, the moonlight poured in through the windows, filling the room with a fragrant ambience, and beside her lay a delicate and charming figure. For a fleeting moment, the usually solitary Lu Jingzhe felt that having someone like her by his side was not so bad after all. As he recalled that Xia Qingning had returned on Wu Xiaodong's bike that afternoon, Lu Jingzhe's brow furrowed slightly. In the darkness, he suddenly spoke to her, "You still can't ride a bike on the road. I shall take you to work tomorrow." Just as Xia Qingning was on the verge of sleep, she heard Lu Jingzhe's words. After pondering for a moment, she realized that rumors about her were rife in the factory. It would be fitting for Lu Jingzhe to make an appearance, both to deter those with ill intentions and to dispel the unfounded gossip. With this in mind, she did not reject his offer as she had in the past but readily agreed. "All right." This time, her swift acceptance took Lu Jingzhe by surprise. After a moment of silence, he added, "From now on, I will pick you up for work. Do not trouble others." Chapter 84. Let everyone know, he cherishes his wife. The following day, Xia Qingning rose at her usual hour. Lu Jingzhe, having promised to accompany her, also got up alongside her. After freshening up, Xia Qingning changed into her work attire. While she was braiding her hair, she inadvertently caught sight of Lu Jingzhe donning a white shirt. Hesitating for a moment, she nonetheless ventured to inquire, Is it permissible for you to wear your military uniform today?" Since he was to escort her, it would undoubtedly be preferable for him to don his uniform. Without uttering a word, his mere presence would unmistakably reveal his identity. It was not out of vanity that she wished this, rather, she sought to leverage his status to instill a sense of trepidation in those who harbored ulterior motives toward her, much like Liao Chang. Lu Jingzhe's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Xia Qingning did not wish for him to discern her ulterior motives, so she fabricated a rationale. "You appear more spirited and imposing in military attire." Astute as he was, he quickly grasped Xia Qingning's subtle intentions but chose not to expose her, accommodating her request by changing into his uniform. Lu Jingzhe possessed an admirable physique, and once clad in the crisp, dark green military uniform, he embodied an exquisite display of uniform allure, complemented by his strikingly handsome and aloof visage, a veritable embodiment of raw masculinity. Even Xia Qingning, who typically refrained from being starry-eyed, found herself momentarily transfixed, feeling that today he appeared particularly dashing and charismatic. The combination of his features and physique, adorned in military garb, was nothing short of a masterpiece crafted by the creator. It was no wonder that so many harbored a fascination with uniforms, as the masculine charm emanating from him was simply irresistible. Once they were ready, the pair made their way outside. He Shanshan, busy braiding her hair by the window, cast her gaze upon the duo as they exited the courtyard. The sight of the tall, handsome man in military attire only intensified her envy, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. She could not help but resent her mother, Wang Mingfang, for having inadvertently given Xia Qingning such an advantageous opportunity. Had she known that Lu Jingzhe was so easily captivated, she would have seized the chance herself. She resolved that if she ever encountered a military officer like Lu Jingzhe, she would employ whatever means necessary to secure his affections, even resorting to cooking raw rice into cooked rice. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaodong awaited Xia Qingning, propping his bicycle as he observed the approaching pair. He froze momentarily upon seeing Lu Jingjia ferrying Xia Qingning, his gaze quickly drawn to the impeccably fitted military uniform. In this era, every young man harbored dreams of enlisting, yet the stringent political scrutiny often rendered such aspirations unattainable. Consequently, he could only watch in awe and envy as Lu Jingjia exuded such confidence. "Xiaodong, Lu Jingjia is giving me a ride today, so you needn't trouble yourself," Xia Qingning called out to Wu Xiaodong, smiling as she added, "Rest assured." Lu Jingjia rode steadily, the cushioned seat behind him ensuring a comfortable experience for Xia Qingning. Finding it difficult to grip the soft seat, she grasped the hem of his uniform, reasoning that he had shown no signs of displeasure during their previous rides. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and just as they arrived at the factory entrance, they encountered several female workers from Xia Qingning's workshop. Upon spotting her seated behind a man in military attire, the women were taken aback, unable to resist surreptitiously appraising Lu Jingjia. His sharp features and commanding presence radiated an extraordinary aura, accentuated by the gleaming insignia on his shoulders. Lu Jingjia remained unperturbed, allowing the curious glances to wash over him without a flicker of acknowledgement. Once the bicycle came to a halt, Xia Qingning dismounted, intending to bid him farewell, when Lu Jingjia unexpectedly raised his hand to smooth her wind-tousled hair. His gesture was so natural, as if performing the most mundane of tasks. As Lu Jingjia adjusted Xia Qingning's hair, envious gazes from the passing female workers were directed toward them, some stifling giggles. At that moment, Liao Chang, heading to work, also witnessed the scene. His eyes widened upon noticing Lu Jingjia's insignia, and he quickly lowered his head, fearful of being seen by Xia Qingning, opting instead to retreat discreetly. After ensuring Xia Qingning's hair was neatly arranged, Lu Jingjia lowered his deep brown gaze, appraising the result with satisfaction before saying earnestly, "You may go in now. I shall return to fetch you this afternoon." Xia Qingning, momentarily dazed, replied, "Okay," and proceeded into the factory. After walking a short distance, reality struck her, and she marveled at Lu Jingjia's perceptiveness. He must have seen through her little schemes, and his actions were a means of cooperation. A seemingly trivial act of tidying her hair silently conveyed to everyone that he cherished and cared for his wife. The rumors about their impending divorce would surely dissipate in light of this display. Xia Qingning felt a swell of emotion. Despite knowing she had utilized his status, he bore no resentment and willingly played along, such a rarity indeed. After Xia Qingning departed, Lu Jingjia turned to head back, navigating through the throngs of workers cycling toward the factory. In a sea of gray work uniforms, Lu Jingjia's military attire stood out remarkably. As he walked, everyone instinctively offered him their respect. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong and Qian Xiaofeng hurriedly pedaled toward the factory. Among the crowd, Lu Xiaohong immediately spotted Lu Jingjia, whose towering height of nearly 1.9 meters was strikingly superior, easily catching attention. The man before her not only possessed exceptional handsomeness but also wore a military uniform. Due to her brother's background, Lu Xiaohong harbored an inexplicable fondness for soldiers, and her gaze gravitated toward Lu Jingjia, her thoughts momentarily lost to the task of cycling, causing her to inadvertently slow her pace. Unbeknownst to her, the cyclist behind her failed to anticipate her sudden deceleration, narrowly brushing past her bike. Startled, Lu Xiaohong's south handlebar swerved dangerously close to Lu Jingjia. As the collision loomed, Lu Jingjia's brow furrowed slightly. He swiftly grasped her handlebars with impressive strength, halting her bike's precarious trajectory. After regaining her composure, Lu Xiaohong intended to express her gratitude, only to find that he had already resumed pushing his bicycle away. She contemplated pursuing him, but Qian Xiaofeng halted her, concernedly inquiring about her well-being. Lu Xiaohong, unable to turn around, could only watch as the man disappeared into the distance. After a moment, she turned back, somewhat disgruntled, and replied to Qian Xiaofeng, "I'm fine," before mounting her bicycle and heading toward the factory. Upon entering the workshop, Xia Qingning overheard several workers engaged in animated discussion. "Did you see Qingning's man? He brought her to work this morning. Of course, he looked splendid in that military uniform. I've never seen anyone so handsome. If only my daughter could find someone like him, I would be eternally grateful." "Ha, your daughter would need to be as beautiful as Qingning to match him. Otherwise, they wouldn't look right together." As the chatter continued, Xia Qingning stepped inside, prompting the workers to encircle her, bombarding her with questions. "Hey, who was it that claimed Qingning's man was just a boiler worker?" A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong and Qian Xiaofang entered the workshop, and all eyes converged on Lu Xiaohong. Chapter 85. Is the leader more important than the company commander? We heard it all from Xiaohong yesterday. She was the first to spread the word, the female workers quickly recalled, stating matter-of-factly. Xia Qingning turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaohong, who had just entered, her hair styled in soft curls, her fox-like eyes elegantly upturned at the corners, her movements imbued with a certain charm. Xia Qingning felt no animosity towards this woman. The original owner of her body had always been honest and straightforward, and it was inconceivable that she would provoke anyone. Thus, the only possible explanation for the rumors she had deliberately spread to mislead others and diminish her own standing was the jealousy that sometimes brewed between women. Lu Xiaohong, why did you spread such falsehoods yesterday, claiming that Qingning's man works in the military as a boiler attendant? Yuan, a close friend of Xia Qingning, indignantly confronted Lu Xiaohong upon learning the truth. Upon hearing her inquiry, those around them echoed her sentiments. Xiaohong, you must refrain from making baseless accusations in the future. Qingning's man is a bona fide officer, certainly not a boiler attendant. Indeed, we all witnessed him today, clad in military uniform, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet 3, and undeniably handsome. Another chimed in. Lu Xiaohong, having missed the opportunity to converse with the soldier earlier, felt her mood darken further upon hearing the collective condemnation. With a disdainful flick of her gaze, she retorted, who spread rumors? I merely made a casual remark. How you interpret it is beyond my control. She smirked and rolled her eyes, adding, besides, what's the fuss about a mere military uniform? Even boiler attendants wear them. An informed bystander quickly countered, what do you know? The uniform he wears bears 2 stripes and 3 stars on the shoulder, indicating he is a legitimate regimental officer. Although Lu Xiaohong was ignorant of military insignia, the mention of regimental officer shocked her. She had not anticipated that Xia Qingning's partner held such a prestigious position, significantly higher than her own brother's company commander rank. Seeing Lu Xiaohong rendered speechless, her close friend Qian Xiaofang assumed she was taken aback by their words and stepped in, brimming with pride as she declared, so what? My brother is a company commander. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohong wished she could cover her mouth with a cloth. What an ignorant statement, willingly exposing herself to ridicule. Well, he better salute respectfully when meeting Qingning's husband, the earlier speaker chuckled. Qian Xiaofang, puzzled, leaned closer to Lu Xiaohong and whispered, what does she mean? Is she implying that the expedition brother's rank is low? Lu Xiaohong, unwilling to share in the embarrassment, coldly returned to her workstation. Qian Xiaofang, bewildered by Lu Xiaohong's anger, found herself at a loss. Qingning, pay them no mind, those who spread rumors will eventually suffer the consequences. Yuan consoled Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning shook her head. She dismissed the boiler attendant rumor without concern. What mattered most was that it served to deter those with ulterior motives. Today, Lu Jingjia had indeed given her ample face, and it was likely that Director Liao would never dare associate with her again, perhaps even going so far as to avoid her in the future. After taking her seat, Lu Xiaohong was soon followed by Qian Xiaofang, who still sought clarity on her confusion, persistently asking, Xiaohong, which is of higher rank, a regimental officer or a company commander? Lu Xiaohong, looking at the dim-witted Qian Xiaofang, silently scoffed in her heart. How could someone like her still covet her brother? At that moment, the praise for Xia Qingning's tall and handsome partner resurfaced, causing Lu Xiaohong to involuntarily curl her lips in a smirk, coldly thinking, really handsome, can he compare to the officer I saw today? Reflecting on the man, Lu Xiaohong resolved that should she encounter him again, she would boldly greet him. Perhaps he was her destined match. Before lunch, the factory distributed this month's wages, and to Xia Qingning's surprise, she was recognized as the outstanding employee of this period, receiving not only a certificate but also an additional 10 yuan bonus. Xia Qingning suspected that this outstanding employee title was merely Liao Chang's way of alleviating his own guilt, though she welcomed the bonus nonetheless. With her wages totaled to 34 yuan and 50 cents, it was a considerable sum in those times. Upon seeing Xia Qingning's bonus, Lu Xiaohong, her narrow, fox-like eyes squinting with envy, leaned towards Qian Xiaofang and whispered a few words. Moments later, Qian Xiaofang approached Team Leader Qin, her face a mask of indignation, inquiring, Team Leader, why was Xia Qingning selected as the outstanding employee? Qingning works swiftly and produces quality garments, why shouldn't she be recognized as an outstanding employee? Team Leader Qin replied, then turned to Qian Xiaofang. If you have objections, feel free to compare your work with Qingning's and let everyone judge whose stitching and edging is superior. Upon hearing compare skills, Qian Xiaofang's confidence noticeably waned, yet she still retorted, "But she has taken several days off this month, her leave was approved, it wasn't an unexcused absence," team leader Qin clarified. At that moment, other female workers rallied to Xia Qingning's defense. Qingning has been with the factory for 2 years, this is her first time taking leave, everyone has their emergencies, she likely takes the least time off in our group. Indeed, she is diligent and focused on her work, unlike some who gossip and spread rumors, another chimed in. If you're dissatisfied, why not compare your skills with hers and let everyone judge? Hearing compare skills, Qian Xiaofang immediately deflated, saying nothing more as she hastily retreated to her workstation. Team leader Qin's expression shifted from its usual amiability to sternness as he addressed the group. During our last meeting, the leadership emphasized the need to boost production, enhance the factory's image, and regulate employee conduct. I am aware of the rumors circulating these past few days. Everyone needs to be more cautious with their words, lest we face repercussions that could drag our entire team down. Lu Xiaohong recognized that team leader's admonishment was directed at her originally. She had incited the dim-witted Qian Xiaofang to voice her discontent in hopes of embarrassing Xia Qingning, but now she found herself receiving a covert reprimand instead. This was indeed a case of losing more than she bargained for, leaving Lu Xiaohong feeling even more discontent. Though team leader Qin supported her, Xia Qingning understood that her designation as the outstanding employee was largely due to Liao Chang's insecurity. Feeling the warmth of her colleagues' support, she decided to treat her co-workers to ice pops during lunch, spending over 2 yuan to buy more than 20 to help them cool off. As the others enjoyed their icy treats, they praised Xia Qingning for her generosity and ability to handle situations gracefully, bolstering her reputation. Watching the crowd gather around Xia Qingning, showering her with compliments, while Qian Xiaofang relished her ice pop, Lu Xiaohong felt a surge of anger. With a haughty twist of her ample figure, she turned and left the cafeteria. As the afternoon closing bell rang, Lu Xiaohong could hardly contain her eagerness to exit the workshop, ignoring Qian Xiaofang's calls from behind. For reasons unknown, she had an inkling she would encounter the man from that morning again, and with Qian Xiaofang present, she would only be a hindrance. True to her intuition, as she approached the factory gates, she spotted the man, clad in a dark green military uniform, leaning against his bicycle, his expression distant and indifferent. Yet, it was precisely this air of aloofness that drew one in. The morning had been too rushed for Lu Xiaohong to fully appreciate his features, but now, at this closer range, she found his striking countenance and impressive physique to be the epitome of her ideal type. Lu Xiaohong tidied her hair and adjusted her clothing before boldly striding toward the man. Chapter 86. The sister-in-law's miscarriage. Lu Jingjia stood at the doorway, his towering height setting him apart in the crowd. As the young ladies passed by, they couldn't help but steal glances in his direction. However, the people of this era were quite reserved. Even if they had thoughts, they merely observed without making any advances. Lu Jingjia, with his usual aloof demeanor, instinctively shielded himself from the gazes directed at him, standing there with an air of indifference. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong approached him, her bright fox-like eyes fixed on him unwaveringly as she spoke. "Hello, comrade." Thanks to his training in reconnaissance during his time in the military, Lu Jingjia possessed an exceptional memory, and he quickly recalled that this was the woman who had been riding her bicycle recklessly that morning, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Noticing his lack of response, Lu Xiaohong assumed he had forgotten her and promptly reminded him, "Do you remember me? You helped me steady my bicycle this morning, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." "No need," Lu Jingjia replied curtly, his voice low and dismissive. His cold demeanor did not deter Lu Xiaohong. She gazed at him earnestly and continued to engage him. "My brother is also in the military. Oh, by the way, his name is Lu Yuanzhang. Do you know him?" "I do not," Lu Jingjia replied, his brow furrowing deeper, his impatience becoming evident. He had never been fond of idle chatter with strangers, especially not when the intentions were so transparent. "Oh," Lu Xiaohong responded, clearly disappointed. Just then, Lu Jingjia spotted Xia Qingning emerging with a group of female workers, her mood seemingly bright as a smile adorned her delicate features, conversing animatedly with those around her. "Qingning, look! Your partner has come to pick you up again," one of the workers exclaimed upon seeing Lu Jingjia, who possessed an undeniable height advantage. They then curiously remarked, "Hey, isn't that Lu Xiaohong next to him?" With her back turned to Xia Qingning and the others, Lu Xiaohong remained oblivious to their approach. Naturally beautiful herself and accompanied by an exceptionally handsome brother, she had little regard for ordinary men. Now that she had finally encountered someone she found appealing, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She turned to Lu Jingjia and said, I truly appreciate your help this morning. My brother always says that when someone helps you, you should know how to repay them. Do you have time? Perhaps I could treat you to a meal. With those words, she gazed at him with eager eyes, her alluring fox-like gaze sparkling with mischief as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, brimming with confidence, convinced that no man could resist her beauty. However, just as she was endeavoring to exude her charm, a gentle voice chimed in from behind, "Sure." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xiaohong instinctively turned around to find Xia Qingning and several female workers had unknowingly positioned themselves behind her, with Xia Qingning being the one who spoke. It was evident that everyone had overheard her earlier comments, quickly realizing she was attempting to flirt with Xia Qingning's husband. The usually proud Lu Xiaohong, who never regarded men with any importance, was now proactively flirting and inviting someone to dinner. As the realization dawned upon the others, they regarded her with knowing and mocking glances. Before Lu Xiaohong could comprehend the situation, she saw Xia Qingning approach Lu Jingjia with a smile and gracefully inquire, "Can he bring a guest?" With such a direct question, Lu Xiaohong could no longer feign ignorance about their relationship, and her face turned a noticeable shade of crimson. Flirting with a man who was not only a colleague but also her friend's partner, and being caught in the act by so many, she felt an embarrassment she had never experienced before, wishing only to find a crevice to hide in. The workers, well aware of Lu Xiaohong's usual disdain for others, couldn't resist teasing her in light of her current humiliation. Xiaohong, weren't you just saying he was a boiler operator yesterday? How come you want to treat him to dinner today? Xiaohong, if you're treating someone to a meal, you can't just invite the male comrade. But why don't we all go together? Isn't this blatantly trying to steal Qingning's man? Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? You should have checked if he was married before attempting to flirt. Xiaohong, look at how awkward this is now. Amidst the laughter, Lu Xiaohong's once proud demeanor crumbled, her sense of superiority shattered. With her face flushed, she said nothing further, hastily hopped onto her bicycle, and left in a hurry. On the way back, Lu Jingjia could clearly sense Xia Qingning's elevated spirits, noting the way her legs swayed lightly. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Why was she not upset about the attention she received? In fact, she seemed quite pleased. "Can we stop by the bookstore?" Xia Qingning suddenly asked as they approached a turn. "I want to buy some review materials for my brother." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjia adjusted the handlebars and took a different route. After a moment, he asked in a steady tone, "Do you truly wish to attend university?" "Yes," Xia Qingning replied, nodding vigorously, only to realize Lu Jingjia could not see her. She then jokingly added, "Isn't it said that knowledge changes one's fate? I want to acquire more knowledge and take control of my destiny." Lu Jingjia was taken aback by her words, surprised by her lofty aspirations. Just as he was processing this, he heard her voice, tinged with concern. "However, the foreign language exam requires Russian, and I don't know anything about it." Xia Qingning remembered that the college entrance examination had resumed in 1977, but the foreign language requirement was Russian, which posed a challenge for someone like her, who had never encountered the language. As she contemplated whether to enroll in a class or buy books to study on her own, she suddenly heard the man beside her speak in a low voice, "If you truly want to learn, I can teach you." "You know Russian?" Xia Qingning exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. "I do," Lu Jingjia confirmed. His "I do" implied proficiency, not just a basic understanding, which astonished Xia Qingning. She quickly nodded in agreement. "Then I would be grateful for your help." After a moment's thought, she added, "Once I get into university, I will certainly prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude." At her words, the corner of Lu Jingjia's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. Indeed, she was quite ambitious. Upon arriving at the bookstore, they purchased collections of classical Chinese literature, Tang poetry, geometry reference books, and Russian grammar books, taking 2 copies of each, one set for herself and another to send back to her brother. After packing the books, they made a brief stop at the post office to send a set back, ensuring her brother would receive them promptly, allowing him to begin studying. Once hope is ignited within a person, the future becomes brighter. In no time, they returned to the courtyard, and as soon as they entered, Aunt Wu, who lived at the entrance of the courtyard, hurriedly stopped them, looking anxiously at Xia Qingning. "Qingning, something has happened at your home." Chapter 87. He Shanshan's inhumanity and child abuse. Xia Qingning looked at Aunt Wu in confusion, who wore an expression of deep concern as she said, "Your sister-in-law suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain and lost a significant amount of blood." We borrowed a wooden cart and just took her to the hospital. This incident was anticipated by Xia Qingning, hence she did not feel astonished. However, Lu Jingzhi's countenance darkened. After bidding farewell to Aunt Wu, the two resolved to return their belongings before heading to the hospital. Liu Lidong and Wang Mingfang had already escorted Yao Hongmei to the hospital, leaving He Shanshan at home to care for the children. Ying, possibly frightened, was crying uncontrollably. He Shanshan, displaying a lack of patience, did not comfort her but instead shouted, crying, "What are you crying for? Your mother isn't dead yet, save your tears for when she is." Ying had always harbored some fear of He Shanshan, and upon being yelled at, her cries grew louder. The 3-year-old, with disheveled hair and tears mingling with snot on her face, was utterly pitiable, sobbing to the point of breathlessness. As her cries intensified, He Shanshan's agitation grew, and she seized the little girl's arm, shoving her roughly. "You little pest, all you do is cry, it's infuriating. Your mother will die from your incessant sobbing." He Shanshan's strength was formidable, and the small girl was tossed about like a rag doll, her wide eyes filled with terror as she looked up at her. He Shanshan, with her heavy makeup and ghostly pale face accented by blue eyeshadow and bright red lips, appeared grotesque and menacing, reminiscent of the big bad wolf from fairy tales. The child, unable to withstand such fright, seemed to lose her very soul, crying uncontrollably while trembling and repeating, "Monster." Ying is scared of the monster. Upon hearing the word monster, He Shanshan's fury erupted. The humiliation from the last encounter still fresh in her mind, with a fierce glare, she grabbed the girl's arm, raised her hand, and delivered several resounding slaps to her face. Not satisfied, she shoved her and pinched her arm viciously. "You pest, I'll teach you to speak nonsense. Who's the monster? Who are you calling a monster?" The 3-year-old, dazed from the blows, cried out in a cacophony, the pain coursing through her body prompting frantic struggles, during which she accidentally scratched He Shanshan's arm. Enraged, He Shanshan spat, "I'll teach you a lesson for daring to scratch me. I'll beat you to death, you little wretch." In a fit of rage, she kicked the girl, sending her sprawling across the floor like a deflated balloon, landing heavily. Still unsatisfied, He Shanshan approached and yanked her back up, delivering 2 more hard slaps to her face. The small child, barely 3, could not withstand such brutality. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, and her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her wide eyes, filled with terror, pleaded with He Shanshan, "Auntie, please stop, don't hit Ying. It hurts." He Shanshan, with a demeanor akin to a predator, yanked the girl's hair and violently shook her head, all the while slapping her. "Cry, go ahead, why aren't you crying now? Cry louder." Xia Qingning heard the child's cries from afar. As soon as Lu Jingzhi parked the car, she leapt out and rushed into the house, witnessing He Shanshan viciously pulling the little girl's hair and striking her. Her heart clenched in an instant, and she shouted, "Stop it!" Without hesitation, she dashed forward and scooped the child into her arms. The little girl, now stunned and trembling, had a swollen face, blood in her mouth, and her arms bore bruises from the cruel grip. In that moment, Xia Qingning was consumed by rage. She had never been this furious before. Ignoring everything else, she confronted He Shanshan, raising her hand and delivering 2 sharp slaps. "He Shanshan, have you lost your humanity? How can you strike a 3-year-old child? What kind of heart do you possess?" Taken aback by Xia Qingning's audacity, He Shanshan initially stood in shock but quickly recovered, her face contorted in fury as she lunged at Xia Qingning, attempting to grab her arm. "You little brat, are you seeking death for daring to strike?" Aha! Before she could finish her threat, her arm was twisted painfully, causing her to scream in agony. Having witnessed Lu Jingzhi demonstrate how to break free from an arm grab, Xia Qingning employed that knowledge effectively. Although she had no real chance of overpowering He Shanshan, the latter underestimated her, providing Xia Qingning the opportunity to seize her wrists and twist them behind her back. At that moment, Lu Jingzhi entered the room, just in time to see Xia Qingning subdue He Shanshan. A flicker of approval crossed his eyes. Although Xia Qingning exerted all her strength, her physical limits soon became apparent, and He Shanshan managed to break free. Just as she raised her hand to strike Xia Qingning again, Lu Jingzhi stepped forward, gripping her wrist and pushing her away with disdain. The force of his push sent He Shanshan staggering several steps before crashing to the ground, the pain causing her to grimace. He regarded her with a cold, piercing gaze, as if to say, "She may strike you, but you shall not lay a finger on her. Principally, I do not strike women, but should you dare to harm a child again, I will not hesitate to disregard that principle." Lu Jingzhi's voice, laced with chilling menace, sent shivers down the spine. He Shanshan, intimidated by his formidable presence, stood frozen, refraining from any further rash actions. Observing Yingying, who had been so brutally assaulted, she knew she was in the wrong, nursing her sore wrist while enduring the stinging pain on her face, too afraid to utter a word. Xiaoqingning, ignoring He Shanshan, carried the terrified Yingying back to her room. The little girl had ceased crying, possibly rendered numb by fear. Fetching a basin, Xiaoqingning poured warm water and gently washed the girl's face and hands, offering her some to drink, coaxing her to spit out the blood. It took 4 or 5 attempts to clear her mouth of the crimson fluid, revealing the extent of He Shanshan's cruelty. Seeing Yingying's increasingly swollen face filled Xiaoqingning with anguish. How could He Shanshan be so heartless, to inflict such harm on a mere 3-year-old, her own niece? It was utterly inhumane. Soon, Xiaoqingning noticed Yingying trembling, her little arms marred by dark bruises that were distressing to behold. Just as she intended to comfort the child, Yingying, having regained her composure, suppressed her tears and, in a tender voice, pleaded, "Yingying won't cry anymore, please don't hit Yingying, it hurts." Xiaoqingning's heart ached anew, wishing she could rush out and slap He Shanshan again. "Don't be afraid, Yingying, Auntie will protect you. No one will dare to hurt you again." As Xiaoqingning held the child close, her eyes began to mist. At that moment, Lu Jingjie entered the room, examined Yingying's face, and furrowed his brow in dismay. He took the child from Xiaoqingning, stating, "Let us go to the hospital to check on Auntie, and also ensure the child receives a thorough examination." Xiaoqingning nodded, retrieved a thicker garment, and tidied Yingying's disheveled hair before following Lu Jingjie out. At the hospital, the doctor emerged with a solemn expression after examining Yao Hongmei, who had fainted from the pain. He informed Wang Mingfang and Lu Lidong, who were anxiously waiting outside the ward, "We highly suspect that the patient has an ectopic pregnancy. Immediate surgery is required to remove the embryo, otherwise, the patient's life is in jeopardy." "Remove it, but doesn't that mean the child will die?" Wang Mingfang exclaimed in distress, then inquired, "Doctor, what exactly is an ectopic pregnancy?" "It means the embryo has not implanted in the uterus, but rather in the fallopian tubes or elsewhere," the doctor explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingfang quickly responded, "Then it's simple. We do not wish to terminate the pregnancy, please transfer the child back to the uterus." Chapter 88 Discovering someone outside Lu Lidong. Upon hearing Wang Mingfang's words, the doctor was taken aback, but he maintained his last vestige of patience and continued to explain, "As the patient's family, the embryo cannot be transferred. It must be removed." "Then let it stay in that tube or whatever, we want this child and cannot have an abortion," Wang Mingfang insisted eagerly. She had long been yearning for a grandchild, and after such a hard-won pregnancy, she dreaded the— Seeing that no amount of reasoning could sway her, the doctor turned his attention to Lu Lidong, speaking with a sense of urgency, "You are the patient's husband, correct? The patient is experiencing significant bleeding and is at imminent risk of life. You must hurry to pay for the surgery." Lu Lidong was utterly indecisive, instinctively glancing at his mother, Wang Mingfang, who was signaling him not to heed the doctor's advice. Noticing his reluctance to act, the doctor, losing his patience, retorted angrily, "If you delay any longer, the patient will indeed be in peril. If she loses her life, how will you ever have children again? We must prioritize preserving her life. The child can be conceived again in the future." Despite his lingering feelings for Yao Hongmei, Lu Lidong, upon hearing the doctor's words, finally nodded and went to settle the payment. Although Wang Mingfang was displeased, she felt powerless at this point. She turned to the doctor, forcing a smile as she implored, "Doctor, could you possibly do everything within your power to place the child back in the womb? After all, it is a life." The doctor, recognizing that it was futile to reason with this uninformed and obstinate woman, refrained from further correction. He merely stated that he would do his utmost to save the patient before entering the operating room. After paying, Lu Lidong quickly returned with the receipt. Seeing Wang Mingfang's discontented expression, he tried to console her, saying, "Mom, it's all right. We are still young, we will have children in the future." As they conversed, Lu Lidong suddenly caught sight of a familiar woman. He squinted in confusion, and upon recognizing her face, his expression shifted to one of discomfort. The girl appeared quite young, seemingly under 18, standing around 5 feet tall, with an unremarkable appearance except for her well-developed chest, which caused her to lean forward slightly. The girl soon noticed Lu Lidong as well, and upon locking eyes, she instinctively halted in her tracks. Seeing the examination report in her hand, Lu Lidong's heart began to race with apprehension. He glanced around before striding over, saying nothing as he reached for the report. Upon seeing the sign on it, his complexion changed drastically. The girl, unable to contain herself, broke into tears, her voice quivering with desperation and fear as she asked, "Li Dong, what should I do now?" Lu Lidong was evidently flustered. After a moment, he abruptly pushed the girl away, saying, "You need to go back first, I will find you later." Wang Mingfang, perceptive as ever, quickly approached and snatched the report from Lu Lidong's hand. Unlike him, she did not exhibit panic. In fact, a hint of delight crossed her face as she took hold of the bewildered girl's hand, placing the report back in her grasp. "I am Li Dong's mother. You should return home and take care of yourself. Rest assured, I will ensure Li Dong gives you an explanation." Wang Mingfang's words seemed to instill confidence in the girl, who nodded in agreement. "Dear, over the next few days, eat well but speak little. Talking too much can lead to problems. Just focus on nourishing yourself, and leave everything else to your aunt." As the girl prepared to leave, Wang Mingfang couldn't resist adding a warning. Clutching the report, the girl glanced at Lu Lidong, and obediently nodded. And just then, a gentle and melodious voice interrupted them from behind. Turning around, they saw Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia approaching, carrying Yingying. Wang Mingfang's expression shifted dramatically. This matter must not come to the attention of Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia. She quickly urged the girl in a hushed tone, "You must leave now." Wang Mingfang's voice was soft, but the girl was momentarily slow to react. Just as she was about to depart, Xia Qingning had already approached the group. "How is your sister-in-law?" Xia Qingning inquired, her gaze shifting to the girl standing beside them, her eyes glinting with understanding while feigning confusion as she asked, "Who is this? Is she here to visit your sister-in-law as well?" Wang Mingfang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Xia Qingning might uncover the truth, yet she quickly regained her composure and fabricated a response, "She is our relative, here to see a doctor, and happened to run into us." In contrast to Wang Mingfang's adept deception, Lu Lidong and the girl were visibly more anxious, particularly the girl, who clumsily attempted to conceal the examination report behind her back. "A relative? How come I've never seen her before?" Xia Qingning continued to probe, her curiosity piqued. "She's a distant relative," Wang Mingfang replied, forcing a smile, then hastily added, "from the He family." "Oh," Xia Qingning elongated the vowel sound, her gaze shifting to Lu Lidong, who, already feeling guilty, became even more flustered under her scrutiny. He hurriedly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, just a relative from the He family." He had entirely forgotten that he belonged to the Lu family and had no real connection to the He family, thus rendering the idea of distant relatives absurd. Wang Mingfang had just begun to call the girl by name when she suddenly choked on her words, realizing she did not even know the girl's name. She quickly corrected herself, "Dear, our family is currently dealing with some matters, so we cannot invite you over for a meal. You should head back now, and remember what your aunt said. Eat well to regain your strength." The girl, already feeling tense, felt a wave of relief wash over her at Wang Mingfang's words. She nodded eagerly and turned to leave. Xia Qingning watched the girl depart, choosing not to expose the mother and son duo, nor to dwell on the matter further. Instead, she inquired, "How is your sister-in-law's situation? What did the doctor say?" "Not too well," Lu Lidong replied somberly. "They say it's an ectopic pregnancy, the child cannot be saved, and the mother is in danger as well. She is currently undergoing surgery." This prognosis was within Xia Qingning's expectations, so she did not appear overly shocked. However, Lu Jingjia, cradling Yingying, visibly paused, clearly unprepared for such severity. "Daddy," Yingying called out in her tender voice, seeking solace from a familiar figure after the recent scare. She turned around and reached out her arms, wanting Lu Lidong to hold her, yet Lu Lidong did not take her in his arms. Instead, he leaned against the wall in apparent exhaustion. Wang Mingfang reached out to take her, but Lu Jingjia calmly interjected, stating, "No need." He gently patted Yingying's back, providing her with comfort. Both parents noticed the visible injuries on Yingying's face, yet they offered no concern, not even a single inquiry. At that moment, the urgent voice of a doctor rang out from behind them, calling, "Yao Hongmei, family of Yao Hongmei." Chapter 89. If he encountered danger, he would undoubtedly be able to protect himself. A few individuals, upon hearing the commotion, turned and swiftly approached. They observed the doctor's somber expression as he spoke in a grave tone. "We have discovered an embryo in each of the patient's fallopian tubes. It is imperative that we remove both embryos to save the patient's life. However, 2 embryos, does that mean 2 children, twins? Wang Mingfang seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, interrupting the doctor with urgency. Can you tell if the children are boys or girls? At this point, the gender of the children is not the issue. The 2 embryos are located in both fallopian tubes, and to save her life, we must remove both tubes. Once the tubes are excised, she will no longer be able to conceive, the doctor responded. What? Wang Mingfang's voice suddenly rose in disbelief as she stared at the doctor, hastily waving her hands and firmly declaring, "We will not proceed with the surgery. Let the children grow in those tubes. Whatever fate they meet is their destiny. We are not cutting anything." The doctor furrowed his brow deeply, refraining from further explanation to Wang Mingfang, and stated resolutely, "The surgery is already underway. We merely came to inform you of the situation." Wang Mingfang was agitated. In her mind, this was tantamount to the murder of her grandsons. Furthermore, the suggestion of removing the fallopian tubes meant that her daughter-in-law would be rendered incapable of bearing children, effectively cutting off the lineage of her family. She cared little for Yao Hongmei's well-being, believing that as long as the children remained in her womb, there was hope. Thus, she shouted, "We will not allow the surgery. We are taking her home now. Whether she lives or dies, we will take responsibility. Li Dong, quickly carry your wife out." Upon hearing these words, Xia Qingning instinctively furrowed her brow, finally understanding why it was essential for a woman in labor to have her maternal family present. Some relatives by marriage seemed devoid of humanity, solely concerned with the offspring and oblivious to the life-threatening risks faced by the mother. Liu Lidong was utterly ignorant of ectopic pregnancies, his mind in disarray, and upon hearing his mother's words, he truly began to walk toward the hospital room. "Family of the patient, you cannot enter. Emergency procedures are being conducted. If the fallopian tubes are not removed, she may be in grave danger. I said we will take responsibility for her life and death. We are taking her home now. You dare to cut anything? This is not over." Wang Mingfang was now akin to an ignorant and unruly shrew, asserting herself with overwhelming force. It was as if Yao Hongmei's life was entirely in her hands. "Be quiet," Lu Jingzhi suddenly admonished, looking at Wang Mingfang with disdain. "Step aside. Do not hinder the doctors in their efforts to save lives." His voice was deep and resounding, imbued with an undeniable authority that stemmed from his battlefield experiences. Wang Mingfang, caught off guard by his icy gaze, ceased her tumultuous behavior, no longer daring to obstruct the doctors. "Do not pay them any mind. Proceed as you see fit to save her," Lu Jingzhi said, disregarding Wang Mingfang further and stepping closer to the doctor, his tone serious. Xia Qingning gazed at the man before her, inexplicably comforted. A person who cherished life so deeply would undoubtedly protect her in times of peril. The doctor nodded, turning to enter the operating room. The corridor soon fell silent. Wang Mingfang realized that her outcry was futile. In her eyes, a daughter-in-law who could no longer bear children had become akin to a hen that could not lay eggs. However, she felt some solace in the fact that the young girl was also pregnant, ensuring that Lu Lidong would not be without descendants. Perhaps a silver lining amidst the misfortune. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally emerged, announcing that the embryos had been removed and that the patient was no longer in danger. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, and it was only then that Xia Qingning noticed that Wang Mingfang had vanished, seemingly uninterested in a person who no longer held any utility. "I will take Ying downstairs for a checkup," Lu Jingzhi said to Xia Qingning. "Would you like to accompany us, or would you prefer to stay here?" After a moment's contemplation, Xia Qingning decided that since Yao Hongmei was no longer in danger, there was no reason for her to remain. "I will join you," she replied. The two then embraced the child and proceeded to register for the examination. By this time, evening had descended, and the number of patients seeking care had dwindled significantly, allowing them to be seen promptly. Lu Jingzhi carried the child inside. The pediatrician, a woman in her 40s, exuded a warm demeanor as she placed the child on the examination table and commenced her assessment. Perhaps due to her earlier distress or the fright inflicted by He Shanshan, Ying was now utterly silent, complying with the doctor's examination. After thoroughly inspecting her mouth and ears, as well as her hands and feet, the doctor's expression darkened significantly. The visible handprints and bruises on the little girl's face were alarming and unmistakably indicative of abuse. A healer's compassion stirred within her. How could she not feel enraged at the sight of a 3-year-old child subjected to such violence? The female doctor cast a cold glance at Xia Qingning, who, despite her beauty, was met with skepticism, leading the doctor to assume she was likely the child's stepmother. After all, her appearance could easily evoke the image of a beautiful but wicked stepmother. Given that it was the child's aunt and uncle who brought her in, one could speculate that either the parents were absent or that there were too many children, prompting the girl to be placed in their care. However, an aunt should not resort to such severe measures against a 3-year-old. The doctor maintained her icy demeanor as she sternly addressed Xia Qingning. Do you realize that striking a child hard across the face can easily render them deaf? Children are small and mischievous, a gentle reprimand suffices, such violence against a child must never be repeated. It was only then that Xia Qingning comprehended the misunderstanding. The doctor had mistakenly presumed her to be the abuser. Just as she was about to clarify, Lu Jingjie interjected with a firm voice, it was not her. The doctor turned her gaze toward him, noting that though he was strikingly handsome, his expression was anything but warm. His eagerness to defend his wife was evident, and the doctor had encountered many men who would blindly protect their spouses, often to the detriment of reason. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, then was it you who struck her? No, not at all, Xia Qingning quickly interjected, waving her hands in protest. We did not abuse the child. It was my aunt. When Ying cried, my aunt hit Ying, the little girl chirped from her spot on the examination table, her innocent voice continuing, Auntie is bad. My little aunt is good. Upon hearing the child's words, the doctor began to piece together the situation, her expression softening as she turned to Xia Qingning. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I have checked, and the child's ears are fine. She has a sore in her mouth, so please ensure she eats light, easy-to-digest foods for a while. After a brief hesitation, she added, try not to leave the care of this child to that aunt again. After expressing their gratitude to the doctor, the two emerged from the examination room. Throughout their journey, Lu Jingjie's expression remained grim. Upon reaching Yao Hongmei's hospital room, he entrusted the child to Xia Qingning and called Lu Lidong, who had been sitting vacantly, to step outside the room, where he recounted the incident involving He Shanshan's assault on Ying. How do you intend to handle this matter? Lu Jingjie inquired, his tone measured. Lu Lidong appeared somewhat dismissive, replying, children can be unruly, it's nothing serious if she gave her a few slaps. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjie's brow furrowed in disapproval as he coldly stated, abusing and striking a child is no trivial matter. He fixed his gaze on Lu Lidong, speaking with an undeniable authority, you must inform her that she needs to move out of this house within the next few days. Chapter 90. The first thought of bringing her along. Upon hearing Lu Jingjie's words, Lu Lidong immediately displayed a troubled expression. His mother, Wang Mingfang, was exceedingly fond of her half-sister and would undoubtedly be reluctant to let her leave the Lu family. With a multitude of unresolved issues weighing heavily on him, he found himself at a loss, earnestly hoping for his mother's guidance. Thus he could not possibly force He Shanshan to leave. With a pained expression, Lu Lidong remarked, where would she go if she moved out? She cannot return to the He family, just like you. She is my sister. Dear brother, please do not put me in such a difficult position. Hearing the phrase just like you, Lu Jingjie's countenance visibly darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lu Lidong, questioning, just like me? Have you forgotten your surname? Where she resides is of no concern to me, she merely needs to vacate the Lu household. Brother, you cannot say that the Lu family is also my home. As her elder brother, I cannot simply watch my sister become homeless. Lu Lidong feigned a deep sibling bond and then whispered, moreover, it was my daughter who was harmed, you need not involve yourself in this matter. After listening to Lu Lidong's words, a chilling determination settled in Lu Jingjie's heart, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Faced with Lu Jingjie's unwavering resolve, Lu Lidong felt a pang of guilt and chose to retreat to the hospital room. Since Yao Hongmei was to remain in the hospital for several more days and had yet to awaken, Xia Qingning did not linger in the room for long before cradling Ying and stepping out. Standing in the corridor, Lu Jingjie observed as Xia Qingning emerged, silently extending his hand to take the child from her grasp, and together they exited the hospital. Upon returning home, Lu Jingjie proceeded directly to Lu Baichuan's room, only to discover that he had not yet returned, presumably still residing in the Unit's dormitory. Furrowing his brow, as he exited Lu Baichuan's room, he encountered Wang Mingfang and coldly admonished her to keep a close eye on her daughter. Should she dare to strike anyone again, be it Xia Qingning or Ying, she would be immediately cast out of the household. When Wang Mingfang returned, He Shanshan had already provided her with a rough outline of the situation, prompting her to chastise her daughter sternly. And now, witnessing Lu Jingjie's fury, she felt quite apprehensive and quickly asserted that if such an incident were to occur again, not only would he Shanshan leave, but she too would vacate the premises alongside her. Upon returning to his room, Lu Jingjie found Xia Qingning engrossed in her drawing, her demeanor serene and focused, the light casting a long shadow of her delicate figure. In that moment, a thought of taking her along with him for military duty first crossed his mind. To prevent any lingering wrath from Lu Jingjie, during dinner, Wang Mingfang refrained from allowing He Shanshan to join the table. The atmosphere in the house was notably somber due to Yao Hongmei's miscarriage, with everyone maintaining a heavy silence, save for the occasional sounds of Lu Xiaoxue relishing her meal, smacking her lips. Noticing the discontent etched on everyone's faces, Lu Xiaoxue, after taking a bite of her large meat bun, blurted out, "So what if we lost a baby? Why is everyone so unhappy?" Such words from a 10-year-old girl were decidedly inappropriate, causing Lu Jingjie to furrow his brow slightly as he gently tapped her head and said in a low voice, "Eat your meal, and speak less." His touch was light, and Lu Xiaoxue brushed it off, continuing nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Just let big brother and sister-in-law kiss again and have another one." At this remark, a wave of awkward silence enveloped the room, and after a moment, Lu Lidong turned to his outspoken sister, saying, "I told you to eat quietly. A girl should conduct herself with decorum. Where am I lacking in decorum?" Lu Xiaoxue retorted, pouting defiantly, fearing she might next utter something scandalous like, "You and second brother have kissed, are you pregnant?" Xia Qingning hastily finished her meal and retreated to her room. When Lu Jingjie finished his dinner and returned to his room, he found Xia Qingning already changed into a loose-fitting long-sleeve top and pants. She looked at him, hesitating slightly as she inquired, about the self-defense techniques, are you still willing to teach me?" The last time he had instructed her, their clumsiness had led to an awkward situation, resulting in unintended physical contact and an unexpected kiss. Afterward, both felt embarrassed, she for the awkwardness, he for fearing an apology might further embarrass her, thus they tacitly agreed to avoid the topic. He had assumed she would not wish to learn again, yet here she was, expressing her desire for him to teach her. "I'm sorry about what happened that day," Lu Jingjie said, his expression somewhat awkward. "No, it's all right," Xia Qingning replied, forcing a smile to mask her embarrassment. Today, when He Shanshan had attacked her, she had successfully caught her off guard using Lu Jingjie's techniques. Although her physical strength was insufficient to maintain the upper hand for long, the sense of being able to protect herself was exhilarating. Despite her limited strength, her health was intact, and with consistent training, she believed she could acquire sufficient strength to complement the skills Lu Jingjie was teaching her. She could not rely on him for protection every time. Should there come a day when he was absent, she would be left vulnerable. "From now on, I will pay more attention," Lu Jingjie stated earnestly. Deep down, he wished for her to possess self-defense capabilities, ensuring that when he was not by her side, she would not be subjected to bullying. "In the future, you should wake up an hour earlier," Lu Jingjie reconsidered and corrected himself. "No, wake up half an hour earlier to exercise, starting with running. Your lack of physical strength means that even if you learn techniques, you could easily be countered, just as today." Lu Jingjie meticulously analyzed the situation for her. Following today's events, Xia Qingning had come to a profound realization. While rising half an hour earlier might take some adjustment, their early bedtime ensured ample sleep, so overcoming the initial days to form a habit should not be too challenging. Xia Qingning nodded in agreement, affirming her commitment. Subsequently, Lu Jingjie began demonstrating techniques and explaining key points, encouraging her to practice as well, and Xia Qingning approached her learning with earnestness. During the teaching process, some physical contact was inevitable, yet Lu Jingjie maintained a respectful boundary, and Xia Qingning was no longer as sensitive as before. They gradually developed a greater rapport. From the following day onward, Xia Qingning began waking up half an hour earlier to practice running, with Lu Jingjie joining her to refine her running form and impart techniques. After their run, they would return home to freshen up, and then Lu Jingjie would drive Xia Qingning to work. In the afternoon, he would arrive punctually to pick her up after her shift, followed by an hour of driving practice and then an evening dedicated to self-defense training. The day was both busy and fulfilling. With Yao Hongmei's miscarriage and Lu Lidong's external entanglements, Xia Qingning understood that Wang Mingfang would soon take action, and she needed to fortify her own leverage. Chapter 91 of The Grudge of Confinement, A Grudge for a Lifetime. Thus, on that fateful afternoon, Mai Miao sought out Xia Qingning. During their conversation, Xia Qingning deliberately mentioned, in front of Wang Mingfang, that her factory was in search of female workers. Wang Mingfang, predictably intrigued, approached her to inquire about the identity of the recruitment officer. It was evident that Wang Mingfang was seeking information to assist He Shanshan, for the female sales clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was soon to return from her maternity leave. Once the sales clerk resumed her duties, He Shanshan's temporary position would cease to exist. Wang Mingfang had long intended to secure a formal job for He Shanshan in a state-owned factory. Previously, she had hoped to manipulate Xia Qingning to her advantage, but now that Lu Jingjia had returned and Xia Qingning had become so astute, she found herself at a complete disadvantage, rendering her previous tactics futile. However, she had now identified a backup candidate. If this matter were resolved, not only could her daughter He Shanshan secure a position at the textile mill, but her son's predicament could also be alleviated. It is that Director Liao Chang who was in charge, Xia Qingning noted, observing Wang Mingfang's growing interest. This Director Liao places great emphasis on the outward appearance of female workers. If He Shanshan intends to apply, she cannot afford to present herself as she did before, with excessive makeup. Qingning, I know you possess great skill, could you possibly assist Shanshan with her appearance? Wang Mingfang implored with a smile. Xia Qingning could not help but admire Wang Mingfang's audacity. Her shamelessness was indeed thicker than a city wall. For the sake of her own interests, she was willing to forsake everything. Qingning cannot assist with that. Before Xia Qingning could respond, Mai Miao interjected, casting a cold glance at Wang Mingfang. Your precious He Shanshan has such a delicate face, Qingning would not dare to apply makeup on her. Xia Qingning had never intended to beautify He Shanshan. She was neither idle nor magnanimous. With a composed demeanor, she gently declined Wang Mingfang's request, stating, you might as well seek assistance from someone else. Mai Miao is correct, I truly cannot apply makeup on He Shanshan's face. Wang Mingfang initially wished to plead further, but upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, she could only manage an awkward smile and fell silent. Yao Hongmei had spent 3 days in the hospital. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Lidong returned her home on a cart. Wang Mingfang forbade her from exiting through the front door and insisted that Lu Lidong not carry her, claiming that such actions would invite misfortune into their household. Yao Hongmei had no choice but to muster her strength and slowly descend from the cart, enduring the pain of her wounds as she made her way through the back entrance. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Lidong merely watched, offering no support. His expression grew increasingly impatient as she moved at a snail's pace. Once inside their room, Lu Lidong announced he was off to work and hurriedly departed. Wang Mingfang too claimed she needed to visit her second sister's house and had no time to care for Yao Hongmei, leaving Ying in her care. The attitudes of her husband and mother-in-law left Yao Hongmei feeling desolate. During her 3 days in the hospital, Lu Lidong had shown no consideration for her recent surgery, frequently berating her and lamenting her perceived uselessness, stating that while he had sown 2 seeds, she could not even keep one alive. His words were harsh and unkind. Reflecting on the loss of her child and her inability to conceive again, Yao Hongmei lay alone in bed, unable to suppress her tears. Mom, don't cry. Ying, noticing her mother's tears, approached her side, raising her small hand to wipe away the tears, her innocent voice soothing, Ying is good mom, don't cry. As Yao Hongmei lifted her hand to stroke her daughter's head, she suddenly noticed the multitude of bruises on Ying's arms. Having spent the past few days in the hospital, she had not seen her daughter until now, and the sight of those marks made her heart clench painfully. The child's pale skin and tender flesh revealed the bruises clearly, and they were too numerous to have resulted from mere bumps or falls. Yao Hongmei's heart sank, and she momentarily forgot her own sorrow, gently inquiring, Ying, how did you get these on your arms? Ying looked at her arms, pondering for a moment before responding in her childish voice. Ying cried, Auntie, didn't he want me to cry? So she hit Ying. Yao Hongmei's heart ached at the revelation. She understood immediately. The reason her daughter had been hurt was that He Shanshan had punished her for crying. She had suspected as much upon seeing the bruises. No one else in the household could be so cruel. Suppressing her anguish, Yao Hongmei continued, Tell mommy, what did Auntie used to hit you? She hit my face, hit my hands, so many times. It hurt. Ying pointed to her face and hands, her innocent expression marred by fear. Yao Hongmei could no longer contain her emotions. She enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face as she cursed He Shanshan for her cruelty, lamenting that such a small child could be subjected to such punishment. She thought of her own inability to bear another child, and how Ying was her only offspring, regrettably a girl who received little affection from her mother-in-law and husband. As she contemplated the future for herself and her daughter, Yao Hongmei found herself torn between pitying Ying and lamenting her own fate. Wang Mingfang had left early that morning, and the house remained empty. Yao Hongmei, in considerable pain from her wounds, was unable to rise and prepare a meal. As evening approached, and no one had returned, Ying Ying's stomach growled with hunger, yet she made no complaints. For reasons unknown, since the last episode of abuse by He Shanshan, Ying Ying had become exceptionally obedient, rarely crying, and now lay quietly beside Yao Hongmei without uttering a word. Ying Ying, are you hungry? Upon hearing her daughter's stomach rumble, Yao Hongmei softly asked. Ying Ying is sleeping, not hungry, the little girl replied in a whisper, who could hear those words without feeling a pang of sorrow. As a mother, Yao Hongmei could not bear the thought of her 3-year-old child going hungry. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she sat up in bed, a smile on her face as she reassured her daughter, Ying Ying, be good. Mommy will go make you something to eat, and soon there will be food. With that, she forced herself to rise from the bed, moving painfully toward the kitchen. Leaning against the stove, she surveyed the kitchen and found only a small amount of scorched rice left in the pot, nothing else to eat. It is said that the grudge of confinement lasts a lifetime, and in that moment, she could not help but feel a surge of resentment towards Wang Mingfang. Chapter 92. The despair of humanity often strikes in an instant. Unable to endure standing for long, she sought out a coarse bowl and filled it with the scant remnants of scorched rice. Grasping a pair of chopsticks, she slowly made her way to the living room, intending to pour some hot water from the kettle to soak the rice, yet, upon lifting the kettle, she was struck by its unexpected lightness. A sudden pang of foreboding gripped her heart as she uncorked the bottle, only to discover it was completely dry. Despair often manifests in an instant. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of grievances surged within her, and tears like beads streamed down her cheeks. For the first time, she felt the weight of existence pressing down upon her, contemplating that perhaps it would have been better had she perished on the operating table that fateful day. Mama, noticing her mother had yet to return, Ying Ying climbed out of bed and ventured outside. Upon seeing her mother weeping, she raised her tiny hand and tiptoed, attempting to wipe away her tears. Mama, don't cry. Yao Hongmei lifted her hand to dry her face, and though she had wept, life must go on. Her daughter was still hungry. She managed a faint smile for her daughter and gently said, Mama, one tea cry, you stay here and don't move, Mama will go boil some water. Obediently, the little girl stood still, watching as her mother slowly walked outside, retrieved the aluminum kettle, filled it halfway with water, and then gingerly made her way back from the kitchen, placing it on the stove outside. The act of squatting had become exceedingly arduous for her. After several attempts, beads of sweat formed on her forehead from the pain, yet she remained unsuccessful. Reluctantly, she called for her daughter's assistance. Ying Ying, come here for a moment. The little girl promptly approached, her wide, tearful eyes gazing up at Yao Hongmei. Could you help Mama open this lid? Yao Hongmei pointed to the cover beneath the stove. Ying Ying quickly comprehended, crouching down to try and lift the lid. However, her small hands lacked the strength to budge it, and despite her efforts, it remained stubbornly in place. Yao Hongmei watched her daughter, with her little bottom sticking out, straining to remove the lid. She found it both endearing and heart-wrenching. Just as she was about to advise her to stop, the little girl summoned all her strength, but instead of lifting the lid, her body was propelled towards the stove due to inertia. The stove, cold and metal, posed a burning threat, and Yao Hongmei swiftly grasped her, pulling her back just in time to prevent any injury. Fortunately, the child escaped scalding, yet the impact caused the kettle to topple to the ground. The force of the fall reopened her wound, and pain shot through her, causing more beads of sweat to form on her brow. Ying Ying, startled, opened her mouth and began to cry. Yao Hongmei, stifling her own pain, took her daughter's hand and reassured her, it's all right, striving to comfort her. The little girl, nearly frightened, quickly ceased her cries, her tear-filled eyes looking up at Yao Hongmei with a sense of injustice. Ignoring the kettle and coal stove that lay scattered on the ground, Yao Hongmei led Ying Ying back into the house. Her stomach ached from hunger. The scorched rice was too hard for the child to chew, so she proceeded to the kitchen, scooping some cool water into a bowl to soften the hard rice. The mother and daughter returned to their room, the rice requiring some time to fully soak. The pain from her wound compelled Yao Hongmei to lie back down on the bed, while Ying Ying sat quietly on a small stool beside her, neither complaining of hunger nor speaking, simply keeping her mother company in silence. After a considerable time, estimating that the rice had softened enough, Yao Hongmei sat up, feeling sharp pangs of pain from her wound. She loosened her clothing, revealing that the bandage had soaked through with blood. Observing her daughter's curious gaze, she hastily pulled her garment back down to cover herself. Then, she reached for the bowl on the table, intending to feed Ying Ying the soaked rice. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle echoed from outside, prompting her to set down the bowl and peer out expectantly. After a moment, she saw He Shanshan enter, her expression of anticipation visibly transforming into disappointment. Yao Hongmei lifted her hand to grab the bowl once more, gazing at the swollen rice within, and then glanced at her daughter, realizing that consuming it would likely lead to diarrhea for the child. After much internal deliberation, she finally called out to He Shanshan, 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 He Shanshan, busy combing her wind-tousled hair with a small brush, heard Yao Hongmei's call and, begrudgingly, approached the door of her room without entering, her face set in a cold demeanor. "What is it? Why the racket?" Her mother had instructed her to maintain distance from Yao Hongmei, who had just given birth, deeming her unclean, hence her reluctance to enter. Upon seeing her, Ying instinctively stood up from her stool, shoes still on, and quickly climbed onto the bed, hiding behind Yao Hongmei. Suppressing her emotions, Yao Hongmei spoke in a humble tone to He Shanshan, Shanshan, "Could you assist in preparing some food? Ying and I have gone a day without eating, and we are truly famished." Her pale face bore a look of weakness, as if she were pleading for compassion, hoping. He Shanshan frowned in distaste, glancing at the bowl beside her, and responded impatiently, "Isn't their food in the bowl? You can eat that for now. Who makes dinner this early? That's soaked in cold water. The child will get diarrhea if she eats it," Yao Hongmei explained, still clinging to a sliver of hope. He Shanshan shot her an exasperated glance, growing increasingly impatient, and retorted, "Can't you just warm it up in your mouth before swallowing?" She then complained, "What else with a girl being so delicate?" Without another word, she turned and left. Yao Hongmei watched her retreating figure, her heart swelling with anger and despair, unable to contain herself as she shouted, "He Shanshan, are you even human? How can your heart be so cold? Who are you calling inhuman?" He Shanshan spun around, glaring at Yao Hongmei. "What does your hunger have to do with me? If you're hungry, get up and cook for yourself." Just as Yao Hongmei was about to respond, a realization struck her. With a venomous glare, she confronted He Shanshan, "Is it that you all wish to drive us to death since I can no longer bear children, making room for other women? You're aware you can't have children?" He Shanshan mocked, a sneer gracing her lips. "A hen that cannot lay eggs continues to cluck incessantly, unaware of how utterly detestable it is." With that, she turned away, retreating to her own room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Chapter 93. Will the sister-in-law speak the truth and restore my innocence? Yao Hongmei's heart was a tumult of grievance and fury as she inwardly cursed this family of three. Mother and sons are all heartless wretches. Not a single decent person among them. After venting her frustration, she resignedly lifted her hand to grasp the small bowl of cold, watered-down rice, hesitating for a moment before scooping it into her mouth bit by bit. Those in the postnatal period were particularly sensitive to the cold, and the icy rice was devoid of flavor, leaving her stomach chilled upon swallowing. Meanwhile, Ying, sitting beside her, licked her lips and gazed at her with longing eyes, yearning for food. "Why does Mama eat and not share with me? Does Mama no longer love me?" Yao Hongmei wished to feed her, yet feared it might upset her stomach. At that moment, she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell in large droplets into the bowl. The mingling of tears with the rice suddenly imparted a taste, yet with each mouthful swallowed, she felt only bitterness and resentment. Just then, Lu Jingjie returned on his bicycle, carrying the off-duty Xia Qingning, who held a net bag filled with fruit. Upon entering the courtyard, they noticed the coal stove toppled on the ground. Xia Qingning, puzzled, approached it to set it upright, but Lu Jingjie called out to her. As she looked on in confusion, he approached, tested the temperature, and then lifted it back onto the steps. Xia Qingning immediately understood. He was concerned for her safety, fearing she might burn herself. This man was remarkably considerate. She had not even thought of that. Had the stove been truly hot, she could have easily scalded her hands. Feeling touched, Xia Qingning entered the house, only to hear the faint sound of sobbing from Yao Hongmei's room. Placing the net bag on the table, she walked over with curiosity and found Yao Hongmei shoveling rice into her mouth while weeping. 3-year-old Ying knelt beside her, her big eyes fixed on the bowl in her mother's hands. Just as Xia Qingning was about to speak, Ying piped up, "Mama, Ying's tummy is hungry, Ying wants to eat." With that, she opened her mouth wide, signaling for her mother to feed her. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qingning suddenly realized something. Yao Hongmei was not as biased against daughters as Wang Mingfang. She had always cherished Ying. There was no way she would eat alone while neglecting her child. With this thought in mind, she stepped forward, gently took the bowl from Yao Hongmei's hands, and discovered that the rice was indeed cold. "Sister-in-law, you," Xia Qingning began, but her words faltered. Who would eat such cold, watered rice if they had any other option? Seeing Yao Hongmei's tear-streaked face, Xia Qingning understood all too well, the Wang Mingfang trio were truly heartless, abandoning a woman who had just undergone surgery without a care. Particularly Lu Lidong, with whom Yao Hongmei had shared years of marriage and even bore a daughter, he showed not the slightest trace of affection. At that moment, Xia Qingning felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had not married Lu Lidong. She set the bowl aside and softly said, "Stop eating." After a moment, she added, "Wait here." With that, she turned and exited the room. Yao Hongmei watched Xia Qingning leave, her previously vacant gaze now glimmering with a hint of hope. Xia Qingning entered the kitchen and retrieved a large bowl and a small one, then returned to her room for a can of malted milk powder. She opened it and scooped 3 generous spoonfuls into the large bowl and 2 into the small one. Grabbing a nearby kettle to pour some water into the bowls, she discovered it was empty. No wonder the stove outside had toppled. Yao Hongmei must have been attempting to boil water and accidentally knocked it over, leaving her with no choice but to eat cold rice. Xia Qingning carried the bowls back to her own room, filled them with warm water from her kettle, and then returned to Yao Hongmei's room. She presented the larger bowl to Yao Hongmei and gently said, "Sister-in-law, please drink this malted milk first, and I will prepare something for you to eat afterward." Initially taken aback, Yao Hongmei's eyes reddened as she accepted the bowl, but just as she intended to feed her daughter, Xia Qingning interjected, "You drink yours. I will feed Yingying." With that, she lifted Yingying from the bed and sat on the edge, bringing the small bowl to her lips. The little girl, starved, was nearly moved to tears by the sweet aroma of the malted milk, eagerly cupping the bowl in her hands and drinking heartily. "Drink slowly, or you might choke," Xia Qingning cautioned as she noticed Yingying gulping down the milk. Meanwhile, Yao Hongmei observed Xia Qingning's concern for her daughter, her expression a complex mixture of confusion, surprise, and guilt. After a moment, she lifted the bowl to her lips, burying her face in it as she began to drink deeply. The fragrant malted milk, rich with a creamy essence, warmed her throat, and with each bowlful, her body and stomach began to thaw. Soon, Yingying finished her drink, contentedly leaning back against her mother, licking her lips and exclaiming, "Auntie is bad, but little aunt is good, sweet and delicious." Hearing her daughter's words and reflecting on the actions of Lu Lidong and his mother and son, Yao Hongmei glanced at Xia Qingning, who had never been particularly close but was now the sole person willing to offer help, and her heart swelled with guilt. As memories of the past flooded her mind, Yao Hongmei felt a wave of remorse and suddenly grasped Xia Qingning's hand, expressing regret. "Qingning, I am so sorry. The past was a disservice to you from both me and Lu Lidong, and all of this is our just retribution." Upon hearing her words, Xia Qingning was not taken aback. Although Yao Hongmei had been unaware of Lu Lidong's engagement when they first courted, she was well aware of how Wang Mingfang's family had plotted against her later. While she had not directly participated, she had not intervened either. Yao Hongmei was not inherently malicious. Despite their distant relationship over the years, she had never made things difficult for Xia Qingning. It was precisely because of this that Xia Qingning could not turn a blind eye to their suffering. Now, hearing Yao Hongmei's confession, Xia Qingning wished to offer her a chance. She looked at Yao Hongmei and inquired, "Since you feel remorse for the past, would you be willing to clarify the truth to everyone and restore my reputation?" Chapter 94. Are you not afraid that I might expose the sordid deeds you committed back in the day? Upon hearing Xia Qingning's words, Yao Hongmei's expression was momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she chose silence and lowered her head. Xia Qingning had anticipated this reaction, so she felt no surprise. After all, Yao Hongmei was still married to Lu Lidong and would not risk her own position over a bowl of malted milk. With her daughter still young and unable to conceive again, both mother and daughter would need to rely on her husband in the future. It was impossible for her to sever ties with her husband's family for the sake of an outsider like herself. Individuals like Yao Hongmei inherently seek self-preservation, prioritizing their safety before engaging in discussions of morality and justice. Despite this clear understanding, Xia Qingning felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from pressuring her for an explanation. Forcing someone to act is the least wise course of action. She had already devised a plan in her mind, knowing that if she proceeded step by step, Yao Hongmei would eventually reveal the truth herself without any prompting from her. "Very well," Xia Qingning said, feigning resignation, and continued, "You should rest for a while. I will prepare something for you to eat." Speaking calmly, she took several bowls and exited the room. As Yao Hongmei watched Xia Qingning's retreating figure, her sense of guilt deepened. Estimating that the two had gone a day without food, Xia Qingning concluded that cooking a proper meal would take too long, so she decided to prepare a bowl of noodles for them. Typically, at this hour, they would practice driving together, and as Lu Jingjie noticed Xia Qingning entering the kitchen, he approached her, puzzled as to why she was preparing dinner so early. Xia Qingning did not conceal the truth and directly informed him that Yao Hongmei and Ying Ying had not eaten all day. Lu Jingjie's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he said nothing further and walked out of the kitchen, heading to the yard, where he mounted his bicycle and rode away. In this present life, Xia Qingning was not particularly adept at cooking. However, thanks to some residual memories from her former self, she found the task manageable. She took 2 eggs, cracked them into a bowl, whisked them together with a pinch of salt, heated a pan, added some oil, and once the oil was sufficiently hot, scrambled the eggs until they turned a golden hue. Next, she boiled water and added the noodles, intentionally cooking them a bit longer to soften them before placing them into 2 bowls, one large and one small, layering the scrambled eggs at the bottom and drizzling a few drops of sesame oil on top, resulting in a fragrant dish of soft noodles. Initially, she considered adding some chopped scallions for extra flavor, but, mindful of Yao Hongmei's recent surgery and the need to avoid spicy or stimulating foods, she refrained. Moments later, she carried the 2 bowls of noodles outside. At that moment, He Shanshan, drawn out by the aroma of the scrambled eggs, emerged from her room. Upon spotting Xia Qingning entering Yao Hongmei's room with the bowls, she sneered and muttered, "What a pretentious show of kindness," before turning back toward the kitchen. Her cravings had been piqued by the delicious smell, and she thought of sneaking some for herself, but upon entering the kitchen, she discovered that not only were the eggs gone, but there was also no leftover broth for her. Seething, she noticed several discarded eggshells nearby, and her anger flared. She quickly stormed out of the kitchen and stood at the entrance to Yao Hongmei's room, hands on her hips, shouting at Xia Qingning inside, "You're so generous with your scraps, boiling noodles and using 2 eggs for her. What kind of family do you come from, such wastefulness?" Xia Qingning recognized that He Shanshan was deliberately seeking a confrontation and did not indulge her. With a frown, she shot a cold glance in her direction and retorted, "How is it wasteful for a patient to have 2 eggs? In response, He Shanshan scoffed, suddenly bursting into laughter, and maliciously mocked, "A patient, huh? If one didn't know better, one might think she accomplished something great to deserve such treatment." Her words were cruel, not only adding salt to the wound but also laced with a sense of schadenfreude. Even if Yao Hongmei had been inclined to swallow her pride, this was the breaking point. Her face drained of color, her chest heaving violently as she lost control and shouted at He Shanshan, "Get out! Go back to your He family." Still unsatisfied, she grabbed a wooden comb from the nearby table and hurled it at He Shanshan. He Shanshan deftly dodged the flying comb and, angered, glared at the emotionally unstable Yao Hongmei, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" She then adopted a self-righteous demeanor and declared loudly, "This is my brother's house. Why should I leave? I intend to stay as long as I please. You can't dictate that." At this point, she began to laugh again, her face twisted with glee as she continued to taunt Yao Hongmei, "Some people can't even have children anymore, yet here you are, making a scene? If I were you, I would file for divorce and return to my parents' house to spare myself the humiliation." Hearing He Shanshan's venomous remarks, Xia Qingning refrained from intervening or defending Yao Hongmei. Her actions of cooking were driven by compassion for the child, as well as recognition of Yao Hongmei's past kindness towards her original self. She felt she had done her utmost and found no reason to assist further. Conversely, the more outrageous He Shanshan and her family behaved, the more it would benefit her own plans. In that moment, Yao Hongmei's face had turned pale. The earlier outburst had aggravated her injury, and she pressed her hand against her abdomen, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at He Shanshan, as if she wished to consume her whole. "Who do you think I bore a child for, to end up like this? Do you not fear divine retribution for your words? He Shanshan, tell me, since you moved into this house, what have I done to wrong you? I have never uttered a harsh word to you and have always yielded to you, yet you took advantage of my absence to mistreat my daughter, beating a 3-year-old child to such a state." Her voice choked as she glanced at her daughter hiding behind her, and after regaining her composure, she continued her accusation, "Your mother abandoned us, neglecting us, while we went a day without food. We begged you for assistance, and you refused. Now that Qingning has helped us, you dare to say that 2 eggs are too much. When you get hungry at night, do you not also sneakily boil 2 eggs for yourself? Why is it acceptable for you to eat, but not for us? I know your intentions are to force me out, to push for my divorce. You can tell your mother that I will never divorce. I would rather die in this house than leave. Do not curse me, It is not I who caused your miscarriage and rendered you unable to give birth. What divine retribution do I deserve? He Shanshan retorted, wearing a look of indifference as she continued, and as for your claims of abusing your daughter, do not slander me. I have never mistreated her. With her head held high and a malicious glint in her eyes, she provocatively challenged Yao Hongmei. If she misbehaves, I will not hesitate to discipline her again. You! Yao Hongmei was overwhelmed with rage, the emotion rising in her chest as she began to cough violently, her face reddening in a matter of moments. It took some time before she could regain her composure, and upon seeing the smug expression on He Shanshan's face, her eyes filled with hatred as she shouted, He Shanshan, you are inhuman. Your entire family is inhuman. I remember the sordid deeds you all committed back then. Do not push me, shut up. He Shanshan, who had been reveling in her triumph, immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at Yao Hongmei's words and interrupted her. Xiao Qingning observed He Shanshan's guilt-ridden demeanor, her mind racing with understanding, but she did not rush to press for answers. Instead, she merely regarded her with a knowing look. What sordid deeds? You mustn't speak carelessly, we have done nothing of the sort, He Shanshan stammered, her bravado evaporating as she fixed a panicked gaze on Yao Hongmei. She was acutely aware of what Yao Hongmei referred to as sordid deeds, for her mother, Wang Mingfang, had warned that if Lu Jingjia learned the truth, given his temperament, their family would not enjoy peaceful days. Yet, the more she feared, the more it seemed to come to pass. As if summoned by her trepidation, Lu Jingjia rode into the yard, ready to bring in his belongings. Chapter 95. Inshu summoned Jingjia. I have something to convey to him. What? Are you frightened? What are you feeling guilty about if you haven't done anything? Yao Hongmei sneered at He Shanshan. For once, He Shanshan exhibited wisdom and refrained from provoking Yao Hongmei further, fearing that in a fit of rage, she might reveal the truth from years ago. She hastily declared, I shan't discuss this with you any longer. Then, adopting a threatening tone, she warned Yao Hongmei, if you dare to speak out of turn, my mother and brother will ensure you won't enjoy a peaceful life. Having uttered these words, she noticed Lu Jingjia had stepped into the living room. With a look of panic and concern, she cast a quick glance at Yao Hongmei before retreating to her own room. Yao Hongmei had been incensed by He Shanshan's earlier provocations, but now, having calmed down, she felt a pang of regret for her indiscretion, and embarrassment washed over her, leaving her unable to meet the gaze of Xiao Qingning beside her. Xiao Qingning was acutely aware of the shameful matters Yao Hongmei had alluded to. Sensing her desire to evade the topic, she spoke with a chilling tone, Sister-in-law, I understand you are reluctant to clarify matters before everyone, but could you possibly share those shameful details with Lu Jingjia to help alleviate the misunderstanding between my husband and me? Xiao Qingning held on to a flicker of hope that if Yao Hongmei could speak up and inform Lu Jingjia of the truth ahead of time, it would serve as a form of assistance to her. Qingning, I implore you, please do not pressure your sister-in-law any further. Grant her a reprieve, Yao Hongmei, feeling cornered, exclaimed, bending to bow to Xiao Qingning. Realizing that Yao Hongmei would not divulge anything, Xiao Qingning refrained from further questioning her, instead helping her upright and handing her a bowl. Quick, eat the noodles. They have turned mushy. Afterward, she cradled Yingying, settling her on her lap, and was about to start feeding her the noodles when the little girl declared, Yingying, stand, no holding. Gazing fondly at the sensible child, Xiao Qingning affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, Yingying shall stand while I feed you. The overcooked noodles were scalding, and Xiao Qingning thoughtfully blew on them before offering them to Yingying. The little girl devoured them eagerly, leaving Xiao Qingning struggling to keep up with her pace. Clearly famished, Yao Hongmei sat in silence, cradling her bowl filled with soft, mushy noodles and golden fried eggs, wafting an enticing aroma. For someone who had gone an entire day without food, it was a deadly temptation. Overcome with guilt, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat as well. Before long, the bowl was nearly empty, and Xiao Qingning had finished feeding Yingying. After tidying up, she was about to head to the kitchen when she heard Yao Hongmei express her gratitude, a mix of remorse and appreciation in her eyes, murmuring, Thank you, Qingning. Xiao Qingning chose not to respond, carrying the bowl outside. Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, she spotted Lu Jingjia seated in the living room. Upon seeing her emerge, Lu Jingjia gestured for her to approach. Once she was near, he pointed to the items on the table and spoke in a composed tone, Please take these to your sister-in-law. Xiao Qingning walked over and saw a net bag brimming with food, milk powder, biscuits, and brown sugar, all intended for nourishment. It seemed he had ventured out specifically to procure these items. All right, I will wash the bowl and deliver them, Xia Qingning replied, then proceeded to the kitchen. Meanwhile, He Shanshan, having absorbed Yao Hongmei's earlier remarks, was in a state of agitation within her room, fearful that Yao might indeed reveal the plot involving Wang Mingfang and Lu Lidong against Xia Qingning and Lu Jingjia. Should that occur, Lu Jingjia would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon the three of them. The memory of how he nearly twisted her hand just days prior sent chills down her spine. Lacking the cunning of Wang Mingfang, she became increasingly anxious as her thoughts spiraled out of control. Unable to remain seated any longer, she flung open the door and exited. Upon reaching Yao Hongmei's room, she discovered Xia Qingning had already left. Disregarding any notions of propriety, she strode in and promptly shut the door behind her. Seeing He Shanshan burst in and shut the door, Yao Hongmei's lingering anger flared anew. Just as she was about to demand He Shanshan leave, she found He Shanshan striding to her bedside, her anxious gaze fixed on her as she questioned, "You didn't say anything reckless, did you?" Yao Hongmei regarded her coldly, mocking, "Aren't you usually fearless? Why do you fear my words now?" With the leverage firmly in someone else's hands, He Shanshan showed no signs of backing down, continuing her threats. "Yao Hongmei, do not forget that you are still my brother's wife. If you bring him harm, you and your daughter will have no peace."